Chapter 426. Most Terrible Battle. The fiend shifted its weight, then lunged forward with a shrill giggle. It was terrifyingly powerful and fast, but because its movements were clearly telegraphed, Sunny had plenty of time to react. Diving under the long arm of the abomination, he narrowly avoided being torn apart by the sharp talons and lashed out with the cruel sight. As the silver blade bit into the abdomen of the creature, piercing its tough skin just under the ribs, he continued forward and spun. Just a split second later, Sunny was already behind the enemy. However, he wasn't safe. Without pausing ever for a moment, the bizarre monstrosity pressed its hands against the ground and then kicked back with both legs. There was enough power in that strike to shatter a small hill, but Sunny was already moving, getting out of range. He had not observed how the fiend fought against the chained worms for nothing. He knew that the wretched thing could use all four of its limbs to attack, and that its joints seemed to be able to bend in any direction. Not only did he know what the abomination was capable of, he also knew what it liked and tended to do. He also knew where it was most vulnerable, and where none of his weapons would be able to do any harm. That's why he had aimed for its gaunt body instead of the much larger and obvious target, the chest itself. Sunny had always been very perceptive, and practicing shadow dance only sharpened his ability to observe and understand such things. Maybe it was thanks to that he had managed to learn so much about the fiend so fast. As the soles of his boots scraped against the dark stone, a fleeting thought passed through his mind. How would it feel to shadow a nightmare creature? I wonder. Then he had no more time for unnecessary thoughts. Crushing through blackened bones, the abomination bent its joints in the opposite direction of where they were supposed to turn, spun, and lunged at him once again. This time it was moving on all fours, the lid of the chest serving as its lower jaw. That made it almost impossible for him to dodge out of the way. Sunny had no idea why the golden coins weren't spilling out, but luckily they seemed to be held in place by some strange force. Unable to use his maimed arm to help himself keep balance, he had no choice but to jump down and roll under the attacking fiend. The cruel sight flashed again, leaving a deep cut on the leg of the creature. At the same time, a pulse of sharp pain radiated through Sunny's entire body. Even though he took care to protect his broken bones, he couldn't keep them from scraping against one another completely. But the worst pain was still to come. That is going to hurt. Sunny had already known that he would not be able to get back to his feet before the next attack came. Due to the fact that the abomination would have to perform it from an awkward position, it was not going to be as devastating as the previous blows. The crushing had also become considerable enough to slow down both of their movements. But those long and sharp talons were absolutely deadly, even if there was not much force behind them. As the fiend pivoted and snapped one of its limbs in his direction, Sunny sent both of his shadows from his body to encompass the puppeteer's shroud. A moment later, the talons slashed across his torso and slid from the lusterless black leather of the chest guard without piercing it. The strike itself, however, was still powerful enough to throw Sunny flying back. He counted on that, though, and used the momentum to create distance between himself and the vile creature. Landing on his feet, Sunny suppressed a groan and brandished the cruel sight once again. As the heavenly chain rattled, Twisted Rock rose even higher, and the burden of the crushing suddenly pressed him down even more. Sometime later, Sunny was on the verge of passing out from exhaustion and pain. "Ah, curse you!" He staggered back and hunched over, using the shaft of the cruel sight to keep himself standing upright. His breath was ragged and pained, and drops of both sweat and blood were rolling down his face. Things were not going great. For the both of them, actually. The ferocious clash between himself and the vile, giggling fiend had gone for much longer than either of them had ever expected. After the first few minutes, it had become apparent that neither one could easily kill the other. Sunny was too devious and slippery to be caught by the bizarre creature, and the damned chest monster was too vigorous and resilient to succumb to the dozens of shallow wounds that Sunny had delivered to it. What's worse, all of its vital organs seemed to be hidden inside the chest, which was nearly indestructible. It was the most terrible battle of all, a battle between two cockroaches. As the result, their fight lasted for a simply stupid amount of time. By now, both were in rough shape. Sunny was almost dead from exhaustion, bleeding from several ugly wounds and in a world of pain. The abomination looked even worse. Its gaunt body seemed to have gone through a meat grinder, and its long tongue was hanging lifelessly over the edge of the chest, not even trying to move. Neither was ready to give up, though. The fiend panted heavily and stared at Sunny. Then it giggled once again. This time the giggle sounded tired, slightly bewildered, but mostly full of searing hatred. The bastard really wanted to rip Sunny to shreds now. Staggering forward, it tried to swipe at him with one hand but crashed heavily to the ground instead. Lying there motionlessly, the bizarre creature let out a despondent growl. The crushing was almost unbearable by now. Sunny wasn't sure that he would be able to withstand it for much longer, so the abomination had to be having an extremely rough time too. In fact, it was certainly being tortured by the oppressive force much more. Very soon, both of them were going to be completely immobilized. He just had to kill it before that happened. Not sure that he would be able to take another step, Sunny extended the cruel sight to its full length and thrust it forward. The silver blade pierced the skin of the fiend, causing more black blood to seep out. Good. Bleed to death, you piece of crap. He could feel the enhancement of the blood blossom become a tiny bit stronger, but at this point it was already meaningless. The charm was just an awakened memory of the second tier after all. Whatever boost it could provide was not that substantial when dealing with fallen nightmare creatures and ascended weapons, especially past the point where the incremental increases in its potency were truly substantial. The abomination tried to dodge the attack but failed to move fast enough due to the merciless pressure of the crushing. It tried to stand up, but failed. A grim smile appeared on Sunny's face. Got you. His enemy, it seemed, was now completely helpless, but Sunny could still move. He could still attack. He had not even used any of the shadow essence that had been accumulating in his cores this whole time. The reserves weren't large, but there was some. Retrieving his spear, he gathered his strength and then thrust it forward again, delivering another wound to the bizarre creature. And then again, and then... Die. Just die already. And then the fiend giggled mockingly and suddenly gathered its limbs, which then disappeared into the bottom of the chest. A few seconds later, the whole body of the creature was out of sight, leaving only the adamantine, indestructible chest standing in the middle of the stone island. The tip of the spear scraped against the dark wood, not leaving even a scratch on it. Sunny stared at it, dumbfounded. Then he let out a yelp, and as the power of the crushing increased even further, fell to his knees. "What the hell? Come back here, you coward!" His hands trembled from strain as he lifted the cruel sight and struck the chest once again, to no result whatsoever. Sunny seemed to have overexerted himself with that last strike because the spear fell out of his hands and plunged to the ground, striking the stone with enough force to send a few cracks through it. Then it bounced and rolled away, finally getting caught on a piece of bone about 2 meters away. He stared at the cruel sight with a shocked expression and then dismissed the memory instead of trying to walk or crawl that far to retrieve it. Sunny turned to the chest and gritted his teeth. A moment later, sparks of light appeared around his hand again. "Don't think that it's over." The lid of the chest trembled and then rose a bit. The creature clearly strained to achieve even that much. A gloating, hateful giggle emerged from the depths of it a moment later. That was the exact moment when Sunny tossed a polished crimson gem that had appeared in his hand toward the chest. Just a split second after the broken oath flew inside the abomination's maw, the lid snapped close, pressed down by the obliterating force of the crushing. A muffled sound resounded from within the chest, but no matter how much the lid trembled, it didn't rise again. Sunny fell to the ground and laughed, then groaned and whimpered as he arduously crawled a few meters away and finally grew still just outside of the broken oath's soul-destroying reach. Laying there in complete exhaustion, unable to move anymore, Sunny grinned. "Who's laughing now? Try to swallow that, you bastard." Chapter 427, Death of a Mimic. The twisted rock soared higher and higher into the sky, and as it did, A terrible, crushing force assaulted the two living beings that were pressed into its surface, separated only by a dozen meters of dark stone. The large adamantine chest did not look too good. The wood was slowly losing its color. The strips of metal reinforcing it showed growing patches of rust. It seemed as though the creature was struck by some terrible disease. In a sense, it was. After all, the broken oath was currently destroying its soul bit by little bit. Sunny did not look that much better, though. He was laying on the hard stone, looking at the merciless skies, struggling to breathe and endure the pain. His armor was soaked in blood, and his broken arm was pressed tightly against his chest. His face was deathly pale, almost the same color as the tall and majestic ivory tower that floated high above the world, shrouded in the whitest of clouds. Every breath was a torture. Sunny knew that he was not going to bleed to death because of the blood weave, but the wounds still needed to be tended to. His broken bones, especially, were in need of attention. This crushing was turning out to be tragically long, though, not giving him the chance to do so. Well, that was not a surprise. The single chain connecting the twisted rock to the rest of the isles was much longer than most, which meant that the small island was going to rise very, very high. Higher than Sunny had ever been in this strange and deadly land. The crushing was not only going to last longer, but would also be vastly more terrible than the few previous times he had experienced it. By now, the hours of hardship he had endured together with Master Roan several days ago seemed like a pleasant walk in the park. Now, it seemed as though he was being slowly crushed under the weight of the entirety of heaven. Sunny was only alive because he didn't have to hide his powers anymore and could use all of his abilities without restraint. Unlike on the day he had met the dashing Griffin Rider, both shadows were now tightly wrapped around his body, augmenting its resilience threefold. For that reason, he had not turned into a puddle of bloody goo yet. Although it certainly felt as though he was getting close, if things became really unbearable, he could still escape into the shadows and either wait out the worst part of the crushing or try to escape back to the heavenly chain before his shadow essence ran out. Since he had spent this whole time patiently circulating it through the coils of the soul serpent, there was a considerable amount flowing through his cores by now. He had also spent this whole time waiting for the damn chest fiend to finally die, as well as considering his options on how to transport the gold coins back to the sanctuary of Noctis. Since it had turned out that only the upper layer of the treasure pile was real, he now had much more options. However, all of them required him to burn through a lot of essence to cross back through the swarm of chainworms. The problem was confounded by the fact that Twisted Rock was going to be destroyed soon, which meant that he could not risk making several trips to the Citadel and back. He had to carry his spoils away while the island was still attached to the rest of the chained isles. For that reason, Sunny was trying to endure as much of the crushing as he could before turning into a shadow. He also did not forget about the strange way his intuition had reacted to the dying island. Before the burden of the crushing became too overbearing, he had sent one of his shadows to scour the whole place in search of anything that might have been important enough to affect the strings of fate. However, there was literally nothing on the Twisted Rock except for barren stone and ancient blackened bones. The shadow explored every nook and cranny of this miserable place, only to find nothing at all. He had even sent it to take a look at the underside of the small isle, but it was as empty and desolate as the rest of it. Sunny was left very confused by that turn of events. He was certain that there was nowhere on the Twisted Rock that he had failed to search. And yet, there was nothing on the island to cause his intuition to react so strongly. What was going on? Had he failed to notice something, or was he mistaken about the whole thing to begin with? Sadly, after a while, the crushing had become too terrible for him to endure without the help of the second shadow, so he had to call it back. And now, here they were. A sudden sound attracted Sunny's attention. Glancing sideways, he noticed that a crack had appeared on the surface of the adamantine chest. Black blood seeped out of it, soon turning into a stream. A few seconds later, a second crack appeared near the first. He would have smiled if not for the fact that even such a simple action was rather strenuous now, this high above the sky below. It's not going to be too long now. A few minutes later, there was a pool of black blood surrounding the large wooden chest. Sunny endured the pain and counted the seconds. Before he reached 1,000, The vile creature trembled slightly and giggled one last time, its grating voice full of doleful outrage. Then the bizarre monstrosity shuddered and grew absolutely still. It was finally dead. Sunny couldn't help but grin slightly. Finally, all those coins are mine. As the heavenly chain rattled and groaned, the voice of the spell resounded above the hellish stone island. Its words sounded like music to his ears. You have slain a fallen devil, mordant mimic. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. Chapter 428, Covetous Coffer. Despite the torturous burden of the crushing, Sunny couldn't help but feel jubilant. Not only did he receive 8 shadow fragments and a powerful memory, he had also defeated a fallen devil all by himself without even Saint providing him any help. The Black Knight, too, had been a fallen devil. So killing one solo meant a lot to Sunny. It was a poignant milestone that made him feel like all his hard work and all the vile things he had gone through were not for nothing. He was accomplishing his goal, growing stronger. Of course, the mordant mimic was not as terrifying of a foe in battle as the guardian of the ruined cathedral had been. One was a creature that seemed to have been created solely for combat, while the other mostly relied on deceit and ambushing its prey to achieve victory, and yet the chest fiend was by no means an easy foe. If anything, its devilish nature only made it that much more dangerous. Argh! As the twisted rock rose higher, the crushing struck at Sunny with even more dreadful force, making his mirth dissipate in a wave of miserable suffering. A muffled groan escaped from his lips. Endure. Just endure a bit more. This hell is going to end soon. For now, he had no choice but to keep suffering, wait and stare at the distant silhouette of the ivory tower. The beautiful pagoda seemed so close now that he could almost imagine himself reaching out and encompassing it in his fist. With nothing else to do, Sunny summoned the runes and found the familiar cluster out of habit, shadow fragments, 223 over 2,000. I wonder how many coins are in that damn chest. Would he be able to create the third core with their help? Shifting his gaze, Sunny found the runes describing his memories. A new one was now shown at the end of the list. His eyes glistened slightly as he concentrated on it and read the description. Memory, Covetous Coffer. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory tier, 4. Bonnie really couldn't believe his fortune. This was the second ascended memory of the 4th tier that he had acquired in a span of just a few days. Even without considering the main boon of the expedition, the miraculous coins, this journey had already proved to be incredibly fruitful. But what kind of a memory would the bizarre carnivorous chest leave behind? Curious, he read on. Memory type, tool. A utility memory? While not as showy as armors and weapons, utility memories were the foundation of every Awaken's arsenal. Take Sunny, for example. Some of his most precious memories were tools. Endless Spring, Ordinary Rock, Silver Bell, even Weaver's Mask. Excited, he tried to forget about the obliterating pressure of the crushing and concentrate on the runes. Memory description. You are very strange, said Noctis. Why was his new friend so deathly afraid of chests? Why was he so timid and pale? Don't be afraid, these are just my treasure chests. They won't bite. Well, except for this one. This one will eat you alive. Sunny blinked. That is interesting. So Noctis of the Sanctuary of Noctis was a person, after all. What's more, he or she had apparently been in possession of several treasure chests, including one that could eat people alive. Had the mordant mimic once been a pet of this Noctis? If so, what kind of a person would keep a fallen devil as a pet? Suddenly full of dread, Sunny continued to read. Memory enchantments, mendacious coffer, capacious chest, locomotive chiffonier, lurid trunk. Sunny stared at the runes with a deadpan expression. Well, what do all these words even mean? Struggling to understand the names of the enchantments, he wondered if the spell was having a stroke and shifted his gaze to the descriptions. Mendacious coffer. Enchantment description. This memory can mimic the form of any inanimate object. The size and intricacy of the simulacrum are dependent on the wielder's soul core capacity. Makes sense. I'm sure that the mimic only assumed the form of a chest instead of being created as one. I wonder what kind of a shape I can currently manage, though. He studied the runes again. Capacious chest, enchantment description. This memory is bigger on the inside. It can be summoned and dismissed while storing inanimate items. The size of the storage space, as well as the maximum weight of stored items, are dependent on the wielder's soul core capacity. Sunny suppressed the desire to grin. Yes, this was exactly what he needed right now. This enchantment solved the exact problem he was facing, the need to carry all the gold coins away before Twisted Rock was destroyed. Once again, luck was on his side. But that wasn't all. The ability to store items in the covetous coffer and then store the coffer in his soul sea opened up a sea of possibilities. In a sense, it was just like Effie's incredible bag, but better. The bag had to be carried around if there was anything inside of it, while the coffer could be stashed away until needed. And if so, could Sunny bring items from the dream realm to the real world with its help? He couldn't wait to find out. Thinking of all the money he would make, Sunny turned his attention to the remaining enchantments. Locomotive Chiffonnier. Enchantment description. This memory can move around and follow its wielder. Nice. That will solve the problem of having to carry all the items if I store too much inside. They are still going to weigh a ton after all. Lurid trunk. Enchantment description. This memory will protect itself against potential thieves by eating them. Sunny blinked. That is a bit scary. I better remain on the good side of this bizarre memory, huh? Overall, he was incredibly happy with the covetous coffer. This new utility memory of his was simply fantastic. Not only was it capable of solving his current predicament, it would also make his future ventures into the dream realm much more comfortable and efficient. Not to mention the possibility of being able to bring soul shards into the real world with its help, and selling them there at a high price. Soul shards meant money, and money meant being able to purchase memories. With more memories at his disposal, Sunny would be able to bring Saint to 200 shadow fragments faster, which would hopefully make the two of them vastly more powerful. Now, he just had to survive the crushing. He was almost ready to give up and turn into a shadow when the heavenly chain finally drew taut, stopping the rise of the Twisted Rock. One more deafening rattle rolled through the air, and then everything grew quiet. The crushing was at its peak now. Sunny was hurting terribly, but still able to withstand it. He just had to endure until the island entered the descent phase and the pressure would slowly start to reduce. Sunny strained his chest and drew in a hoarse breath. Thank gods. However, before he could feel any relief, the whole island suddenly shuddered and a strange piercing noise assaulted his ears. It sounded like the sound of metal being torn apart. Sunny's pupils widened. What was that? Chapter 429, Schism. A moment later, a deafening roar of massive iron links being torn apart rolled over the entire island, which then lurched up by a few meters and suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Sunny yelped, feeling the crushing assault him with even more obliterating force. The chain is failing. Why did it happen so soon? For a few moments, he felt nothing but pure bestial panic. Then he forced himself to regain control over his mind and threw a desperate glance toward the not-so-distant edge of the Twisted Rock. Would he be able to escape in time? He lingered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and commanded one of the shadows to slide off his body onto the ground. As soon as it did, a muffled scream escaped from his lips. It felt as though a giant hammer struck his body, making every bone in it shudder and groan. Sunny turned his head to the side and spat a mouthful of blood. Curse it all! The shadow flew to the edge of the island and slid over its edge, desperately trying to reach the dying chain. But it was too late. As Sunny watched in horror, one of the links of the heavenly tether broke. Only one, the weakest of them all. But that was all it took. No! The chain that connected Twisted Rock to the rest of the chained isles snapped in two, and as 10 kilometers of gargantuan iron links slowly fell toward the sky below, the island suddenly shot upward. Since it was still in the ascent phase and now unrestrained by anything, the speed of its rise was simply terrifying. No, no, no! The crushing struck at Sonny with such fury that he couldn't even scream. He felt himself being slowly broken and feverishly tried to come up with a solution. Step through the shadows, jump down, and try to glide to the shipwreck island. No, that would never work. There were more than 10 kilometers separating these isles from one another, which was far outside the Dark Wing's capabilities. He could try to chase after the piece of the chain still connected to the shipwreck island, but chances of catching up with it were close to zero. The length of the heavenly tether was falling deceitfully slow, but it was just an illusion caused by its colossal size. In truth, the torn end of it was flying through the air at tremendous speed, moving both down and away from the twisted rock. The repulsive silhouettes of the gluttonous chain worms were growing smaller by the second. Sonny was already late to rush in pursuit of it, and every moment that passed made the probability of success lower. Great! Goddamn great, you fool! You finally let your greed kill you! Sonny growled, full of fury at himself, but then suddenly stopped. No, that didn't make any sense. He was not on this island because of greed. Even though Sonny had made several risky decisions in order to get to the miraculous coins, at the end of it, standing on the edge of the shipwreck island, he put his avarice aside and made a sober choice. He came here because his intuition had told him that something on the twisted rock was very important to his future, but what was it? There was nothing but stone and bones in this damn place. What was he supposed to do? How was he supposed to survive? Sonny tried to calm down and think. He summoned his shadow back and briefly regained the ability to breathe. It wasn't going to be for long, though. The crushing was already overwhelming his physical ability to resist its lethal pressure. Sonny had a few dozen seconds at most before he would be forced to retreat into the shadows or die. Think. There has to be a way out. Hide inside the dead mimic or the covetous coffer? No, the items inside the memory maintain their weight, which means that they too will be affected by the crushing. And even if not, what's the point? Even if the chest survives until the twisted rock itself is torn apart and plunges down into the sky below, I'll just be falling forever inside of a box instead of on my own. That's like dying inside of a coffin. And the twisted rock was going to be destroyed by the crushing, inevitably and without a doubt. As it rose higher and higher, it was going to start to fall apart. When enough of it was destroyed to obliterate the mysterious force that kept the isles afloat, the remaining debris was going to fall down and eventually disappear into the sky below, alongside what was going to remain of Sonny. He lay motionlessly for a few seconds, then for a few seconds more. Another crack appeared on the corpse of the mordant mimic. Then the stone beneath it cracked too. Sonny did not move at all. The cracks on the stone widened and crawled in every direction. A few moments later, a heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Sonny had one last gamble left. Gathering all of his strength, he groaned and pushed himself off the ground. Even though it felt as if he was lifting a mountain and every muscle in his body trembled at the edge of bursting apart, he somehow managed to sit up. Then, Sonny summoned Weaver's mask. After returning from the Forgotten Shore and deciding to create a separate persona to investigate the Sovereigns, as well as do all the things that Sonny didn't want to be associated with his name, the one which would then accidentally become known as the famous Lord Mongrel, he had decided to never use any of the equipment that it wielded if there was even the smallest chance of someone connecting him to the mysterious masked man. But he had little choice right now. His last hope was fate. He knew that something had drawn him to the twisted rock, even though in the end he failed to find it. In the past, his intuition only reacted that strongly to the things that were connected to the gods, the unknown, and Weaver. So, there was a high chance that Weaver's mask would show him the way to salvation. As the cool black wood caressed his kin, Sonny forced air into his lungs and sent his shadow essence toward the mask. He was going to do something that he dreaded doing for many months. Activate the mysterious Ventura. The divine memory. When the power of his soul poured into the Weaver's mask, Sonny froze for a moment, and then let out a horrible, inhuman scream. Chapter 430. Tapestry of Fate. The moment Sunny's essence touched the black wooden surface of the divine memory, Weaver's mask suddenly reached into his very soul and hungrily drank more, and then more, and more, and more. In a fraction of a second, all of his reserve of shadow essence was sucked dry with only a tiny bit of it remaining, almost as if these pitiful drops were not even worth being consumed by the mask. And even then, all it could achieve was activate the enchantment for just a single moment. That single moment, however, was enough to almost drive Sunny insane. Suddenly, a horrifying pain pierced his eyes and his mind, akin to the suffering he had experienced after consuming the drop of ichor, only so much worse, infinitely worse. As he shrieked, all traces of intelligence disappearing from his voice, the world he saw changed. Suddenly, all Sunny could see was an endless, beautiful eternity of twisting threads. Those threads transfixed everything in existence, connecting every living being and every object, every thought and every concept, every dream and every nightmare, stretching infinitely into every direction, as well as into the past, the present, and the future. These were the strings of fate. They were just like the threads of light that the spell was woven of. But while the magnificent and inconceivably complex pattern that Sunny had seen twice in the empty void between dream and reality composed the function of the spell, what he glimpsed right now connected everything. All of the universe as it had existed was existing and was going to exist. Much worse, when observing the weave of the spell, Sunny could only sense and guess at its meaning. But the terrifying enchantment of Weaver's mask not only allowed him to see the tapestry of fate, but also forced the understanding of it onto him. The knowledge of everything, everywhere, all at once. Of course, such knowledge was too much for any human to endure. Just the tiniest infinitesimal amount of it was enough to instantly destroy any living being. Except maybe for a god. Or a demon. As blood streamed out of Sunny's nose, eyes, and mouth, and a silent scream died on his lips, he instinctively did the only thing that could save him from being obliterated by the sight of the strings of fate. He dissipated into the shadows. This was, perhaps, the reason why his eyes did not turn into smoldering embers and his head did not just explode right there on the spot. Shadows had no eyes and no skulls, after all. However, falling into the embrace of darkness, Sunny realized with cold horror that Weaver's mask, somehow, was still resting on his face. When he turned into a shadow, it had turned into one, too. His vision shifted from that of a human to the colorless sight of a shadow, but he could still see the eternity of strings of fate. There were especially many of them near him. The infinite threads were tightly wrapped around his body, as well as around his soul, encompassing and piercing it. It looked almost as if he was strung on them like a small marionette. And among those threads, two shone much brighter than the rest. One was made out of pure white flame and stretched far away into the distance, leading north toward the hollow mountains. The other was made out of beautiful golden light and led down and away from both the shipwreck island and the twisted rock, diving into the tear and disappearing into the boundless darkness of the sky below. Although it seemed as though eons had passed, in reality, it was no more than a fraction of a second. Sunny's head did not explode because he had turned into a shadow, but his mind was still on the verge of utter, irrevocable destruction. A fraction more, and it was going to be wiped out from existence by the divine knowledge of fate. But what can I do? The mask is a shadow now. His thoughts were scattered and weak. And yet he fought through the shock and managed to remember an important detail. He could dismiss the memory, but that would be too slow. Even if it took only a second, there would be nothing left of him by the end of it. A wave of desperation rose from the depths of his heart, and then the shadow essence that Weaver's mask had absorbed finally ran out. Instantly the enchantment deactivated, and the ruthless worlds of endless threads disappeared with it. Sunny could only see what all humans and shadows were meant to be able to see. A piece of dark stone soaring into the sky as the merciless grinder of the crushing was slowly breaking it apart. Sunny sensed hazily that there was something urgent about the situation, but he was not entirely there. Although the terrible visage of the strings of fate was gone, his mind was scattered and empty. He couldn't really lose conscience while in the form of a shadow, but not being able to think or even recognize the existence of his self was very close to it. Soon, however, he started to slowly gather the pieces of his wounded, shattered mind back together. He was in dire danger, after all. The entire twisted rock was shaking and rumbling as it rose higher and higher into the sky above. Wide cracks appeared on its surface, growing larger with each second. The blackened bones had already been turned into dust, and now the only thing standing above the stone was the ramshackle, lopsided dead treasure chest. The corpse of the mordant mimic strangely seemed to be much more sturdy than the ascending island itself. It was still in one piece, at least, and almost whole. I need to come up with a plan. As this thought formed in Sunny's mind, he suddenly came to his senses and realized several things. One of them was what he had to do. The other was that the pitiful drops of shadow essence left in his soul cores were about to evaporate, which meant that he would not be able to remain in the form of a shadow for much longer. The third one was that he still had not retrieved the golden coins from inside the chest.
Shadow.
Now, whether he lived or died depended on one thing: whether he would be forced out of the shadows and turned into a bloody puddle first, or whether the twisted rock would fall apart first. Which would it be? Well, I might as well try, right? Flowing through the shadow cast by the treasure chest, he dismissed the broken oath. A tiny amount of shadow essence, from which the memories were created, returned to his soul. Hiding on the surface of the dead mimic, Sunny dismissed the blood blossom and the puppeteer's shroud too. Finally, he dismissed Weaver's mask, which brought him much more essence than the previous 3 memories combined, even if, in the grand scheme of things, that amount was still rather insignificant. Still, if it could gift him even 1 second more, it was worth it. Circulating his essence through the coils of the soul serpent to slow down its expenditure and enhance the speed of its regeneration, Sunny hid on the treasure chest and waited for his fate to be decided. After something that felt like an eternity, when the twisted rock had soared so high above the chained aisles that the crushing started turning smaller pieces of stone into fine dust, the island finally shuddered and cracked open. One of the rifts that opened in the blackened stone was directly beneath Sunny and the dead mimic. The whole section of the aisle suddenly broke off, separating from it in a rain of rock shards. Sunny caught a glimpse of petrified bones encased in the solidified stone, and then the chest he was hiding on floated up. For a few seconds, all of it, the remaining core of the island, the sea of stone debris, and the dead mimic, continued to rise higher and higher. Larger pieces of rock were crushed into smaller ones and then turned into dust. A deafening thunder filled the air. But then, as if an invisible switch had been turned, the mysterious force that had kept the twisted rock floating between 2 skies for thousands of years was no more. Suddenly, everything that was too heavy to be carried away by wind slowed in its ascent, froze in the air for a few moments, and fell down. The cracked treasure chest tumbled down too, falling toward the sky below. Sunny, who was still just a shadow adhered on its side, saw the world spin around. The last drops of his shadow essence were about to disappear. But that was fine. They would last him long enough to reach the altitude where the crushing wasn't immediately lethal anymore. When it finally happened, Sunny suddenly appeared on the surface of the chest and held on to it for dear life. The pressure of the crushing first threw him against the wood hard enough to break a few ribs, then tried to rip him away, but Sunny would not let go. His damned coins were in that damned chest. Together, he and the dead mimic fell lower and lower until finally, the crushing weakened enough to allow Sunny to move. Summoning the dark wing, he commanded it to turn into a blur and changed the direction of their fall. However, he was not trying to move toward the distant silhouette of the shipwreck island out of desperation. Instead, he was guiding the chest in the opposite direction, aiming it into the vast, empty expanse of the tear. Chapter 4. 131. Fall from Grace. As Sunny and the treasure chest plunged through the skies into the boundless black abyss, pieces of the shattered island pursued them. The crushing was slowly growing weaker, but it was still strong enough to kill most awakened. If not for the power of his shadows, Sunny would have been long dead. And even with it, he was much closer to becoming a corpse than he would have wished to be. His whole body was bruised, bloodied, and in pain, which he could see very clearly because, in addition to being terribly banged up, Sunny was also currently completely naked. What a glorious sight! Damn it! He had dismissed the puppeteer's shroud to absorb the shadow essence spent on its summoning, and had none of it left to manifest the armor again. The last drops had been spent to summon the dark wing. As the result, Sunny found himself falling into the sky below atop a lopsided treasure chest while wearing nothing but his pack and the strip of leather holding his broken arm in place. His only hope right now was that neither Master Roan nor Saint Tyrus would suddenly appear to save the day and see him in this state. He would rather plunge into the tear than live through that embarrassment. Well, not really. I take it back. Both of them can descend from the clouds and carry me away in their arms. I won't mind. No, really. But no one came to his rescue. Dodging the heavy slabs of shattered stone and desperately trying to glide through the field of debris, Sunny slowly pushed the chest toward the empty expanse of the tear and prayed that nothing would damage his fragile cloak. It was having enough trouble obeying his commands already. The dark wing wasn't really designed to carry heavy weights. It could barely support just Sunny himself. And that was in normal conditions. Now that Sunny was refusing to let go of the dead mimic, and with both of them being affected by the crushing, the enchanted cloak was on the verge of breaking apart. Instead of gliding smoothly away from the falling rocks, Sunny and the treasure chest were more or less just falling between them at a slight angle. Needless to say, dodging the debris of the destroyed island in these circumstances was not easy. But, somehow, Sunny managed to protect both himself and the dark wing for long enough to escape the danger zone in one piece. By then, the crushing had become almost bearable. Sitting on the lid of the treasure chest and feeling the terrible pressure grow weaker and weaker with each second, Sunny grimaced from pain, then let out a relieved sigh. The cool breeze was softly touching his burning face as well as his, well, everything. All things considered, the fall was not unpleasant, but then a sudden thought appeared in his mind. "What are you feeling relieved about, idiot?" "Oh, right." Looking down, Sunny saw nothing but the swiftly approaching, boundless, dark expanse of the sky below. The endless abyss that stretched downward forever, and from which there was no escape. Not unless one knew how to fly. That was where he was headed. Except for the golden string of fate Sunny had seen disappearing into the depth of the tear, he had no reason whatsoever to believe that he would survive the fall into the sky below, let alone ever be able to return to the sanctuary in the real world. Most likely he was going to go mad and either be devoured by some terrifying abyssal titan or die of hunger. His life, almost literally, was hanging by a thread. But right now, he didn't care. All he cared about was the physical relief of not being pressed down upon by the crushing. He was still wounded all over and in pain, but experiencing just the normal amount of it was almost euphoric. It's the small things that matter, like not being constantly crushed by an invisible, murderous, magical force, or resting comfortably on a wide lid of a treasure chest instead of having your limbs being crushed in its jaws. Simple stuff like that. Now that the crushing was almost gone, Sunny used the dark wing to push the dead mimic deeper into the tear, as well as keep it level in the air. The treasure chest was wide and long, and its lid was flat. In a sense, it was almost like a firm, narrow cot. There were worse ways to fall into an endless abyss, really. Sunny stared at the wide sweep of the tear, trying to burn the memory of the golden string of light into his mind. The tear was situated in the center of the chained aisles, and was both vast and absolutely empty. Some people believed that the ivory tower had once stood in its middle and was the first island to break free of its chains. Over thousands of years, islands that had bordered it were slowly destroyed one after another, causing the tear to grow. By now, it was a couple of 100 kilometers across, and from what Sunny could tell, the string of fate led to somewhere in its very center. The question was, how deep in there was the thing on the other end of the string? The longest someone had flown down into the sky below before turning back was a week. Was the mysterious object hidden in an even deeper part of the abyss? And what was that object? Sunny could not even guess. The only thing he knew was that his intuition had pushed him toward the twisted rock because of it. If so, it should have been something that would allow him to survive, right? Of course, his fate might have been to just die there. Fate didn't really discriminate against any type of occurrence, including fatal ones. Regardless, Sunny was going to find out. It's not like he had a choice now. Feeling the air get colder, he shivered and watched the sky around him grow darker and darker. Soon, there was no light left in it at all. Sunny had fallen into the sky below. Chapter 432. First Day of Nothing. This is sort of grim. Sunny was falling through a boundless, empty void of cold darkness. Far below, false stars were shimmering with pale white light. Their radiance, however, did very little to illuminate the sky below. Everywhere around him, there was just nothing. Sunny was still resting atop the treasure chest, holding on to it with his one healthy hand. He had no reference point to measure how far he had traveled, but suspected that the distance was swiftly leaving the realm of mundane sense and logic. He was not very educated, however. Even he knew that a falling object would forever accelerate at a steady pace. Theoretically. That meant that every second Sunny was falling, his speed was increasing exponentially. By now, it had to be simply insane. But he did not really feel that speed. All he felt were wisps of cold wind caressing his skin from time to time. If there was one good thing about the situation, it was that he had accumulated a bit of shadow essence and was able to summon the puppeteer's shroud again. So he wasn't naked anymore, at least. If there was one thing he did know, though, it was the approximate speed with which he could glide forward with the help of the dark wing. Adding the weight of the dead treasure to the equation, he could more or less calculate the distance he was covering horizontally. With that in mind, he guessed that he would reach the middle of the tear in around a day. Problem was, he had no reliable way to measure time as well. There were some clues he could try to use, like the rate of shadow essence regeneration or the state of his wounds, but they were not exactly reliable. In heroic stories, characters often found themselves in similar situations. Every time that happened, the hero somehow managed to measure the passage of time by the state of their facial hair. Sadly, despite being 18, Sunny could not grow even the most pitiful of beards. That was a real shame. I guess I'm not hero material. With a bitter sigh, he stared at the lid of the treasure chest and tried to assess his physical state. Things weren't good, but they also weren't very bad. He had sustained minor internal damage due to the crushing, as well as several rather ugly wounds in the battle against Mimic. The half-healed cuts left on his body by the mirror beast had also opened at some point and were now hurting once again. The worst injury was, of course, his broken arm. His mental state was also somewhat in shambles after being ravaged by the visage of the strings of fate. Luckily, there seemed to be no long-lasting effects. Even the splitting headache was already growing fainter. Sunny also could not remember the exact details of what he had seen, as if his mind completely erased them from his memory to protect itself. The only thing that remained was the fragment of the memory that he had preserved on purpose, the image of the thread of golden light leading deep into the tear. Sunny stared at the black nothingness, waited for a while, then slowly exhaled. Great. Now what? There was no answer. After a while, Sunny had no idea how long, he got tired of waiting for something to happen and decided to act. Might as well. The first thing he did was summon the covetous coffer. Sonny expected that an identical chest would appear near the dead one, but instead, what he saw was a miniature version of it. A box made of dark wood, with strips of iron reinforcing it, appeared on the lid of the treasure chest. It was about the size of a jewelry box, but not at all elegant. In fact, the covetous coffer looked more mean than graceful, somehow. As Sonny stared at it, the lid of the box raised slightly, revealing rows of sharp iron teeth. He blinked. I guess that's all I can manage with my current soul core capacity. Shaking his head, Sonny looked at the coffer and said in an uncertain tone, "Come here." Immediately, 8 short iron legs appeared from under the box, and it scurried over before plopping down near him. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, glanced at his fingers, then cautiously opened the lid of the box. Luckily, it didn't try to bite them off. Taking off his pack, Sonny transferred its contents into the box. Although it seemed rather small, the coffer swallowed all his supplies without any problem. Perfect. Sonny closed the box, patted it on the lid, and dismissed it. Then he summoned the moonlight shard and methodically cut his now empty pack into strips of leather. Using his one healthy hand and his teeth, Sonny tied them into a semblance of a rope, then tied himself to the treasure chest, and finally calmed down. Now his coins weren't going anywhere. Satisfied with his handiwork, Sonny rested for a bit. He was starting to feel tired and sleepy. Falling through the endless abyss turned out to be way less exciting than he had thought. In fact, it was extremely boring. There were still a lot of things he had to do, though. With a grimace, Sonny cautiously shifted his weight and crawled to the end of the chest. There, he used the moonlight shard to widen a crack on the side of the dead mimic and separate 2 long planks of wood from it. Then he made a roll out of the last strip of leather he had and bit down on it. This is going to suck. Without giving himself too much time to think about it, he removed his broken arm from its sling and then proceeded to swiftly set the bones, just like he had been taught. A sharp, blinding pain pierced his mind. When Sonny regained his vision and the ability to think straight, he saw that his arm did not look like jelly anymore. It seemed more or less straight. That will have to do. Hissing and cursing, he used the 2 planks of wood and the strip of leather to create a sturdy splint, then carefully placed it back inside the sling. Now, his broken bones had a good chance of growing back together correctly, hopefully. After that, Sonny summoned the endless spring and the covetous coffer, took some of his remaining food out of it, and had a strangely relaxed meal on top of the dead mimic's lid. By the time he was done, the sky below did not change at all. He was still falling into its depths, slowly moving the treasure chest toward the center of the tear with the help of the dark wing. He was also absolutely exhausted. Sonny somberly stared at the distant false stars. He stared at them until his eyes started to water and his thoughts became slow and muddy. Then he stared at them some more. After a while, he thought, I can't take it anymore. By then, his reserves of shadow essence were full by a third. Judging that around 24 hours had passed after the destruction of the twisted rock, Sonny sighed, then dismissed the dark wing and allowed the chest to start falling straight down. He was going to have to keep falling into the sky below for 6 more days. At least, probably longer. Sonny shook his head, knowing full well that these estimations had almost nothing to do with reality. Then he did something that he had never thought he would ever do. He cautiously lay down on the long lid of the dead mimic, tightened the rope connecting them together, and closed his eyes. Soon, Sonny was dead asleep, plummeting into the darkness of the abyss without a care in the world. Chapter 433. More of the same nothing. Sonny's bed trembled slightly, and he felt the wind blowing across the room. Still mostly asleep, he sighed and tried to pull the blanket higher. However, that damn thing was nowhere to be found. Where the hell is it? Reluctant to let go of sleep, he blindly searched for the blanket. Instead of finding it, though, Sonny suddenly felt his whole bed careen to the side. Startled, he opened his eyes and saw nothing but darkness surrounding him. What the... Oh, right. He wasn't in his small room in the sanctuary. He was plummeting into a lightless abyss atop the corpse of a fallen devil instead. Sonny stared into the darkness for a bit. Then he yawned. Well, at least I slept well. Indeed, he was feeling rather refreshed. Most of his aches had either disappeared or grown milder, and even his wounded mind felt soothed. He felt rested, energized, and much better overall. The only problem was he was still falling into the endless void of the sky below. Sonny scratched the back of his head, though about this predicament, then summoned the endless spring and drank some water. Then he concentrated and tried to assess the situation. The situation was absolutely the same. He was surrounded by nothing. Nothing had changed while he slept, and there was nothing he could do about it. Sonny sighed and stared at the treasure chest beneath him. After a while, he thought, if you think about it, this is just next-level pettiness. Not only did I kill this poor bastard, I even went so far as to take a nap on top of its dead body. Talk about insulting. Somewhere down below, false stars shimmered with white light. Judging by how much of his shadow essence had regenerated, Sonny judged that he slept for about 12 hours. A bit longer than usual, but he was really exhausted after everything that had transpired. These calculations of his, of course, were very rough. But if he assumed them to be correct, that would mean that he had left the sanctuary 6 days ago. He had no idea how long it was going to take to reach the thing on the end of the golden string of fate, but had to assume that it would take at least a week. Much longer than that, most likely. Back in the real world, his body was safely hidden in the luxurious sleeping pod in the basement of his house. The pod would keep it alive for months, so Sonny was not too worried about his physical well-being. Yet. Would anyone miss him? Probably not. Kai and Effie were used to his long ventures into the dream realm, and even if none of them had been as long as this one was going to be, they would just assume that he was too lazy to answer their messages and go about their business. They were famous heroes now, after all, with packed schedules and plenty of problems of their own. Teacher Julius didn't expect any reports from him, too. The lookouts in the sanctuary were not in the habit of keeping a detailed record of who went in and out of the citadel. The most anyone was going to think about him would be when Cassie arrived from the Night Temple, and he wasn't there to help St. Tyrus receive her, but she would just think that he was avoiding her, as he had done before. Sitting on the lid of the dead treasure chest in boundless darkness, Sonny realized that no one was really going to care that he was gone. So many things had changed, but even more remained just the same. Throwing a long look at the beautiful glass bottle in his hand, Sonny remained motionless for a while, then dismissed it and knocked on the lid of the dead mimic. Whatever. I have my coins at least. Sometime later, he was performing a strange aerial dance. Holding onto the rope connecting him to the dead mimic with his one functioning hand, Sonny summoned the dark wing, then cautiously climbed onto the side of the big chest and tried to balance it so that the heavy thing didn't flip. Because of the fact that both of them were plummeting down with incredible speed, his body felt pleasantly light. Sonny thought about it for a while, then frowned. How did that even make any sense? Yesterday he had thought that the speed of his fall was going to increase exponentially, which meant that at some point his body was bound to be simply torn apart. Probably. But now he realized since he could breathe in the sky below and felt the wind, or rather the air moving past him as he fell through it, it meant that the speed of his fall had a limit dictated by the air resistance. He did not, however, feel that resistance too much. By all accounts, he should have been hearing the roaring of the wind and feeling it assault his body instead of falling through the emptiness in something that resembled comfort. Common sense didn't seem to be working the sky below. Better not think about it too much. What was the point of trying to understand the laws of a place that simply denied all logic? He had far more practical things to do. Trusting the leather rope to hold his weight, Sonny let go of it and summoned the moonlight shard. Then, perched precariously on the side of the treasure chest, he inserted the narrow blade of the ghostly stiletto between its lip and the lid, and tried to pry it open. The task turned out to be far more difficult than Sonny had anticipated. Not only did he have to do everything with only one hand, he also had to balance the chest to prevent it from spinning in the empty void, as well as keep an eye on the rope, hoping nervously that it would not break. After some time and plenty of exasperated curses, however, he finally managed to pry the jaws of the dead devil open. Inside its maw, a pile of golden coins was waiting for him to claim them. A dark smile appeared on Sunny's face. Then he let out a slightly unhinged laugh. Ah, it feels nice to be rich. Chapter 434. A lot of nothing summoning the covetous coffer, he commanded the toothy box to climb inside the bigger, toothier box and open its lid. Then he started whistling a light-hearted melody while throwing the heavy coins inside. 1, 2, 3, 4, Ah, what a day to be alive. 5, 6. One after another, the miraculous golden discs disappeared into the coffer. After a while, Sunny shifted his weight slightly, got more comfortable, and continued gathering his spoils. In the end, he had recovered almost 1,400 coins from inside the dead devil. Just as Sunny had expected, the entire top layer of the treasure pile had turned out to be real. That was an incredible, astonishing boon. Suddenly, everything that had happened seemed worth it. Almost. Glancing at the lightless void around him, Sunny sighed. Who knows if I will even be able to return to the sanctuary? Without the altar, these coins are just dead weight. Somewhat disheartened, he lingered for a few moments, then turned his gaze back to the open treasure chest. The top layer of the treasure pile that he had successfully plundered was indeed real, but beneath it. Sunny struggled to keep the contents of his stomach inside. Beneath the treasure, the limbs and organs of the mimic were tightly packed together, taking up most of the chest's volume. The whole thing was soaked in black blood and producing a sickening stench, not to mention looking like a butcher's nightmare. Disgusting. So disgusting. Thinking about how repulsive the sight in front of him was, Sunny used the moonlight shard to cut through the terrible sludge and fished out 4 large soul shards with a wide smile on his face. After cleaning them up a little, he placed the alluring crystals inside the covetous coffer and dismissed the memory with a feeling of great satisfaction. After that, Sunny stared inside the treasure chest with a dubious expression on his face. The thing was, he only had around 3 days' worth of provisions left, stored neatly inside the covetous coffer. If he rationed his food, it would probably last him for about a week. After that, Sunny scratched the back of his head, then shuddered and closed the lid of the chest with a loud thud. I'll think about it when the time comes, but hopefully it never does. With that, he climbed back onto the dead devil and rested for a while, looking into the darkness. As time slowly passed, Sunny grew more and more solemn. Finally, he came to a frightening realization. He had nothing else left to do. This is going to be a problem. An eternity later, or just a few hours, who knew, Sunny was sitting on top of the treasure chest and dying from boredom. He was still falling through the boundless dark abyss. Of course, what else would he be doing? There was nothing else to do. The cruel sight was in his hand, the silver blade shining with a bright radiance. He was using its Light Eater enchantment to summon the sunlight the somber spear had absorbed and project it into the darkness of the sky below. Thanks to that light, the shapes of his 2 shadows could be clearly seen, one resting on the surface of the chest to his left, the other to his right. Sunny shook his head, then said, I am dying of boredom here. I have never been this bored. How are we going to survive weeks of this crap? What do you guys think? The happy shadow to his right hesitated, then raised a fist encouragingly. Its sentiment was quite clear. You got this. The gloomy shadow to his left stared at him grimly, then simply shook its head. Its meaning was clear too. Just give up already. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then smiled. Well, I think it's going to be fine. I'll just think about it as a vacation. Yeah. When was the last time I could just relax and do nothing? That's right. Never. If you think about it, guys, this is a godsend opportunity. An opportunity to rest and laze about as much as I want. He remained silent for a while, then added, I literally have no choice but to do nothing. Lucky me, right? The gloomy shadow glanced at him and covered its face with a palm. Even the happy shadow hesitated for a bit before giving him a timid shrug. Sunny frowned. What do you mean, go crazy? I'm not going to go crazy. I'm so done with being crazy. Been there, done that, as they say. There is zero possibility that I will go crazy. The shadows didn't answer, making him huff angrily. Whatever. Why am I even speaking to you two? It's not like you even have enough decency to pull your weight in the conversation. He scowled and dismissed the cruel sight, letting the darkness shroud everything once again. The shadows became invisible. After a while, Sunny said scornfully, and it's not like I don't have better alternatives to talk to anyway. Where had he put the ordinary rock? By the time 3 days had passed, at least Sunny suspected that it had been 3 days, since that was how long his shadow essence usually took to fully recover without the aid of the soul serpent, he was indeed on the verge of losing his mind. It wasn't even the boredom that was the worst, it was the absolute lack of any external stimuli. Nothing ever changed in the sky below. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever appeared or disappeared or was there at all. There was nothing but empty darkness, the distant shimmering stars, and him. And falling. At the start of it all, Sunny had been worried that he would encounter evil, colossal, inconceivably horrifying creatures in the abyss. That was what one would expect from an abyss, right? But there was none. By now, he almost hoped to encounter a stray titan or two. He had heard that people were prone to going insane in isolation, but never expected to be in such a situation himself. Sunny had spent the first day thinking about this and that, remembering his experiences and trying to learn something from them. He wondered about the mirror beast and the cruel sight. Why was the silver spear even called that? Then he understood. It was called the cruel sight because its polished blade showed a person their own reflection. He wondered about the shipwreck, the coins, the mimic, and the person called Noctis. How were all of these things connected? After a while, he guessed that Noctis had been the captain of the ancient ship, the master of the mimic, and the person whose face was depicted on the miraculous coins. Noctis was also probably the one who had created the coins in the first place. That's why they could only be used in his sanctuary. He wondered about what Kai, Effie, and Cassie were doing. He wondered about Nephis. On the second day, he summoned the runes and saw that she had become a devil. Sunny stared at the counter that showed 2 out of 4,000 with a deadpan expression, then sighed and dove into the soul sea. There he had studied all of his memories and the shadows of all the creatures he had killed. That only took him a couple of hours, or an eternity. On the third day, Sunny just lay on the lid of the dead mimic and stared into the void. His mind was starting to behave in strange ways. Although there was nothing around him, Sunny could sometimes see strange shapes and silhouettes in the darkness, as well as hear distant noises. He wanted to think that they were real, but knew that it was just the result of prolonged sensory starvation. Human minds were weird that way. They couldn't really withstand a lot of nothing. Suddenly, the story of a man who had to turn back after 7 days of descending into the sky below out of fear of going insane made much more sense to him. To make himself perceive at least something, Sunny summoned the silver bell and rang it in the darkness, listening to the melodious ringing as it disappeared into the abyss, and now he was sitting on the treasure chest, looking at the distant stars and speaking with the ordinary rock. "So how has your day been, Rock?" The memory answered in his own voice. "Same old nothing. Yours?" Sunny remained silent for a while, then said, "I am enjoying my vacation." The ordinary rock laughed. "Sounds wonderful. How is your vacation going?" He sighed. "Splendidly. I've yet to hit the rock bottom." For a while there was nothing but silence. Then a new question came. "Why is it so dark?" Sunny smiled weakly. "Why wouldn't it be dark? This is the sky below, after all." But then he froze. What? The voice that asked the question had not come from the ordinary rock. That voice was not his own. Chapter 435. Listening to nothing. Sunny shuddered. The voice he heard was not his own. It sounded pleasant and calm, and seemed to have come from the darkness of the sky below itself. Have I finally lost it? His first thought was that he had gone crazy again and was now hearing things. His second thought was much less comforting. Damnation! Had he summoned some unholy titan from the depths of the sky below after all? Sunny outstretched one hand, ready to manifest the cruel sight, but then hesitated. If the owner of the voice was not a figment of his imagination, but some harrowing being of the void, was it really wise to agitate it? Would the silver blade even do anything against it? Calm down, maybe you just imagined the whole thing. As if to answer his thoughts, the void laughed softly. Ah, my apologies. I seem to have startled you. Sonny gulped. The pleasant voice seemed to belong to a young man, but no matter how hard he looked into the darkness, he couldn't see anyone or anything nearby. He was reminded of his first meeting with Kai, only this time, things were much more frightening. No worries, I just didn't expect to hear another human's voice here. You are a human, right? The void was silent for a while, then answered in a neutral tone. A human? I used to be a human once, I guess. Sonny realized that he couldn't even pinpoint the direction from which the voice was coming. It was just there somehow, everywhere, around him. He tensed, then asked cautiously, Used to? Then what are you now? The voice disappeared for a few moments, then sighed. Finally it answered, Lost. Sonny blinked. What the hell does he mean? Lost, as in lost in the sky below? The darkness let out a sad laugh. No, not in the sky below. As Sonny felt cold shivers run down his spine, it hesitantly added, I'm sorry. I haven't spoken to anyone in a long, long time. Instead of lost, it would be more proper to say that I am one of the lost. My body in the waking world was destroyed, but my soul continues to exist here, in the dream realm. I hope that explanation is more clear. One of the lost. Sonny knew of these people, although he had never met one in person. Just like there were hollow, people whose souls were destroyed, leaving an empty body behind, there were also the lost. People whose bodies had somehow died in the real world, leaving their souls stranded in the dream realm. There wasn't a lot of them, since most of the time the soul perished shortly after the body had, but there were some. Knowing that the owner of the voice was one of these lost souls made Sonny relax a little. Not that he had any reason to believe that the stranger was telling him the truth. He could have been a nightmare creature still, or something worse. But even if he was lost, that didn't explain how they were able to converse. The lost, from what Sonny knew, were just like any other awakened in the dream realm. It was just that they couldn't return to the real world. What they certainly were not were disembodied voices coming from the void. He shifted his weight slightly, ready to do something to protect himself if need be, and asked, Sorry to hear that. But how is it that I am able to hear your voice but can't see you? The voice lingered for some time, that answered with a bit of amusement. That is a good question. Sonny waited patiently for him to expand on that answer, but that seemed to be it. A bit irritated, he said, Well, aren't you going to explain? Instead, the voice suddenly asked, Why are you descending into the sky below? This is a very dangerous place. Sonny blinked a couple of times, then coughed. Well, you see, I am not so much descending into the sky below as I am falling into it. I got stuck on an island because of the crushing, and sadly that island broke off its chain, so I had to jump off, and here I am. Then he frowned. Wait, dangerous place? Why is it dangerous? I haven't seen anything dangerous anywhere in this dreadful pit. The voice lingered for a while, then sighed with regret. You'll see. When you reach the stars, then you will see. Then it disappeared. Sonny stared into the darkness, a bit disturbed. A deep frown appeared on his face. What do you mean? What will happen when I reach the stars? But there was no answer. No matter how long Sonny waited, the voice did not speak to him again. The void was silent and empty, just as it had been before. In the end, he just massaged his temples and cursed. What the hell was that? Did he imagine the whole thing? Had his mind finally cracked? Sonny stared at the ordinary rock, as though expecting it to actually talk and collaborate his story. Sadly, the memory could only repeat the sounds it had recently heard. Wait! The sounds it had heard! Sonny hurriedly commanded the rock to repeat everything it had recorded in the past few minutes. Then, feeling cold sweat appear on his forehead, he listened to his own voice speaking to nothing. His words were repeated, But where the words of the strange voice should have been, there was nothing but silence. Dismissing the ordinary rock, Sunny clutched his hair and groaned. Crazy. I've gone completely crazy. Curse it all. It has been just 4 days and I'm already turning back into a lunatic. Not even a full week passed by and he was already going insane. This is the worst vacation ever. After a while, he frowned. Despite being mostly sure that the whole thing was just a symptom of his sanity slowly breaking apart, Sunny cautiously crawled to the edge of the chest and looked down at the distant shimmering stars. Was he imagining things, or did they seem to be a little closer? Chapter 436. Nothing to worry about. After the conversation with the disembodied voice of the void, whether it was real or not, Sunny felt different. Not exactly better, but at least not as lost and unmoored as before. That would be really ironic if the voice was just a figment of my imagination, wouldn't it? The empty void around him didn't seem as empty anymore. Even if it was now full of potential danger, the danger was better than nothing. Anything was better than nothing. After 4 days spent in the endless silence of the dark abyss, Sunny realized just how terrible nothingness was. The human mind was simply not built to withstand it. In any case, he wasted some time staring at the distant stars, and then got to thinking. Now that his cores were once again full of essence, he had no tool left to measure time. After considering his options for a while, he summoned the cruel sight and activated the dark mirror enchantment. Even though he had no enemies to fight in the sky below, simply keeping the enchantment active was going to drain his shadow essence. Sunny felt that he could keep it going for about 2 hours straight. After his reserve of his scene became approximately half empty, he dismissed the cruel sight and sat cross-legged in the center of the dead devil's lid. Plummeting through the lightless void, Sunny inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. Then he concentrated on the flow of essence through his body, feeling it permeate every fiber of his being. Directing it into the coils of the soul serpent, he felt its flow accelerate and widen. By using the shadow, he was going to replenish all of the spent essence in about a day. That was going to be his clock from now on. Sunny exhaled, directed the shadow essence into his left hand, and concentrated it in his thumb, then in his index finger. Thanks to the soul serpent, his control of the essence was better than that of most awakened. However, it was still rather crude. Sunny innately knew how to enhance his physical attributes by expending it, but wasn't really efficient with how he did it. To him, it was a matter of instinct. He just thought about making his hands stronger, and the essence flowed like a torrent to achieve the desired effect. That was how all young awakened used it. True masters, however, were much more intricate in their control of essence. They could isolate every muscle, every nerve, every bone in their body and only enhance those parts of it that they needed to perform an action. Their expenditure of essence was more akin to a trickle than a torrent, but achieved the same result. That's why between two awakened with similar soul core capacity, one could be able to fight at his peak physical prowess for much longer. Now that Sunny had nothing else to do, he decided to really work on this aspect of mastery over his own body and soul. He had practiced essence control before, of course, but between the constant need to hunt down nightmare creatures and the fact that Soul Serpent served as an effective replacement for months of training, not as much as he could and should have. Directing the flow of essence into his right hand, Sunny sighed and thought, vacation is over. 2 more days passed, or rather 2 cycles of spending shadow essence with the help of the cruel sight, and then waiting for it to regenerate, which Sunny had decided to count as days. He spent that time meditating as he controlled the flow of the essence through his body, sleeping and feeling hungry. Now that Sunny was rationing his food, the feeling of hunger that he had forgotten ever since becoming infected by the nightmare spell returned. Even then, his supplies were on the verge of running out. He only had enough for 2 meager meals left. After that, Sunny was either going to have to starve or consider opening the treasure chest again and gnawing on the dead devil's raw meat. Both possibilities seemed rather bleak. What he was more concerned about, however, were the shimmering fake stars of the sky below. Now, he was more or less sure that they were slowly growing larger. If not for the conversation with the voice of the void, he would have never noticed the subtle change. But after being alerted to their importance and spending a lot of time observing the stars, he had become convinced that the voice, whether it was one of the lost, a nightmare creature pretending to be human, or simply a manifestation of his damaged psyche, had been right. He was slowly drawing closer to the stars burning in the deepest reaches of the abyss. If only the voice had told him why exactly the stars were dangerous. Luckily, on the 7th day of his plummeting through the sky below, the voice returned. Sunny was grimly eating his second-to-last piece of food and staring into the darkness, feeling his mind teetering on the verge of madness, when the voice resounded from the void again. "What a curious creature you are." "Oh, thank God." Sunny choked on a piece of dried meat, took a sip of water from the endless spring to chase it down, and glanced at the empty expanse of the sky below with a dark expression. "Where the hell have you been?" The voice remained silent for a bit, then answered apologetically. "Talking like this is draining for me. I was recovering." Sunny frowned, trying to glean some information about the nature of the owner of the pleasant voice from this statement, but then gave up. He had too few clues to guess. "Well, but if you are about to disappear for a few days again, at least tell me what's the deal with these stars first. Why are they so dangerous?" The void hesitated. "You don't know?" Sunny blinked. "Of course I don't know. Why would I ask if I knew?" When the void answered in a few moments, it sounded slightly surprised. "Well, those lights are not really stars. They are actually remnant conflagrations of the divine flame." Sunny thought about what he just heard, then tilted his head to the side. "Divine flame? What? Why would divine flame burn in the depths of the sky below?" The voice chuckled. Then it said with a bit of amusement, "How do you think the sky below came to be? A long time ago this was a beautiful and prosperous land, you know." The amusement drained from its voice, replaced with something much darker. "But then its prideful ruler provoked the wrath of the Lord of Light. The Lord, you probably only know him as Sun God, brought down his heavenly flame upon the lands, shattering the earth and burying an unquenchable fire beneath it." The void grew silent and then sighed. "Over the ages that fire devoured everything, the earth, the land, even reality itself. All that is left is this empty abyss and the remnant fragments of the divine flame still burning deep below. So, I am sorry to say this, but unless you know a way to survive the searing heat of the all-destroying heavenly fire, you will probably burn to death in a few weeks." Chapter 437. Nothing. 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 Sunny sat silently for a few moments thinking. Sun God. So the ruler of this land had angered the gods, and one of them struck down her kingdom. He could just imagine it. A vast pillar of incandescent white flame falling from the skies, piercing the ground and causing the whole region to fracture, its fragments falling into the searing inferno of the divine flame one after another. Well, not all of them had fallen. He glanced up, wondering if the chained isles were created to save the citizens of the destroyed kingdom from annihilation. If so, that prideful ruler must have been not so simple herself. Who would be powerful enough to dare resist the wrath of the gods? And what had that being done to provoke it? But more importantly, how the hell did the voice of the void knew so much about it? A subtly suspicious expression appeared on his face. "Really? This is very interesting, and how exactly do you know all this?" Sunny hesitated, and then cautiously added, "Did you perhaps have something to do with that prideful ruler?" The voice was silent for a moment, and then suddenly exploded with sincere laughter. "Oh my, I wish, wouldn't that be grand? But no, I am just an awakened who had studied the chained isles, probably the same way that you have studied them in your travels. The ruins here are all but destroyed by the endless cycle of the crushing, but if one knows where to look, there are still some answers left to find." Sunny smiled. "True, but I am actually a research assistant for the Wilderness Survival Faculty of the Academy, and yet I have never seen any of the information you possess in the database. With the level of access that I have, that is very strange, isn't it?" The voice chuckled. How am I supposed to report my findings to the academy? I can't even leave the dream realm. Sunny blinked. That actually made a lot of sense. Sort of. Lost or not, an awakened still had to survive somehow in the dream realm, so they were bound to live in one of the citadels, probably. So it wasn't like they had no contact at all with the real world, even if it was only through the other inhabitants of their citadel. Unless the owner of the voice was not a usual lost, or was lying to Sunny, or was just a figment of his imagination. He frowned. By the way, where are you exactly? I haven't heard a voice like yours anywhere in the sanctuary, and I have spoken to most of the awakened there at least once. The voice lingered for a while, then answered, I am not in the sanctuary. What was that supposed to mean? There was another citadel on the Chained Isles, the Night Temple, but only those serving valor were allowed to anchor there. Well, excluding Cassie and her cohort. Did the owner of the voice have something to do with the great clan Valor? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Are you from the Night Temple, then? But there was no response. It seemed that the mysterious young man Sunny had been speaking with, if he was even real, had once again reached his limit, thus ending their conversation. Sunny sighed. I swear to gods, this is even more annoying than when Effie leaves me on read. Who knew that a voice of the void could be more irritating than someone who had been almost literally raised by wild wolves? No manners, no decorum. Soon Sunny regretted not asking the voice necessary questions. He would have to be more strategic with his words in the future. Survive heavenly fire, survive heavenly fire. Sunny glanced at the stars and felt that they had drawn even closer. How was he supposed to withstand the searing heat of the divine flame? Could that flame burn shadows? He didn't really have an answer, but felt that it would be at least damaging to him, even in his shadow form. And then there was a more looming problem. The voice said that it would take Sunny a few weeks to reach the layer of the abyss containing the false stars, which meant that he was going to be very, very hungry by the time he did. Humans could survive a surprising amount of time without any food, but it would take a heavy toll on his body. Sunny had no idea what he was going to find on the other end of the golden string of fate, but doubted that it would be a warm welcome. He had to be ready to confront danger, and becoming starved and weak was not really an option. Sunny lingered for a while, then stared down at the lid of the treasure chest. Was he really going to have to eat that? Even his shadows seemed disgusted by the idea, but hey, food was food, right? With a sigh, Sunny summoned the covetous coffer, took out his last meal out, and looked at it with regret. Tonight we feast. Tomorrow we mourn. And barf, probably. A few days later, the stars were visibly brighter than they had been before. The sight of the black void littered with shimmering lights would have been beautiful if not for the terrible danger they represented. Sunny was sitting in the center of the plummeting treasure chest with an extremely miserable expression on his face. It was deathly pale, and his chin was covered with drying black blood. Raising a piece of raw devil meat to his mouth, he tore a piece of it with his teeth and forced himself to chew. Disgusting. This is so disgusting. Who knew I would miss the taste of synth paste one day? Maybe I should just starve after all. As soon as he thought that, the void suddenly spoke again. Oh gods, you are actually eating that. Sunny stared into the darkness with hatred, swallowed the piece of mimic meat, and said evenly, Sure, want a bite? The voice hesitated for several seconds, then asked, You're eating it raw? Sunny gritted his teeth. Of course I'm eating it raw, you fool. How else am I supposed to eat it? I don't exactly have a kitchen here. Then, with a furious determination, he tore another piece of meat and chewed on it. As it turned out, his face had not reached its maximum paleness before. Now it seemed not only white, but also a little green. The void sighed. Then it asked curiously, Are you not afraid of poisoning yourself? Sunny snarled. I have a strong stomach. He had indeed considered the possibility of catching a severe case of food poisoning from eating the corrupted meat of the vile devil. As an awakened, however, his digestive system was much stronger than that of mundane humans, and on top of that, there was blood weave. So he judged that his chances of dying from eating the mimic were rather low. Now matter how poetic it would have been. Choking to death on the flesh of a devil you killed would be too. How funny! Sonny swallowed the disgusting meat and took a sip from the endless spring. A few moments later, the voice asked, "Have you thought of a way to survive the divine flames?" He stared at his broken arm, then shrugged. "I considered a few." The voice seemed to be pleased to hear that. "Good. I have thought about it as well." Chapter 438, Prince of Nothing. Sonny stared into the void suspiciously. "Yeah? And how come you are so concerned about my well-being?" The voice remained silent for a bit, then answered wistfully, "I haven't really spoken to anyone in a long, long time. It would be a shame to finally find someone to talk to, only for them to die soon. Don't you think? That guy is definitely not just a simple lost. What is his deal, really? Is he actually a human, or only pretends to be one?" Sonny thought for a bit, then said, "I guess, and since we're on the topic, how is it exactly that we are able to talk?" He expected the voice to change the subject or ignore the question, but to his surprise, it actually answered, "I'm not really sure. This has never happened to me before either." After a while, it added hesitantly, Have you perhaps found a piece of a broken mirror somewhere?" Something clicked in Sonny's mind. Broken mirror? Mirror beast? Beastie? The ascended reflection. The shard of a mirror that the strange creature had left behind was still inside the covetous coffer, smeared with his blood. Crap! So the owner of the voice was the creator of the murderous reflection Sonny had encountered on the reckoning. That gave him as many questions as it had given him answers. He couldn't really think about it right now, though, because the pressure of the flaw was already building in his mind, forcing him to speak. "Now that you mention it, I did indeed recently find a piece of a broken mirror, with the word beastie written on it in a child's handwriting." The voice remained silent for a while, then asked quietly, "Oh? How exactly did you find it?" Sonny did not answer for as long as he could, then reluctantly spoke. "That mirror shard was left behind by a powerful creature I killed. I took it with me, thinking that it might turn out to be important." This time, the voice was quiet for an especially long amount of time. When it finally spoke, there was a hint of anguish in it. The owner of the voice tried very hard to suppress it, but his pain seemed to be too deep to not seep into his words even slightly. "So it's dead, I see." Then it fell silent once again. Sonny tensed. After a while, he asked carefully, You're not going to be angry with me for killing your pet, are you?" A deep sigh resounded from the void. "Angry with you? Why would I be angry with you? You are not to blame for what happened to us." Sonny shivered, suspecting that whoever or whatever it was that had been responsible for the mirror beast becoming separated from its creator and eventually dying by his hand was extremely lucky that the owner of the voice had become one of the lost. Then he asked cautiously, What exactly was it, though? I've never seen a creature like that." The voice seemed more in control of itself when it answered after a few long moments. "A manifestation of my aspect ability. A kind of an echo, you can say. I created him when I was just a lonely kid. We were together for a long time, before we weren't anymore." Sonny tilted his head, then frowned slightly. "What do you mean, a kid? A kid with an aspect ability?" The voice laughed bitterly. "Ah, that. I had my first nightmare when I was 12. It's rare, but does happen sometimes. Few children survive the trial, though." Sonny blinked. Being sent into the nightmare at 12, of course very few survive. He did know that in extremely rare cases, the people infected by the spell were outside of the usual age range. The entire first generation of the awakened had been, for example, and there were cases of this anomaly to this day, even though it usually happened to someone older than the norm, not someone younger. "And I thought that I was unlucky." He cleared his throat, then said awkwardly, "Well, I'm sorry for your loss. If it makes you feel any better, the creature tried to say something before it died. We never stopped searching." Something like that. The voice, however, didn't respond. It seemed that its owner had once again spent all of his soul essence, or whatever it was that allowed him to communicate with Sonny, and was now gone for another few days. Sunny sighed. Curse it. I didn't even have time to ask him how to survive the damned stars. More strategic with how he chose his words, damn it. Sunny spent a few more days plummeting into the void. By now, he was having trouble remembering what it even felt like to not be falling. The darkness seemed to be eternal and ever-present, as though he had always been here in its empty embrace, and all of his actual life was just a strange dream. Maybe it was? No, it wasn't. He was almost sure. By the time the voice returned, the void had changed slightly. Not only were the distant shimmering lights now closer and brighter, but it also felt as if the air was getting warmer. Sunny was in his usual spot, sitting cross-legged in the center of the treasure chest and training to better control the flow of shadow essence. On the surface of the lid near him was a dark longbow and a quiver of black arrows. You practice archery? Sunny opened his eyes and glanced into the darkness, then shrugged. Not really, but I hope to learn a bit of it soon. He made a grimace and nodded toward his broken arm. I do need 2 functioning hands before I'll be able to, though. The bow and the quiver of arrows were the same he had entrusted to Saint before. Both of the memories were ascended, but only of the first tier. The bow's enchantments made it incredibly strong and sturdy, while the only enchantment that the arrows possessed was that they came as a whole quiver instead of a single one. His broken arm, meanwhile, was healing. He could already move his fingers, but the process was far from over. He was halfway there, though. Sunny healed much faster than mundane humans, and even other awakened. He was sure that in another week or so he would be able to take off the splint and draw the black bow. The voice lingered, then said, We had no time to discuss the divine flames last time. Sunny nodded. Indeed. Then he remembered something and asked, Oh, by the way, what do I call you? Do you have a name? It's a bit awkward to keep thinking of you simply as the voice. The voice laughed. A name? I used to have a name, I guess. Sunny sighed. Yeah? Well, what is it? The void lingered for a while, then answered with amusement. Mordred. Or rather, Prince Mordred, I guess. Sunny opened and closed his mouth a couple of times, then asked with suspicion in his voice, Prince? What are you the prince of? Mordred laughed. Nothing. I am a prince of nothing. Nothing at all. Chapter 439, Do or Die. Sunny stared into the darkness with an incredulous expression, then shrugged. Sure, whatever. Nice to make your acquaintance, Your Highness. I'm called Sunless, by the way. Sadly, no title. Silently, though, he thought, the young prince that the dream spawn had taken away? Oblivious to his suspicions, Mordred hesitated, then asked politely, Sunless? What an unusual name. Sunny grimaced. Yes, my mother had a... On second thought, forget that. Are you going to tell me about the divine flame or not? The Prince of Nothing was silent for a bit, then said, There is not much to tell. The heat of those flames is absolutely deadly. Unless you have some way to fly, you are in big trouble. Which I assume you don't. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this predicament to begin with, right? Well, you can't argue with sound logic, I guess, Sunny sighed. I can control the direction of the fall, but yes, no true flight. He hesitated, then added reluctantly, For what it is worth, my aspect ability allows me to turn incorporeal as well as teleport for short distances. He didn't really want to share the details of his powers with the mysterious prince, but currently there was no other choice. Mordred obviously knew more about the sky below than Sunny, so his advice was vital. The lost prince thought for a few moments, then said, Turning incorporeal will help against being cooked by the heat, but it won't save you from the divine flame itself. However, not everything is lost. Even though you can't fly, you do have some mobility. With some luck, you might be able to dodge the conflagrations. Sunny glanced into the darkness with a resentful expression. That I already figured out myself. Tell me something that I don't know, genius. The void chuckled. Fine, but only because you asked nicely. Then it disappeared. Sunny's face twitched. God damn it, he's gone again. But a second later, Mordred's voice suddenly resounded from the darkness. No, there is still time. I was just thinking. He was quiet for a few moments, then said hesitantly, There's actually a path through the divine flame, an empty rift in the tapestry of stars where none of it remains. If you find it, you might survive. Although it was hard to control his emotions these days, Sunny tried his hardest to suppress the misplaced anger and calm himself down. When he spoke, his voice sounded almost even. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? How far am I from this rift, then?" Mordred sighed. "How would I know? It's not like I know where you are exactly. More than that, I had never managed to find the rift myself. The sky below is vast and deadly, after all." So he was exploring this abyss too. Why? What's out there beyond the fake stars? Sunny tilted his head. He asked cautiously, "If you never found it, how do you know that it's there?" The void remained silent for some time. After a while, when Mordred spoke again, his voice sounded distant and weak. "The tear. It should be somewhere near the tear. I think—" With that, Sunny felt that he was alone in the darkness again. This time, the mysterious prince was truly gone. He sat motionlessly for a while, staring into the endless nothingness of the sky below. Near the tear. The string of fate, too, had pointed toward the tear, to somewhere very near its center. If the rift in the annihilating field of the divine flames had anything to do with the golden thread, then Sunny had a much better chance of finding the path through the merciless stars than Mordred had ever had. He had already half found it, really. Looking down, Sunny sighed and closed his eyes again, returning to the endless routine of circulating the shadow essence through his body. Day passed after day. The closer Sunny drew to the obliterating stars, the calmer he became. Now that mortal danger was getting near, his mind had no time and reason to slowly destroy itself. The absolute nothingness of the void that had assaulted it, too, was much less empty now. Not only was it full of threat, but also of heat and light and shadows. Sunny had dismissed the leather elements of the puppeteer's shroud and undid the bands of its upper garment. Stripped to the waist, he meditated in the darkness, the soul serpent coiling around his pale and lithe body. Because of the rough diet of only eating the poisonous meat of a dead devil, he had practically no fat left. His skin looked a bit feverish and was drawn tautly across his lean muscles, making for a sight that was both splendid and a little disturbing. His broken arm had almost healed, so he removed the splint and spent some time every day doing simple exercises to bring it back to its former strength. He had to be cautious not to overexert it too soon, though. The plan of how to survive the field of stars was slowly forming in his mind. It was bound to be a gamble one way or another, but Sunny was not going to give up without doing everything he could to survive. His confidence was somewhat reinforced by the fact that he had, most likely, discovered the rift that Mordred told him about. Following the direction of the golden string of fate that had been practically burned into his mind, Sunny studied a particular cluster of the stars for an entire week, before finally noticing something that looked like a tiny, almost imperceptibly minuscule gap in the vast tapestry of countless shimmering lights. Trusting his judgment, he summoned the dark wing and used it to push the treasure chest toward that particular cluster. Luckily, he was already not too far away from it, most likely because he had been aiming to follow the golden string from the very beginning of his fall. As a few more days went by and the stars grew even larger, Sunny became more or less certain that the tiny gap was, indeed, there. It had grown slightly bigger, too. What he was uncertain about, however, was his ability to reach the rift without being incinerated by the annihilating heat of the divine flame. The field of false stars was vast, and the rift was tiny in comparison. At the speed that he was falling, missing it would be far too easy, but what choice did he have? Do or die? Well, when had it ever been any different? Chapter 440. Merciless Stars. After more than 3 weeks of falling into the sky below, at least Sunny thought that it had been that long, he sighed and stood up, balancing on the dangerously swaying treasure chest. His hair was wet with sweat, and his skin glistened in the piercing white light of approaching stars. By now, they did not resemble white dots in the boundless darkness of the abyss. Instead, each was the size of a fist, surrounded by a furious, blinding halo. The heat permeating the void was suffocating. Sunny stared down at the ocean of white flames beneath him. If this was what remained of the inferno of heavenly fire after thousands of years of burning in an empty void, he shuddered to imagine what it must have looked like right after the hammer of divine punishment had fallen on the ancient land. His gaze was locked on a small, empty space between several radiant stars. The rift. This was his goal. As Sunny stared darkly at the tiny patch of emptiness amid the vast field of flame, the void suddenly spoke. Have you... Huh? Is that what a large tattoo you have. Sunny glanced at the darkness, then shrugged. What about it? Mordred lingered for a few moments, as though not sure what to say, then asked with amusement, Sunless, are you sure that you are a research assistant? Sunny grinned. Of course I am. Do you know how many contribution points they give me every month? I scribbled a few words about this and that bought me a house. An entire house. Maybe being a researcher is not as swell as being a prince, but it's still a sweet gig. With all due respect, of course, Your Highness. The void laughed. You are such an interesting person. Sunny stared into the void with an incredulous expression. You are a bit of an enigma yourself, are you not? Mordred remained silent for a bit, then asked, Are you ready for what is about to come? Instead of answering, Sunny pointed to the ocean of merciless stars. Look there. When the lost prince spoke, his voice was strangely regretful. I can't really see that well. What is it? Oh, right. Sunny hesitated for a few seconds, then said, I think I found the rift you told me about. Mordred asked with surprise in his voice. Really? You found it? Sunny shrugged. We'll see. You said that it should be somewhere under the tear, right? Since I fell right into the tear, there's a chance that I'm right. The void lingered, then said in a somber tone, What if you're not? Sunny smiled. Then it has been nice knowing you. Anyway, anything else you want to tell me before you go? I doubt that we'll have the opportunity to speak again before I reach the stars. Mordred thought for a few seconds, then said, I might not be able to reach you at all after that. So, good luck? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Really? The voice of the void answered after a long pause. Yes, He shook his head. Nothing really, I just thought that you are stuck somewhere out there beyond the stars. Mordred chuckled. No, I am stuck somewhere else. His voice grew strangely distant. Then an almost inaudible whisper reached Sunny's ears. I hope. Survive. Sunless. Then the lost prince was gone, leaving Sunny alone in the darkness once again. He sighed. Me too. I hope I'll survive too. After Mordred disappeared, Sunny waited for a bit and then broke the rule he had set for himself for a second time since starting this expedition. He summoned another memory that should have been tied only to Mongrel, the mantle of the underworld. The intricate onyx armor weaved itself from sparks of darkness and covered him from head to toe. Sunny was not accustomed to wearing its closed helmet since he was usually using Weaver's mask instead, but it was not uncomfortable. His field of vision, however, became slightly constricted. Hopefully no one will be able to see me this far into the abyss. Out here in the sky below, he felt as though no one, not even those who were attuned to revelations, could peer into his secrets and glean anything about them. The only exception to the rule was the Prince of Nothing himself. But he was gone now. The mantle possessed two enchantments that would most likely prove themselves to be extremely helpful soon. The stalwart trait of the armor imbued it with high resistance against various types of elemental damage, including fire. Just seconds after donning it, Sunny felt the suffocating heat retreat, replaced by a pleasant coolness. How long would that coolness last, he did not know. The Living Stone enchantment, on the other hand, allowed the mantle of the underworld to repair itself while being worn. This trait would come into play later, helping Sunny protect himself even after the divine flame became intense enough to damage the onyx armor. After that, Sunny summoned the dark longbow and the quiver of black arrows. By now, his hand had recovered enough for him to be able to draw the mighty bow. He just hoped that he would not need to. Finally, he summoned the cruel sight and attached it to his belt. All preparations were now done. Looking down through the narrow slit of the visor, Sunny sighed. Now everything depended on his resilience, luck, and how deep his reserves of shadow essence were. In the stark darkness of the empty void, deeper than even the memories of a blue sky could reach, a cracked treasure chest was plummeting toward an ocean of searing white flames. Its underside was bathed in the furious light, while its lid was drowning in the deepest of shadows. Wisps of smoke were slowly rising from its smoldering wood, and the strips of iron reinforcing it were slowly starting to glow as they turned orange. Sunny, who had become a shadow and was once again hiding on the lid of the dead devil, felt fine. For now, until the treasure chest was destroyed, he was protected from directly touching the light of the divine flame. But how long would the corpse of the mimic last? He was thinking about something else, though, something far more dreadful. The rift! The damned rift! I am going to miss it. Chapter 441. Ocean of Flame. Sunny almost managed to direct his endless fall toward the tiny gap between the remnant conflagrations of the divine flame, but on that incredible scale, even the smallest mistake was bound to take him many kilometers away from the goal. A mistake that he had inevitably made, since there were no lessons on navigating eternal voids, especially without any tools except for his own two eyes. Damn it! Right below him, swiftly approaching, was an ocean of obliterating light, heat, and fire. The conflagrations themselves were rather small, no larger than a dozen meters in diameter, and chaotically scattered in the void at a considerable distance from one another. Each looked like a furious, undulant orb of dancing white flames. The space between them, though, was not safe. It was permeated by immolating heat that nothing could withstand, at least nothing Sunny had at his disposal. As the adamantine wood of the treasure chest started to slowly catch fire, he hesitated, then glanced at the empty darkness of the distant rift in the ocean of light. Whether by accident or by design, there was a point in the field of false stars where no conflagrations remained. A roughly circular breach was torn through them, promising him safe passage. But how was he supposed to reach it? If Sunny jumped off the plummeting chest right now, he would probably be able to glide all the way to the rift. The distance was just right. However, he was pretty sure that the dark wing would be instantly turned to ash by the terrible heat of the remnant vestiges of the divine flame. Not to mention that he himself would probably get thoroughly cooked inside the mantle of the underworld if he remained corporeal for that long. With a mental sigh, Sunny left the comforting embrace of the shadows. A kneeling figure in an intricate onyx armor appeared on the lid of the smoldering treasure chest. Argh! Despite the protection of the stalwart enchantment, the air he breathed in was thin and scoldingly hot. It almost felt as if he was inhaling fire. Other than that, however, the mantle of the underworld did a good job of keeping the heat at bay. And yet Sunny could feel it starting to slowly get warmer. He didn't have a lot of time. Standing up, he raised the dark longbow, knocked an arrow on its string, and gritted his teeth. Then, sending a thin trickle of essence into the muscles of his shoulder and back, he strained his body and drew the mighty bow. It felt as though he was lifting a mountain. How the hell does Saint make it look easy? Feeling his muscles tremble, Sunny aimed toward the rift and hesitated for a second. After he did this, there would be no going back. What is there to go back to, fool? Aren't you sick of that damn chest? Relaxing his hand, he let go of the string. The black arrow shot into the darkness with incredible speed, instantly becoming illuminated by a blinding radiance. It was strange. The void was full of light now, but with nothing to reflect it. The sky below still appeared black and empty. Only when something entered the emptiness did the light become visible. Sunny felt the chest sway and struggled to keep his balance. A couple of moments later, the fletching of the arrow suddenly caught fire and burned away. However, that didn't affect its flight too much. The arrow pierced the darkness and turned into a distant spark, covering almost an entire kilometer in just a few seconds. Then, however, it slowed down considerably, and its wooden shaft began to smolder. It was time to move. As Sunny felt flame licking his greaves, he held his breath and used shadow step. The arrow he had sent flying in the direction of the rift was wrapped into one of his shadows. As the shadow unfurled itself from the igniting shaft, Sunny shot out of it as if launched from a giant slingshot. As soon as he left the shadow, it instantly wrapped itself around his body, and then slid toward the quiver. Crap! Sunny found himself flying through the darkness, with nothing to support or shield him from being directly exposed to the immolating radiance. The mantle of the underworld suddenly shone in the torrent of light, instantly growing considerably warmer. It wasn't burning his skin yet, but he suspected that there was not much time left before that happened, especially because his momentum was not only horizontal but also vertical, and was becoming more so with each moment. He was still plummeting toward the ocean of flames, approaching it with terrifying speed. The closer he got, the more obliterating the heat would become. Twisting as he fell to orient himself in the void, Sunny knocked another arrow and drew the bow again. This time it was considerably harder, since he had nothing to stand on and had to rely solely on the strength of his arms and shoulders. Just in the few seconds it had taken him to draw the bow, the heat became much more destructive. Another arrow flew into the darkness, and several seconds later he used Shadow Step again, appearing almost 2 kilometers closer to the rift. It was still decently far away, though. Curses! Sunny flew through the obliterating darkness and struggled to knock another arrow. The glossy black surface of the mantle of the underworld was starting to glow, slowly turning incandescent. He was still fine inside, though, for now, if a little hot. Another arrow disappeared into the darkness, and Sunny jumped through the shadows again. This time the jump devoured pretty much all of his remaining shadow essence. Whatever little there was left would not have been enough to repeat the process the 4th time. However, maybe, just maybe, he wasn't going to have to. After using Shadow Step 3 times in a row, and turning some of his vertical momentum into horizontal one with each jump, Sunny was now plummeting diagonally through the void, seemingly toward the very edge of the rift. I am going to make it. Am I going to make it? Even if he would, it was going to be very, very close. The string of the bow suddenly caught fire and broke with a loud ring. Dismissing the bow and the quiver, Sunny sent both of his shadows to reinforce the mantle of the underworld and threw his hands and legs to the sides. He was trying to create as much surface area as possible to utilize the resistance of the air in his favor. He was well versed in all kinds of falling and gliding thanks to using the dark wing so often, so this was not something new to him. Granted, he had never done it in a heavy armor. Speaking of which, Sunny hesitated, then directed some of his remaining essence into the mantle of the underworld to activate the Feather of Truth enchantment and make the armor as light as possible. Then all he could do was endure the growing heat and wait and watch as both the obliterating ocean of flames and the circle of saving darkness approached him at tremendous speed. His life now depended solely on which of the two was going to swallow him first. Chapter 4, 142. Burning Heaven. Surrounded by a radiant halo, Sunny plummeted into the darkness. His breath was ragged and hoarse, and his eyes were blinded by the piercing shine of the immolating ocean of white flames beneath him. Fearing that his eyes would be permanently blinded by it, he closed them, which helped a little. Hot. It's so hot. He was drawing closer and closer to the remains of the divine inferno, and as he did, the stone-like metal of the mantle of the underworld was growing hotter and hotter. Soon, its outer layer turned bright red. Then it started to melt. Damn! Sunny directed more of his remaining essence through the coils of the soul serpent, activating the living stone enchantment of the underworld armor. As the onyx melted and cracked, causing him excruciating pain, the mantle began to repair itself. Before anything could fully breach the surface of the incandescent onyx, the damage was undone. For now, the enchanted armor could heal itself faster than it was being destroyed, in large part due to being augmented by both of his shadows, perhaps. Sunny encountered another problem, though. It was getting harder and harder to breathe, not even because the air was scalding and hot, but because there was not enough of it. Fire fed on oxygen, after all. Luckily, Sunny was no stranger to being deprived of it. What's more, thanks to the blood weave, he could get by without breathing for much longer than most awakened. and he suspected that he would have to do just that very soon. Hopefully, he would be able to reach the rift shortly after that. And speaking of the rift, he carefully opened his eyes a little and glanced into the blinding inferno beneath, trying to judge whether or not he was going to make it. For now, it seemed that he would easily pass the field of fire and enter the dark emptiness. But that was just an illusion. Sunny had to factor in that his forward momentum was constantly growing weaker, which meant that his trajectory would become more and more vertical the longer he fell through the searing abyss. It was too hard to tell whether or not he was going to make it. Gritting his teeth, he shifted his weight and lowered one hand, grabbing the hilt of the cruel sight. Then he raised the silver blade to his chest, threw a cursory glance at his warped reflection, and activated the Light Eater enchantment of the somber sword. Instantly, the mirror blade began to absorb the merciless light of the falseers, growing white-hot and incandescent. Sunny, however, found himself able to see once again. He even felt a little cooler, although it might have been just wishful thinking. Surrounded by a strange bubble of darkness left behind by the devoured light, Sunny plummeted toward the obliterating stars. Almost! I'm almost there! By then, the conflagrations of the divine flame were so close that it seemed as though he could reach out and touch them. No matter how hard Sunny tried, he couldn't draw in even a little bit of air into his lungs. The rift was so close. But in the end, it turned out to be just a little bit too far. Sunny reached the very edge of the field of flames. He only had to fly past one last cluster of conflagrations. However, his fall took him straight into the embrace of fire instead. Sunny would have screamed if there was any air in his lungs. Moving at a terrible speed, he pierced right through one of the seething orbs and emerged from the other side of it wreathed in white flame. A terrible pain enveloped his whole being. But it wasn't physical pain. It was the similar kind of pain he had experienced while using the broken oath, only magnified 100-fold. Shadows. My shadows. His shadows were wrapped around the mantle of the underworld, and so they had been badly damaged by the divine fire. The armor itself had caught a flame and was now quickly disintegrating. The fire was spreading too, threatening to envelop him whole. Half blind from pain, Sunny did the only thing that could save him now. He dismissed the onyx armor. The mantle of the underworld fell into countless sparks of darkness, which then disappeared, causing the fire to be extinguished. Naked and hurting, Sunny fell into the darkness and saw the cruel sight crack, the silver of its blade becoming dull and tarnished. Following an instinct, he activated the dark mirror enchantment, and then dismissed that memory too. Finally, he wrapped the wounded shadows around himself and circulated what little shadow essence he had left through his entire body, spending all of it to make himself more resilient. And then he felt cool wind touch his blistering skin. Sunny fought through the terrible pain and opened his eyes. Behind him, there was a wall of ruthless radiance, but in front of him there was nothing but darkness. He had reached the rift. Hurts! Everything hurts! Crap! This is so unfair! Sunny flew deeper into the rift, creating more distance between himself and the conflagrations of the divine flame. Of course, they were too close for him to feel comfortable, but at least he could breathe again and wasn't being cooked alive. Well, at least not very fast. Before being badly hurt by the divine flame, Sunny had hoped that somehow, miraculously, he would turn out to be immune to it. He was technically a shadow of a sun god's descendant, after all. Why wouldn't he be immune to the manifestation of his master's domain? Well, his master's indirect ancestor's domain, to be precise. Plus, he was not just any shadow, but a divine one left behind by Shadow God himself. Light and shadows were two sides of the same coin, weren't they? As it turned out, the divine flame didn't care. Argh! Currently, Sunny was falling through the rift. He had reached its center and dove straight down, hoping to stay as far away from the surrounding stars as possible. It was as though there was a tunnel of empty darkness torn through the very heart of the field of flames, and he was following it down. Down, down, down. It was hard to even conceive of a world where he wasn't constantly falling down. Now that he had no mantle of the underworld to protect him from the blaze, Sunny was suffering a lot. Rift or not, the air was still permeated by the unbearable heat. His skin was red, with patches of it blistering. Some of it was badly burned by his unfortunate clash with the divine flame, and because he had not dismissed the burning mantle of the underworld fast enough. It was not life-threatening, though. Yet. Come on, end, goddammit! But the field of flame showed no signs of ever ending, until it did. After a while, when Sunny was on the verge of losing conscience from the constant heat, he noticed that the scattering of the immolating stars around him became a bit thinner, and then even more so. And then suddenly, and without any warning, he fell out of the field of divine flame and found himself surrounded by nothing but blessed, nothing once again. The radiant inferno was now above him, growing further away with each second. It looked as if heaven was on fire. And beneath him, Sunny looked down and shivered. What? How? His eyes widened in shock. 443. Secrets of the Void. Out there in the empty darkness of the void, something even darker loomed, hidden from the radiant light of the ocean of flame above. Sunny peered at the distant black silhouette and shivered. What the hell? What is it doing here? Far below him, a small island cut from dark stone floated in the endless emptiness, surrounded by drifting slabs of shattered obsidian. A tall and magnificent pagoda stood in its center, built of a flawlessly black material that was neither wood nor stone. Its lusterless walls seemed to devour any light that touched them. It was the perfect replica of the ivory tower, but at the same time its opposite. The two pagodas were so alike that for a moment Sunny even thought that he had somehow found himself high up in the sky above. But no. The island that the obsidian tower stood upon was different. It was larger than the one every awakened on the chained isles was used to observing in the skies, and had no broken chains hanging from its stone slopes. On its desolate surface, remains of mysterious structures could be seen, turned to ruin by the passage of time. Several obsidian pillars protruded horizontally from its edges, stretching into the empty void like strange wharves. From high above, Sunny couldn't see much of the island in detail, but he was approaching it fast. Crap! Too fast. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then suppressed the desire to immediately summon the dark wing. The divine flames were still too close, and their heat could damage the fragile memory. He had to wait for a bit. There was still time, even if it was going to run out pretty soon. Sunny continued to fall, waiting. With every minute, the heat of the immolating stars dissipated a little, and with each minute, the dark island grew closer and closer. Finally, knowing that there was no more time to waste, Sunny summoned the dark wing and commanded it to turn his fall into a glide. The dragonfly cloak turned into a blur behind his back, but it also began to produce thin wisps of smoke, threatening to catch a flame at any moment. Curses! Supported by the enchantment of the dark wing, Sunny's descent started to slow down little by little. His speed, however, was too great to be nullified in a single instant. It was dropping swiftly, but was it swift enough to prevent him from splattering all over the surface of the mysterious island? And was the transparent cloak even going to endure for long enough? Sunny cursed and trembled as he watched the obsidian tower approach. Here goes nothing, damn! In the end, he still landed with enough speed to shatter all bones in his legs from the impact against the ground. At the last moment, however, Sunny turned into a shadow and dove into the deep darkness enveloping the island instead. Safely embraced by the shadows, he submerged himself into them and finally allowed his mind to relax. Safe. I'm safe. He was finally safe. For a few seconds, at least. Sunny was in a world of pain. His shadow essence was running out too. Also, he had no idea what terrifying danger was waiting for him on the mysterious island that remained hidden in the deepest reaches of the sky below for thousands of years, nor what deadly secrets waited for him inside the obsidian tower. But for now, he did not care. All he cared about was that he was not falling anymore. Bliss. This is pure bliss. Floating in the dark embrace of shadows, Sunny couldn't get enough of the fact that, for the first time in almost a month, he was stationary. He finally had solid ground under his feet again. Metaphorically speaking, of course. In any case, it was such a beautiful feeling. Sunny allowed himself to relax and rested for a bit, safely hidden in the deep, dark shadows. After a while, he sighed and forced himself to turn his attention to the outside world. Moving closer to the surface of the deep darkness that embraced him, Sunny cautiously took a look outside. Huh? Strangely, what met him was complete and utter silence. There were no nightmare creatures on the island, no abyssal horrors, no terrifying beings to devour him whole. Not even a single unholy titan slumbered nearby, ready to wake up at the slightest disturbance. The island seemed empty, which was very fortunate, considering that Sunny was running very low on shadow essence and was going to have to assume his physical form soon. He hesitated for a few moments, then took stock of his equipment and himself. His soul was seriously wounded, but not beyond its ability to heal itself. In time. His body was not exactly whole, but in somewhat of a splendid shape considering all that had happened. He even had all his limbs intact. Both the mantle of the underworld and the cruel sight, as well as the dark wing and saint's bow, were heavily damaged. Luckily, none of these memories were completely destroyed. It was going to take a long time before he could use them again, though. Days, maybe even weeks. On the bright side, Saint herself had recovered from the wounds received on the shipwreck island ages ago. Sunny actually could have summoned her at any point during his journey through the sky below, but there was no real reason to. Plus, the treasure chest would not have accommodated both of them, especially considering how much the living statue weighed. The dark mirror enchantment of the cruel sight now also had 2 elemental augmentations for Sunny to choose from. Its runes showed current charge, divine flame, latent charges, soul. Divine flame, huh? Well, if there was one benefit from being burned by the damn thing, it was that now he would be able to cause similar pain to others. So it was totally worth it in the end, no doubt about it. I guess we will have to see. And lastly, Sunny was now completely sure that the thing on the other end of the golden string of fate was the obsidian tower. His intuition was calm and silent. That told him that he had arrived at his destination. Somewhere inside, a thing that was deeply connected to his fate waited. Glancing at the magnificent silhouette of the black pagoda, Sunny sighed, and left the safety of the shadows, emerging from them to step onto the surface of the island that no other human had visited in thousands of years. If ever. Chapter 444. Obsidian Tower. Sunny stood naked on the rocky surface of the dark island. He grimaced and looked at his body, which was a map of burns, some more severe than others, then summoned the puppeteer's shroud. Not wishing for the soft fabric to touch the worst of his wounds, he left it the way it had been during the latter stages of his journey through the sky below, with the leather elements gone and the upper garment undone and tied around his waist. This time, his body was wrapped in shadows and appeared black, as if cut from the same obsidian that the dark island consisted of. The coils of the soul serpent seemed to shimmer as the essence flowed through them. A moment later, Saint stepped from behind him and moved forward, summoning the midnight shard as she walked. Knowing how badly his soul was damaged, Sunny decided to keep the broken oath locked away for a while so the shadow was not surrounded by the destructive aura anymore. He was also not in any shape to fight himself, at least not very effectively, and that was why the austere Tachi was currently in the hands of the taciturn demon. If push came to shove, Sunny would either use the moonlight shard or command the soul serpent to assume the Odachi form. With a heavy sigh, he summoned the endless spring and greedily drank the cold water from it, then leaned forward and poured some on his head. After that, he finally felt like a human once again. All in all, things weren't that bad. He was alive and in one piece, suffering from neither thirst nor hunger. Here on the dark island, the air was pleasantly warm. Bright stars burned in the empty void high above, making for a beautiful view. Right in front of them, the graceful silhouette of the obsidian tower rose from the ground like a black rift in reality. It turned out to be much larger than Sunny had thought, but nowhere near the scale of the Crimson Spire. That cursed thing seemed to be too gargantuan to even exist, while the ancient pagoda was more or less fit to have been built for humans. Well, maybe for extremely tall humans, or tiny giants? As Sunny studied the obsidian tower, Saint tilted her head and stared at the black pagoda too, her ruby eyes reflecting some strange emotion. Was it recognition? Why would his shadow recognize a tower hidden in the depths of the abyss below the chained islands? Strange, Sunny frowned, then dismissed the endless spring. He remained motionless for a few moments, then slowly headed toward the tall pagoda. Saint followed. As they walked across the island, Sunny had time to look at the various ruins left on its surface. It was hard to determine what they had been once, but Sunny got the feeling that he wasn't looking at the remains of buildings, more like structures, devices. Their purpose was now impossible to determine, but whatever it had been, he doubted that anyone could have ever lived inside. The closest he could get to putting his feeling in words was that these ruins reminded him most of the bowels of the underground factory his mom had worked in when he was little. Even though the factory was much larger and built of alloy instead of cut blocks of obsidian, not to mention being much more advanced, the sensation was the same. Just what was the purpose of this island? Who lived here? Who built that strange tower? The closer Sunny got to the obsidian tower, the more he was impressed by its graceful beauty, even though the pagoda was hidden in the depths of the sky below where very few creatures would have ever seen it. The unknown builder spent time to ensure that it replicated the magnificence of its ivory counterpart perfectly. It would have been breathtaking if it wasn't so menacing. Surrounded by nothing but emptiness and silence, the obsidian tower appeared ominous just by virtue of existing. I am not scared at all. He did, however, was thinking about one thing in particular. Which tower was really the replica, and which one was the original? The beautiful white pagoda that flowed high above the chained aisles, or the menacing black one that hid in the darkness below? Maybe he was going to find out. Soon, Sunny and Saint approached the tall gates of the obsidian tower. Nothing attacked them, and no frightening sound came from inside, announcing that something that dwelled beyond the black gates was awakening in hunger. The pagoda was silent, just like the rest of the dark island. The strange thing, though, was that Sunny could not feel any shadows on the other side of the massive door. Not because there weren't any, but because the walls of the tower seemed to shield the interior from his shadow sense. A cold shiver ran down his spine. I have never encountered anything like this before, have I? He hesitated, then approached the black door, summoned the moonlight shard, and scratched its surface. A layer of black dust fell down, revealing a much harder and even blacker surface beneath. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Soot? The entire pagoda was covered in a thick layer of soot. He stood motionlessly for a bit, trying to understand what meaning was there in this fact, then simply shrugged and studied the ancient gate. The problem he was facing was that the gate didn't have a handle to open. Neither did it have a keyhole, a bell to ring, or a knocker to announce his arrival. How the hell am I supposed to open it? Without Shadow Sense, he couldn't use Shadow Step to simply appear inside. So for the moment, Sunny was stuck. It would be very, very funny to travel all this way only to find out that I can't open a damn door, right? Slightly embarrassed, he looked at Saint and asked, "Any ideas?" He didn't really expect an answer from the taciturn demon, but to his surprise, the shadow stared at him for a few moments and then lowered her sword. Then she raised one hand and pointed to her eye. Sunny observed all of that in complete bewilderment, then blinked a couple of times. Eye? What does she mean? Then an idea came into his mind. Turning back to the door, he put one hand on it, and then shifted his gaze in a similar manner he did when looking beneath the surface of memories to look at their spell weave. And there, beneath the obsidian surface of the tower's gate, he saw it. A weave. It wasn't the weave of ethereal threads he was used to seeing, though. Instead, it was a much cruder and more primitive version of it, created from very physical diamond strings that stretched beneath the stone surface, creating a beautiful but simple pattern. Sunny had only seen this type of weave one time before, inside Saint herself. Back when she was just an echo, he had noticed it hidden behind the radiant pattern of the spell weave. He had thought that it was what made the stone warriors alive in the first place, that it was created by the last child of the unknown in the cavernous halls of his dark domain, and that it might have been the precursor of the spell itself, or maybe an imitation of it. Was this tower built by the Lord of the Underworld too, then? Sunny hesitated for a moment, then moved his hand to a particularly bright knot of the diamond weave and sent a small amount of shadow essence into it. For a moment, nothing happened. And then, the gates of the obsidian tower opened. Chapter 445, Respite. Visible only to Sunny, the diamond weave beneath the surface of the gate ignited with ghostly light. Almost immediately, a thin vertical crack appeared in the ancient stone. Then, the gate silently opened and a gust of wind hit Sunny in the back. He took a few steps away, hiding behind Saint, and cautiously looked over her shoulder at the dark entrance. Nothing was moving in the darkness. From what he could see, the interior of the obsidian tower seemed quite mundane. As soon as the gate opened, his shadow sense could finally penetrate the invisible barrier surrounding the graceful pagoda. It didn't detect any danger as well. It really did seem safe. He waited for a few moments, then coughed and waved a hand in front of his face, trying to get the soot that had flown into the air away from it. Ah, well, nothing to worry about then. Let's go. Sunny glanced at Saint, lingered for a second, and added in a polite tone, "Oh, ladies first." The taciturn demon turned her head slightly, stared at him with one ruby eye, then simply walked forward and stepped over the threshold of the ancient tower. Sunny waited for a few moments and followed. Tightly gripping the handle of the moonlight shard, he dove into the darkness that reigned behind the tall frame of the entrance, made a dozen steps forward, and found himself in a wide corridor that seemed to encircle the entire first level of the pagoda. The corridor stretched both far to the left and to the right. Here and there, Sunny could see large doors leading to differently sized rooms that were situated in the direction of the tower's outer wall, all the way to the bends of the corridor. And right in front of him was an intricate wooden gate decorated with beautiful engravings. Behind it was the central hall of the tower. Sunny hesitated for a bit, then pushed the wooden gate, which opened easily and revealed a vast chamber on the other side. That smell? His eyes widened. Behind the gate was a large hall with a very tall ceiling. As soon as the gate opened, glass lanterns ignited on its walls, filling the interior of the obsidian tower with ghostly blue light. There were various things in the hall, all of which demanded Sunny's attention. There was a stand holding Smith's tools and implements, all masterfully crafted from black obsidian and silver. A badly burned work table with a scattering of beautiful soul crystals on its black surface. A stone wall with mysterious schematics cut into it, the cuts themselves so smooth and deep that he couldn't even begin to imagine what had left them behind, let alone what the schematics described. There were strange devices forged from silver and black steel, some of which reminded him of astronomical instruments, but also very mundane things like chairs, tables, and even something that resembled a very long bed. All of it was perfectly preserved and immaculate, with not a speck of dust anywhere, cleaner than even his own house in the real world was, despite the thousands of years that must have passed since the obsidian tower was visited last. It also all felt slightly wrong. The sizes of everything were almost fit to be used by a human, but slightly different. The shapes of the handles of all the tools were slightly strange. The way the pieces of furniture and equipment were arranged in space filled him with a slight feeling of unease, even though he didn't know why. But Sunny did dwell on this for too long. Neither did his gaze linger on any of these items. His attention was pulled toward one specific place. Not too far from him stood a simple wooden table. And on it was all kinds of delicious food: juicy meat, freshly baked bread, succulent grapes, glass jars of exquisite wine, beautiful pots full of steaming tea. All of it waited for him, as if served only a few seconds ago. Sunny's mouth watered. How is this possible? This has to be an illusion, right? Covered in layers of soot, sweat, and blood, he walked toward the table. His boots left black marks on the pristine floor of the hall. Arriving at his destination, Sonny reached out and grabbed a piece of bread with his dirty hand and greedily devoured it, then took one of the intricate silver goblets and filled it with wine. The rest of the goblets clattered to the floor, thrown off the table by his careless movement. Not paying it any attention, Sonny gulped down the sweet wine and laughed, sending breadcrumbs flying into the air. Ah, this is not bad, really. He would have preferred something without alcohol, but then again, this wine tasted so good. There was a wide grin on Sonny's face, but also dirty traces left by tears. His shoulders trembled. This really hits the spot. He was aware of the fact that the food could have been full of poison, but didn't care too much. He was just too hungry, tired, and spent. His body and his soul both hurt too much. He was at his wits' end. Refilling his goblet and grabbing a piece of perfectly roasted meat, he wandered away from the table and took another look at the large hall. "There's no one here, right, Saint?" The shadow silently walked behind him, vigilantly looking around and keeping the midnight shard ready. But there was nothing to use it against. Sonny wandered for a minute or so and eventually stopped near a large bed covered with black, lavish furs. Dropping the empty goblet on the floor, he hesitated a little and then climbed into the furs. "Who's been sleeping in my bed?" Sonny dismissed the puppeteer's shroud and lowered his heavy head onto a soft pillow. He wanted to give Saint the command to stand guard, but there was no need. The taciturn demon was already doing exactly that. Before Sonny could think about something else, the exhaustion of the past few weeks took over his mind, and offering almost no resistance, it slipped easily into the embrace of darkness. The first thing Sonny ended up doing after discovering the obsidian tower and finding his way inside was falling on a bed and going to sleep. He slept well. Chapter 446. Relentless Destroyer. Sonny slept for a long time, the exhaustion slowly leaving his battered body. After a while, though, his consciousness rose from the deepest layers of slumber, summoned back by pain and thirst. With a sigh, he turned to his other side and tried to go back to sleep. After a few more hours of tossing and turning, though, Sonny was finally awoken by the loud sound of something crashing to the floor. What is Saint doing? He reluctantly opened his eyes and sat up. As Sonny's weight shifted, the bed beneath him suddenly broke with a loud crack. He rolled onto the floor with a startled yelp. "Huh?" Standing up, Sonny looked at the broken bed, then at the hall of the obsidian tower, which was now submerged in darkness. A bewildered expression appeared on his face. The room he had entered before had gone through a dramatic transformation while he was asleep. The magical lanterns were now extinguished, and everything inside seemed dilapidated and decrepit, almost on the verge of crumbling to pieces. The magnificent tools and implements had rusted through and deformed. The work table had collapsed under its own weight. That was the sound which had awoken Sonny. The food he had enjoyed yesterday had turned to dust. The pristine condition of the hall was gone, and now it was full of darkness, debris, and dirt. It was as though eons had passed since he fell asleep. A cold feeling appeared in his chest. Have I slept for 1,000 years? Remembering fairy tales where similar things often happened, Sonny felt a hint of horror, but then thought about it for a few moments and calmed down. No, he had not. Judging by how much shadow essence had accumulated in his cores, he slept for about 24 hours straight, which was a lot, but nowhere near 1,000 years. Saint, who was keeping watch nearby, also didn't look as if she had been guarding him for a few centuries. Instead, it was the pagoda itself that had aged, as if an invisible seal that had kept it untouched by the passage of time for all those thousands of years was now broken, and time was finally catching up with it. Time was the most relentless destroyer, after all. Sonny sighed with relief, then grimaced. Curses! I should have eaten more yesterday. Much, much more. All that delicious food wasted. Shaking his head dejectedly, Sonny looked around, then accessed his own state. His wounds were already much better than they had been the day before. The burns were still rather painful, but within his capacity to endure without being slowed down in battle. Too much. A couple more days of rest and he would be close to being fully functional again. He was really hungry though, but that was going to have to wait. Summoning the moonlight shard, Sunny gave Saint a command to follow and went to explore the obsidian tower. It took Sunny about an hour to fully explore the first level of the ancient pagoda. Some of the doors in the outer corridor had collapsed and turned to dust. Some remained standing and required him to use a tiny bit of shadow essence to unlock them. Behind the doors were all kinds of rooms. Most of them were empty, suggesting that the master of the tower had moved away a long time ago, taking all the valuable things with him, while some contained weathered debris and dust. Sunny spent a lot of time trying to understand what all these things had once been, but the damage done by the accelerated time was too extensive to even guess. Such a shame. Feeling strangely disappointed, Sunny decided that it was time to move on to other levels of the tower. He still had to find the thing that had pulled him toward this place, as well as, hopefully, some means of returning either to the Chained Isles or to the real world. The idea of being stuck on this island forever did not seem very appealing, especially now that there was no food anywhere around. Not finding anything interesting on the first level, Sunny decided to explore further. From the outside, it had seemed as though the obsidian tower had 6 levels, which really surprised Sunny. He had expected there to be 7, however, after finding 2 stairwells, one stair leading up, the other down, he realized that there was an underground level too, which explained this small discrepancy. Everything having to do with the spell in the dream realm had a tendency to be tied to the number 7, except the gods, of whom there had been only 6. I guess that's why they are called gods. No law can bind them. Not even such a weird and random law as all things coming in 7s. Sunny looked up, then looked down, and decided to explore the underground level first. Letting Saint go ahead, he entered the spiraling staircase and descended into the depths of the dark island. Unlike the ground level, the basement of the obsidian tower turned out to be one giant hall. And in it, Sunny recoiled. For a second, it seemed as though hundreds of dismembered corpses were piled at the center of the hall, forming a morbid hill. But as Sunny took a step back and instinctively raised the moonlight shard, he realized that he made a mistake. The bodies piled in the center of the chamber were not that of people. Instead, they were dolls. Hundreds of broken porcelain dolls, each the size of a human, were discarded in the underground hall. Their fragile bodies were shattered and broken, laying there like abandoned toys. Some were missing limbs, some were left with gaping holes in their torsos. Some had long ago turned into piles of small fragments, with not even their faces remaining. But those faces that did remain, Sunny tilted his head, then glanced at Saint. Every broken doll had the same face, or rather all of their faces looked alike, as if they were all imperfect copies of the same original. They had the same flawless, inhumanly beautiful features that Saint had, only the craftsmanship behind the faces of the broken dolls seemed much less refined, as though the sculptor had not yet perfected his skill when creating them. They all looked like Saint's lesser siblings. If Sunny ever had doubts that the obsidian tower had once belonged to a certain underworld demon, now there were none. The last child of the unknown had clearly spent some time here. Was probably the one who had created the Black Pagoda in the first place for some mysterious purpose Sunny couldn't even begin to guess. Then, however, his attention was drawn to something else. The floor of the vast hall was covered by a thick layer of dust, which should not have been disturbed in a few thousand years. But it had been. A set of fleet footprints led all the way from the bottom of the stairs where Sunny was standing to the pile of broken dolls, circled it, and then mysteriously disappeared. Sunny stared at it for a few moments, surprised. Someone had entered the obsidian tower before me. Chapter 447, Primal Fear. Sunny stared at the footprints for some more, then frowned. How does this make any sense? The obsidian tower had been sealed before he opened its gates. After he did so, the magic that had preserved everything inside was dispelled, which meant that those doors had not been opened in thousands of years. It wasn't that easy to gain entry into the pagoda, to begin with. not even mentioning the fact that one had to travel through the sky below and find the only rift in the boundless ocean of divine flames. There was also the fact that the gate had to be opened by pouring essence into the weave of diamond strings beneath its surface. Sunny could only see the weave and understand its meaning a little because his eyes had been transformed by the drop of Weaver's blood. He assumed that there were other awakened with similar abilities, but there had to be very, very few of them. And what were the chances that one would find their way to the dark island beyond the immolating sea of stars, which was hidden in the depths of this endless void? And how would they enter the pagoda without causing its seal to break? Just who was it that snuck into the obsidian tower unseen? And when? It had to have happened long before today. Sunny knew for a fact that Saint would not have let anyone come and go without waking him up. Neither would his shadows. Even when he slept, they were aware and vigilant. So, it could have happened at any point in the thousands of years since the tower had been abandoned by its rightful owner. For now, he had no answer. Feeling a little apprehensive, Sunny approached the pile of broken dolls and studied them for some time. Saint came closer too and stared at them silently. Then she poked one with the tip of the midnight shard and turned away indifferently, as if losing all interest in the porcelain mannequins. I guess she doesn't care too much about lesser versions of her. Saint repeatedly shown her disdain toward things that seemed to be replicas of her kind. It had been the same with the Black Knight, and even with the walking colossus of the Forgotten Shore. Sunny clearly remembered how unimpressed his shadow had been with the awesome stone giant. Turning away from the broken dolls, Sunny looked around and noticed that the walls of the chamber were lined with massive glass vessels. Some were whole and some were broken, but all were empty. The glass was black and opaque, covered with a thick layer of soot from the inside. Weird. Not finding anything else of interest on the underground level, he returned to where he had started and rested for a while, drinking water from the endless spring and trying to suppress his hunger. This place is so eerie. It was indeed. The black tower stood at the edge of an endless void of darkness, empty and abandoned, with everything inside of it made out of nothing by an inhuman mind. It was not a very welcoming place, but at least not for humans. Sunny stared at the ancient walls that surrounded him and wondered about the secrets of the past. After a while, he stood up and cautiously headed for the second level of the great pagoda. As soon as Sunny set foot on it, though, he instantly felt that something was very, very wrong there. The feeling of deep, subtle, primordial terror he suddenly experienced was unlike anything he had known before, with the exception, perhaps, of those few moments back on the Forgotten Shore when the walking colossus had lifted the giant three-eyed skull from the depths of the dark sea. But here, this feeling was even more dire, even more invasive. What is this? Just like the underground level, this one consisted of only one great hall. The black walls rose high into the darkness, creating a magnificent and solemn atmosphere. At the center of it, cut into the obsidian floor, was a massive silver brazier, and in it, Sunny shuddered and took a step back. Something was growing from the brazier, spreading outward like a vile kind of rot. It had infected the very stone of the ancient tower, turning it into a semblance of repulsive black, pulsating flesh. The silver brazier was infected by the terrifying growth too, its metal somehow becoming a part of it. It seemed as if everything would become absorbed and transformed by the spreading corruption as long as it was touched by the harrowing growth. Entire worlds would be devoured by it, perhaps, if given chance. The thing slowly spreading from the ancient brazier felt like pure evil. Sunny shivered, gave Saint a signal to stay back, and shifted his gaze slightly. He was looking past spreading black flesh, at the source of this harrowing infection. At the very center of the brazier, blackened by the flames that must have raged in it once, lay a severed human arm. Well, it resembled that of a human, at least. The arm was much longer than it should have been, and the hand had 7 fingers that ended with sharp claws. The rot seemed to be spreading from a terrible torn wound on the forearm, to to the charred and emaciated flesh, and then outward to everything else around it. Despite the repugnant state of the severed arm, the cut that separated it at the shoulder seemed clean and perfectly smooth, as if delivered by a steady and unfaltering blade. But Sonny was more affected in something else. A deep frown appeared on his face when he noticed it. In his mind's eye, the vile arm was radiating a blindingly bright, overwhelming, beautiful golden radiance. It was awash in the light of divinity. A frightening thought appeared in Sonny's head. Can it be? In front of him, stricken by the harrowing rot, was a severed arm of a deity. It was also the reason why fate had brought him to this lost and forgotten corner of the abyss. Chapter 448. Golden Needle. Sonny stared at the severed arm of an unknown deity, then at the harrowing, profane rot spreading from it. Then he tiredly rubbed his face. Why can't anything ever be easy? He was sure that his fate was somehow connected to that arm, which meant that he was going to have to get to it somehow. But Sonny was also sure that there weren't enough rewards in all of the universe to make him go anywhere near that rot, let alone touch something infected by it. He had the feeling that this thing was way, way out of his league. In fact, he suspected that a divine being had ruthlessly severed their own arm because even someone as powerful as that had no means to resist that spreading corruption. What was Sonny supposed to do then? Well, trying to remain as far from the rot as possible, he studied it for a while before coming to a strange conclusion, or rather a strange question. If the corruption was so terrible, then why had it not spread through the entire tower? Why had it only managed to crawl a few meters out of the silver brazier, turning a small portion of the second level of the pagoda into its flesh? Scratch that. Why didn't the whole island become one giant chunk of rotten black, whatever the hell that thing is? The answer was not hard to guess. It was because the rot, just like everything else inside the tower, had been sealed away from time for thousands of years. And now that Sonny had broken that seal, his frown deepened as he glanced at the silver hearth that was overgrown and had become a part of the spreading rot. Now, there were only two possibilities. Time was going to catch up to the devouring corruption, and it was either going to slowly consume everything or starve and die. Could that thing last for thousands of years with nothing to feed on except for cold stone? Did it need to feed on flesh and souls, or would anything do? I guess I'm going to find out. Keeping an eye on the patch of harrowing rot, Sonny tried to suppress his fear and took a step forward. It didn't seem like the rot was spreading, at least not yet. In any case, he wasn't going to get closer to it. But he also knew that if the worst happened, he had no tool at his disposal that would save him. If that thing began to grow, slowly spreading across the whole of the obsidian tower and then across the whole island, Sonny was simply going to die. Probably jump down into nothingness to avoid becoming a part of that thing. There was nowhere else to retreat to in the sky below, after all. And he doubted that he would be able to find a second secret island out there in the void. So his only hope was to find something inside the pagoda to save him. He had to explore further. Plus, there was a possibility that the rot would swiftly wither and die. Not that Sonny would bet on it. Pressing his back against the cold obsidian, Sonny dismissed Saint and skirted around the outer wall of the great hall until he reached the staircase that led higher to the third level. There, he summoned the taciturn demon again, hesitated for a bit, and then left one of his shadows to keep an eye on the devouring rot. Feeling irrational panic at the thought of turning his back to the silver brazier, Sonny gritted his teeth and then cautiously ascended the spiraling stairs. As soon as the terrible thing disappeared from view, he let out a relieved sigh and realized that his entire body was covered in a cold sweat. Raising a trembling hand, Sonny wiped his face and then continued to climb higher. Saint being by his side gave him a little confidence, at least. The shadow seemed absolutely unperturbed by the horrific visage they had left behind. I bet fear can't even fit into that stone head of hers. Do shadows have the ability to be afraid? He didn't know whether or not Saint could feel fear, but the gloomy shadow certainly could. In fact, behind its haughty exterior, it was rather cowardly. He was sure that the bastard would have been trembling all over if not for the fact that it was currently wrapped around his body. Trying to distract himself with these thoughts, Sonny entered the third level of the obsidian tower and froze, dumbfounded by what he saw there. I see. Wait, no. What the hell am I looking at? The chamber he found himself in was smaller than the previous 3 halls he had explored, mostly because the pagoda narrowed the higher it went, but also because the level was separated into several chambers. And in that chamber in particular, dozens of porcelain's arms floated in the air, each at a different level of being disassembled into tiny parts. It was as though someone had stolen them from the pile of broken dolls in the basement of the obsidian tower and then brought them here to do what exactly? Sonny stared at the floating garden of disassembled arms and then walked closer. He felt as though he was in some bizarre anatomy museum. As it turns out, the porcelain dolls were much more complex than he had thought. In their disassembled state, their limbs showed how intricate the design was and how many moving parts went into making each one as functional and articulated as that of a human. The joints, in particular, seemed like a marvel of engineering, not to mention the incredibly delicate weave of the diamond string beneath. Even spell-tech automatons could not boast of that level of ingenuity and intricacy. But why were these arms brought here and taken apart? Who had done it? The prince of the underworld himself? It didn't look like it. Why would he need to study his abandoned creations? It all became clearer when Sonny reached a stone pedestal standing at the far end of the chamber and saw a faint golden light emanating from a small object laying on it. On the surface of the table were numerous parts that had been scavenged from the disassembled porcelain arms, several skeins of beautiful diamond string, and a long, narrow needle. It was the needle that gave off a faint, weak radiance. Sonny looked at the needle, then glanced at the floating porcelain arms, noting for the first time that each was missing a part or two. Finally, different pieces of information connected in his mind, and he felt that he understood something about what had transpired in the obsidian tower. Sometime after the prince of the underworld had left this hidden island, perhaps years or perhaps thousands of years, an uninvited guest had snuck into the black pagoda like a thief, somehow getting past the closed gates without ever opening them or disturbing the seal that had been preserving this place from being ravaged by time. That thief was a divine creature themselves, and also horribly wounded. One of their arms had been torn open and infected by the spreading rot that no one, not even a deity like them, could expel. That was why the thief had severed their infected arm at the shoulder and tossed it into the divine flame that had been burning in the silver brazier on the second level, and then went down to the basement to collect limbs from the broken porcelain dolls. It was that deity that had circled the pile of them and left the footprints in the dust for Sonny to notice. In the end, the thief ascended to the 3rd floor and fashioned a new arm for themselves from the parts of the prince's discarded mannequins, and then sewn it onto their body with the diamond strings threaded through a sharp needle. That was the needle Sonny was currently staring at, and the divine light on it was emanated by the remnant traces of the thief's blood still left on its surface. But who was the thief? And why was Sonny connected to their severed arm by a golden string of fate? Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then reached for the needle, but suddenly froze. The shadow left behind to monitor the harrowing rot had noticed something. The black, ulcerous flesh was changing. Chapter 449. 1,000 Years of Hunger. Here we go. Sonny faced the stairwell and stood motionless, looking at the black rot through his trembling shadow. Sensing something, Saint turned around too. The tip of her sword hesitantly rose into the air. The next few moments were going to decide whether he was going to live or die, or maybe be condemned to a fate much worse than death. One level lower, the harrowing corruption that had been spreading from the severed arm of a deity was moving. The black, ulcerous flesh was rising and falling, as if in the throes of death or transformation. Sonny gritted his teeth, waited for a second, and then breathed out with immeasurable relief. Dying. It's dying. It felt as though he had been sentenced to execution only for a pardon to arrive at the last possible moment when the rope was already pressing on his neck. Indeed, the terrifying rot was withering. As thousands of years that passed since it was locked in the obsidian tower caught up with it, the devouring corruption appeared to be dying of starvation. The stone surface assimilated into it convulsed and wriggled, as if consumed by pain. The silver brazier was melting. The growths of the bulbous black flesh were slowly receding, their color turning ashen. The process was slow, but at the edges of the patch of corruption, the rot was already turning into wisps of darkness, which then disappeared without a trace. As tension left Sunny's body, he couldn't help but sway a little. Good. Something has gone my way at last. Before, he had been considering his options and finding no possible way to escape from the rot if it was to start spreading. He had considered trying to damage it with broken oath, but doubted that anything the awakened memory could do would work, considering that even the original owner of the seven-fingered hand resorted to severing their limb completely instead of trying to destroy the spreading corruption. He had also entertained the idea of using the cruel sight, which was now infused with divine flame. But something told Sunny that the massive brazier where the rot had taken root had once been full of it too. That was apparent from how charred the severed arm of the transient deity was. If even thousands of years of burning and annihilating divine flame couldn't destroy or stop the black rot, then what hope did he have? In the end, though, the corruption had destroyed itself. Neither divine flame nor an actual deity had been able to damage the black rot, but its hunger and the relentless nature of time were. Thank gods. Sunny inhaled deeply and tiredly closed his eyes. The corruption was slowly dying, pieces of it slowly disappearing, bit after bit. All that was left behind were the damaged stone and the memory of primal horror. He grimaced, but also damn the gods. Why would they allow for such a thing to exist? Shaking his head, Sunny wiped the sweat off his face, then turned around and walked back to the stone pedestal. Reaching with one hand, he picked up the long, sharp needle and stared at it for some time. The needle seemed to have been made out of polished iron, but due to the traces of divine blood absorbed by it, the cold metal had assumed a faint golden shine. Sunny looked at it for a long time, trying to understand if this was a mundane item or some mystical artifact. In the end, he had to admit that he had no clue. The needle did not turn into a memory like Weaver's mask had. He didn't see any spell weave inside of it either. However, the needle also didn't feel like a simple object. It was strange. He thought for a bit, then summoned the covetous coffer and carefully placed the needle inside. The skeins of diamond string also went in, easily disappearing into the gluttonous box. I will have time to study it later. With that, Sunny hesitated for a bit, then reluctantly headed back toward the second level of the great pagoda. He was going to watch the harrowing rot die, and then try to approach the severed hand of the mysterious deity. Sometime later, Sunny was sitting on the lowest step of the stairs leading to the great hall, staring at the massive brazier in its center. What was left of it, to be precise. The devouring corruption took its sweet time dying. Even the hunger of thousands of years could not destroy it so easily, it seemed. The black flesh writhed and pulsated, disappearing little by little. Several times veins of rot tried to spread outward, clearly sensing the presence of a living being nearby and lusting to absorb it, him. But the profane infestation was too weak to overcome the entropic power of starvation. The silver brazier, which had long ago become a part of the horrid corruption, melted and fell apart, then disappeared into wisps of pure darkness. Soon it was clear that the rot was not long for this world. All that remained from its vile flesh were a few growths infused into the severed arm itself. Staring at the disintegrating rot, Sunny felt both deep, primal terror and a strange compulsion to try and damage it a little in hopes of being credited for the kill by the spell. Who knew what reward he would receive? But in the end, Sunny remained still. Firstly, because he wasn't even sure that the corruption would be acknowledged by the spell as a creature. He didn't really know if that thing was alive, for the lack of a better word. if it was an entity, a process, or a manifestation of some profane law that he didn't know of. Secondly, because he was absolutely unwilling to approach the rot, even now that it was dying. He wasn't even willing to let his memories get anywhere near it. The memories were connected to his soul, after all. Who knew if that thing was capable of spreading to a memory and then to his very soul through the invisible link? So Sunny simply sat silently and waited. After a while, the corruption finally died. The charred flesh of the severed arm became ashen, crumbled into dust, and finally disappeared in wisps of deep, impenetrable darkness. All that remained was the empty hall, the patch of mangled obsidian in its center, a single piece of pristine alabaster bone shining with blinding gold radiance, a sole phalanx of a finger. Sunny waited for a few minutes, gathering his courage, then sighed and stood up. He glanced at the small bone, scowled, and walked toward it. It was time to see what fate had in store for him. Chapter 450. Alabaster Phalanx. Sunny stepped into the patch of mangled obsidian and slowly approached the alabaster phalanx, then kneeled beside it and lingered, studying its golden shine. He was trying to determine if any sign of the harrowing rot remained, but also felt pulled toward the radiant bone and found it hard to look away. All of this insanity, just for that little piece of bone. What secrets does it hold? He hesitated for a moment, then reached down and picked up the phalanx. Sunny had instinctively expected it to crumble into a torrent of white sparks, and here the spell proclaimed that he had acquired a new memory, just like what had happened with Weaver's mask. That memory being, perhaps, another drop of ichor. But nothing of the sort happened. The bone felt cold and smooth to the touch. There was still marrow inside, wet and infused with bright golden radiance. Sunny tilted his head, stumped. What was he supposed to do now? In hindsight, the fact that the phalanx was not going to turn into a memory was rather sensible, obvious even. After all, memories were simply copies of real items recreated by the spell, just like echoes were copies of actual creatures, or items conjured by it from scratch following some unknown principle. This, however, this was the real deal. The alabaster bone had nothing to do with the spell. It wasn't a recreation, it was the original. Sunny frowned, feeling unsure about how he was supposed to proceed. Then a certain scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Back in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, Saint stood above the rusted remains of the Black Knight, holding a black gem in her hand. With a hint of some dark emotion burning in her ruby eyes, she raised the gem to her mouth and bit into it. Before he could fully process the implications of this image, Sunny followed a strange instinct. Without allowing himself time to think about it, he opened his mouth, put the phalanx inside, and swallowed it. What? He blinked a couple of times. What did I just do? Sunny stared at his empty hand, in which a divine bone had been just a few seconds ago, with wide eyes, and then it was as though a furious fire ignited in his chest. Crap! Sunny tumbled to the floor, feeling a harrowing pain permeate his entire being. It was the unbearable agony he knew and remembered all too well. The feeling of his very nature being forcibly changed into something that it was never meant to be, that nothing was ever meant to be, or maybe simply not allowed to. It was the opposite of the euphoric sense of rebirth the awakened experienced after completing the first nightmare or returning from the dream realm for the first time. The feeling of your whole body being torn apart and reassembled, only to be torn apart once more. Ah, here we go again. The torturous suffering he was experiencing was very similar to what he had gone through after consuming the drop of Weaver's blood. Back then, it had felt as though every muscle, every fiber, every molecule in his body were destroyed and recreated over and over again, becoming slightly different with each time. The agony had been especially excruciating when it came to his eyes, which had felt as though two white-hot rods were inserted into them. This time was different. The pain was concentrated in his spine, in his bones, in the marrow permeating them. His fingers in particular felt as though there was molten, incandescent liquid metal flowing through them. Sunny shrieked, "Damn it! God damn it! Damn it all!" It hurt so much. However, the torture did not last as long as it had back in the branches of the soul-devouring tree. After a few more minutes of it, Sunny felt the blood weave suddenly come alive and rush through his veins, absorbing the harrowing heat, and then carrying it to every cell of his body. Slowly but surely, the pain lessened. But the process of transformation continued. Sunny sprawled on the floor, covered in sweat and breathing heavily. He could feel himself changing. It was a strange and extremely unpleasant sensation, one suffused with a feeling of profound wrongness, but not as devastatingly excruciating as it had been just a few seconds ago. Hell, that was rough. His voice was hoarse and creaky. Sunny glanced to the side and noticed Saint, who was standing silently above him and looking away with co-indifference. Such heartlessness, no sympathy at all. At least the happy shadow seemed very concerned about him, or itself. It was pacing nervously, turning to Sunny from time to time and timidly offering its encouragement. The gloomy shadow was currently wrapped around his body, so it couldn't offer any feedback. He had no doubt that it would have just mocked him anyway. That jolly guy is really irritating. I would rather be mocked. Curse it all. Gritting his teeth, Sunny closed his eyes and endured the unpleasant feeling of his body being demolished and reconstructed as best as he could. After a long while, which felt like an eternity, it was all finally over. A deep feeling of relief spread through Sunny's body. It felt more solid somehow, strong, firm, resilient. Just what have I? The voice of the spell suddenly thundered in the solemn dark hall, interrupting his thoughts. Was he imagining it? Or had there been a note of dark excitement in it? It said, "One of your attributes has evolved. You have acquired a new attribute." You don't say. Sunny struggled to sit up, and then hurriedly summoned the runes. What have I done to myself this time? The runes shimmered in the air in front of him, and Sunny quickly looked at the cluster describing his attributes. Fated Imbra. Ember of Divinity. Wait, Ember? This was new. He concentrated on the Ember of Divinity and studied the string of runes. Attribute description. Deep within your soul, an ember of divinity shines, almost ready to erupt into a radiant flame. So I have an even higher affinity to divinity now. Makes sense. He had just swallowed a phalanx of an actual deity, after all. Impatient, Sunny turned back to the list of attributes where 3 more remained. The first 2 he knew all too well. Child of Shadows, Blood Weave. But the third one was new. At the very end of the list, several new runes appeared. Sunny held his breath and read, Attribute, Bone Weave. Chapter 451, Bone Weave, Bone Weave. Sunny let the sound of it echo in his mind, overwhelmed by a feeling of savage. He didn't know what that attribute gifted him yet, but was certain that it would be something special. The blood weave had saved his life so many times after all. And after his encounter with the mordant mimic, he learned that having strong bones was as important as having tenacious blood. Shifting his gaze away from the runes, he stared at one of his hands, then made a fist. This was the arm that had been shattered by the vile creature and then slowly healed while he was falling into the sky below. Even though Sunny had already been able to use it for the past few days, it used to feel weak, awkward, and slightly damaged. But now, it was as good as new. More than that, actually. It was better than ever before. All of his bones felt much more durable and resilient, stronger. His joints seemed to be slightly more agile, too. His teeth felt as though they could crush stones and cut through metal. The strangest change, however, happened to his fingers. It wasn't very apparent, though. On the surface, it simply felt as though they had grown subtly more sensitive, the tactile feeling of touching things becoming deeper and richer. However, Sunny suspected that the true change was more profound. He just didn't know what it was exactly. Bloodweave had altered his eyes in a very fundamental way, so Boneweave had to have a lot of promise. He ran his fingers across the soft surface of the puppeteer's shroud, vividly feeling the silken fabric slide against his skin. Neat. Then Sunny stretched his limbs, sensing their newfound agility. He was already weirdly limber due to practicing shadow dance, which demanded the utmost level of pliability from the practitioner's body. Now, however, it was even further enhanced. Satisfied, Sunny turned back to the runes and read, Attribute, Boneweave. Attribute description. You have inherited a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage. Your bones have been altered and imbued with steadfast temperance. He tilted his head, stunned by the somewhat expected but still profoundly fascinating piece of information he just received. Weaver's legacy! So the severed arm had actually belonged to the mysterious demon of fate. It was Weaver who had snuck into their siblings' tower while bearing a terrible wound, sliced off their rotting limb, and then fashioned a new one from the parts scavenged from the broken porcelain dolls before sewing it onto their body with diamond strings. It was Weaver's footprints that Sunny had seen in the basement of the great obsidian pagoda. He trembled. Even though Sunny had seen many incredible things and lived through many unlikely events, both wondrous and terrifying, he suddenly felt awe. It was as though he was suddenly in the presence of divinity. Demon of Fate had been to this dark island, had walked the same halls that Sunny walked, and breathed the same air. The sharp needle infused with remnant traces of their blood was currently inside his storage memory, as well as the diamond string they had used to sew a new arm to their body. Unlike the miraculous black mask, the needle was not a memory either. It was the actual thing. But most of all, Sunny had swallowed a phalanx bone of the divine being in question. Crazy! This is crazy! He blinked a few times, then suddenly thought, Was this how Neff felt when she first met Kai, I wonder? What a random and ridiculous thought. Then a slight frown appeared on his face. Why would Weaver secretly come to their younger brother's abandoned workshop? What was the harrowing rot that had been spreading from their wound, and what manner of creature could have wounded them so terribly? What could even damage a deity? Sunny had so many questions. Luckily, the description of the Boneweave was not over. Several strings of runes still remained. He concentrated and read. When children of the unknown rebelled against the gods, Weaver was the only one to refuse the call of war. Despised and hunted by both sides, they disappeared. No one knew where Weaver went and what they did, until it was too late. Sunny shivered. A few things became more clear from this short description. Firstly, it cemented his suspicion that at some point in time the 7 demons, children of the mysterious unknown, who were also strangely described as having created themselves, had waged war against the gods, or rather, 6 of them, since Weaver apparently decided to not join either side in this conflict. Secondly, Weaver's reluctance to participate in the war had landed them in big trouble with both the gods and the other demons. Unsurprisingly, one side would have seen the demon of fate as one of the enemies simply by virtue of them being a demon, while the other would have seen them as a traitor, for that same reason. That could potentially explain how Weaver ended up being ghastly wounded and why they had to sneak into the Obsidian Tower in secret. These 2 pieces of information were extremely fascinating, but it was the third one that gave Sunny pause. No one knew what Weaver did until it was too late. That sounded so ominous. That made it seem as though Weaver alone had turned out to be more terrible than both the 6 demons and the 6 gods combined in the end. What exactly had Weaver done? Sunny really wanted to know the answer to this question, and not only out of idle curiosity. He was carrying 2 parts of Weaver's lineage inside of him now, after all. The lineage that was described as being forbidden. Was the reason for that connected to what Weaver had done? Just as always, the answers Sunny had received brought him a swarm of new questions. Curses! With a sigh, he dismissed the runes and stood up. There was no sense in pondering about that now, not without finding more information, both about the demons and the gods. After all that had transpired, he was incredibly tired and hungry, but mostly hungry. With a resentful sigh, Sunny gave Saint a sign to follow and headed back toward the first level. Chapter 452. Above and Beyond. Several days later, Sunny was sitting on a piece of broken furniture in the central hall of the first level of the obsidian tower. The covetous coffer stood near him, its lid open and its sharp teeth revealed. He was holding the cruel sight in his hand. The silver blade of the somber spear was incandescent with white radiance, infused with divine flame. Sunny was currently using said divine flame to roast a piece of repulsive, slightly rotten black meat. That was the last piece of mimic's flesh he had stored inside the coffer before taking a plunge into the ocean of merciless stars. Saint was also nearby, staring into the distance with her usual cold indifference. He glanced at her, then sighed. "Sorry that I haven't fed you in a while." The shadow did not react to his words in any sort of way. Sunny continued to talk, though, unbothered by the taciturn demon's apparent lack of interest. "Hey, that's not true. It is not my fault. Blame my incredible luck instead. What can I do? The memories I find are just too incredible. How can I let you eat them? I can't." He grinned, then threw a dubious look at the sizzling black meat and sighed. "I guess it's done." Dismissing the cruel sight, Sunny brought the meat to his mouth and took a bite out of it. As he chewed, an absolutely miserable expression appeared on his face. "That's the stuff. I tell you, Saint, this meat absolutely delicious. I pity you, really, for being unable to taste this divine... Oh, damn it, how can anything be so vile? This divine dish. It's the best devil steak you can possibly eat in a lifetime. Just a single bite can really change your life. For the worst." At least chewing the damn thing was much easier now. Before the acquisition of bone weave, eating mimic's meat felt like gnawing on an old leather boot. It felt pretty much the same now, but Sunny's teeth were different. They were able to slice and cut through the tough meat of the devil with ease. Plus, it wasn't raw. That was already a reason to celebrate. Feeling his eyes tearing up from disgust, Sunny glanced at Saint and forced the smile to remain on his face. "I see you are left speechless by my culinary skill. Fair. However, in the next moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the darkness of the obsidian tower. "You actually survived!" Sunny choked on a piece of the vile meat. For a second, he thought that his loyal shadow had only been pretending to be mute all this time, instead simply choosing not to speak to him. But no, he recognized the voice. Sadly, it wasn't Saint, it was Mordred. The Prince of Nothing was back. Thank gods. Sunny had been burdened by being all alone on the dark island much more than he was willing to admit. Even though he didn't trust the mysterious voice, he felt relieved to hear it. Swallowing the meat, he took a sip from the endless spring, then looked around the hall and said, "As you can see, although being the honest-to-a-fault young man that I am, I have to admit that it wasn't easy or pleasant. In fact, I can hardly believe that I survived myself." He glanced at his body, which was still in a rather sorry state. His burns were healing, but much slower than they would have usually healed. Even though the divine flame had not touched him directly, just the heat radiated by it was enough to leave long-lasting traces that even blood weave wasn't able to remove fast. Mordred remained silent before speaking again, as he usually did. When his voice appeared, it was full of genuine surprise. "You really found the rift in the ocean of flames?" Sunny shrugged. "As it turned out, I was more or less falling toward it the whole time, but even then I almost burned to death trying to reach it. My most powerful memories were heavily damaged, and I only survived thanks to a bit of luck." Which was technically true, although not nearly all of the truth. The mysterious prince hesitated, then asked, "Where are you now?" Sunny tilted his head. How much of my surroundings can he perceive, I wonder? The first thing that Mordred had ever said to him was ask why it was so dark, so he probably could see something at least. "Can't you see where I am?" The voice answered, most likely honestly. "I can see a big hall filled with ancient broken things. That doesn't tell me a lot, though." "Makes sense?" Sunny nodded, feeling the pressure of the flaw building up in his soul, demanding for him to deliver an answer. He gestured at the interior of the obsidian tower. "Well, beyond the false stars, the void continues for who knows how much further down. But some distance from the flames, there is actually a single island floating in the emptiness. There is a magnificent black pagoda on that island, which looks like the exact copy of the ivory tower. That is where I am right now, inside that pagoda. Then Sunny scratched the back of his head and added, But anyway, how come I can still hear you? Haven't you told me that your voice would not reach beyond the stars? Mordred sighed. That was what I thought. Luckily, I seem to have been wrong. After a short pause, he said in a strange tone, The Ebony Tower. So it does exist. Sunny blinked. I guess it's one way to call it? Then, however, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Wait, you knew about it? The mysterious prince remained silent for a bit, then answered, That is what I had been trying to find before I couldn't search anymore. There were some hints that a duplicate of the ivory tower exists somewhere in the sky below. I hope to reach it. Sunny chose his next words cautiously. Oh, really? What else do you know about that place? Mordred thought for a few moments, then answered wistfully, It is said that a very powerful being came to this shattered land after it had been destroyed by the Lord of Light. Back then, the sky below was not as boundless, and there were much more fragments of divine flame still burning in its empty darkness. That being wanted to harvest those flames. Suddenly, a lot of small details about the dark island and the obsidian tower became much clearer. Sunny already had suspicions about the true purpose of this place, but now they were confirmed. The ruined machines outside the pagoda, the blackened work table, the massive glass vessels covered with soot from the inside, the silver brazier. The prince of the underworld had not truly lived in the magnificent pagoda. It was not his home, just a station he had built in the ocean of flame, which had been much larger back then, to harvest some of the divine fire. Why he had need of it, Sunny did not know, but he suspected that the prideful demon had either succeeded in his purpose or failed, and that was why he eventually left and sealed the obsidian tower, which then stood abandoned for thousands of years. And at some point during that time, another child of the unknown had come here for a short while, although their purpose was very different. This revelation came and went. There was a question burning in his mind that had nothing to do with such distant past instead. It was much more pressing. Sunny swallowed another piece of meat and asked casually, Harvest divine flames? Very interesting. Was that why you wanted to come here too? Or had Mordred been after something else? Was after something else? The lost prince laughed. No, not really. In fact, I wasn't that interested in the obsidian tower itself to begin with. Sunny frowned. Why did you want to find it if you weren't interested in it? Mordred sighed. After a long pause, he answered, his voice dark and full of suppressed emotion. What I was interested in was not the copy, but the original, the ivory tower. The two are supposed to be connected somehow. If one finds that connection, they might just be able to reach past the crushing and step foot on the heavenly isle. Chapter 453. Shrine of Stars. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking feverishly. A bridge between the two towers. That was his chance to escape this dismal place and return to the real world. The problem was he had no clue what this connection Mordred had told him about was. However, he had an idea. In the past several days, Sunny had explored the rest of the obsidian of the Ebony Tower. He had made a couple of fascinating discoveries, but most of it was now full of nothing except dust and rubble. Pretty much everything inside the pagoda disintegrated due to the onslaught of time after he had opened its gates. The most promising and mysterious of his finds, though, was situated on the last level of the tower, in a small circular hall that housed nothing except for a graceful stone arch, which stood lonesomely in its center and looked like a misplaced empty door frame. The most intriguing part about the arch was that it was surrounded by a circle of runes, almost like the gateway in the Crimson Spire had been. In fact, that was what Sunny assumed it to be, an inactive gateway. For that reason, he had spent these days trying to find a way to activate it. He had poured shadow essence into the arch itself as well as every corner of the hall. He had studied the unfamiliar runes, hoping to either find a way to translate them or maybe discover a place where they had been damaged, thus rendering the arch useless. But nothing had worked. Yet. The information provided by Mordred instantly changed his perception of the arch, though. If what the lost prince had told him was true, then maybe it wasn't a gateway to the real world. Maybe it was an entrance to the magical bridge connecting the ebony tower to its ivory counterpart. Still, how was he supposed to make the damn thing work? With a deep scowl appeared on his face, Sunny asked, "If this place is really connected to the ivory tower, then how would one go about using that connection? Do you have any ideas?" "There is something that looks like a portal here, but it doesn't work. I tried to open it 100 times, to no avail." Mordred thought for a bit, then said uncertainly, "Have you tried saturating it with essence?" Sunny grimaced. "Of course, what am I, a fool? That was the first thing I attempted." He hesitated for a few moments, then voiced something that had been keeping him worried for a while. Maybe it requires some sort of a key to be opened." The voice remained silent for a long time. Then Mordred said, "No, I don't think so." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Really? Why?" The lost prince answered casually, "Because only doors that can be kicked open require locks and keys. The master of this place wasn't someone who needed such things to keep uninvited guests away." "Huh. Makes sense, I guess. He seems to know a lot about the prince of the underworld, though. I thought knowledge of demons was really scarce." Sunny sighed. "So how do I activate the connection, then?" Mordred considered the question for a second or two, then said with a hint of doubt in his voice, "The creator of the Ebony Tower was a builder of things, a genius artifacts, but also of practical sort. From what little knowledge of him remains, he would have probably used whatever was at hand and went for the simplest solution. Builders don't like overcomplicated things, after all." Sunny considered his words. "The simplest solution?" A seed of an idea appeared in his mind. With a thoughtful expression, he took another bite out of the piece of meat and chewed it thoroughly. The lost prince politely remained silent while Sunny ate. After a while, however, he suddenly spoke. "Oh, by the way, I don't want to worry you, Sunless, but there seems to be a powerful nightmare creature standing right behind you." Sunny almost choked again. If not for the fact that he was looking both forward and back at the same time with the help of the shadows, he would have jumped and summoned the cruel sight immediately, but he knew that there was no one behind him, except for Saint. He swallowed the foul meat, then smiled weakly. "Curses, you almost gave me a heart attack. That's not a nightmare creature. Can't you differentiate a real demon from an echo?" Mordred remained silent for a bit, then said with amusement, "She is your echo? Fascinating." Sunny frowned. "What's so fascinating about it?" However, there was no answer. The mysterious prince was gone once again, disappearing as suddenly as he had appeared. Usually, Sunny was irritated by this annoying habit of his, but this time he was glad. Sunny couldn't wait to go back to the 6th level, but didn't want Mordred to see what he had found on the level before. He still didn't trust the lost prince, even though Mordred had been nothing but helpful up until now. Extremely so, in fact. Sunny didn't know if he would have even been alive without his guidance. Later, if I manage to return to the sanctuary in one piece, I'll start trusting him then, a little. Maybe finishing up his meal, the last he was going to have in a while, Sunny stood up, stretched, and headed toward the stairs. After he had received the bone weave and rested, Sunny explored the rest of the 3rd level of the Ebony Tower. However, he had not found anything of note there. He also had not discovered any more traces left behind by Weaver, which disappointed him a great deal. The 4th level, however, was much more interesting. The central hall of it was fashioned into a vast, somber shrine. At the center of it stood an altar cut from a single slab of black onyx, and behind it was an incredibly beautiful statue of a young woman dressed in a flowing tunic, her face obscured by a veil. The young woman was holding a star in one hand and a bolt of lightning in the other. Sunny was pretty sure that she was none other than Storm God, also known as the Goddess of Black Skies. Deity of the oceans, of the depths, darkness, stars, travel, guidance, and disaster. Which was really interesting. Why would the Prince of the Underworld build a shrine to his sworn enemy at the very heart of the Ebony Tower? Their relationship, it seemed, was not as simple as Sunny had thought. He had been much more interested in the altar itself, though. After finding the shrine, Sunny had tried to place magical coins on the onyx surface, and even spilled a bit of his blood on it. But this time, the gods had not answered. The coins, too, simply remained laying on the altar instead of turning into shadow essence. It seemed that the altar was not mystical at all. In fact, as far as altars went, this one appeared to be quite mundane. Sunny had quickly lost interest and continued exploring the great pagoda, and he had not been disappointed by that decision, because there was something very, very important on the 5th level of the Ebony Tower. Chapter 4, 154. Hope. The 5th level of the Ebony Tower had almost killed Sunny. It was completely empty, its black walls drowning in darkness and unadorned. There was no dust, no ruined pieces of furniture, tools, or strange metal devices, not even lanterns. There were, however, countless runes carved into the walls themselves, and almost all of those runes were of the kind that radiated a sickening, dire sensation that made one feel as though their mind was breaking apart. The same mysterious runes that the spell used to describe the unknown, and that Sunny had seen written on the floor by the prisoner of the small cell that was hidden under the ruined cathedral in the dark city. Back then, looking at them dealt a heavy blow to Sunny, but he persisted and was eventually able to read a single phrase that the prisoner had written, unlike everything else, in a familiar script. "Hail Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the unknown." On the second to last level of the Ebony Tower, however, there were much more of the terrible runes, and most of them seemed far more intense, far more powerful. When Sunny had first set foot into the dark hall, he yelped and jumped back, then rolled down the spiraling stairs all the way back to the shrine of the storm god. Good thing his bones were now much more hardy. Eventually, however, he had returned to the Hall of Runes. Sunny knew that looking at the vile writings could destroy his sanity, maybe even outright kill him, so he had done so with his eyes closed and while leaving the shadows behind, so that they too could not see the ancient walls. Even then he felt a terrible pressure constantly assaulting his mind. He was not going to leave without learning at least something from this chamber of secrets. Where else would he ever be able to study writing left behind by an actual demon? So he tried to limit the scope of what he saw and glance at the obsidian walls, one little section at a time. The experience was nothing short of horrid, but at least tolerable. And only when Sunny summoned Weaver's mask was he able to look at the portions of the hall without feeling like passing out or falling down in a fit of convulsions. The forbidden runes turned less dreadful, but did not give up their secrets. He didn't know their language after all. The spell, too, either refused or failed to translate them. His exploration, however, was not for naught, because while slowly moving around the dark hall, he discovered something extremely valuable. It was a map, or rather a strange semblance of one. Both the runes and the images constituting the map were cut into the stone, their lines smooth and deep. Sunny did not know what tool the prince of the underworld had wielded to leave these markings behind, but imagined him simply using his nail to cut into the indestructible stone that even divine fire couldn't destroy. At the center of the map, jagged mountains were depicted shrouded by mist. Directly south of them, an island with a familiar silhouette of a graceful pagoda floated above flames. Even further south, separated from the mountains by a vast emptiness, was a mighty castle. Far to the west, a snowy peak stood near a fuming volcano, and nestled between them was an arched bridge. To the southwest, a strange ship floated on ghostly waves. Southeast of the mountains, divided from them by a long stretch of nothingness, a perfectly symmetrical pyramid was cut into the obsidian wall. And lastly, to the north, further away than any other image, above all of them was a familiar shape. A fearsome mask stared at Sunny, crowned with 3 horns. Weaver's mask. The map was strange, however, because the areas she depicted seemed disconnected somehow. There were no borders, no terrain, no measure of distance between them. The ideas of north, south, east, and west were only something Sunny had assigned to the map out of habit. Truly, it could have been the exact opposite, or impossible to apply to the logic of the map altogether, but at the same time it fit with the geography of the dream realm as he knew it somewhat. Each of the images had an inscription near them written in a runic language that Sunny had trouble understanding. It was similar to the one used by the spell, but also different enough to make translation either impossible or difficult. But even without reading the inscriptions, he easily guessed what the images meant. The mountains depicted in the center of the map were, of course, the Hollow Mountains. Even if the image itself was only familiar, their closeness to the ivory tower cemented that conclusion. The ivory tower, of course, represented the Chained Isles. The castle to the south had to be Bastion. Although Sunny had never seen it with his own two eyes, he knew its silhouette and appearance from childhood just like any other human in the real world. Its likeness was the stage for countless dramas, movies, and webtoons after all. Similarly, he recognized the great stone bridge nestled between a snowy peak and a raging volcano. It was the road to Ravenheart, the great citadel ruled by clan song. Knowing the position of Bastion and Ravenheart, it wasn't hard to surmise that the ship sailing on the ghostly waves represented the Storm Sea, where the citadel of the third great clan, House of Night, was located. Sunny had no idea what the pyramid to the east represented. The seventh image, however, was rather clear. It meant Weaver. By knowing who it described, he was also able to translate the inscription near the depiction of the mask. It read, Fate. There was another symbol near it, though, which meant something akin to a question mark, an inquiry. So actually it was fate? Basically, even the prince of the underworld had no idea where his eldest sibling lived. And this was what the images were in Sunny's mind. They represented the 7 demons, or rather their domains, which was nothing short of tantalizing in and of itself, but also meant several things. Firstly, that the 3 great clans had inherited their citadels from 3 demons, or at least built their strongholds in the regions of the dream realm where demons had once dwelt. Secondly, that the underworld, most likely, was situated beneath the Hollow Mountains. This death zone was the very dark and cavernous domain to which the prince of the underworld had retreated after his conflict with the Gaudis of the Black Skies. And lastly, that the ruler of the beautiful and prosperous land that had invoked the wrath of Sun God and doomed their kingdom to destruction and eventual transformation into the Chained Isles was a demon as well. Coincidentally, the inscription cut into the stone near the image of the ivory tower was the only one after that of Weavers that Sunny was able to translate, since the runes closely resembled those usually used by the spell. It was desire. The other meaning of the runes, however, was hope. The ivory tower had once belonged to the demon of hope. Chapter 455, Doorway to Heaven. That revelation had given Sunny a lot to think about. The demon of hope, or desire. A demon whose power was most likely tied to souls and mind. What act could such a being have committed to cause Sun God to destroy their whole domain? And what had happened to that being after? Just as usual, there were no answers. Sunny was slowly learning more and more, though. For now, the pieces of information he had earned were scattered and disconnected. But if he continued to slowly accumulate knowledge, one day they were going to start clicking together, and then, what terrible and wondrous truths would he uncover? Enough to make up for a lifetime of lies, perhaps? Apart from inscriptions dedicated to Weaver in the ivory tower, Sunny failed to translate anything else. He had, however, memorized every little detail of the unfamiliar runes describing the Hollow Mountains, Bastion, Ravenheart, a ship sailing on the Storm Sea, and the mysterious pyramid to the east. I'll have to visit Teacher Julius when I'm back in the real world. He has to know something about this script, right? Thinking about the map, Sunny entered the rune hall, kept his eyes closed, and walked to the entrance to the stairwell leading to the 6th level of the Ebony Tower. The last one. When he entered the chamber of the stone arch, he sighed with relief. The pressure emanated by the terrifying runes was finally gone, leaving his mind at ease. The headache caused by them, however, was going to persist for a few more minutes. Sunny sat down, leaned his back against the wall, and stared at the arch while waiting to fully recover. The highest level of the Great Pagoda was not very large in comparison to the 6 others. It was just one big hall, circular in shape, and almost completely empty. The only thing inside of it was the arch itself. It was tall and composed of the same material as the rest of the ebony tower. In fact, the arch didn't seem to have been built. Instead, it was almost as if it had simply grown out of the floor without any seams separating it from the black stone. It looked like a doorway that someone had put in the middle of the chamber for some reason, and then forgot to attach a door to it. This was Sonny's only hope of escape. He stared at it for a long time, thinking about how to make the portal work. In the past, he had tried a lot of things to activate the arch, as well as studying the circle of runes surrounding it. But nothing he had done accomplished anything. His recent conversation with Mordred, however, had given Sonny an idea. What had Mordred said? That the prince of the underworld was somewhat of a divine smith, a builder of things, but also of the practical sort, that he would have used whatever was at hand, going for the simplest solution. That more or less confirmed what Sonny knew of the prideful demon already. After all, Saint and her kin had been created by the prince of the underworld. In retrospect, Sonny had completely failed to understand the magnitude of that accomplishment. To create a living being from nothing, a whole race of them, really. That did sound like something that only a god would be able to do, didn't it? The prince of the underworld, however, was not a god. He was a demon, a lesser deity. Was the creation of Saint and her people his way of showing the true divinities that he was in no way inferior to them? Or was he guided by some different ambition? I wonder how the gods reacted. Teacher Julius had described demons as terrible beings that inspired fear because of their unknown origins and strange powers. What happened after one of them had accomplished something that was supposed to be in the purview of only the gods? Saint's description, back when was an echo, said that she and her kin were designed to bring peace, but were born into an endless war instead. Huh? But regardless, that was not the point. The point was that Saint was made out of stone. Sonny had always thought that it was an integral part of her design, a fundamental aspect of the vision her creator had for the living statues, to make them stronger perhaps, or harder to destroy. But after witnessing the porcelain dolls and speaking with Mordred, Sonny was not so sure anymore. The broken dolls showed that the material from which to make his creations had not mattered to the prince of the underworld too much. What was at hand? The simplest solution. Was Saint made out of stone, simply because there was a lot of stone in the Hollow Mountains for its prince to use in his experiments? There was nothing but stone there, really. That, can't be right, can it? But somehow Sonny felt that it was indeed right. He glanced at Saint and blinked a couple of times. Lazy bastard. Sonny shivered, half expecting to be struck down for thinking about the mighty demon in such unflattering terms. When nothing happened, he shook his head and returned to his thoughts. There was plenty of stone in the Hollow Mountains, but there was literally nothing around the Ebony Tower. But what about in the past? What had there been a lot of around it back at the time the prince of the underworld resided in the sky below? What would he have used to power his magical engines? This pagoda had been built to harvest divine flames, after all. Feeling the headache finally retreat, Sonny stood up and walked over to the arch. Then he summoned the cruel sight, activated the dark mirror enchantment, and poured his essence into it, watching the silver blade become infused with incandescent white light. Then he hesitated for a moment and lightly pressed the tip of the somber spear against the cold black stone. Immediately, it was as though the floodgates had been open in his soul. The shadow essence flowed into the cruel sight, and through it, the divine flame flowed into the arch. Sonny staggered. In just a few seconds, all of his essence was spent. However, the portal did not open. Something in the hall did change, though. The circle of runes surrounding the obsidian arch began to glow with weak, shimmering light. That light was dim and barely visible, but it was without a doubt there. Sonny stared at the runes for a long time, and then a wide grin appeared on his face. Bingo. Chapter 456. Leaving Nothing Behind. For the next few days, Sonny's life became rather monotonous. He would meditate while circulating the shadow essence through the coils of the soul serpent to enhance the speed of its recovery, pour it into the obsidian arch, and repeat the process. With each cycle, the runes surrounding the portal became brighter and brighter. The portal was slowly coming to life, filling Sonny with hope so intense that he struggled to contain it. He had no doubt that he would be able to activate the arch, and then he would go to the ivory tower, find a way to descend back to the chained aisles somehow, and return to the real word, and buy a new refrigerator, and stock it with all kinds of food. Sitting on the stone floor of the highest level of the ebony tower, Sonny looked at the covetous coffer, which stood nearby with a resentful expression. He knew full well that there was no meat left there or any other kind of food. Who knew he would miss the vile flesh of the mordant mimic one day? I guess one should never say never. Sonny was close to fully replenishing the shadow essence, so his thoughts began to wander. Out of boredom, he dove into the soul sea, stared at the shadows for some time, then paced around, then summoned some of his memories and read their descriptions for the 100th time, then stared at the looming black suns of his shadow cores, then paced some more, summoned a few other memories. Boring. So boring. After a while, something finally attracted his attention. The runes of Weaver's mask had apparently changed a little. Before, there was in place of the name of its third enchantment. After Sonny had activated that enchantment, almost frying his brain in the process, the name changed, however. He blinked a few times, then looked at the runes again. Did I read it right? But no, there was no mistake. The first two enchantments were just as before, Mantle of Lies and Simple Trick. The third one, however, now had new runes describing it. Memory Enchantment. Where is my eye? Where is my eye? Enchantment description. Helps the wielder peer into the tapestry of fate. Sonny looked at the runes with a deadpan expression for a few moments and then laughed so hard that it threw him out of the soul sea. Oh gods, where is my eye? Priceless! By the time he was done laughing at Weaver's strange naming sensibility, the cycle of restoring the shadow essence was complete. Sonny shook his head, smiled, then stood up and summoned the cruel sight. By now, the circle of runes was burning with a furious white radiance, turning the somber black hall into a stark tapestry of darkness and light. It seemed as if the air inside the arch was rippling slightly, hazy from heat. He walked toward the obsidian arch and, without wasting any time, touched it with the tip of the silver spear. Once again, his soul essence was devoured at terrible speed. This time, however, only half of it was consumed. As bright light suddenly hit Sonny in the eyes, he took an involuntary step back and raised a hand to shield them. A cool breeze caressed his face, and he could suddenly smell bark, grass, soil, life. When his eyes adjusted to the brightness, Sonny slowly lowered his hand and looked at the arch with a bewildered expression. It was as though a rift in reality appeared inside the ebony tower. All around the portal, the hall was just as it had been. Dark, somber, cut from lusterless black stone. Inside the portal, however, was a clear blue sky. Sunlight had suddenly invaded the ebony tower after thousands of years spent in utter darkness, and brought with it the sounds of the wind and the rustling of leaves. Sonny could see the skies, but also the ground. A beautiful green meadow continued from where the obsidian floor ended, full of vibrancy and life. A shadow of a tall tree shaded the proximity of the portal, and there was a path of white stone leading from it toward. Some distance away, a pristine white wall rose higher than Sonny could see through the portal. Surrounded by the blue skies, clouds, and vibrant green grass, it seemed to be the epitome of beauty and tranquility. The whole sight was like a paradise. He swallowed. The ivory tower. Mordred was right. What's more, judging by how softly the grass swayed under the wind and how lazily the branches of the tree moved, the heavenly island was really not affected by the crushing. In that regard, at least, it was safe. Yes. Suddenly tense, Sunny quickly glanced at the circle of runes. Just as he had expected, it was already growing dimmer. The portal was burning through the meager amount of divine flame Sunny had been able to charge it within these past days and was going to close soon. Curses. Well, it was not as though he had not been prepared to go through the arch as soon as it opened. He had done everything he wanted to do in the Ebony Tower, given the circumstances. There was not much to be done here to begin with. Time had destroyed every possible trophy he could have found, and the most valuable treasures, the bone weave, and the knowledge of the map left behind by the prince of the underworld were already in his possession. Now he just had to escape alive. Dismissing all of his memories, Sunny wrapped both shadows around his body and dashed toward the light. Please, please don't be an illusion. He appeared near the portal, dove inside, and stumbled, falling to his knees. His fingers touched the soft grass, and with his tactile sense enhanced by the bone weave, Sunny felt every tiny detail of its texture, of the rich soil beneath, of the heat of the sun on his skin. It was all real. It was wonderful. As the portal shimmered and closed behind him, Sunny closed his eyes tightly and let out a short, quiet cry. He had too many emotions boiling in his heart to put them into words. He made it. He escaped from the void. He left nothing behind. While Sunny was feeling the joy of escaping from the sky below, something else happened. Somewhere far away, or maybe close by, there was a room built of cold stone full of deafening silence. It was dark and empty, arranged in the shape of a heptagon, with 7 corners drowning in deep shadows. There were 7 mirrors standing at each of the 7 walls of the room, pointed at its center. There was nothing there. However, in each of the 7 mirrors, a figure of a young man reflected, sitting on the stone floor with his hands chained behind his back. The young man was still and motionless, almost as if he was just a statue and not a living being. But then something changed. A few moments after Sunny crossed the portal and appeared on the aisle of the ivory tower. One corner of the young man's lips curled upward slightly, forming a hint of a smile. Mordred was glad to see Sunny escape too. Chapter 457, Ivory Tower. Saint, come look at this. Sunny sat on the soft grass, enjoying the sunlight and the cool wind. He had not even known how much he missed them. Missed everything, really. Looking back, it was hard to imagine that he had endured more than a month of utter nothingness without losing his mind. His experiences in the dark city, it seemed, made him far more resilient. The shadow of the ivory tower was slowly moving closer as the evening approached, marking the passage of time. It was peaceful and quiet on the green meadow of the heavenly island. Answering his call, the taciturn demon appeared nearby and stood silently, observing the magnificent white tower. Her ruby eyes, however, did not show any emotion. He sighed. Well, I think it's lovely. The soaring island was not very large, so Sunny could more or less see its edge not too far away, surrounded by floating slates of shattered marble. There was a meadow on this side of it, a grove that rustles under the wind, and a graceful gazebo built of the same white material as the ivory tower itself. The stone arch inside of it was also white and empty. The portal was gone. Some distance away, connected to the gazebo by a stone path, stood the magnificent great pagoda that had once belonged to the Demon of Hope. If its copy in the sky below was somber and ominous, the original was the complete opposite. It was beautiful, graceful, and slightly surreal, as if too sublime to exist in the mortal realm. In a sense, it did not. Something about the ivory tower made Sunny uneasy, however. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, but it was as though he simultaneously felt pulled toward it and threatened by it. The sensation did not come from his intuition, but more so from the deepest corners of his soul. It was rather strong, and there was also something strange in the shape of the tower itself. There was a weird thing that went around the base of it, circling the whole perimeter of the great pagoda and disappearing from view. That thing was almost of the same color, but slightly less pristine, and made out of long and weathered sections. After looking at it for a while, Sonny finally realized what the thing was. Bone. Wrapped around the tower was what remained of the tail of some giant, dead creature. He frowned. Good thing it's dead. I hope it remains this way. Sonny sighed, used the cruel sight to help himself stand up, and headed toward the edge of the island. Saint followed, putting the blade of the midnight shard on her shoulder. Reaching it, he cautiously looked down and saw the disjointed patchwork of the chained aisles far below. From this high, they looked like pieces of a beautiful mosaic that someone had laid out on the backdrop of velvety darkness, with a scattering of radiant stars shining in between. Sonny gazed down for a while, then picked up a rock from the ground and threw it over the edge. The rock fell for 100 meters or so without meeting any resistance. Then, however, it suddenly cracked and exploded into shards, which then became dust and were scattered in the wind. Curses. It seemed that the crushing was still there. It's just that the ivory tower itself was not affected by it, as well as the island it stood upon and a small area surrounding it. How was he going to come down? Sonny stood at the edge for some time with a resentful expression on his face, then turned around and walked deeper into the island, circling the ivory tower from the left. On the other side of the great pagoda was a clear lake with streams of water flowing out of it and falling over the edge of the island. In the bright sunlight, it seemed as though the entire surface of the lake was shining with pure golden radiance. Sonny looked at his reflection in the water, then at an intricately engraved bench standing near it, cut from white stone. Finally, he walked further on and reached a vantage point from which the gate of the graceful tower could be seen. Oh! The gates looked very similar to those he had opened in the depths of the sky below, with the main difference being the color and the absence of soot. As well as that, there were skeletal remains of a giant beast lying in front of them, its serpentine body wrapped around the tower, its massive skull resting right near the tall white doors. Each of the terrifying fangs of the great beast was as long as Sonny was tall at least. Deep darkness nestled in its empty eyes. He shivered. Is that a dragon? Indeed it was. Right in front of Sonny were the weathered, snow-white bones of an actual dragon. The image of the mighty creature laying dead in front of the pristine tower was solemn, mysterious, and terrifying. What could have killed such a being? Thinking that he didn't wish to know, Sonny lingered for a while, then headed toward the remains of the dragon. He was desperately hoping that the great beast would not stir and come to life. If that happened, well, it was better to not even think about it. Reaching the white skull of the mighty creature, Sonny hesitated for a bit, then walked between the terrifying fangs and approached the gates. They were slightly ajar, so he didn't even need to use essence to unlock them. Sonny gathered his courage, raised his hand, and pushed the gates open. Suddenly, he felt a bit sleepy. What is this? Shaking his head to chase the sleepiness away, Sonny walked inside the tower and found himself in a great hall, bright lights streaming through its tall windows. The air inside, however, was infused with a strange, shimmering darkness. And in its center there were chains, 7 chains sprawled from the pristine white floor, as if growing out of it, each ending in a broken shackle. The shackles were inscribed with a myriad of runes and marred, their metal torn. They were also the source of the strange shimmering which rose from their surface in ethereal wisps. A chaotic, ever-changing mass of pure darkness pulsated in the very center of the great hall. No, it was not darkness. Rather, it seemed like a rift in the fabric of reality, one that could devour even light itself. Sonny tensed, then took a tentative step forward, hoping to see what was hidden behind the darkness. As soon as he did so, however, a familiar voice echoed in the silence of the great hall. "Stop, Sunless. Turn back if you wish to live." Chapter 4, 158. Shackles of Hope. Sunny froze, then took a careful step back and stared at the walls of the great hall. Mordred's timing this time around was impeccable. It was not like Sunny had planned to get too close to the mass of darkness, but he might have underestimated the danger it presented. To be honest, he felt that he wasn't thinking entirely straight. It was not like he had lost control, but the strange pull he felt outside the tower was much stronger here, exerting a subtle effect on his mind. Sunny tensed and glanced at the pulsating dark rift, then realized that the pull emanated from the shackles that were the source of it. "Why, what is that thing?" The lost prince remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "I really can't make sense of you." Sunny blinked. That was not the answer he had expected. "What? What is that supposed to mean?" Mordred answered with a bit of doubt in his voice. "Nothing, really. It's just that some things about you suggest a certain background, but then there are as many contradictions. Don't you know what a seed of nightmare looks like?" Sunny jumped back, then cautiously looked at the mass of shimmering darkness again. "So, that was a seed of nightmare, a vile manifestation of the spell that grew in the dream realm and eventually blossomed, opening a gate to the real world for the nightmare creatures to enter. The thing that awakened were supposed to seek out and destroy by challenging the nightmare contained within. No wonder it exerted a pull on him." He scowled, then said with annoyance, "How am I supposed to know what a seed of nightmare looks like? I only became an awakened a few months ago." Mordred spoke in his usual polite tone. "Have your clan elders not taught you anything?" Sunny opened his eyes wide, a shocked expression appearing on his face. "Clan? What clan? Do I look like a legacy to you?" The lost prince did not answer, letting Sunny boil with outrage in silence. Eventually, he slowly exhaled and asked dejectedly, "Anyway, are you sure that that's what it is?" Mordred lingered for a long time, then said quietly, "I am. I searched for it for a long time after all." Hearing these words, Sunny frowned. "What? Wait, is that why you were trying to reach the ivory tower, to challenge a nightmare?" He rubbed his face in frustration, trying to find a way to make sense of that statement, then shook his head. "Why the hell would you do that? There's no shortage of seeds of nightmare everywhere in the dream realm, ones that are not hidden behind endless voids and oceans of divine flame. These things were not so numerous that one stumbled on one every day, but also not so rare to go to this lengths to reach one." What had Mordred been thinking? The lost prince answered after a short pause, his voice slightly amused. "You are not a legacy indeed." Sunny let out a heavy sigh. "Either you are extra obscure today, or I can't understand you for some reason. What do legacies have to do with any of this?" Mordred thought for a bit, then said, "This seed of nightmare is a very, very special one." What is he going on about? The only thing that differentiated seeds, in Sunny's mind, was their category. A Category 2 seed would blossom into a Category 2 gate and contained a second nightmare. If an awakened challenged it and passed the trial, they would become a master. If a master challenged a Category 3 seed and survived the third nightmare, they would become a saint. The same thing went for sovereigns, although there only had been 3 fourth nightmares conquered in all of human history as far as Sunny knew, and he knew more than most people. How could a seed be special? As if guessing what he was thinking about, Mordred spoke. "There are a lot of master, but not all masters are equal. There are a few dozen saints, but not all saints are equal. And similarly, there are numerous nightmares, but not all nightmares are equal." Sunny scowled. "How so? Is it easier? More difficult?" The lost prince sighed. "Neither. As far as the difficulty of the trial is concerned, the spell is always fair, in its own perverse way. However, that doesn't mean that the outcome is always the same. What enemies you vanquish determine what memories and echoes you receive. What battles you fight determines what experience you will bring back. Sonny thought back on his own arsenal of memories and had to admit that the more unique nightmare creatures he had thought, the greater the reward was. In that sense, challenging a unique nightmare would certainly pose more risk, but also promise a greater boon. Add the existence of the lineage memories into the equation. A deep frown appeared on his face. Mordred, however, was not done talking. But more than that, the nature of the nightmare you challenge determines what knowledge you will receive and what secret you will be able to glean. As a researcher, you should know that the lessons humans can learn from the decrepit ruins in the dream realm are not that profound. Where do you think most of our knowledge comes from? It comes from the stories people bring back from their nightmares, of course. That made sense. There were actual natives of the dream realm out and about in the nightmares, after all, like Oro of the Nine. Even if he was really just an illusion created by the spell was no simple thing. Most of the knowledge Sonny possessed was built on the foundation of what he had learned from the noble swordsman and scholar. How much more would he know if he had gone into the nightmare with the intention to not only survive but also learn? Sonny glanced at the dark seed. It had grown in the tower that had once belonged to one of the 7 demons. What mysteries would such a nightmare reveal? Mordred gave him time to think, then said in an even tone, "For that reason, legacy clans, not all of them, but the truly powerful ones, select the nightmares for their members to challenge very carefully." Sonny lingered for a bit, then raised an eyebrow. What crazy clan chose that cursed seed for you to try and find then? The Lost Prince laughed. Oh no. No one had wished for me to seek it. It was my decision alone. In fact, I suspect that only 2 people in both the waking world and this one know about its existence, me and now you. He chuckled again, and then added, "But that is what makes it so special as well. None of them could have learned of its existence, reached it, and taken its rewards as their own." After that, Mordred suddenly grew silent. He remained that way for a while, and then added quietly, "Well, it's not like I managed to do it too." He sighed, lingered for a few moments, and then added in a wistful tone, "Can you imagine what secrets that seed hides? What one would learn from that nightmare? A nightmare that was created from the chains with which Hope herself had been bound." Chapter 459. Seed of Nightmare. Hope herself. Sonny stared at the 7 chains, finding new meaning in their cruel visage, and the misshapen, torn remnants of the 7 rune-inscribed shackles. So the sun god's ire had not been quelled by just destroying her kingdom. He had gone a step further, binding the demon of hope at the heart of her decimated domain. For how long? And how had she escaped in the end? He tilted his head. "So the demon of hope was chained here?" Mordred answered with a hint of surprise in his voice. "You know of the demons?" A crooked smile appeared on Sonny's face. "I do, a bit. Why wouldn't I? Although, truth be told, there's not a lot of information about them even among the Dream Realm researchers. So, the ruler that you had told me about was one of the demons? A lesser deity?" Mordred kept silent for a bit, then said dejectedly, "Yes. I am not sure that those 2 words really go together, though. I also don't know what Hope had done to earn the wrath of the Lord of Light. However, I do know that these 7 chains are what holding is the chained isles from falling into the sky below." Sonny raised his eyebrows. "What?" The Lost Prince sighed. "People think that there are numerous heavenly chains connecting all the island, but in fact there are only 7, and you are looking at their roots, or rather, there were only 7. Each of them had to be broken for the ivory tower to become untethered, of course. So, now the islands are linked by the fragments of the original 7 chains, many of them severed from each other. That is why they are slowly crumbling one after another." Sonny thought for a bit, trying to correct the way he used to think about the chained isles. The new information was interesting, but not very useful. Shaking his head, he turned back to the seed of nightmare. So, what is the category of that thing? I guess it contains a second nightmare since you wanted to challenge it? Mordred answered succinctly. Correct. That's one way I can get out of the dream realm, then. But am I suicidal enough to go into the second nightmare alone? Whole cohorts of experienced awakened routinely perish in their attempts to become masters. What would my chances of survival be with no one to cover my back? Just as Master Jet had said, no one survived in the dream realm alone. She probably knew from experience. He scowled. Wait, will this seed create a gate in the real world if it's not destroyed? When Mordred answered, his voice was almost indifferent. Indeed, but not for a long time. Maybe in a few years or a decade. It has not matured enough to be able to bloom, yet. Sunny hesitated. But it can be challenged, right? The Lost Prince did not answer for a while, but then finally said, yes. A seed can be challenged before it blooms as well as after. If the seed is not found in time and a gate opens, challengers can fight their way through and enter the nightmare directly. The gate also disrupts the anchors of those near it, so masters and saints that enter the dream realm will appear in the vicinity of the blooming seed. After that, they can lead awakened to it. He paused, then added, in fact, most of the seeds are not found in time because the dream realm is vast and only partially explored. That's why the nightmare creatures are entering our world so often. Challenging a seed before it blooms is much better. In this case, however, I would advise against it. Sunny turned away from the mass of shimmering darkness, then asked in an even tone, yeah? Why? Mordred let out a heavy sigh. Conquering a second nightmare alone is not impossible, but attempting it is tantamount to gambling your life away. The chances of returning alive are very slim. That is why Awaken challenge them as members of cohesive experience cohorts. Even then, many don't survive. Most even. But this nightmare is actually far worse. Entering it is a guaranteed death sentence, regardless of how many challengers there are, unless... Sunny kept his ears open, suddenly very attentive. Unless what? The Lost Prince remained silent for a short moment, then said, there is a black altar in the place you call Night Temple. On it lies an ivory knife. Only those who have shed blood on the altar and received the memory of the knife have a chance to survive the trial that hides within this seed. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Wait, that sounds very familiar. He thought for a few seconds, then asked, would the obsidian knife from the white altar of the sanctuary of Noctis work? Mordred laughed. Sure. Having both would be even better. Incredibly so. However, I don't know the method to receive the memory of the obsidian knife. The ritual seems to be different from the one required for the altar in the Night Temple, and I have never figured it out. You didn't? But I might have. The image of the covetous coffer appeared in Sunny's mind, full of golden coins. There were almost 1,500 of them inside. Would that be enough to allow him to lift the obsidian knife off the altar? He had a feeling that it would. What do these knives actually do, though, and how the hell do you know all this? However, there was no response. Mordred was once again gone. Sunny was left alone in the beautiful hall of the Ivory Pagoda, staring at its white walls and the darkness that had taken root between them. The seed of nightmare was calling to him, demanding to be challenged and destroyed, or maybe simply to be fed a delicious human soul. Crazy. This is crazy. Challenging a second nightmare alone was very similar to throwing his life away, and that was even without the particular piece of information that Mordred had given him. That no one would be able to survive this very special nightmare without a memory of one of the two altar knives, or better yet, in possession of both. The question was, what was worse? Challenging the nightmare, or attempting to survive the crushing? Chapter 460. Fight or Flight. Sunny remained in the Hall of Chains for a while, looking at the seed of nightmare and the shimmering darkness that suffused it. Then he walked outside. Full of thought, Sunny passed between the jaws of the dead dragon and slowly headed toward the lake. There he sat on the stone bench and stared at the water with a dark expression on his face. The wind lightly caressed his face and his pale skin, soothing the few remaining burns that he had received in the sky below. Saint stood silently by his side, her graceful onyx figure reflecting in the clear waters of the lake. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. I am almost home. More than a month ago, he had ventured on an expedition to explore the shipwreck island and search for clues about the whereabouts of the treasure left behind by mysterious Noctis. He had only planned to be gone for a week. He had found the treasure, but also fought and defeated two devils, one fallen and one ascended, receiving two powerful memories in the process. After that, he gazed at the tapestry of fate through the eyes of a divine mask and plunged into an endless abyss. He spent several weeks plummeting through a sea of nothingness, only to be met by an ocean of flames in its depths. On the other side of the fire was a black tower built by an ancient demon, and in it was a severed hand of a deity, consumed by a terrible rot. There, Sunny swallowed a phalanx bone of Weaver and received the second part of their lineage. After that, he used divine flames to open a portal between the dark void and the sunlit heavens, and found the 7 chains that a god had once used to bind Desire, the demon of hope. And somewhere along the way, he met a lost soul who called himself Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, a disembodied voice that came out of nowhere and helped him along the way. Now Sunny just had to do one last thing: either plunge into a deadly nightmare or off the edge of the Ivory Island to be met with the obliterating fury of the crushing. With a heavy sigh, he turned around and stared at the white bones of the great beast that had wrapped its mighty body around the base of Hope's beautiful tower once thousands of years ago before succumbing to death. Let's get this show on the road, I guess. Sometime later, Sunny was leaning on the wall of the ivory tower. He was in a tight spot between the tail of the dead dragon and the white surface of the great pagoda, with Saint standing near him, her weapons dismissed. With a crooked smile, Sunny wrapped the 2 shadows around his body and circulated shadow essence through the coils of the soul serpent, preparing for what was about to come. Then he looked at the taciturn stone demon and raised his eyebrows. "What are you waiting for? Push!" Saint gave him an indifferent look, then took a step forward, placed her hand on the surface of the massive bone in front of her, and pushed with all her demonic strength. Her feet sunk into the soil by a few centimeters, but the ancient bone did not move. Until Sunny joined his shadow, that was. Pressing his shoulder against the adamantine white surface, he poured shadow essence into his muscles and pushed too. Although it felt as though the strain was going to kill him, the bone finally gave. One of the massive vertebrae comprising the dead dragon's tail rolled over, separating from the rest. "Come on, keep at it!" Of course, Sunny was not going to challenge a second nightmare alone. What was he, crazy? Well, maybe he was a little. But being suicidal was not a part of his very mild, borderline charming craziness. Instead, he was going to throw a piece of the dead dragon's tail off the edge of the Ivory Island and ride it all the way down to the ground, hoping that it would survive the onslaught of the crushing. If a dragon couldn't, then what could? Put your back into it. Saint didn't really need his encouragement or advice, so Sunny was mostly shouting for his own benefit, since producing loud noises seemed to help him cope with the strain of trying to push the ancient bone for some reason. Luckily, now that it had been dislodged, the process became easier. Together, they slowly moved the massive vertebra past the gazebo containing the inactive portal, then past the grove of ancient trees, and finally to the very edge of the island. There, Sunny stopped for a moment and tried to catch his breath. Then he cautiously looked down. That was a mistake. If before the colorful mosaic of the flying islands far below was simply a breathtaking sight, now that he had to actually jump down, it made Sunny dizzy and frightened out of his wits. But it was too late to change his mind. Wasn't it? Gritting his teeth, Sonny tried not to think about the inconceivable height and climbed inside the vertebra, which, of course, was hollow at the center. There was just enough space there to fit his body, and that was the reason why he had chosen this particular one in the first place. He lingered for a long time, trying to gather his courage. Maybe it's not too late. Maybe I should just enter the seed. What's the big deal anyway? It's just a second nightmare. But no, there was no way back. He simply had to do it. Inhaling deeply, Sonny held his breath for a moment and then screamed in a small voice, "Saint! Push it over!" Outside the massive vertebra, the taciturn demon stared at the surface of the ancient bone for a moment, and then gave it a devastating kick as the tailbone of the dragon plunged off the edge of the ivory island, giving Sonny a serious rattle. He yelped, dismissed Saint, and dissolved into the shadow that dwelt in the hollow space inside the vertebra. Of course, he wasn't going to try and survive the crushing in his physical form. He just needed a large enough shadow to hide in. As long as the dragon bone endured, the shadow would too, and he would be safe, if it endured. For a couple of seconds, everything seemed fine. But then the vertebra left the bubble of safety surrounding the heavenly island, and suddenly, an inconceivable pressure struck it from all sides like a hammer of a wrathful god, making the porcelain bone produce terrifying cracking noises. Once again, Sonny was plummeting with terrible speed through the sky. Only this time, the vehicle he had chosen to transport him was even stranger, as well as spinning like crazy with the wind roaring deafeningly all around. Luckily, he couldn't get sick as a shadow. Otherwise, his already empty stomach would have become emptier. "Curses, don't break, you damn bone!" The vertebra of the dead dragon was cracking and slowly breaking apart, but miraculously still holding together. At this height, the crushing was deadly enough to pulverize the flesh of a saint, a bona fide demigod, into a bloody paste. Maybe even a big red cloud, but the adamantine dragon bone was only now beginning to slowly crumble apart. Once the process started, though, it became unstoppable. Sonny panicked as he watched Wide's crack appear on the white surface all around him. Then a piece of the bone flew away, letting in a chaotic flood of light. Cursing, he shifted away from the breach, but seconds later another appeared, and then another. The size of the shadow he could hide in was growing smaller and smaller. Crap! Soon, there were more holes and cracks in the bone than he could count. And then, it crumbled completely. At the last second, Sonny slid onto the biggest remaining slab of the ancient vertebra, and then went into a crazy dance, shifting from one side of it to another as the fragment spun and exposed different parts of it to the sunlight. Small pieces broke off from it, and then the fragment itself cracked too. Ah! Finally, the piece of the adamantine vertebrae disintegrated into a rain of splinters that were too small to fit Sonny into their shadows. With nowhere else to hide, he was thrown out into the physical world, his body instantly becoming the victim of the bone-breaking force of the crushing. Luckily, his bones were now much more robust than before, and the crushing was already not as irrevocably obliterating as it had been higher up. As a loud scream escaped from Sonny's mouth, he continued to fall, feeling his body go through a cruel meat grinder. But with the help of two shadows and a generous outpour of shadow essence, it wasn't enough to kill him, or even seriously wound him. It was simply painful, damaging, and unpleasant. The tailbone of the dead dragon had carried him down for long enough to go through the worst layers of the crushing. Now all he had to do was stick the landing. With a suppressed groan, Sonny struggled to control his fall, and finally managed to stabilize his body, preventing it from spinning madly. The chained aisles were now much, much closer than they had been before. In fact, he could even recognize a few nearest ones. "Don't you dare miss, you pale bastard!" He really didn't want to repeat the whole damn process again. Summoning the dark wing, Sunny waited for a second for the dragonfly cloak to activate its enchantment, and then slowly started to turn his fall into a glide. A single thought rang in his mind. I made it. I actually made it. Crap, I really did. Sometime later, a figure of a young man fell from the skies and nimbly landed on the index finger of the giant iron hand that lay in the center of a peaceful, quiet island. The young man looked a bit strange. He was naked above the waist, with several half-healed burns covering his pale skin, and a menacing, intricate tattoo of a coiling black serpent covering his arms, as well as a large part of his torso. His black hair was wild and disheveled, and his dark eyes seemed a little crazy. Sunny swayed a little, caught his balance, and turned to a group of awakened who were sitting around a dancing campfire staring at him with their mouths wide open. A bright smile appeared on his face. "Ah, good day to you, fellow humans, say." As mad intensity appeared in his eyes, Sunny licked his lips and asked hoarsely, "Is that food I see roasting over your fire?" Chapter 4, 161. Welcome Home. The heavy lid of the metal sarcophagus opened, letting out bluish light and wisps of cold mist. Soon, a pale hand emerged from inside. Jumping out of the sleeping pod, Sunny landed on the floor, felt the ceramic texture of the armored plates beneath his bare feet, and let out a low, satisfied sigh. "I'm back, finally." It was so nice to return to the real world. After meeting the cohort of the Sanctuary Awakened on the Iron Hand Island, he traveled back to the Citadel with them. Some were curious about where he had been for more than a month, but most weren't even aware that Sunny had gone missing. He used the full scope of his formidable ability to bend the truth ever which way, and left them with the impression that his recent expedition had been long, but not very exciting. They did continue to give him strange looks the whole way back, though, for some reason, but Sunny wasn't too bothered by that. After entering the sanctuary, he went straight for the altar. Since it was the middle of the day, and the moon was hidden behind the horizon, he couldn't use the coins immediately. So instead, he simply touched the altar and left the dream realm. Home. I'm finally home. Even though Sunny had not spent a lot of time in his new house, the feeling of safety both its walls and the real world gave him was extremely comforting. Miraculously, even though he had been gone for many weeks, his body felt completely fine. It was as though he had only slept for a night. That's the magic of technology. Glancing at the extravagantly expensive sleeping pod, Sunny decided that he had spent his money well, and headed for the exit out of the basement while whistling a cheerful tune. Then, however, he froze. What the hell? Something was not right. First of all, he had never used the lighting in the underground dojo, but now it was turned on, drowning everything with bright light. Secondly, the armored doors of the lift leading up were violently torn open. It was as though a massive nightmare creature had broken through the defense systems of the house and ripped them apart, bending the adamantine alloy like it was wax. Crap! Sunny jumped back and summoned the cruel sight. What could have come here? Did a gate open nearby? Full of tension and grim determination, he used the stairwell to climb to the ground floor and cautiously entered his living room. The first thing he saw there were dirty dishes. Lots and lots of dirty dishes. The second thing he saw were two hazel eyes staring at him with scathing accusation. Have I gone really crazy? Somehow, Effie was in his living room, sitting in her wheelchair with a bowl of steaming cup noodles in one hand and chopsticks in the other. There was a very disgruntled expression on her face. Oh, what the hell is she doing here? What's going on? Staring at Sunny, Effie swallowed a mouthful of noodles and then said in a dark tone, "You're back. Way to make your friends worry, asshole." As it turned, back when Sunny had been falling into the sky below and thinking about how no one would miss him, he was very, very wrong. In fact, the opposite had happened. About 2 weeks after he stopped answering their messages, both Effie and Kai got worried. Effie went to the academy to check on him, and that was when they learned that Sunny moved out of the dormitory. Bastard. You could have told us that you bought yourself a house, you know? You owe me a housewarming party. Equals Sunny blinked. A what party? Is there really such a thing, or is she pulling my finger? Not knowing where to find him, Kai used his connections to learn Sunny's new address. Since he was limited in where he could go without drawing the attention of the press, Effie went instead. And when she found the basement locked, well, my armored doors, it was you broke them, she sneered. What are you crying about? Those armored doors of yours were pathetically easy to break anyway. Buy yourself better ones. Anyway, I thought that I was going to find your corpse in the sleeping pod. Do you even know how that made me feel? A heavy expression appeared on her face. That would have been a real tragedy. Sunny sighed. Well, at least she cares. I mean, just think about it, all those amazing memories you hoard gone just like that. If you're going to die, at least give them to me before you do. Spoke too soon. After making sure that his life signs were stable inside the sleeping pod, Effie stayed to keep a watch on him, while both she and Kai tried to find out where Sunny was. Apparently, they went as far as contacting the representatives of the White Feather clan. You didn't! Sunny grabbed his head, realizing that he had a lot of explaining to do once he was back in the sanctuary. A cohort of random awakened was one thing, but if St. Tyrus herself was aware of his disappearance, things were going to get much harder for him. Effie snorted. Of course we did! We also contacted Cassie and her firekeepers since they have a cohort in that remote hellhole you are anchored at. But even she didn't know where the hell you have disappeared to. Curses? They even brought Cassie into it. Sunny groaned. But why? Why would you do all this? Effie gave him a long look, then shook her head dejectedly. Doofus. Can you stop being such a doofus? He stared at her in bewilderment. What is that supposed to mean? She shook her head again and activated her communicator. Ponder on it. And while you're at it, be quiet for a few minutes. I need to call Kai and tell him that you have turned up. Poor guy must have flown halfway to the Chained Isles by now. Sunny eyes grew wide. Flown what? Effie gave him a pitying look. Then she said, What part of be quiet did you not understand? Chapter 4, 162. An Epic Quest. After Effie gave Kai a call and let him know that Sunny was alive and back in the real world, they spent a minute in awkward silence. Sunny looked around, taking in the sight of his once pristine and orderly living room. Now there were dirty dishes everywhere, as well as empty packets of takeout food. At least he thought that that was what they were, since he had never actually bought one before. Effie was such a slob. There were even several pieces of clothing thrown into a corner. Speaking of clothing. Crap! By the way, Sunny, when did you get this badass tattoo? A big long snake, no less. Makes a girl wonder. He sighed heavily, cursing the fact that he had not adjusted the puppeteer's shroud after summoning it back in the basement. There were no burns on his skin now, after all. It's not really a tattoo. It's a magical serpent that helps me control and regenerate essence faster. Don't ask why it manifests as a tattoo, because I have no idea, really. He hesitated for a bit, then asked, So you've been just living here for these past few weeks? Effie shrugged. Sure. Someone had to monitor your vital signs, plus my family. Well, they deserved a break after taking care of my comatose body for 4 years and everything before that, so I bought a very nice place for us and then sort of moved out. Then, an animated expression appeared on her face. Don't worry, though. The stuff you keep in your bedroom remained a secret. I can't even go up the stairs, remember? Sunny stared at her in outrage. What stuff? There's no stuff. I don't even use the bedroom. I can't really sleep, can I? Effie laughed. Right, makes sense. That you are not doing it on the bed kind of guy. Oh yeah, what happened to your fridge? He glared, then looked away in embarrassment. That I sort of broke it by accident. Then a sudden smile appeared on his face. Want to go buy a new one? Since Kai wanted to meet, Sunny and Effie decided to visit an elite shopping center in the center of the city, and then wait for him in a posh restaurant nearby. The former huntress also told Sunny that she would hold off on asking questions about his unexpected adventure until all three of them were together, so that he didn't have to repeat everything twice. Which suited him fine since he needed time to decide what he wanted to tell his friends and what would be better kept to himself. There was so much he needed to think about and do. The journey into the sky below had not only disrupted his plans in the real world, but also added new things to his agenda. From training to wield a spear better, to setting up a shop to sell the soul shards he had brought back with the help of the covetous coffer, there were just too many opportunities in front of him. He also had to decide what to do about Rain, and continue practicing shadow dance in the dreamscape. Everyone had forgotten about Mongrel by now, surely, no doubt about it. Adult life is hard. They reached the shopping center with the help of a passenger PTV, which seemed a bit too luxurious to Sunny, but was a necessity, considering that it would have been hard for Effie to move around in public transport, not only because of her disability, but also because she was somewhat of a celebrity. He had noticed at least 3 propaganda posters depicting her, the way she looked in the dream realm to be exact, on buildings as the PTV drove toward the heart of the city. Even he had to agree that Effie looked impressive, like a beautiful goddess of war that knew no fear or would never surrender to anything, not even the hopeless darkness of the forgotten shore, triumph and perseverance. That was what people needed to see, considering how hard and dire life in the real world could seem sometimes, even if it was just a sweet, benevolent lie. It gave them hope, at least. A hope gave them strength. Noticing his gaze, Effie grinned. "Looking good, am I?" He had no choice but to tell the truth. "Yeah?" She giggled. "Do you remember how Scar and Park came up with a story to make me seem like some kind of a folk hero in the outer settlement, back when Gunlog's people were searching for me? Well, the government ran wild with it, as you can see. Plus the fact that I was in charge of the first line during the siege, they made me into a poster girl for the young generation of the awakened. Right after Nephis, of course." Her face suddenly grew dark and solemn. After a long pause, Effie added, "It's a shame that neither of them lived long enough to see their stupid story become a worldwide hit. Park would have been so full of himself now if he did. I can just about hear him boast." And that was the bitter truth that people didn't get to see. The terrible price of the triumph they celebrated was known only to those who had gone through it, and somehow emerged alive on the other side. The two of them spent some relaxing time in the shopping center, Effie resting in her wheelchair, Sunny pushing it from behind. From time to time, someone recognized her as the famous Raised by Wolves, and politely expressed their respect and admiration. He, on the other hand, seemed almost invisible. Sunny didn't mind. It was better that way, really. Being invisible suited a shadow very well. More importantly, the act of buying a stupid refrigerator filled him with pure delight. He had been fantasizing about it for so long in the sky below, after all. In a sense, this whole thing had just been a giant obstacle on his epic quest to buy a fridge. And now, after overcoming countless dangers and hardships, that deadly quest was over. Sunny worked out the details about the delivery, and soon it was time to meet up with Kai. He had never been to a posh restaurant before, but it seemed as though his outer appearance was decent enough to not look out of place. The mundane clothes he wore had been chosen with the help of the charming fashion icon himself, after all. Or maybe it was Effie's presence that made everyone there extra polite and a little bit reverent. They entered a tastefully decorated space and saw a tall individual in a black cap and an ordinary face mask standing nearby. The weirdo was wearing sunglasses inside. Before Sunny could understand what was happening, the masked individual quickly approached and gave him a big hug. Does he really think that his disguise is fooling anyone? And why is he always trying to hug me?" Of course it was Kai. No amount of masks and sunglasses could hide the glamorous aura of the enchanting nightingale. It only made him stand out even more. Sunny sighed. That dashing bastard. Chapter 4, 163. The three of them sat down and were presented with old-fashioned paper menus to make their choice from. Sunny stared at the word steak for a bit, then shuddered and shifted his gaze to the salad section. A few minutes later, a waiter approached to take their order. Effie spoke. I guess 3 portions of bibimbap, 3 portions of samgyeopsal, 3 bowls of jjajangmyeon, and 3 portions of tteokbokki. Then she turned to them, smiled innocently, and asked, "Oh, and what about you guys? What are you going to order?" Sonny almost choked on the water he was drinking from a beautiful crystal glass. The waiter, though, somehow managed to keep a straight face. What a professional! Since they were seated in a private booth, Kai finally took off his cap and sunglasses, then smiled brilliantly. His voice sounded so sincere that it irked Sonny a little. "It's so nice to see you, Sonny. Effie and I were really worried." Sonny cleared his throat. "That's, thanks. I guess I sort of assumed that you wouldn't notice that I was gone." Effie sighed. "I am starting to wish that I didn't, you idiot. Anyway, what the hell happened? Why were you gone for an entire month?" He hesitated, then said, "Do you want to hear the long version or the short version?" Kai gave him a curious look. "Let's start with the short version, I think." Sonny scratched the back of his head. "All right, well, in that case, it basically just wanted to find clues about a hidden treasure, but ended up almost being eaten by a treasure chest, falling into a bottomless abyss on top of a devil's corpse and being burned by divine flames. Luckily, there is this voice I can hear in my head sometimes, and it helped me to only get burned a little." Effie tilted her head and gave him a strange look. Kai's smile paled a little. Sonny took a sip of water and continued in a carefree tone. "Anyway, deep in the void, I found a black tower. There were some broken dolls and a rotting, severed arm inside, which I, ate, sort of. From the black tower in the abyss, I went to a white tower in the skies, and then rode back to the ground on a dragon's tail. That's basically it. Oh, and before all that, I kind of killed myself, I guess. Got a very nice memory out of it, too." The two of them stared at him for a few moments, and then sighed almost simultaneously. Kai shook his head. "I take it back. Let's hear the long version." Sonny explained the sequence of events that led to him being gone for more than a month, keeping a few things to himself, like the true number of the miraculous coins he had collected, everything having to do with Weaver, and the real reason for why he was so desperate to grow stronger as fast as possible. When he was done, Effie giggled. "Well, that fated attribute of yours has really been in overdrive lately, hasn't it?" A sour expression appeared on Sonny's face. "I guess. I had solid 3 months of nothing too bad or too good happening before that, though. But that's the thing. When it does finally happen, one thing usually leads to another. It's not all terrible, though. I had to work really hard to survive, but other than that, this expedition was a windfall for me." Kai took a sip of tea and then said thoughtfully, "And what about this voice? Mordred. Do you trust him?" Sonny hesitated, then shrugged. "After I made sure that he is not just a figment of my imagination, I came to believe that Mordred is indeed one of the lost, and most likely an awakened just like we are. Most likely he can communicate with me over a large distance because of the mirror shard I picked up after putting down that strange artificial echo of his. Other than that, though, I don't know. He is very mysterious, to say the least." He thought for a bit, and then added, "Every piece of information he had given me turned out to be true so far and very helpful. I might have not been alive right now if not for him, so it's hard to say, really." Kai smiled. "Well, in that case, he's all right in my book." Sonny paused as the waiter approached to bring the dirty dishes away and refill their glasses. After they were alone once again, he remained silent for a bit, then turned to Effie. "But anyway, I do believe that what he said about the seed is true. I think I can get the obsidian knife, which is supposed to make the nightmare easier, so I wanted to ask, Effie, I know that you can snap your fingers and have a dozen of the most powerful awakened cohorts in the world accompany you to conquer the second nightmare, but would you consider challenging one with me?" He expected her to tease him a little before giving an answer, but Effie remained quiet for a bit. an uncharacteristically serious expression on her face. After a while, she said, "Challenge a nightmare? Now, barely 4 months after we had become awakened? Are you crazy, Sonny?" He smiled. "No, I don't mean now. Both of us need time to grow stronger and prepare, of course." After saying that, Sonny looked away. "In 7 months, after the winter solstice, that's when I plan to return to the ivory tower and go into that seed. Will you come with me?" Effie looked at him for a long time, then smiled too. "Sure, why not? I wouldn't have it any other way even. But, Sonny, I have one condition." He raised an eyebrow. "Really? What is it?" Effie glanced at Kai, then said calmly, "You need to convince Cassie to join us too. I don't know what happened between the two of you, but it doesn't matter. Members of a cohort don't need to be friends, they just need to work well together. And our cohort worked perfectly back on the Forgotten Shore. Castor is dead and Nephis is gone. But Cassie is still here, and we both know how invaluable her aspect is." As Sunny's face darkened, she added, "Plus, isn't she anchored at the Night Temple? She can help you get the ivory knife as well. That princeling said that having both would be much better. A nightmare is a nightmare, and will be absolutely deadly, no matter how prepared you are. Letting go of any advantage is stupid. Convince Cassie?" A wave of anger and protest rose from the depths of Sunny's heart. Even though he had time to recover from what had happened in the Crimson Spire and understood the reason why Cassie had done what she had, he was still full of resentment. He was still hurt. He was still unwilling to even think about forgiving her. But Effie was right. No matter how he felt about Cassie, she was a boon for any cohort, especially now, since she had grown much more confident in her powers after becoming an awakened. She also had other survivors of the Forgotten Shore following her as they waited for Nephis to return, and the connection to the Clan Valor emissaries in the Night Temple. He didn't have to forgive her to fight side by side with her. He just had to trust that she won't betray him again, which he reluctantly did. Even though Sunny didn't want to give Cassie the benefit of the doubt, he knew that she had learned a bitter lesson. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. What should I do? It was at that moment that Kai, who had remained silent during their conversation, suddenly spoke. "If you don't mind, count me in too. I want to challenge the second nightmare with the 3 of you guys as well. In fact, even if you do mind, I insist." Chapter 4, 164. Passion Blossoms. Hotter in the cold heart of despair. Both Sunny and Effie stared at him in surprise. After a while, the former huntress asked, "Challenge the nightmare with us? Don't you have a great position in Bastion, safe behind its walls? Have Sunny infected you with his madness?" Kai frowned, then looked away. After a while, he said, "Yes, I do, but do you guys remember Eiko? She had a gambling den in the Bright Castle. Well, anyway, Eiko has a real talent for managing various things, so the agency hired her as my manager. One evening, we ended up talking about the Dark City." A sad smile appeared on his face. "Both of you only lived in the outer settlement, which had its own share of challenges, of course, much more dire than what we, who paid tribute, faced in the castle. But life wasn't that bright there, too." He remained silent for a bit, then continued. "Eiko had it way worse than I, though. Worse than I, especially after one of the Pathfinders made a point of making her life a living hell. Andal, whose head Lady Nephis eventually took off his shoulders. We all knew it, but no one really helped." A heavy sigh escaped from Kai's lips. Because what could any one of us really do against one of the Pathfinders? But there was a lot of these compromises, of little lies we told ourselves as we closed our eyes to every dark, dirty thing that went on around us. He looked at Effie and said, "People were starving in the outer settlement while we had our bellies full? Well, it wasn't our fault because the castle couldn't feed everyone. Surely if there was more food, we would have shared. The guards decided to harass someone? Well, that wasn't our fault either, because Tesei was too powerful, and we were too weak to resist him." And so on endlessly. Everyone went as far as they needed to keep thinking of themselves as one of the good guys. Kai grew silent, then said quietly, "But you see, it actually was our fault. All of us have committed the same crime. We were all weak. When I spoke to Aiko, I finally realized that in this world being weak is a sin too, at least for us, the awakened. So, yes, I want to challenge the second nightmare, despite being safe and sound behind the walls of the bastion, because I never want to close my eyes to anything ever again. He looked at them, then smiled. 7 months? That's more than enough time for me to prepare, plus don't you need someone who can fly? Or are you going to simply jump into that weird undersky again and just hope to miss all those flames? Sunny coughed. Kai had a point. Well, if you put it like this. After Kai's unexpected and poignant confession, they spent some time simply relaxing, laughing, enjoying their food, and chatting about this and that. Kai shared his experience of winning 12 consecutive weeks of the Avatar Singer and having to lose on purpose in the end, and the furor his face reveal, and the subsequent announcement of Nightingale's upcoming comeback album caused in the music industry and among the fans. He also complained about having to hire a second publicist because of a strange scandal he had gotten somehow involved in on the network, causing Sunny to look away in shame and keep his mouth tightly shut. Effie mostly talked about all the fried chicken wings she had eaten and all the sorts of beer she had drunk, as well as what types of nightmare creatures she had hunted, and fried and ate. She also joked about all the propaganda events the government wanted her to participate in, and the various ways with which she had managed to dodge most of them. Sunny shared his experience of buying a house and how it made him feel. He almost got sentimental thinking about his beautiful armored doors that Effie had smashed through and about his new, expensive, shiny refrigerator. Finally, Kai had to return to his schedule. Before they parted, though, he hesitated, then took out 2 colorful pieces of synthetic paper from his pocket with a very embarrassed expression on his face. Without saying anything, he handed the brochures to Sunny and Effie. Sunny took one and stared at it with a confused expression. It appeared to be an invitation of some sort. On it was an image of 2 people standing back to back with swords in their hands, both of them extremely beautiful, in a professional kind of way. The guy was dark-skinned and handsome, with broad shoulders and an incredibly masculine face. The girl was thin and languid, with a slim figure that bordered on being gaunter than Sunny had been in his outskirts days. She had a doll's face with big, glistening eyes and full, slightly parted lips. She was also wearing a very strange and impractical armor, a regal cloak, and a very expensive silver wig. What the hell is this? The title at the top of the brochure read, A Song of Light and Darkness, and right below it in a smaller font, Light shines brighter in the darkest of nights. Passion blossoms hotter in the cold heart of despair. Sunny stared at the piece of paper in his hand with wide eyes. Kai, my friend? What did you just hand me? Effie laughed. No way. They finished filming it? Kai coughed. Yeah. The premiere is in a week, actually. My agency arranged for me to attend and give a short speech. So, will you 2 come, please? Sunny shook his head. No, wait. No, actually, what is this thing? Effie looked at him with pity. Haven't you heard? They made a movie about us. I mean, about what happened on the Forgotten Shore, sort of. Have you not heard about all the casting news? He slowly shook his head. No. Then Sunny frowned. All right, I get it. But why would I ever want to go and watch this? I would rather eat another mordant mimic. Sorry, Kai, but I am not going. Effie looked at him with mischief and grinned. Oh. Hey, Sunny, do you remember how I said that I only had 1 condition to join you in the nightmare? Well, scratch that. Actually, I have 2. Chapter 465, Subjective Value. After a while, Sunny and Effie returned to his home, just in time to receive the delivery of the refrigerator. 2 tall and broad-shouldered store workers unloaded it from the cargo hold of their delivery vehicle and placed the big box down with a bit of strain. After that, one of them smiled and asked, Well, good day. Where should we put it? Sunny waved a hand. Ah, no need. I'll do it myself. The loaders looked at him doubtfully, then simply shrugged and left after getting his signature. After the vehicle drove off, Sunny looked around, then easily lifted the heavy box and carried it inside the house without any effort whatsoever. Soon, the refrigerator was standing in the place where his old one used to be, the synthwood panels covering its doors, blending in with the minimalist design of the kitchen. Effie and Sunny stared at it for a while, satisfied. Then he said, "I like it. A lot." Effie smiled. "Yeah, really ties the whole room together, sis, doesn't it? Well, in any case, I hope you won't break it again." After that, she yawned and said in a tired voice, "Ugh, I'm beat. Time to retire to the dream realm. What about you?" Sunny thought for a few moments. Suddenly, a wide smile appeared on his face. "I have an errand to run, but after that I am going in too." "Oh, wait. Where are you going to sleep?" Effie shrugged. "Your guest room, where else?" He blinked. "Don't you need a sleeping pod?" The former huntress giggled. "I have one, in your guest room." "What? Why are you staring at me like that? Was I supposed to shuffle between the academy and your comatose body every day?" Sunny lingered for a bit, then sighed. "Makes sense. I guess I should have put one there to begin with. What are the chances of me having mundane humans as guests?" Then he waved Effie goodbye and headed for the door as she turned her wheelchair around and rolled toward the guest bedroom. He was very excited about what he was going to do. Sometime later, Sunny was in a beautifully lit store, pushing a shopping cart forward and slowly filling it to the brim with all kinds of food, as well as some other things. He was quietly whistling a cheerful tune, imagining all this stuff going into his new fridge. The contents of the cart would have cost more than he could ever dream to make back when he had been living in the outskirts. But now, he could not only afford it, but even do so without having to count his money or feel apprehensive about the cost. He could just buy as much he wanted of any quality that he wanted and bring it back home, his own home. Life had changed so much. After a while, he felt as though he got enough. Now that he had the covetous coffer, he could not only bring soul shards out of the dream realm, but also bring stuff from the real world to the chained isles. That meant so much. An unlimited amount of spices, all kinds of snacks to make the long days of exploring less dreadful, various little things to make himself more comfortable. Hell, if he wanted to, he could even bring a tent and sleep in it like a king. Incredible. Oh, this is simply incredible. Of course, not all of these things could be bought in a general store, but he could visit other places or simply order stuff on the network. As he was heading for the registers, a familiar voice suddenly pulled him out of his thoughts. "Mom, can we get ice cream?" Sunny froze for a moment, then slowly turned his head and looked to his left, down a long aisle he was passing. There, a pale girl of around 14 years was standing near a tall, graceful woman in her 40s. An 8-year-old boy with blonde hair and a bright smile was pushing a tub of ice cream into her hands. Sunny watched Rain and her family for a few moments, then turned away and continued on his way, leaving them behind. A quiet sigh escaped from his lips. At least she's doing fine. Well, of course she is. I've only been gone for a month. Why would anything happen simply because I wasn't here? He reached the register, then hesitated for a bit, and turned back. When he returned, there were several tubs of delicious ice cream added to his cart. As the light of dawn shined on the chained isles, Sunny appeared on the altar island of the sanctuary of Noctis. He stared at the sky, grimaced at the absence of the moon, and headed toward his room. Sometime later, though, he emerged from there with a peculiar wooden box following him with the help of 8 small iron legs. With the covetous coffer in tow, Sunny walked into the garden, found a familiar rock, lifted the toothy box and carefully placed it near himself. Then he took out a single soul shard and put it where everyone could see. Soon, one of the awakened noticed him and approached. "Ah, Sunny, you're back? Looking to sell some shards again?" Sunny smiled. "Oh, yes, sure, but hey, that's not all. Brilliant Emporium has some new merchandise." The awakened looked at him with doubt, then asked, "Really? Like what?" Sunny's grin grew wider. "How lucky that you happened to ask. Let's see. He put his hand inside the coffer, which then somehow disappeared into the comparatively small box up to the shoulder. Then, Sonny began taking out various items, speaking as he did so. What do I have in store? Take a look for yourself. Toothpaste, soft, clean underwear, salt, pepper, and all kinds of spices, personal hygiene products. Are you a woman? No? Have a female friend then? What, really? Well, with the stuff I have here, that can be fixed. Oh, what is this? Would you look at that? As more and more people gathered and stared at the absolutely mundane but precious items that almost none of them had access to in the dream realm, with something resembling lust in their eyes, Sonny's own gleamed with greed. By the way, Brilliant Emporium is also proud to announce the opening of a conveyance service. Want our dedicated staff to bring something specific from the real world? No problem. Want to send something to the real world instead? That's not a problem either, for just a small commission. I am going to get rich. So rich. Yes, soul shards were a rare commodity in the real world, but a good pair of underpants in the dream realm was perhaps even more valuable. Chapter 4, 166. A Gracious Invitation. Sonny spent a very pleasant morning selling all the stuff he had brought to the dream realm to a crowd of awakened, each of them ravenous for the small comforts the real world could provide. Very few had a close enough relationship with a master or a saint to be able to get these things here in a place as remote as the Chained Isles. Things were slightly different in large citadels like Bastion or Ravenheart. But on the frontier, most people simply had to figure out ways to get by with makeshift replacements. Still, nothing could compare to the real deal. All in all, the Brilliant Emporium was performing splendidly. Of course, Sonny did not charge too much for the small necessities he sold, but it added up. He wouldn't charge a whole soul shard, even if it was from a dormant creature, for a tube of toothpaste. But a few tubes, plus a toothbrush, plus some soap and a box of tea leaves, and a promise to bring some sugar with him the next time. That could work. Unlike before, he wanted soul shards instead of memories. He was going to take these shards to the waking world, where their value was much higher. Out there, soul shards came from only two sources. Some were brought back by Ascended and Transcendent from their journeys into the dream realm, and some were scavenged from the corpses of the nightmare creatures that had invaded reality through a gate. They were always in short supply because anyone in possession of a shard was more likely to use it themselves than to sell it for credits. Saturating their soul core meant much more to an awakened than worldly currency. After all, dead men could not spend their riches. The demand, on the other hand, was extremely high. Not only because all awakened strive to become stronger, but also because young sleepers, especially, were able to use these shards to increase their chances of returning from their first venture into the dream realm alive. That was the reason why even Castor, a scion of a prestigious legacy clan, had not entered the Forgotten Shore with his core already fully saturated. And that was the reason why Sonny was going to profit a lot from being in possession of his new favorite memory, the magnificent covetous coffer. After all, he, so for better or worse, had no use for the soul shards whatsoever. He could not consume them, so there was no choice to be made between growing stronger himself or earning credits from others. He was going to sell the shards, buy memories, and feed them to Saint. This simple system was almost unfairly lucrative for Sonny, because memories, unlike shards, had no additional value in the real world. Every sleeper and every awakened could bring back memories from the dream realm and freely exchange them there. Which did not mean that memories were cheap. In fact, they were extremely expensive. But the correlation between the number of soul shards he would have to sell and the number of memories he would be able to buy was very much in his favor. And of course, Sonny also didn't even need good memories. The worse, the better. The usefulness of a memory dictated its price, but did not affect the amount of Shadow Fragment Saint received from consuming them at all. His smile was growing wider and wider. 2 months. 3 max? That's how long it's going to take me to bring Saint to 200 over 200? And what happens next? Oh my, I can hardly wait to find out. His pleasant thoughts, however, were eventually interrupted by a shadow falling over him. Another customer? Sonny looked up and tensed a little, recognizing the person in front of him. It was a young woman wearing a simple white garment, the same one that had escorted him to meet Master Roan before his journey to the shipwreck island, the representative of the White Feather clan. He suppressed a heavy sigh. What can I do for you?" The young woman bowed slightly, then said in a neutral tone, "St. Tyrus invites you to share a meal with her, awakened Sunless." "Curses, that is what I have been afraid of." Sonny shivered slightly. What were the chances of him keeping all his secrets to himself during a conversation with the fearsome demigod in charge of the Chained Isles? Saints were creatures of another breed. It wasn't a coincidence that there were only a few dozen of them across all of humanity. They were not only the most powerful, but also the most skilled, strong-willed, brilliant, and deviously cunning members of the human race. Each was a force to be reckoned with. Nothing less would suffice if one wanted to survive the harrowing trial of the third nightmare. He wasn't sure of his ability to fool such a person. Sonny forced out a weak smile. "It would be my pleasure." The young woman nodded, then turned around, obviously expecting him to follow. Sonny sighed, then dismissed the covetous cover and stood up from the rock. It was time to face Sky Tide again. The graceful stone chateau perched on top of the tall menhirs of the sanctuary was just as Sonny had remembered it. The open pavilion at the very edge of the ancient monolith had not changed as well. It was bathed in sunlight and exposed to winds, opening to a breathtaking view of the Chained Isles. The ivory tower floated far above, shrouded in white clouds. This time, there was a simple meal served for 3 people on the round table in the center of the pavilion, and both Master Roan and St. Tyrus were preparing to eat. The young woman led Sonny to them, gestured to a free chair, and then moved to stand silently by Sky Tide's side. Sonny lingered for a bit, then said awkwardly, "Greetings, Lady Tyrus, Master Roan. It's an honor to be invited to join you for dinner. Lunch? Yeah, to join you for lunch." St. Tyrus simply nodded and didn't say anything, but Master Roan looked at him and grinned. Then he gestured to the food on the table. "What are you waiting for, Sunless? Dig in, food's growing cold." Sonny hesitated for a moment, then smiled. If there was one rule he tried to follow faithfully in his life, it was to never refuse free food. Master Roan didn't have to ask him twice. Chapter 4, 167. Dinner with a Saint. It seemed that the conversation was not going to happen until after the meal, which suited Sonny fine. Not only did he get to enjoy a simple but delicious food provided by the White Feather clan, but he also received a bit more time to think about what he was going to say and how. Sonny focused his attention on the plate in front of him, and after a few moments a delighted smile found its way onto his face. "That's really good." Noticing it, Master Roan chuckled. "You like it? Well, I am not going to say that I cooked it myself because that would be a lie, but I did hunt the beast with my own 2 hands. I also watched and gave very wise advice when Tyrus was planting the vegetables," Sonny choked. "Tyrus planted what? Sky Tide grew these vegetables herself?" The image of the stern saint doing gardening did not fit into his mind at all. He threw a furtive glance at the unnaturally beautiful woman and swallowed. "Yeah, can't imagine it." St. Tyrus was calmly eating, not a single emotion appearing on her face. At the mention of her name, she looked at her husband for a second, and then returned to her meal without reacting in any way. Sonny didn't know if she was simply like that around strangers, or always aloof. In any case, it was hard to picture Sky Tide doing mundane things like gardening. Not knowing what to think of it, he lingered for a few moments, then said awkwardly, "Yes, thank you, it's very tasty." It was too good, in fact. The food was disappearing from his plate at a concerning speed, which meant that he had to sort out his thoughts fast. Basically, there were 3 things about his recent adventure that were better kept secret. The first one was the miraculous coins and their connection to the sanctuary of Noctis. The second was Mordred. Despite the fact that Effie and Kai had easily believed him, telling total strangers that there were voices in his head was not the best of decisions. Besides that, Sunny got the feeling that the Lost Prince might have been in not-so-friendly relationship with the emissaries of the Valor clan that resided on the Chained Isle. Skytide did not serve Valor directly, but her clan was still allied to the rulers of Bastion, to the point that one might have gone so far as to call them a vassal clan. And lastly, there was the whole thing about the Ebony and Ivory Towers, the connection between them, and the Seed of Nightmare. If it threatened to create a gate at any moment, he would have felt obligated to inform the White Feather clan so that someone else could destroy it before that happened. But since the seed was far from blooming, he wanted it all for himself. However, Sunny suspected that he will have to sacrifice one of these secrets to keep the others intact. The question was, which one? Finally, the food was gone from their plates, and the young woman in white poured beautiful ember tea into their cups. Sunny blew on his and glanced at Master Roan. So, not to appear impolite, sir, but to what do I owe the pleasure? Here it comes. He hesitated, then added, Is it about my friends making a ruckus after I've gone on an unusually long expedition? You weren't too inconvenienced by having to look for me, were you? He was expecting a confirmation, but instead a surprised expression appeared on the strapping master's face. Look for you? Why would we look for you? Noticing that Sunny was confused, he remained silent for a moment and then smiled. Ah, there must have been a misunderstanding. Nightingale and Raised by Wolves did indeed bring your disappearance to the attention of our clan. I was going to explore the places where you had been seen last to investigate, but luckily Lady Cassia arrived at the sanctuary just in time. She informed us that you would return in a few weeks, so we didn't have to worry. A tense smile froze on Sunny's face. She did? Well, I'm glad your time wasn't wasted then. Damn it, damned Cassie and her damned visions. How much does she know? He took a sip of tea to hide his expression behind the cup for a second. That changed things. On purpose or not, Cassie had helped him avoid the scrutiny of having to explain his absence to the White Feather clan. That, however, posed another problem, and that problem was Song of the Fallen herself. The timing of her visit to the sanctuary of Noctis and this strange action of hers were probably not a coincidence. What was she playing at? Or was he being too paranoid, looking for a meaning where there was none? Cassie was not some Machiavellian mastermind, after all, unlike Sunny and Nephis both. At least she had not been. Putting down the cup, Sunny cleared his throat. But then, why did you invite me? Master Roan smiled and produced a folded piece of paper from his pocket. Oh, it was just to hand you this. Lady Cassia left you a message before leaving on an expedition with her cohort. Sunny tried to seem calm and nonchalant as he took the piece of paper and unfolded it. Inside, 2 words were written in awkward handwriting. Desecrated Grove. They were, without a doubt, left by Cassie. After becoming blind, writing was hard for her. That's why the penmanship seemed so crude. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Desecrated Grove. Sunny had heard of that place. It lay west of the sanctuary, separated from it by a stretch of long chains. The grove itself was not the most deadly of territories, but there were several corrupted creatures nesting on islands in close vicinity to it. Had Cassie known that he would want to speak to her and left him a direction to where to find her? Why would she lead her cohort to that remote place which was situated as far from the Hollow Mountains as one could get on the Chained Isles? Strange. Sunny folded the note, put it under the vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud, and smiled. Thank you. Things like that weren't too strange. Since he had gone on a long expedition and missed Cassie, who was planning to remain in the dream realm for a while herself, it was logical to communicate through messages. She could have just sent one to his communicator, though. Although, if he was honest with himself, there was a big chance that he would ignore the message if she had. Sunny finished his tea and then asked cautiously, So, I can go? Master Roan shrugged. Sure. It was nice to see you again, Sunless. I hear your emporium is doing well. Sunny couldn't believe his luck. Expressing his gratitude, he rose to leave. Just as he did, though, St. Tyrus spoke for the first time. Piercing him with a penetrating gaze, she said evenly, "Have you been to the Reckoning Island?" He froze. Under the stare of sky tide, twisting the truth didn't seem that wise anymore. Sonny hesitated, then said simply, "Yes." St. Tyrus looked at him for a few moments, then turned away. "Next time someone asks, say no." Taken aback, Sonny stared at the stunningly beautiful woman for a bit, gathered his courage, and then quietly asked, "May I know why?" Skytide kept her gaze at the breathtaking vista of the chained aisles below them. Then, in a calm voice, she answered, Chapter 4, 168, Desecrated Grove. Sonny descended from the white feathers airy in a complicated mood. If he ever had doubts that the lost prince was harboring dire secrets now, there were none. Why else would St. Tyrus caution him to not speak about the mirror beast, who had seemingly been the only trace left of Mordred's existence? Mordred had conquered the first nightmare when he was only 12. Such an individual surely would have been as famous as Nephis back in the real world, and yet Sonny had never heard of him, or of anyone who had accomplished the same feat. It was almost as if someone very powerful had purposefully erased any mention of the mysterious prince from history. How had he lost his physical body to begin with? And where was his spirit body in the dream realm? Did he even have one? He must have had it once at least. The pack Sonny had found on the Reckoning contained a detailed map of the chained aisles with the word hope written on it next to a question mark. Back then he thought that the owner of the pack had been killed by the mirror beast. Now, however, he suspected that it had belonged to Mordred himself. So, the lost prince had at least visited the chained aisles before disappearing. Was the great clan Valor complicit in his disappearance? Sonny had no real reason to come to that conclusion, other than the fact that the chained aisles were in their sphere of influence, and that St. Tyrus hinted at her knowledge of the nature of the mirror beast. But why hadn't she killed it herself? I'm going to have to ask Mordred a lot of questions when he appears. Which wasn't going to happen for many days, sadly. Until then, Sonny had other matters to attend to. He glanced at the sun and judged that it had barely reached its zenith. The moon wasn't going to appear for a while. So even though the desire to place his precious coins on the altar gnawed on him, he decided to address the most pressing problem first. Cassie. No matter how reluctant Sonny was to face his former friend, he had to speak to her. He couldn't make plans for the future without knowing who would be by his side as he challenged the second nightmare. And he absolutely needed to challenge it. Collecting essence was fine, but becoming a master would change the power dynamic between him and Nephis much more. And even though creating future cores would be harder after he achieved a higher rank, being an Ascended also meant that there would be much fewer things out there that could squash him like a bug, not only among the nightmare creatures, but also among the humans. The more crumbs of information about the Sovereign Sonny learned, the more disturbed he became. He was distrustful by nature, so he didn't believe that these hidden overlords would not try to exert their influence on him or try to destroy him one day simply by virtue of being able to do so. And even without this threat, there were hundreds of Master in the world, which meant that there were hundreds of people who could kill him without breaking a sweat. But if he became a Master himself, well, then there would only be a few dozen individuals he would have to be really wary of, like St. Tyrus. Not to mention that as an Ascended, he would be free to come and go from the dream realm as he wished. He would even be able to abandon it forever and never come back. Wouldn't that be a nice choice to have? So, the desecrated grove it is. Sonny frowned, then returned to his room, took out his map from the covetous coffer, and spent some time adding all the details he remembered from Mordred's map onto it. Soon, he was in possession of an intricately detailed depiction of most of the chained aisles on his hands, complete with descriptions of what dangers he was likely to meet and where. With its help, traveling to his destinations was going to be much safer. Sonny studied the route to the desecrated grove and sighed. Shouldn't be too hard. I can probably reach it by morning and return to the sanctuary the next day at night when the moon is high in the sky. And finally get to use the coins he had bled so much to earn. He dismissed the covetous coffer, stretches his limbs, and headed toward the exit from the sanctuary. The journey to the remote island that Cassie named in her note indeed turned out to be uneventful. Sunny rode the heavenly chains in the form of the shadow and traversed the islands on foot, avoiding any nightmare creature that crossed his path. The southern part of the chained isles was relatively safe, or at least safer than the northern part. Well, no surprise. It was bordering regions of the dream realm that had been tamed by humans more than a decade ago, while to the north there was nothing except for the dreadful Hollow Mountains. The desecrated grove itself was somewhat near the main route from one of the great chains, which connected all of the chained isles to the rest of the dream realm, to the sanctuary of Noctis. People who were either coming to or leaving the region used that route to travel between the great chain and the citadel, so it was often patrolled by the White Feather forces. Sunny traveled along the established route, then left it to go deeper into the dangerous wilderness of the Flying Islands. He carefully avoided all the places where corrupted nightmare creatures were known to dwell and kept his eyes open for any sign of danger. However, nothing that couldn't be avoided happened. None of the islands Sunny wanted to cross were rising, so he even managed to escape having to endure the crushing. The sun rolled down over the horizon and disappeared, and the moon followed its example. As the first light of dawn ignited in the east, Sunny flew through the shadows and then soared high into the air, cresting the edge of a large island and softly landing on its soil. The desecrated grove. He had arrived. Sunny let out a heavy sigh. He had almost hoped that some terrible monstrosity would attack him on the way, making it so he wouldn't have to meet Cassie. The searing mess of emotions he felt toward her was much scarier than any nightmare creature could ever hope to be. At the end of the day, humans were much harder to deal with than monsters. Chapter 4. 169 Firekeepers. The desecrated grove was a large island, its surface overtaken almost entirely by a forest of twisted, charred, dead trees. The ground was covered by a thick layer of ash, which was often thrown into the air by the strong winds. Gray flakes rained down from the sky. There were many nightmare creatures nesting in the dark forest, and although most of them were only of the awakened rank, one had to be careful to not get ambushed, surrounded, or stumble upon an especially ferocious abomination. Sunny couldn't even begin to guess why Cassie would choose such a place to establish a camp. However, he could already see the signs of human presence. There were 4 chains connecting the desecrated grove to other islands, but the one he himself had used was the most convenient. Any sane leader would have chosen the same route, and even though the crushing was capable of making anyone's path unpredictable, the other 3 were just too much of a risk. That's why Sunny wasn't surprised to see human footprints leading toward the menacing wall of blackened dead trees, already mostly covered by a new layer of ash. There were also signs of a battle, with several misshapen carcasses laying on the ground, and showing clear signs of their soul shards being removed. Judging by the fact that they were only partially devoured by the scavenging nightmare creatures, Cassie's cohort must have passed through no more than a week ago. Sighing, Sunny tied a piece of cloth around his mouth and nose, summoned the cruel sight, and started following the footprints. Soon he entered the ashen veil of the twisted forest. His ability to see through any shadow proved to be invaluable once again. If not for that gift, he would have been scared witless, expecting a sudden attack to come from the surrounding darkness at any moment. With his sight, the shadow sense, and the ability to see all around himself with the help of one of the shadows, Sunny felt confident that nothing would be able to get close to him unnoticed. At least not on this comparatively tame island. But that was the thing about the dream realm. Even creatures that were supposed to be easy to deal with could kill you in a second if you weren't careful enough. Tame or not, everywhere in this god-forsaken world was a potential death trap. As Sunny went deeper into the forest, he discovered more signs of Cassie's cohort passing through. There were marks left behind by violent skirmishes, as well as several abandoned campsites. It seemed as though the firekeepers had been taking their time, slowly exploring the path ahead and moving their camp further and further into the depth of the desecrated grove after clearing a long stretch of it. Why travel here all the way from the Night Temple? She had to cross the entire region, getting away from the Hollow Mountains, only to get stuck on an unexceptional island. I just don't get it. Sunny was clearly missing something. With a slight frown, he turned into a shadow and glided through the darkness, covering much more distance with every minute than he had been on foot. He still preferred to be cautious, though, sending one of the shadows ahead and moving slow enough to be able to react in time if something unexpected happened. After an hour or so, he finally found them. Cassie and her cohort were camped at a secluded clearing that was around halfway to the heart of the island, dangerously far removed from the edge. If the desecrated grove entered the ascent phase, the time window for them to get back to the chain before the crushing became deadly would be extremely narrow. Since it was early morning, most of the members were asleep, with only 2 lookouts standing watch with torches in their hands. Sunny observed them for a few seconds from the shadows and then sent his own forward. He recognized both of the watchmen, since they had spent a lot of time together during the struggle for the throne of the Bright Castle, as fellow members of Neff's faction. The Firekeepers were comprised of about 40 survivors of the Forgotten Shore. Those who had decided against pledging their allegiance to the legacy clans that wanted to recruit them, as well as the government, and had not become fully independent like Effie and Sunny had. Although Cassie was their nominal leader, she didn't command the whole host herself. Instead, Neff's followers were divided into several cohorts, each operating in different regions of the Dream Realm. Firekeepers were not a formal organization, but more of a loose alliance of people who shared similar beliefs and principles, the main being the hope that Changing Star was going to return alive one day. Sunny's shadow entered the circle of light created by one of the torches, glared at the lookout, and then waved at him. The young man stared at it with wide eyes. "What the hell?" The other swiftly turned, summoning her weapon. "What is it?" The first one remained silent for a moment, then sighed. "Ah, crap!" He massaged his temple, as if experiencing a headache. "I think it's Sunny." There were 8 people in Cassie's cohort, every one of them a familiar face. Well, Sunny more or less knew all of the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, had fought with them back to back, so that wasn't surprising. What did surprise him, though, was how warm they welcomed him. Even if some were clearly displeased with having to wake up a bit early and wary of his entrepreneurial ambitions, which they had been amply subjected to during the war for the Bright Castle, they were still clearly happy to see Sunny. Soon his shoulder began to hurt a little from all the friendly slaps it received. Would you look at that? 4 months on these damned islands, and this is the first time we actually cross paths. How have you been, Sunny? Oh, I was so sad that we missed you in the sanctuary. Glad you decided to visit. Sunny smiled weakly and responded to their greetings, feeling both strangely warm inside and extremely uncomfortable with all the attention. Truth be told, he was glad to meet them again too. He still couldn't quite believe that anyone had escaped the Forgotten Shore, let alone a whole 100 of young men and women, some of whom were in front of him right now. After the greetings were done, he looked around and raised an eyebrow. Sure, guys, likewise. But where's Cassie?" The Firekeepers glanced at each other, then one of them smiled. "Oh, right, you must be dying to see her." "Not exactly." The girl who spoke shook her head and turned toward a path leading somewhere away from the camp. "Let's go." "I'll take you." Not too far from the camp, a deep hole was dug near the roots of one of the dead trees. Beside it, with her back to him, stood a delicate girl with pale blonde hair and an elegant rapier hanging in a scabbard on her belt. Hearing their footsteps, Cassie turned around. A small smile appeared on her face. "Sunny, you've made it." Chapter 4. 170. Come winter, Cassie had changed since the last time they met. Her hair was longer, and there was a strange silver half-mask covering her eyes, its surface blind and intricately engraved. It matched the polished steel of the armor she was wearing on top of a midnight blue coat, comprised of a short cuirass, vambraces, greaves, and a segmented pauldron. The quiet dancer hung on her belt, but there was also a long dagger opposite it, its guard twisting upward. What changed most of all, however, was her demeanor. The blind girl seemed much older somehow, firmer, poised, but also weary, as if pressed down upon by the weight of years. What? What years? She's younger than me. Sunny struggled a little, then pretended to smile too for the benefit of the young firekeeper, who no doubt expected a warm reunion. No one knew what had happened between them after all. Yeah, I received your note, cryptic as it was, and here I am, in the flesh. The girl who had led him to Cassie glanced at them, then made an excuse and went back to the camp, tactfully deciding to remove herself from what she thought was going to be an emotional meeting of two old friends. Former friends, really. Sunny hesitated a little, then asked, "So, how have you been?" Cassie sighed, then turned back to the excavated roots of the charred tree. After a while, she spoke. "Not so good, actually." Her voice sounded distant. We have tried to venture into the Hollow Mountains, as you must know, but it was hopeless. That place is pure death for anyone who dares set foot into the mist. We hoped to find a way back to the forgotten shore. In the end, however, we were lucky to simply escape alive. Cassie remained silent for a bit, then asked, "What about you?" Sunny grinned. "Me? Oh, I've never been better." With that, he summoned the covetous coffer, fished out some fresh, fragrant fruit from it, and sat down on a nearby stump. Taking a big bite out of a juicy peach, he chewed it with gusto, and then glanced at the blind girl. "Oh, sorry, I only brought enough for one." Yes, Sunny knew that he was being ridiculously petty. But so what? Pettiness was his middle name, figuratively speaking. So you failed to return to the forgotten shore, and now? What are you doing exactly? Why are you digging up trees in this vile forest? Cassie smiled a little, then answered evenly, "I am looking for something." Then she turned away from the hole and faced him. "Yes, I told the White Feather clan that you will return alive. No, I did not see a vision of where you were and what you did in the past month." Sunny stared at her with a dark expression. What is this? She can read minds now? "And no, I can't read minds. If you must know, my second ability allows me to sense what will happen in the next few seconds. That's why I can walk around without a cane and knew what you were going to say." He grimaced. "That's going to be very annoying, I think." Sunny looked at Cassie, reevaluating her armor and weapons. With an ability like that, she might have become a very formidable fighter. Or not. He didn't really understand how it worked, to tell the truth. So he asked curiously, "Does that mean that you can see now?" Cassie shook her head. "No, not exactly. But if I want to take a step forward and sense falling into a ravine, I can walk around it instead. If I sense being pierced by a sword, I can try to deflect it. And if I sense being asked a question, I can answer it." He thought for a bit, then said, "So, what is my next question?" The blind girl simply shook her head. "I don't need to waste soul essence to guess. You want to know how I knew that you will come back to the sanctuary in one piece." Sunny finished his fruit, threw the pit into the hole, then smiled. "Indeed. If you did not spy on my recent adventures, then how did you know that I wasn't going to die?" Cassie lingered for a bit, then turned away. After a while, she said, "It's still spring." He scowled. "What does that have to do with anything? You knew that I would be fine because it's spring?" Cassie smiled. "Yes, I knew that you wouldn't die, because, you see..." She paused for a moment, and then said calmly, "I already saw you die in winter. Both of us, actually." After Cassie dropped that bomb, Sunny simply stared at her for a whole minute, his eyes wide and the words refusing to come out of his mouth. Finally, he gritted his teeth and hissed, "What the hell? You saw us die?" Cassie sighed, then gave him a simple nod. "Yes," Sunny growled. "Elaborate." The blind girl hesitated for a little while, then asked evenly, "Are you sure you want to know? You've seen what happened the last time I shared my vision with someone and tried to challenge fate." A dark, resentful expression appeared on Sunny's face. With his voice full of anger, he spat. "Who cares? Tell me what you saw this instant." Cassie sighed and turned to face him. "All right, but remember what happened to the three of us before. How we tried to deceive fate, but were played by fate instead." She grew quiet for a moment and then said, "This is what I saw. There was a crumbling island falling into the sky below, and the two of us, bloodied, mangled, and weak, falling down with it. It was snowing. Above us, a giant bird flew, wreathed in thunderclouds. It was fighting a terrifying black wyvern, their blood falling down like rain. Then the darkness swallowed us, and we were gone." Cassie looked down, then added solemnly, "That was how we died." Chapter 4, 171. Quid pro quo. When Cassie was done speaking, Sunny remained silent for a bit. Then he said, "Anything else? More details?" The blind girl shook her head. Because of the blizzard, it was hard to see what surrounded the crumbling island, and it was already too damaged to recognize it. So, no more details. You were wearing a metal armor, I think, not the puppeteer's shroud?" Sunny massaged his temples with a bleak expression on his face. "Well, it's not as bad as I expected." Cassie tilted her head a little. It's not?" A dark smile appeared on his lips. "We already know that your visions are easy to misinterpret. You haven't seen us die, really, right? The light go out of our eyes, our bodies being torn apart, and so on. You just saw us badly injured and falling into the darkness. So what? I have already fallen into the sky below once, and here I am, good as new." The blind girl hesitated. "You fell into the sky below?" Sunny waved a hand dismissively. "Yes, but that doesn't matter. Wait, no, actually, it does matter. It's the reason I came to see you. I have almost forgotten because of this charming revelation of yours." After that, he grew silent, thinking about Cassie's vision of their death. Despite Sunny's bravado, inside, he wasn't as nonchalant about it as he wanted to appear. Yes, her visions had been misleading in the past, but not all of them. Some were as straightforward as possible. And yes, although he had already gone through the endless void below the chained aisles once, there was no guarantee that he would survive it second time, not unless he had chosen to do so himself. After the twisted rock was destroyed by the crushing, Sunny managed to survive due to 3 reasons. One of them was Mordred, one was that he had already been near the tier, and the other was the "Where is my eye?" enchantment that he had used in a moment of desperation. That enchantment had almost killed him itself, and only failed to do so because his already exhausted shadow essence ran out just at the right time. If his reserves had not been depleted, and he was forced to endure staring into the eternity of fate for a few seconds more, his mind would have been destroyed completely. If he was thrown into the sky below once more, away from the tier, there would be a very slim chance of him finding the rift in the ocean of divine flame again, especially if he was as badly wounded as Cassie implied, and there were giant birds fighting wyverns in the sky above. So what he had to do now was, well, what the hell was he supposed to do? The vision did not provide any actionable information. The only thing Sunny could think of was to work really hard to get himself a flight-capable memory or echo before winter, and maybe make a will. He sighed. "So, what have you been doing to prevent the two of us from dying? How can you calmly dig around in the mud, knowing what is going to happen?" Cassie lingered for a moment, then smiled. "In fact, I am digging around in the mud for that very reason." Sunny snorted. "What are you hoping to find there? A pair of wings?" She shook her head. "No. I'm just hoping to find a preserved root." "A root? What can a root do to save us from dying?" He kept quiet for a bit, then said, "All right, suit yourself. Anyway, I wanted to talk with you about something." Cassie looked into the depths of the forest, then nodded. "About what?" Sunny gathered his thoughts, then explained. "I have found a nightmare seed, a very special one that contains a very special second nightmare, and I want to challenge it after the winter solstice. Actually, scratch that. I want to challenge it by the end of the autumn. His initial plan was to give himself and his companions 7 months to prepare, but considering what Cassie saw happening in winter, these plans had to change. Whatever it was that she predicted, facing it as a master would be much more desirable than facing it as an awakened. Unless her vision took place inside the nightmare, of course. Regardless now, he decided to return to the ivory tower before the autumn was over. 6 months was a tight amount of time to get ready, but now so different from his initial plan. He could make it work, provided that other people whom he wanted to take with him would too. That seed is also located in a very special place. In fact, it's right above our heads in the ivory tower. I found a way to get there without being killed by the crushing, although that other path is arguably just as dangerous. Sunny pointed down. It's in the sky below. Effie and Kai are coming to the Chains Isles to join me. We hope that you will challenge the nightmare with us too. Oh, and we'll need your help getting into the Night Temple. There's an item we need to retrieve there. Cassie faced him and remained silent for a while. With her eyes being hidden by a mask and her face unmoving, it was hard to tell what she was feeling or thinking about. Finally, she said, "You want me to join? After what I've done to you?" Unseen to her, a cold expression appeared on Sunny's face. He looked at the blind girl for a long time, then shrugged. Why not? We don't have to be friends to go into a nightmare together. We don't even need to like each other. We can just be temporary allies. Wasn't that what I was to you anyway? If you can handle that, so can I. I don't mind being used, as long as I get to use you in return. Pretty simple. Cassie turned away and didn't say anything for a few moments. Then she answered, "All right, I will go to the Night Temple with you and help you conquer the second nightmare. But I want your help with something in return." Sunny raised an eyebrow. My help? With what? The blind girl hesitated for a second and then said, "You have been to the Shipwreck Island, haven't you? The creature that dwells there. In a few months, I want you to help me kill it." Chapter 4, 172. Worthy Reward. Sunny stared at the blind girl with surprise clearly written on his face. Allowing this surprise to seep into his voice, he asked, "The vine creature? You want to kill that thing?" Why would she want to attempt to do something that dangerous? Cassie nodded. Yes. He shook his head. That bastard sprawls through the entire island, its vines buried underground. It is corrupted, which means that our weapons will barely be able to cut it. And if that was not bad enough, the vines produce clouds of deadly poison. Are you sure that you want to attack it? The blind girl lingered for a few moments, then answered calmly, "It is a corrupted monster indeed. It is terrifying and lethal, yes, but I am sure that we can destroy it with enough preparation. Everyone has weaknesses, after all. That creature is susceptible to fire, for example. There must be other things we might be able to exploit, too." Sunny thought for a while, then shrugged. "Fine. I will help your cohort fight the monstrosity on the Shipwreck Island. I will not promise that we will succeed, though." Cassie sighed. "Then we have a deal. My cohort and I will remain in the desecrated growth until our business here is done. I expect it to take a month, at least, maybe more. After, we will return to the sanctuary, recuperate, and proceed to the Shipwreck Island." She paused for a moment and then added, "And then I will help you challenge the second nightmare." Sunny smiled. "If we don't die before that, you mean?" The blind girl turned back to the roots of the dead tree. "Yes, if we don't die before that." On his way back to the sanctuary, Sunny had a lot to think about. Firstly, there was the fact that he would have to cooperate with Cassie again, which made him feel all sorts of complicated emotions. The manner of their relationship, at least, was set clear. It was purely an alliance of convenience, and nothing else. He could put away his resentment for the sake of mutual benefit. After all, Sunny could be a very pragmatic person when he needed to be. Secondly, there was the perspective of returning to the wreck of the ancient ship, this time to do battle with the vine monster that ruled over the island. Sunny knew very well how dangerous that thing was, so he had a lot of preparations to do if he wanted to come out of that fight in one piece. The divine flame augmentation of the cruel sight, however, was going to come in very handy. And lastly, there was the ominous prediction that Cassie had made about both of them dying sometime in winter, or falling into the sky below at least. That, he didn't even know what to think about that. However, Sonny was not going to let this vision affect his decisions. The last time he had tried to act on the knowledge received through Cassie's prophetic gift did not end well for him, or anyone for that matter. The best thing to do was to keep it in his mind but continue to act as if nothing had changed. At least he thought that this was the best course. Tired and mentally exhausted from the long journey to and back from the desecrated grove, Sonny approached the sanctuary of Noctis in the middle of the night. His shadow essence reserves were almost depleted, and his head buzzed from all the thoughts swarming inside of it. Landing on the soft grass and hearing the familiar sound of water falling over the edge of the island, Sonny gritted his teeth and forget about it for now. First things first. The moon was high in the sky, which meant that he was finally going to get his sweet, enchanting reward. His desire to find the source of the miraculous coins the dead chain worm had brought with it to the Iron Hand Island started this whole ordeal, and now the coins would be its end. His prize was waiting for him up ahead. Entering the sanctuary, Sonny walked through the empty garden and approached the clear pond in its center. Stopping for a couple of moments to make sure that no one was watching him, he then crossed the stone path leading to the small island in its center. There, a white altar stood in the shade of an ancient tree, and an obsidian knife lay on its surface. The moment of truth! Sonny summoned the covetous coffer, took out one of the gold coins out of it, and placed it on the altar. The coin shimmered, reflecting the moonlight, and then disappeared. Your shadow grows stronger? A big smile appeared on Sonny's face. Summoning the runes, he read, Shadow Fragments, 224 out of 2,000. It works! Initially, Sonny thought of going about using the coins in a slow and deliberate manner, throwing a dozen or so on the altar each time he had to return to the real world remote, to minimize the chances of being noticed and well as a rising suspicion. But now that the reward was in his sight, he decided against it. No, he wanted all of it right now. He deserved it. Putting the wooden box on the altar, he turned it to the side and then put his hand inside. A moment later, a stream of golden coins flowed onto the white surface. Then they all started to disappear. Your shadow grows stronger. Your shadow grows stronger. Your shadow grows stronger. In the end, Sonny ended up sacrificing all 1,400 or so coins to the altar. Frightened to believe that it actually happened, he summoned the runes again, then rubbed his eyes and read the line describing his shadow fragments 3 times in a row, just to make sure that his eyes weren't deceiving to him. Luckily, they weren't. The runes now showed shadow fragments, 1,657 over 2,000. I did it! I did it! In the first 2 months on the Chained Isles, Sonny worked really hard to hunt down nightmare creatures and slay them, and yet he had only been able to collect 200 fragments. His last journey, harrowing as it had been though, gave him so much more. A wide grin appeared on Sonny's face. Who said that greed is a sin? It's a virtue, a goddamn virtue, I say. Chapter 4, 173. Mobius Loop. Because of the sudden influx of so many shards, Sonny got disoriented and swayed. His body was subtly rebuilding itself, growing stronger, more powerful. The difference was stark enough for him to feel it with every fiber of his being. As awakened absorbed soul shards, or shadow fragments in his case, the capacity of their cores grew, and their physical capability was slightly enhanced. Usually it happened at such small increments that the difference was hard to judge, but this time Sonny had done something pretty preposterous and consumed 1,400 shadow fragments all at once. He wondered if anyone else in history had accomplished the same feat. Not likely. Grabbing the edge of the altar to support himself, he endured the strange and euphoric sensation as best as he could. How could anyone do such a thing? As far as Sunny knew, everyone except Nephis and him were limited to having only one core. They wouldn't even be able to absorb this much. Ah! Back on the forgotten shore, Sunny had gone from having almost no shadow fragments to fully saturating his core at 1,000. In the process, he went from being no different from a mundane human to the pinnacle of humanly possible, to breaking past those limits. Becoming an awakened had elevated him even further above what was considered normal. He was much stronger and faster than any mundane human could ever hope to be, and capable of enhancing his prowess even more with essence, achieving truly superhuman might. And now he went through a transformation that was similar in scale to his rise on the forgotten shore, becoming so much more powerful. In fact, he was now probably the strongest awakened both in the waking world and in the dream realm, with the exception of those whose aspects directly enhanced their physique. And even then, he could still double, even triple, his physical ability with the help of the shadows. Insane! Sunny drew in a deep breath, then silently flexed his muscles, feeling a new strength course through his veins. He felt incredible, incredibly strong, incredibly fast, incredibly resilient. But that wasn't all. The capacity of both of his shadow cores was also dramatically enhanced, almost doubling in a matter of seconds. Therefore, his reserves of shadow essence were now also much deeper. That meant that he could fight at his peak form for longer, use the active enhancements of his memories more, remain in the form of a shadow for a bigger amount of time, control his shadows at a larger distance, and travel further when using Shadow Step. In short, Sunny had just become even more of a menace. Slowly getting accustomed to his new and improved physique, he couldn't help but smile. Now that he had finally made use of the miraculous coins, his previous disaster of an expedition came into perspective. Despite how much he had suffered and how close he had brushed with death, it all felt worth it somehow. His goal was to grow stronger, and Sunny had just made a big step toward that goal. It felt good. While Sunny was consumed with triumphant thoughts, his gaze fell on the obsidian knife that lay on the altar. He lingered for a while, then cautiously reached with his hand and touched the cold stone handle. Will it work? That knife remained on the altar of the sanctuary for as long as humans lived there. Pretty much every awakened that had ever set foot into the citadel tried to raise it off the white surface at least once, including Sunny. But none of them succeeded. The knife seemed to weigh more than the entire island itself, as if it was glued to the altar. No matter how much people tried, no one had ever managed to move it even by a millimeter. However, when Sunny used the miraculous coins for the first time, he seemed to have noticed that the obsidian knife moved a little. Therefore, he had made a conclusion that if he were to place enough coins on the altar, the knife might become detached from it and fall into his hands. Holding his breath, Sunny wrapped his fingers around the handle. Here goes nothing? Putting all of his strength into the pull, he tried to lift the obsidian blade of the altar. The knife, however, offered no resistance at all. It behaved like any knife would, easily sliding off the white stone, which then caused Sunny to lose his balance and tumble to the ground in a graceless roll. Sitting up, he stared at the knife in his hand with wild eyes. Then he shuddered. Crap! Sunny half expected for the entire sanctuary to suddenly plunge into the sky below or for the gateway to stop functioning. That's why he wanted to just lift the knife a little and then place it back down if something had gone awry. Instead, he was now a few steps away from the altar with no way of getting back to it immediately. Luckily, none of his fears came true. Despite the fact that the obsidian knife had left its usual spot on the altar, the island seemed fine. Everything was just as it had been a few seconds ago. He exhaled with visible relief. Well, good. I wouldn't want to mess things up too bad for everyone here on the chained isles. Rising to his feet, Sunny looked at the obsidian knife. It seemed to have been cut from a single piece of black stone, with its blade sharpened and polished. There wasn't anything special in how the knife looked. In fact, it seemed a little bit crude, almost primitive. There was also one little problem. The knife did not turn into a memory. Huh. Sonny had expected it to disintegrate into a rain of sparks and enter his core, just like Weaver's mask had done, or like shard memories behaved when raised by a new wielder. Mordred had mentioned something to that effect when speaking about the ivory knife in the Night Temple. He told Sonny that one had to spill blood on the black altar to receive a memory of the blade that rested on its surface. But the obsidian knife did no such thing. It just remained in his hand, as material and palpable as one could imagine. What was even stranger, though, was that the knife didn't appear to have a spell weave. It was without a doubt a magical item. Sonny could feel that it was, even if he didn't know what properties that entailed. However, when he looked beneath the surface of the knife, he didn't see the familiar pattern of ethereal strings weaving themselves around anchoring lights. What he saw instead was just brilliant radiance, as though the knife was filled to the brim with soul essence, and in that radiance was just a single string. It wasn't the same type of ethereal string, though. It was Sonny frowned, a string of fate. A single string of fate was somehow placed inside the obsidian knife, folding on itself endlessly, with its two ends connected to create a perfect, never-ending circle. Sonny stared at the strange string for a while, and then furrowed his brow. Now, what is that all about? Sonny studied the obsidian knife for a while, and concluded that he had no idea what this thing was supposed to be capable of. It wasn't a memory, and it didn't have a weave, so neither the spell nor his own ability to perceive and somewhat understand such things could help him. The only thing Sonny knew for certain was that someone had plucked a string from the tapestry of fate and placed it inside the knife, making a circle out of it for some mysterious purpose. Everything else was going to have to wait until the next time he heard from Mordred. The Lost Prince was bound to know more about the obsidian knife, since he seemed to know a lot about the Chained Isles and their past in general. Now, however, Sonny had to deal with another problem. He had to explain the disappearance of the knife to the White Feather clan somehow. Come morning, or at any moment really, if someone decided to leave the dream realm or entered it in the middle of the night, people would become aware that the knife that no one had been able to lift or move was now gone. Sonny had no doubt that it was not going to take a long time for them to figure out that it was him who had taken it. And after that, what to do? What to do? In the end, he came up with a really crazy idea, something that he would have never even considered in normal circumstances, something that went against his very nature. He went and told Master Roan the truth. Well, the part that had to do with the miraculous coins, to be precise. Visiting the White Feather compound in the middle of the night was a bit strange, but luckily for him, the older man turned out to be up. He was preparing to leave on a patrol, and so rose early to make the necessary preparations. After Sonny was done talking, the mighty Griffin Rider stared at him for a while with a perplexed expression. Then he asked to take a look at the knife. Sonny reluctantly handed the obsidian blade over and watched nervously as Master Roan inspected it. He was really hoping that the White Feather clan would not decide to keep it. There were very few things Sonny could do if they did. Finally, the strapping master returned the obsidian knife to him and asked curiously, "So you managed to lift it by using Noctis coins on the altar?" Sonny nodded. "Yeah. Wait, you know about the coins?" Master Roan nodded. "A few have been found here and there on the Isles over the years. It seems that this was the preferred currency people who lived here thousands of years ago used. No one had ever discovered a literal treasure trove of them, though, as you did." He thought for a bit, and then smiled. "Actually, I think I have one stashed somewhere. Wait here for a bit, all right?" With that, Roan disappeared into the stone chateau, and then returned 10 or so minutes later holding a familiar golden coin in his hand. "Found it! I used to carry it with me a lot before, as a lucky charm. Let's go." Together they returned to the altar island. The first thing Master Roan did was glance at the moon and then place the coin on the altar. Once again it gleamed and disappeared, leaving a bewildered expression on the handsome man's face. "I'll be damned! I just received a bit of soul essence. You were right." He shook his head in astonishment. To think that these coins had such a use all this time, and no one was the wiser. "Good job, Sunless. Then Master Roan hesitated for a few moments and asked, "Can you place the knife back on the altar?" Sunny did as he was asked and then watched as the mighty Griffin Rider used all of his formidable power in a vain attempt to lift the obsidian blade off the white surface. When he was done with that futile attempt and stepped back to catch his breath, Sunny simply took hold of the handle and retrieved the knife without any problem. Interesting. Then came the moment of truth. Sunny tensed as he waited for the older man's decision. After thinking about it for a while, Master Roan said, "Well, I don't know if you know this, Sunless, but there is a sacred rule among us awakened in the dream realm. The sanctity of this rule is unassailable and beyond reproach, and that rule is finders, keepers." Sunny blinked. "What?" The strapping master grinned. "So you don't have to worry about either me or Tyrus taking that knife from you." Then, however, his smile dimmed. "Other people, though, might not be as reasonable. Even if no one knows what power this thing has, or if there even is anything special about it, someone might get too excited and act in a regrettable manner. So I'd advise you to put the knife back on the altar until the time you feel like using it." Sunny considered his words and had to admit that this indeed would be the best decision for now. Master Roan helped him confirm that no one else would be able to take the knife, and carrying it around before venturing into the nightmare had no benefit. Summoning the memory of how exactly the obsidian blade had been placed on the altar, he put it in its previous spot and took a step back. Master Roan nodded. "Good choice. Please, do tell us if you find out anything about its purpose, at least if it has anything to do with the well-being of the sanctuary. If need be, we'll compensate you fairly to either take the knife off your hands or lend it for a bit, if that's what you prefer." Sunny agreed to this condition since it sounded reasonable. With that out of the way, the strapping Griffin Rider looked at him with sparks dancing in his eyes. "So, what are you going to do now?" Sunny frowned. "What a weird question. Go home, take a shower, deal with some real-world business. Why? What are you going to do?" Master Roan laughed. "What do you mean, what I'm going to do? I'm going to go on my patrol, and then I'll go coin hunting, of course. I suspect that everyone in the sanctuary is going to be searching for Noctis coins like madmen for quite some time after that discovery of yours. People are going to get really busy." Sunny remained silent for a bit, and then said in a very serious tone, "Good luck, then. Oh, and one thing, if you find a big chest full of them, make your griffin stomp on it a few times before coming closer. Better yet, do that to every chest you encounter in the future. Never trust a chest not to eat you is what I am trying to say. I sure won't." With that, he said goodbye to the handsome master, placed his hand on the altar, and returned to the real world. There was a lot he had to do there. Chapter 475. A Few Things to Do. Sometime later, Sunny was in his kitchen, eating the breakfast he had just prepared. He was thinking of all the things on his to-do list. They were, in no particular order, selling the soul shards he had brought with him from the dream realm, and setting up a stable method to sell more in the future, returning to the dreamscape to participate in duels on the professional arenas to practice shadow dance and feed the mantle of the underworld with victories, observing rain and thinking of a way to deal with that whole situation, learning how to properly fight with a spear, visiting Neff, writing a report about the Noctis coins for Teacher Julius. There were probably more things he had to do but was forgetting, but he already had enough on his plate. Finishing the breakfast and staring toward the door of the guest bedroom, where Effie still slept while her spirit wandered the dream realm, he shook his head and went out to sit on the porch as he drank some delicious tea. It was early morning. Sunny enjoyed the pleasant view of the Terrace district, watched as Rain walked to the public transport hub on her way to school, and then activated his communicator. He was going to start with the simplest of tasks. Navigating to the market section of the network, he habitually imputed his identification number to access the awakened section of it. Sunny had browsed the wares there before, even if back then he barely had enough money to buy anything. Today, however, things were different. Today he was approaching the network as a seller, not as a buyer. Sunny entered soul shards as the keywords and stared at the listings, appreciating the number of zeros in their prices. It seemed as though the value of shards was not uniform. Of course, the higher rank shards cost much more. But people, strangely, also seemed to care about what nightmare creature the crystal came from and how it had been defeated. What the hell? Apparently, there were collectors among the wealthy, mundane humans who were very interested in this sort of thing. Some superstitious awakened also believed, for some reason, that absorbing bad shards would be detrimental to the purity of their souls. Weirdos. Sonny didn't IMU a lot of things, but one thing he did know was that there was not a single awakened out there with a pure soul. Even the best of them were murderers by nature, and their hearts were painted black by the nightmares they had experienced. Not to mention that there were no bad or good soul shards. They were all pretty much the same, coming from terrible monsters and earned through bloodshed. Anyway, that was something he was going to consider when creating his own listing. After getting the gist of the pricing, Sonny opened the form to create his own digital shop. Without thinking too much, he named it Brilliant Emporium and went on to fill out the entire form. Then it came the time to put his soul shards into the auction. Sonny wrote simply, 4 soul shards coming from a fallen devil, mordant mimic. The creature was killed and eaten by the proprietor of the Brilliant Emporium himself. Before that, the mordant mimic had been pretending to be a treasure chest and devouring those lured by the promise of treasure. In the end, it bit off more than it could chew. Satisfied with that, he finalized the listing and stared at it for a bit as if expecting someone to bid instantly. However, nothing of the sort happened. With a sigh, Sonny deactivated the communicator and went back inside. Soon. I will be rich soon. It took several days for all 4 of his soul shard to sell. After that, Sonny had to arrange secure delivery, which was somewhat of a headache on its own. Overall, the process took too much time from his already packed schedule. He also felt that he was missing some crucial knowledge on how to make his business really boom. Even though the product he was trying to sell was first class, there was not a lot of fallen rank soul shard out there compared to dormant and awakened ones. The bidding had not really taken off. He did make a sizable amount of money, but not as sizable as it could have been. Still, it was enough to purchase a couple of cheap, lower-rank memories. Sonny simply looked for the most useless ones, which no one else would ever want to buy, and made the minimum offer. Whoever it was selling them must have been happy beyond belief to finally be rid of these things. Sonny was going to feed the memories to Saint immediately after receiving them. But before that, he spent a lot of time training with the cruel sight in his underground dojo. He had a solid understanding of how to use a short sword, but a spear was an alien beast to him. Even though Sonny knew the basic rules of combat technique and could perform somewhat effectively while wielding any weapon, he was far, far away from mastering them. How fortunate it was, then, that he had a renowned spearmaster, raised by wolves herself, crashing in his guest bedroom. Granted, she couldn't really spar with him due to her condition, but he had Saint for that. In the end, the 3 of them spent a lot of time in his basement. Effie was observing and explaining to him what to do, how to do it, and most importantly, what not to do. Saint served as his opponent and the mighty enemy to polish his nascent skill against, and Sonny found himself once again in the role of a willing punching bag. It was just like in that week they had spent in the hidden chamber of the ruined cathedral in the dark city. Sonny even got nostalgic, remembering how cozy and nice things had been back then. Now, however, things were much better. Not only was there an unlimited amount of delicious food they could eat during the breaks in his training, there were even medicine and ice baths to ease the pain in his bruised and beaten body. Training with Saint was really effective, but she really didn't know how to pull her punches. Just like that, a few days passed, and then something that Sonny had been dreading for a while finally and inevitably happened. It was time to accompany Kai to the premiere of The Song of Light and Darkness. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 476, A Song of Light and Darkness. Sometime later, Sonny was pondering his life choices while sitting in the back row of a crowded theater. The lights were already off, which obviously meant nothing to him. People seemed to be really excited to see the movie, though. especially Effie, who was to his side munching on something called popcorn and staring at the screen. In the darkness, somber music started to play, reverberating through the entire space and making the audience shiver. Effie suddenly jabbed her elbow into his ribs. Do you know who is the composer for this thing? It's Griffin. I don't know how they managed to get him, but he scored the entire movie. Such an honor. Can you believe it? Sonny had no idea who this Griffin guy was, but judging by Effie's reaction, he was someone famous. Massaging his ribs with a grimace, Sonny offered a stifled answer. I can. On the screen, the interior of a spacious and beautifully lit room appeared. A small girl with silver hair was playing on a carpet, while a handsome man with dark circles under his eyes was shown studying a map. What the hell? Was that supposed to be Nephis? If so, her hair should have been black. It only turned silver after her first nightmare. Effie giggled. So cute! The girl, meanwhile, approached the table and reached to touch the strange sword that lay on it. The blade of the sword was short and misshapen, as though shattered a long time ago. Before the girl could cut herself, though, the man lifted the sword and brought it out of her reach. This is not a toy, Nephis. Sonny palmed his face and grimaced. But Daddy, why is your sword broken? The man smiled. So what if it is broken? It is still sharp. Then he put his hand on the girl's shoulder and looked at her with a very serious expression. One day you will wield a sword too, darling. When you do, remember one thing. We, awakened, only raise arms to protect humanity. As long as we don't give up, no matter how dire the situation is, there will be hope. Just like this sword, humanity is more resilient than it seems. Sonny tilted his head. Wait, this doesn't even make sense. The scene, however, was already over. The screen turned black for a few moments, and the movie transitioned into the future. Nephis, now a languid jade beauty with a slim waist, generous figure, long eyelashes, and mesmerizing gray eyes, was entering the academy. What followed was a long training montage showing her defeating every other sleeper there with a training sword, all the while offering words of wisdom like never give up hope, or remember your duty, or we are humans. The propaganda was so tacky and laid so thick Sonny could help but cringe. The only person the Jade Beauty couldn't defeat was a handsome young man with masculine features, broad shoulders, and a noble bearing, Han Lee Castor. Oh no, oh no. Sonny should have guessed by the invitation Kai had given him, but the director of the movie was obviously hinting at the nascent romantic feelings between the two. Their conversations in the academy seemed to be about swordsmanship, but were also somehow deeply flirtatious. The actors had mad chemistry together. He wanted to vomit, but the audience was clearly enthralled by the two leads. Sonny didn't dwell on this preposterous thing for long, though, because right about then his own character was introduced. What he spell is this? The actor hired to play him was a literal child. It was a teenage boy of about 13 years of age, with a mischievous grin and a face that, for lack of better words, simply begged to be punched. Worse than that, he was shown as extremely uneducated, clumsy, and naive. In short, Sonny was the comic relief. He turned to Effie in outrage, only to see her laughing silently. Oh man, who's the casting director for this movie? I need to send them flowers. Even his shadows were laughing. Both of them. Sonny gritted his teeth, promised to exact revenge on Kai and Effie for making him endure this, and turned back to the screen. Finally, Nephis entered the dream realm and found herself on the forgotten shore. The coral labyrinth and the dark sea were recreated with such detail that he couldn't help but shiver. Well, they did their research at least. The audience was holding their breaths during Neph's journey to the Dark City. The terrifying nature of the dark tides and the deadly battles with awakened nightmare creatures populating the labyrinth created a truly tense, suffocating atmosphere. Of course, everyone knew that the main character was not going to die in the first half of the movie, but that's where Sonny's, as well as Cassie, came into play. Just as he had expected, the movie showed them as a burden that had to be carried by Nephis on her heroic journey. But since very few people knew who Sunny was, his fate was uncertain. Nephis was bound to survive. But what about her friends? And thanks to his character, there were also moments of pleasant levity amidst all the tension. A few times, the whole audience exploded with laughter after Sunny on the screen did something especially stupid or said something really outrageous. He had also slowly developed a catchphrase. It was, "Are you crazy?" That not only allowed the audience to chuckle, but also gave Nephis the opportunity to educate her worthless follower, thus naturally delivering a lot of necessary exposition. The real Sunny wasn't amused, though, because they weren't laughing with him. They were laughing at him. Idiots! What do you even know? They didn't know anything. Since no one really knew what the three of them had gone through on their way to the Dark City, the writer simply came up with some dire dangers for Nephis to overcome. Eventually, though, they made it to the ancient city and met Effie. Effie was played by a very tall, athletic, and attractive actress. The way she played her, though, was a sight to behold. Basically, the actress went out of her way to portray the huntress as a charismatic but not very bright savage who was all brawn and no brain. All she knew how to do was fight, eat, and break things. Sunny turned to Effie and grinned, full of malice and gloating. This was the first time he had ever seen the boisterous young woman completely mortified. Casting director, you say? I think I'll send them flowers, too. Chapter 477, Standing Ovation. After Nephis reached the Dark City and the Huntress was introduced, both Sunny and Effie watched the rest of the movie with bleak expressions. The second act took place in the outer settlement and was dedicated to Neph's heroic attempts to protect and inspire the young men and women trapped there. There were a lot of impassioned speeches, blood-chilling expeditions into the Dark City, and tense altercations with Gunnlaug's forces. There were also a lot of shenanigans from young Sunny, to the delight of the audience. At some point, people started to scream, "Are you crazy?" along with him, and a bit later there was a sort of comical moment of growth for the character, when he asked, "Am I crazy?" instead, and went along with Nephis without offering his usual critique, which was met with cheers. Most of this part of the movie, though, was dedicated to the genuine respect and camaraderie that blossomed between Nephis and Castor in this dire time. With the handsome male lead as her right hand, Changing Star successfully united the people of the outer settlement, reminded them what it meant to be humans, and challenged Gunnlaug to save boisterous Effie from unjust imprisonment. The duel itself was choreographed somewhat well, even if it had nothing to do with the real thing. The moves both the radiant heroine and the cruel tyrant used were flashy and dramatic, and expressed the mood well, but anyone trying to actually fight like that would probably risk having their enemy die of laughter. The third act showed the siege of the Crimson Spire, the heroic stand of the warriors of the first line, and Effie, Kai's battle in the skies with the Spire messengers, and Neph and Castor fighting back to back, slaying dozens and dozens of nightmare creatures together. The audience seemed to have forgotten to breathe, and even Sunny had to admit that the battle scene was filmed especially well, showcasing the chaos, horror, and terrible toll of human lives that such a massacre was bound to reap. Many side characters that people had already grown to love died heroically, and he even heard a few sobs coming from the darkness. Enhanced by the beautiful music, the atmosphere was not tragic, though. On the contrary, it was triumphant and exalted, as if to die in this way was the highest honor a human could receive. A bit uncomfortable, Sunny shifted in his seat. That Griffin guy really knows how to make a tune. When the situation was the most desperate, with the dark water rising and threatening to drown all the surviving warriors, a sudden change happened. The sea suddenly retreated, and the monsters started to fall to the ground. Castor, covered in blood and wounds, looked at Nephis and whispered, "My lady." The sun had suddenly turned menacingly red, its light eradicating the remaining nightmare creatures and assaulting the humans. For the first time in the entire movie, an uncertain and desperate expression appeared on Changing Star's face. Salvation came from someone who the audience would have never expected to see do something so profound. A clear ringing of the bell resounded in the air, and the small figure of clumsy, useless Sonny could be seen near the tower, waving his hand in the air. The survivors rushed toward the crimson spire and entered inside. There, Nephis looked up, and then turned to Sonny. Someone has to stall the terror so that everyone could escape. I will do battle with that nightmare, but there's an important task you must complete. Lead all these people to the gateway! Sonny on the screen looked at Changing Star with fear. Lady Nephis, are you crazy? I'm just a clumsy kid from the outskirts. How can you entrust something so important to someone like me? Sonny in the real world suppressed an infuriated groan. People in the audience, though, were rather emotional. You can do it, Sonny. You got this, kid. You're a great scout. Don't sell yourself short. On the screen, the beautiful actress playing Nephis looked down on the comical, slightly pathetic boy in front of her and put her hand on his shoulder. We awakened must rise to the occasion to protect humanity. As long as we don't give up, no matter how dire the situation is, there will be hope. I believe in you, Sonny. You are capable of much more than you think. With that, she left the survivors and went off to fight the terror while Sonny guided everyone to the gateway. And somewhere in the process, Castor left the group to aid Changing Star in battle. The last scenes of the movie cut between the 100 survivors fighting their way to the gateway and the tragic duo battling the terrifying creature at the top of the spire. Many people in the audience were crying, knowing full well that neither of them was going to return to the real world. In the end, Castor heroically sacrificed himself to protect Nephis, breaking the hearts of so many viewers. The survivors found the gateway and escaped seconds before it was destroyed. The last shot showed bloodied Neph walking out of the tower holding a broken sword in her hand. As she gazed at the forgotten shore, a lone tear rolled down her cheek. As long as we don't give up, there is hope. The screen turned black, and in the next moment, the audience exploded with applause. Sonny stared at all those people, many of them applauding with tears in their eyes, with a strange expression on his face. Did they actually like that crap? He turned to Effie, lingered for a moment, and asked, did you like it? The former huntress gave him a long look. Then she said, What I am, an idiot? Of course I didn't like it. It's such a piece of crap. Sonny exhaled with relief. At least there was one other sane person in this theater. After the movie was over, Kai appeared to deafening applause and gave a short speech congratulating the director and the crew of the movie, and then inviting them on the stage for a short Q&A. Sonny stared at the director of this travesty, seriously considering silently assassinating him for a few moments. Then he glanced at Effie, who, judging by her face, was thinking the same. He lingered for a few moments, then asked, What do you want to do? The young woman inhaled deeply, turned to him and smiled. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Together they snuck out of the screening hall and went to find the theater's restaurant. There were a lot of people there who, just like them, had decided to skip the PR portion of the event and were now enjoying food and drinks, discussing the movie with lively expressions. Sonny and Effie got themselves something to eat and sat at an empty table, then grew quiet for a while. Each was preoccupied with their own thoughts. Now that Sonny had a little time to digest the movie, his anger subsided a bit. In fact, he was even happy. Sure, the way he was portrayed in the story was as far from the truth as it could have been, and more than a little bit humiliating. But in a way, this was exactly what he needed. Now that Nephis had become his master, he didn't have to hide his strength and true name that much. But he still preferred to remain in the shadows, not only because there was a possibility of becoming masterless again, but also because it was the best way to be in the world so full of hidden dangers and powerful enemies. Being renowned would make a lot of things difficult for him, and make every battle he fought after that harder. After all, there was no better advantage than being underestimated by the enemy. From that point of view, the ridiculous way in which he was portrayed in the movie was a blessing. It made the possibility of anyone thinking highly of him that much lower. Of course, not everyone was going to watch that travesty, but many would, and their opinion was going to spread. Who would believe that a changing star's bumbling sidekick was, in fact, one of the most dangerous awakened alive, and thus consider him as a serious threat? Pretty much no one. So in fact, the director of the Song of Light and Darkness unintentionally made him a favor. Satisfied with that conclusion, Sonny looked around. He saw several people looking at Effie with stunned expressions, clearly gathering their courage to come and introduce themselves, but no one had yet. He could hear their whispers, though. Look, it's her, raised by wolves. Oh my. I heard about her situation, but to actually see, she is so brave. Effie herself was strangely quiet. She ignored the whispers, then looked at him and asked, "Hey, Sonny, can I ask you something?" Sensing that this was not going to be a simple question, he tensed a little and then said, "Sure, what is it?" Effie hesitated for a few moments, then lowered her voice, so that no one would be able to overhear. "Did Castor really leave to help Nephis?" "Ah." Sonny stared at his friend for a bit, then shook his head. "No, he left to make sure that she dies." Effie inhaled deeply. "I see." She didn't continue that conversation, as though his answer confirmed something that she had already suspected. Well, despite her often boorish demeanor and the way she was portrayed in the movie, Effie was anything but stupid. In fact, she was extremely intelligent, cool-headed, and cunning. Otherwise, she would have never survived for 3 long years alone on the streets of the Dark City. It was only natural for her to have suspicions, considering how much she knew. Luckily, Effie did not ask anything else, mostly because of a strange man who entered the restaurant, looked around, noticed their table, and walked over with gleaming eyes. "Oh no, another fan of Raised by Wolves?" The man stopped in front of them, glanced at Effie, and then turned to Sonny with an awed expression. Are you awakened Sunless?" Sonny blinked. "What? Yes?" A bright smile appeared on the man's face. "Oh my, oh goodness, it is such an honor. I am such a huge fan of yours." "What is happening?" Sonny stared at the beaming man, trying to comprehend what he was saying. Misjudging his expression, the man hurriedly said, "Oh, sorry, I was so nervous that I forgot to introduce myself. I am a writer. In fact, it was I who wrote the screenplay for A Song of Light and Darkness. And it's all thanks to you." Effie stared at Sonny with an expression that didn't promise him anything good and asked in a sweet voice, "Oh, all thanks to him, really? How come?" "I'm in trouble." The man's smile grew even wider. "Exploration report on the Forgotten Shore. Ah, it is such a brilliant piece of academic work. I based most of my research on your profound work, Awakened Sunless. Everyone on the crew and everyone in the cast read it at least once. I even insisted on giving you the co-writer credit, but sadly, it was impossible. Due to you not being a member of the Screenwriters Guild. But fret not. I'll let everyone know that if it weren't for you, this movie wouldn't exist." Sonny stared at the man with wide eyes, and then said in a weak voice, "Please don't." But it was of no use. "Ah, you are so humble, so modest." "Well, of course, what else would I expect from a researcher as talented as you? But it wouldn't be right for me to receive all the praise. No, people must know." He looked at the restaurant and proclaimed, not even trying to keep his voice down, that it is you, Awakened Sunless, who they must thank for being able to enjoy our wonderful film. Sonny looked at the floor. "I guess I'm going to have to kill Kai. Or wait, no. Actually, that probably makes us even after the whole mongrel disaster." Luckily for Sonny, Kai was finished with his business soon, and they were able to leave the theater for a more private space. Otherwise, there might have been civilian casualties at the premiere of The Song of Light of Darkness. After that damn writer had announced Sonny's identity to everyone in the restaurant, the amount of people asking him to say, "Are you crazy?" to their faces almost pushed him to the brink. In any case, soon he found himself in a sophisticated lounge in the company of Effie, Kai, and Aiko. The petite girl looked very sharp in a fashionable business suit and radiated a sense of cold professionalism that made people think twice before approaching laid-back and friendly Kai, which Sonny supposed was a big part of being an idol's manager. When they were seated, the idol in question gave them a guilty look. Well, it wasn't that bad, was it? Effie smiled at him and said sweetly, Sure. But also the only reason you're still alive is that it would be a chore to clean the blood of my wheelchair. Kai chuckled nervously and glanced at Sunny. What about you? Sunny shrugged. I don't mind. Actually, I am happy to be portrayed as a bumbling fool. The charming archer blinked. Really? Sunny gave him a serious nod. Of course. It's easier to fool people who think that you're the fool, so I don't mind. Kai looked away in embarrassment. Anyway, you don't have to worry too much, really. These types of films are usually made to boost public morale. No one is really going to take them seriously. Even mundane people understand the difference between reality and fiction when it comes to the awakened. Sunny laughed. Sure, when they want to. He was a mundane person for most of his life too, after all. And even though he grew up in the outskirts, he used to consume cheap entertainment just like everyone else in the waking world. Yes, he knew how to recognize propaganda and what to not take seriously, but at the same time, many things that had nothing to do with the truth found their way into his mind and silently became beliefs. That was how well-engineered falsehoods worked. They spent some time chatting and joking about especially ridiculous moments in the movie. And at the right moment, Sunny said, By the way, I talked to Cassie, she's in, but we'll need to do it before winter, so -1 month for preparations. Effie smiled. Good news, I'll start packing then. I am south of Bastion right now, so it will take me 2-3 months to get to the Chained Isles, unless one of you knows a friendly local saint. Sunny thought about St. Tyrus and remained silent. No, that woman frightened him too much to ask for a favor. He wondered how Master Jet had managed to convince her in the first place. Kai nodded. We can meet in Bastion and travel north together. It will be safer. Aiko, meanwhile, was looking at them with a confused expression on her delicate face. Travel north? Do it before winter? What are you talking about? A guilty expression suddenly appeared on the charming archer's face. I haven't mentioned it before, but basically I am going to join Sunny, Effie, and Cassie to challenge the second nightmare. Aiko stared at him with a shocked expression. Not to steal from Sunny, but are you crazy? Have you told the agency? Kai smiled weakly. No? I was hoping that you will tell them, actually. They'll listen to you. Isn't it a good thing, really, for public relations? Plus, as a master, I won't have to visit the dream realm every day. The petite girl scoffed. If you survive. Then she glanced at Sunny and Effie and shook her head. Who am I kidding? I guess I'll be jobless again soon. You guys have fun for a bit. I'll go get a drink. With that, she rose and went toward the bar. Sunny thought for a bit, then rose too. I'll go keep her company. Kai gave him a thankful smile. I appreciate it. What does he think I'm going to do? Sunny gave his friend a confused look, then followed Aiko. Of course, he wasn't doing it out of consideration. In fact, he wanted to talk to her about something in private. When he approached the bar and stood near the petite girl, she gave him a dirty look. Whatever it is, no, hell no. Sunny blinked. What do you mean? Aiko smiled crookedly. I know that look of yours. The last time you looked at me like that, Steve and I almost ended up as the Bloodlord bait. What, do you want me to join your suicide crusade? He shook his head. No. Nothing of the sort. In fact, it's about your job. The petite girl raised an eyebrow. Oh? Sunny nodded. Well, since there's a possibility of you losing a part of your income, and Kai tells me that you are really good at managing stuff, how would you like to help me manage a blossoming new business? Aiko looked at him with a dubious expression. Are you opening an assassination agency? He almost choked. What? What made you think that? No, I just found a way to move items between the real world and the dream realm. My dream, if you need to know, is to become the proprietor of an elite memory store. The petite girl stared at him with wide eyes. Really? Sunny frowned. Yes, really. Why, can't I have a dream? Just imagine, sitting safely in a fashionably decorated store without having to risk my skin in the dream realm and have tons of money simply flow into my hands. That's the stuff dreams are made of, is it not? Aiko shook her head with a bewildered expression on her face. I guess? Sunny smiled. You understand. The others might think that it's silly, but I know you wouldn't, as a former business owner yourself. Anyway, I won't have a large enough arsenal of memories for a while, but I can start creating a reputation for the store already. A brand name, or whatever it's called. So I just sold 4 fallen soul shards on the network from a devil I killed and ate. But for some reason, that bastard's shards did not fetch a really good price. Aiko looked at him with a frown. Well, what category of the vendor license did you apply for? Who's your appraiser? What's your feature strategy? SEO approach? Pool of endorsements? He remained silent for a bit, then said, You see, you said a lot of words, and most of them even sound familiar, but I have no idea what you mean. What the hell was she talking about? What's a SEO? Are there different licenses? Wait, do I even need a license? Don't tell me that I need to pay taxes too. The petite girl closed her eyes for a moment. None? You did none of these things? Sunny nodded. It's a miracle that you even managed to sell those shards? He smiled. That's why I need someone smart and resourceful like you to help me, for the 5% commission of every sale. Just think about it. How many awakened out there can bring soul shards to the real world and bring spices to the dream realm? We'll be rich in no time. Aiko sighed and remained silent for a bit. Then she said, That is a high-risk business venture that wholly depends on 2 unpredictable factors, you staying alive and you continuously hunting down nightmare creatures, which are usually in contradiction to each other. So in normal circumstances, I would have said no, but it is you, I guess. Plus, you have a good relationship with all 3 of the newest named awakened, as well as a lot of prestige as a member of Changing Stars cohort. And now even some pop culture fame. Aiko shrugged, thought for a long while, and then said categorically, 10%. Sunny grinned and offered her his hand for a handshake. Perfect. Welcome aboard Sunny's brilliant emporium. The petite girl stared at him in shock. Wait, you actually named the store Brilliant Emporium? Can the naming be changed? He shook his head. No, it's non-negotiable. But what's wrong with that name? It's a great name. I think that it's, brilliant. After that night, Sunny became really busy. Delegating. That's the secret of success. That was his thought after Aiko joined the Brilliant Emporium as a manager. With her help, he went through all the necessary paperwork to make his improvised network store seem legit. Sunny noticed the difference right after listing the soul shards he had gathered from the inhabitants of the sanctuary for sale. Not only did they got purchased much faster, but the price was also pleasantly higher than expected. He also didn't need to spend a lot of his severely lacking time on managing sales, delivery, and purchases. Aiko streamlined the process and created a simple and efficient system where he handed her the inventory and the updated information on what items the awakened wanted to receive from him in the dream realm, and she did the rest. While its volume of sales was not overwhelming, the Brilliant Emporium started functioning as a real business with a constant level of activity and a slowly growing client base. Sunny just had to collect the money and spend it on low-tier memories to feed to Saint. Well, and remain alive while getting the soul shards, of course. Sadly, despite how appreciative of the concept of delegating he became, this was the only part of his busy life that he could entrust to someone else. All the other things he had to do were either too personal or too secretive to recruit anyone to help. No one was going to do his research for him, so Sunny had to spend time writing reports, bringing them to Teacher Julius, and working with the old man to make them worthy of being rewarded with contribution points. Nothing had brought him quite as much as the Forgotten Shore report had, but the points were slowly accumulating. Similarly, now that Cassie was gone on a long expedition, he was the only one of Neff's friends, and of which there were only 2 really for who could visit her. That was not a burden, but took away some of his time nevertheless. He also kept an eye on the runes describing her status, and saw the number of soul fragments in her possession increase at a frightening speed almost every day. Sunny didn't know where Nephis was and what she was doing, what kinds of enemies she was fighting, but they must have been as powerful as they were ample in numbers. He had to keep up. Now that he had received a vast boost to his power through sacrificing the miraculous coins to the white altar in the sanctuary of Noctis, less than 400 fragments stood between him and being able to create a third core. That meant that he had to continue venturing into the wilderness of the Chained Isles to hunt down nightmare creatures. Armed with the cruel sight and the ability to infuse its blade with either invisible soul damage or radiant divine flame, he was now able to go further than he had before and challenge creatures that previously he chose to avoid. Their deaths rewarded him with shadow fragments, while their bodies gifted him soul shards that were then sold and converted into memories, and through those, into shadow fragments as well, this time for Saint to consume. It was a virtuous, but exhausting and wildly dangerous cycle, and as if the pressure of having to keep up with Changing Star wasn't enough, he also had to continue training, both with the spear, with the help of Effie and his taciturn demon, and without it, to practice shadow dance. That second task, however, had turned out to be much harder than Sunny expected. Before plunging back into the dreamscape, he decided to be careful and check what the situation with Mongrel was. A quick search on the network could tell him if everyone had forgotten about the masked swordsman or not. And as it turned out, they did not. To Sunny's dismay, he found out that in the month of his absence, the people infatuated with Mongrel had not only persisted in their excitement, but also brought it to a whole new, truly ridiculous level. All of them were flooding the network with theories and discussions, and countless individuals, even those who missed out on the initial sensation were waiting with bated breaths for one glorious moment: the return of Lord Mongrel. With each day that passed, their anticipation only grew stronger. No matter how discreet Sunny could be, once he appeared in the dreamscape, it was going to create too much noise and attract too much attention. Damn it all! What a disaster! He was on verge of pulling his hair out in despair. It was worth remembering that the persona of Mongrel, oh irony, had been created to help him stay anonymous, potentially in order to safely glean secrets about the sovereigns in the future. What a joke it was that the faceless phantom he created ended up being much more famous and recognizable than its creator. In any case, the situation was seriously messing up Sunny's plans. He simply couldn't use Dreamscape, which caused his progress with Shadow Dance and the mantle of the underworld to stall. And if that wasn't enough, there was another unexpected problem he encountered. That one wasn't as inconvenient and pernicious, but made him worry a lot, for whatever reason. It was that Sunny had not heard from Mordred again after returning from the Ivory Tower, despite the fact that several weeks had passed. The lost prince remained gone. Sunny's head once again had only one voice resounding in it, his own. Usually that would have been a good sign, but Mordred's absence made Sunny tense and full of vaguely bad premonitions. What could have happened to his mysterious helper? Was he simply unable to establish contact outside of the sky below in the Ivory Island? Or had something happened to him? There was no answer. Sunny even took out the mirror shard from the covetous coffer and smeared a few drops of blood on it, to no result whatsoever. The piece of mirror remained the same, absolutely dark and refusing to reflect anything. It was after one of these fruitless attempts that Sunny left Effie to enjoy the dinner he had cooked for them by herself and went out to sit on the porch in a dark mood. It was early evening, and shadows were slowly growing longer and deeper, maybe because of his exhaustion or maybe because of how used he was to being safe in his home, but Sunny got consumed by thoughts and lost track of his surroundings, something that rarely happened. That was why he was so shocked to hear someone's voice just a few meters away. What are you staring at? Sunny blinked a few times, then focused his sight on the person who had addressed him. In front of him, at a bit of distance, just between the sidewalk and the path leading to his porch, stood a 14-year-old girl in a school uniform with black hair and dark eyes, and a very unamused expression on her pale face. Sunny's chest grew cold. Crap! It was Rain. Looking right at Sunny, she sighed and repeated, I said, what are you staring at, brat? What is she doing here? Why is she talking to me? Although Sonny was panicking on the inside, none of the emotions reflected on his face. Armed with the extensive experience of deceit, manipulation, and facing terrifying nightmare creatures in melee, he kept a straight face, threw a dark look at Rain, and calmly said, I am not staring at anything. And who are you calling a brat, you brat? Respect your elders. The girl scoffed. What elders? You're obviously younger than me. Sonny opened his eyes wide in outrage. Ouch! He knew that he looked younger than his age, but to be mistaken for a middle schooler, that was just too much. It was getting dark, so maybe that was the reason for her mistake. Rain, meanwhile, was not done speaking. And you were definitely staring at me with a very nasty expression. I almost tripped. Didn't your parents teach you not to stare? Sonny opened his mouth, then closed it again. Then opened it once more. First of all, I am 18. Second, I was just zoning out and thinking about stuff, adult stuff that a youngster like you would not even understand. And lastly, my parents taught me all they needed to teach me, but what do they have to do with any of this? They're not here. Rain mockingly raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah? You live in this big house all alone? Sonny furrowed his brow. Not only do I live in this house alone, I also own it. But right at that moment, Effie suddenly shouted from inside, Sonny, come eat! Dinner is getting cold! He froze, then felt the tips of his ears growing hot. Damn it, Effie. That's a guest of mine. She's staying over for reasons. Rain stared at him for a few moments with a funny expression on her face, then asked, Your name is Sonny? Sonny shrugged, trying to appear as indifferent as possible. Sure, why? She suddenly laughed. What's so funny? No, it's just, my mom calls me Rainy. What a coincidence. He relaxed. Oh, for a moment I was afraid that she remembers me, but it doesn't seem that way. Good, that is good. Was he a little bit disappointed? Sonny took out his communicator, pressed a button on it, and threw an etched chip that slid from the slick device to Rain. She was in process of asking another question. Oh, and by the way, I often see you meandering on the porch and skipping school. Are you a delinquent, or would... Then she caught the chip and stared at it in confusion. What's this? Sonny smiled with a corner of his mouth. What, can't you see? That's a government-issued citizenship chip. Now, how would I have one if I wasn't of legal age? Rain looked at the chip, then grew even paler than usual. You really are 18? She was so mortified that she even used the proper honorifics. Sonny laughed. Of course I am. As a respectable adult, I never lie. I am the most honest person in the world, really. The girl seemed like she was currently wishing to sink into the earth. Oh, I'm so sorry then. I didn't think... As a child that grew up in a good family, she was most likely taught to be very polite to elders, so this situation was more or less a nightmare. Sonny himself had never associated with types of people who were particular about etiquette, but from what he had seen in Rain's school, among her ilk, social hierarchy and proper rituals were all the rage. Luckily, Effie decided to appear at that very moment to put an end to the awkward situation. Opening the door, she rolled her wheelchair onto the porch while saying angrily, Listen, doofus, are you going to eat or not? Because if not, I'll eat your portion too, you know. Then she stopped and stared at Rain, then at Sonny. After a few moments, she asked, Who's your friend? Sonny rubbed his face. Eat as much as you want. And this girl lives in the neighborhood. She was just passing by. Rain nodded. Nice to meet you, ma'am. I am very sorry. I was just on my way home from school and made a mistake. You see, what has happened? Effie grinned, then gestured for her to stop talking. Let me guess, this one right here was zoning out with a nasty expression on his face and then looked at you and said something wildly inappropriate? Rain blinked a couple of times, then said, no, he didn't say anything. It was me. I said something inappropriate. The former huntress shook her head. Then you're lucky. Sonny here is a bit special. One of a kind. The things that sometimes come out of his mouth. Sunny stared at her in outrage and hissed, "The things that come out of my mouth, you're the one to talk?" She sighed, then looked at Rain with a hurt expression on her face. "You see how he bullies me? Ah, that's no way to treat a guest, Sunny. So ungracious. What will this nice neighborhood kid even think?" Rain energetically shook her head. No, I won't think anything. I have to go home, actually. It's been nice meeting you." With that, she hurriedly turned around and made a step to walk away. Effie raised her voice a little. "Bye. Nice meeting you too. If you feel guilty about the misunderstanding, you can stop by any time. With food. All will be forgiven." Sunny stared at her with wide eyes, not quite believing what he was hearing. Finally, when Rain's figure disappeared behind the green fence, Effie turned to him and smiled. "It's almost like there's a factory somewhere in the city releasing whole batches of tiny, pale, bony teenagers. That girl is almost as pale as you, Sunny. I can't believe it." With that, she shook her head, turned her wheelchair, and went back inside to continue her dinner, leaving Sunny alone, flabbergasted and trying to determine if he was currently awake. What was that? What just happened? Of all the countless scenarios he had in his head of how his first meeting with Rain would go, this was definitely not one of them. Sunny was too shaken by what had just happened to do anything else today. So he just went down to the basement, entered the dream realm, and remained in his small room in the sanctuary instead of going out to fight nightmare creatures. There, he just slept peacefully for the entire night. This was a very strange way to act for Sunny, but many awakened did just that every day. Unless their citadel was under attack, which happened frequently in most parts of the dream realm, or they were assigned a certain duty, people just remained in their quarters, slept, and returned to the real world without throwing themselves into any kind of danger. Others performed various tasks to earn a livelihood in the citadel, all the while staying safe behind its walls. Few frequently ventured outside and challenged the wilderness of the dream realm. And who could blame them? Most people were made awakened against their will after all. It was the spell that wanted humans to risk their lives, go through deadly trials and endure terrible suffering, not people themselves. So there was nothing wrong with a person who wanted to stay as safe as possible for as long as possible. If anything, it was Sunny who behaved abnormally. In any case, he felt refreshed and more balanced when he returned to the real world in the morning. A good night of sleep helped him put his unexpected encounter with Rain in perspective. Yes, it was an unfortunate mistake on his part, and yes, the fact that she now knew his face and name was less than ideal. But truly, nothing too bad had happened. Rain just thought of him as a neighbor, not even an acquaintance, just a stranger, which was just as Sunny wanted it. To be on the safe side, he could avoid leaving the house for a while altogether. It could be, and yet in the evening he found himself sitting on the porch again, enjoying the view and a cup of tea as he had already grown used to. After yesterday, I doubt that she'll ever want to approach this house again, so I should be all right. But as it turned out, he was not. Sunny noticed Rain walking from the public transport terminal long before she came anywhere near his home, because one of his shadows was stationed further down the street to keep a lookout. He sighed, then lowered his eyes and pretended to study the synthwood surface of the porch, hoping to avoid making eye contact with the teenage girl. This time he was not going to give her a reason to come closer and talk to him. However, it was all for naught. When Rain approached the path leading to his door, she slowed down a bit, hesitated, then turned and walked directly to him. "What the hell?" Sunny raised his head and stared at her with a bit of surprise. Hi, it's you again." She nodded, then took off her backpack and produced a big food container out of it, seemingly full of something delicious. Then Rain handed it to Sunny. "Here, my mom made it. Your friend said to bring food, right? Oh, and I'm really sorry for, yesterday." Sunny blinked a couple of times, then took the container from her hands and stared at it for a bit. Damn Effie. Who told her to ask for food? I cook great food for the both of us myself. Then he pretended to smile and said, "Yeah, she did. And no problem. Say thanks to your mom." Sunny thought that the conversation would be over after that, but Rain lingered. There was a sort of curious expression on her face. It's nothing much. Just some pasta with mushrooms and cream sauce, my favorite. Sunny, right? I'm Rain, by the way. He looked at the food container again, re-evaluating his stance on its existence. Nothing special, huh? He was willing to bet that the ingredients she listed were all natural, too. A far cry from synth-paste people like him usually consume to keep their bellies full in the outskirts. Sunny knew a few guys who would kill to eat something like this. His smile became more genuine. Yep, I'm Sunny. Nice to meet you, Rain. She smiled slightly, hesitated for a few moments, and then asked, So you're really 18 and live alone in your own house? I mean, with that nice friend of yours? Sunny shrugged. Sure. She's just staying over until she finds a place of her own, though. Why? The girl looked at him with wide eyes. I mean, aren't you a bit young to live on your own? Aren't your parents worried? He stared at her for a couple of seconds, then tilted his head a little. I think that I'm of a perfect age to live on my own. And no, my parents aren't worried about me one bit. Rain smiled as though hearing the most fascinating thing ever. But who cooks your food? No, wait. Who buys your wood? Do you get an allowance or do you have a stipend from your university? Wait, do you even go to a university? I have so many questions. Sunny mentally groaned. Questions? I hate questions. Outwardly, though, he remained calm. What kind of questions are those? Obviously, I buy and cook my food myself, and who needs a university? A stipend. I am a wildly successful young entrepreneur, if you must know. Basically, I do whatever I want. Rain stared at him. And your parent just let you? They're not lecturing you every day about the future, the importance of having a productive career, and how you must be always ready in case you get infected by the spell? Sunny furrowed his brow. No, none of those. Rain looked at him with envy and sighed. You're lucky. My mom and dad are like hawks. What the hell is a hawk? Something bad, I presume. He remained silent for a while, a complicated expression appearing on his face. Finally, Sunny said, Don't be hard on your mom and dad. You're the lucky one, really. I sort of twisted the truth a little. My parents don't care about where I am and what I do because I don't have parents, so I would rather be in your situation than mine, great as it is. Yours is a bit greater. Rain stopped smiling and looked at him with a hard-to-read, sad expression on her pale face. Then she said quietly, Oh, I see. Sorry, I didn't know. She smiled a little and waved. Well, I'll be going then. Enjoy the pasta, Sunny. The young girl put her backpack back on, turned around, and left. Sunny remained on the porch for a while, staring at the tray of food. Slowly, a dark expression settled on his face. I can't continue doing nothing anymore. I need to make a decision and proceed. I wasted too much time as it is already. He avoided doing anything about getting Rain ready for the possibility of becoming infected by the spell, because he didn't know what to do, and how. But this inaction had to stop. He had to come up with something. Chapter 4, 183. The problem was he just didn't know enough to make a good decision. And even then, was he even qualified to make it? Sunny had a lot of experience dealing with various situations, possessed a quick wit, and was street smart, as well as having a real talent for killing things and remaining alive. Without wasting time on false modesty, he could admit that he excelled at many things. But were the things he excelled at even applicable to training a young girl for the nightmare spell? After all, what he wanted to give her were not combat skills or survival tactics. Those she was being taught already, in an elite school that someone like him would have never been able to attend. What he wanted to give her was a mindset that would allow her to survive in the unforgiving hell of the dream realm. And mind was a delicate thing. If he went about it in the wrong way, he could bring more harm than good. Not to mention that everyone was different, and what worked for him was not guaranteed to work for someone else. Take his own friends, for example. All of them had wildly diverging mindsets, but each had been able to thrive even in a place as dire and harrowing as the Forgotten Shore. So, what the hell do I do? Sunny massaged his temples, then sighed. First, he had to observe more. and understand more. Whatever he wanted to decide, it was stupid to try and base that decision on observing Rain for a single day as she went about her classes. Maybe I'll get inspired, or my intuition will give me a hint. With that thought, he frowned, finished his tea, and went inside. The next morning, Sunny left his house early and used the transit system to reach the district where Rain's school was located. Now that he knew the place, he didn't need to follow his sister around. Instead, he went ahead, returned to the cafe he had hidden in the last time, and sent one of his shadows to keep watch on the entrance of the school as it waited for the young girl to appear. Half an hour later, he noticed her figure and silently ordered the shadow to follow Rain inside. I'm going to have to keep studying her demeanor for a while. A few weeks, at least. By then, it is going to be clear if my initial impression was right or if I need to reconsider my evaluation. I'll also understand her strengths and weaknesses much better. Sunny had to stop himself from groaning. A few weeks, that was going to really eat into his time. Both the hunt for shadow fragments and his training with Effie and Saint were going to suffer, which was such a shame. Recently, he was starting to feel a hint of confidence when handling the cruel sight in its spear form. Previously, Sunny had mistakenly considered the spear to be a rather static weapon, one mostly capable of only straightforward thrusting attacks, and on the surface, it was more than that. This was actually one of its best features. Anyone could use a spear with a decent level of effectiveness. That was why it ruled the battlefield for thousands of years. Unlike the sword, a person didn't need endless hours of practice to become a proficient amateur with it. But in the hands of a master, the spear was a completely different beast. It was swift, deadly, and unpredictable, capable of a vast variety of attacks at a wide array of ranges. It was a truly versatile weapon capable of dealing devastating damage to anyone who would dare to approach its wielder. What Sunny liked the most, though, was how deceiving a spear could be. Cruel Sight, in particular, was especially flexible due to its long blade, which could both piece and slash, not to mention the fact that the length of its shaft could be changed at will. Sunny was still much more comfortable with swords, though, especially familiar ones like the Midnight Shard of the great Odachi form of the Soul Serpent. He was growing rather fond of the ability to keep his enemies further away from his body that the Cruel Sight gave him, nevertheless. So it was a real shame that he was going to have to reduce the amount of time he trained by a lot. That was not even the main reason why he felt malcontent about the prospect of spending weeks observing Rain at school, though. The main reason was teenagers. Sunny clearly remembered the mental trauma he had experienced after being forced to watch the young elites attending the prestigious school, making life difficult for both themselves and the teachers. Even after having to fall into an endless abyss while eating the rotten meat of a devil and burning in the ocean of divine flames, he would rather repeat the whole thing than experience school life again. Well, almost. Not really. With a sigh, Sunny concentrated on the pastry in front of him and prepared for a long and arduous day. That pastry alone made his mood better, simply because of the fact that it didn't come from a mimic. The young elites were the same. Venomous, incredibly misguided, and infuriating. Luckily, Rain was also the same. She studied quietly and avoided all the drama, which basically made her a pariah. Good girl, Rain. That's right. Disregard all the nonsense and learn as much as you can. Knowledge is a privilege, that these classmates of yours are too stupid to value it, but you're not. Well, it wasn't as though they were some delinquents either. Academic achievement was the cornerstone of the social hierarchy in this elite school, so the competition among the students was fierce. It was just that most saw learning as a tool to earn status, as opposed to the goal. Not that their priorities were any of Sunny's business. Hour went after hour, and at some point he decided to leave the cafe and take a walk to chase away the boredom. But before he could, however, something happened. His communicator suddenly let out a grating, echoing, ringing sound. A second later, the sound repeated. And it wasn't only just him. Every person in the cafe, from the clients to the members of the staff, was receiving the same notification. Sunny's chest grew cold. He knew that sound, of course. Everyone in the world knew and dreaded it. Looking down, he saw the familiar text appear on the screen of his communicator. No. The notification read, "Emergency alert. Emergency alert gate activity detected in your proximity ETA. 201 seconds, evacuate immediately." Chapter 4, 184, The Gate. A gate. There is a gate. Before Sonny even comprehended these words, he was trembling, cold fear rising from the depths of his heart to swallow him whole. This was not a conscious response, but an instinctual reaction, something that his body had learned to do in the past, the terror that all modern humans came to bear in their very bones. The grating, echoing ringing meant only one thing: run, run, if you wish to live. If you don't want to die in a manner so harrowing that words could not describe it. But Sonny wasn't a mundane human anymore. Strangling the instinctual fear, he threw it aside and stared at the screen of the communicator with a dark expression on his face. The notification was similar to the ones he had seen several times in the past. Previously, when he lived in the outskirts, he had learned of the devastation an opening gate could bring firsthand. Wherever you lived, you were bound to hear that sound once every few years. Granted, the infrastructure in the outskirts was way less developed than in the proper parts of the city, and there wasn't a lot of awakened around. So the results were often more disastrous. He was in a very respectable district right now, but ironically, things were much worse. Sonny wasn't very versed in the technology the government used to detect the appearing gates in advance, but he knew that it failed this time. Usually people would receive a notification at least 10 minutes, half an hour, sometimes even days before the dreaded event. This gave most of them time to evacuate out of the impact zone, and also allowed the government forces to arrive before the flood of nightmare creatures broke free of the opening gate and cut through the ranks of the nearby awakened who tried to stall it. 200 seconds. That was nothing. Less than nothing. It was not nearly enough time for people to run and not nearly enough for help to arrive. Such a small time window meant only one thing: that unless something happened, there was going to be a massacre. He was safe, though. He could just shadow step away at any moment. As people jumped to their feet and ran to the exit with panicked expressions, Sonny sighed and pressed on the notification. Immediately, a map opened up showing him the location of where the gate was going to appear, as well as optimal evacuation routes. Too close. There was no way that Rain's school was going to be able to evacuate thousands of students in time. If their hazard protocols were well established, they were not even going to try. They would just gather the children in the most protected part of the school, activate their defense systems, and try to hold until help arrived. The school was in the direct vicinity of the opening gate, though. Sonny wasn't sure how well its defenses would do, no matter how formidable they were. Even if there were several awakened staffed as security personnel or instructors for this exact eventuality, they wouldn't be able to do much. The true elites would not take such positions after all. What to do? This time, the notification interface was different from how Sonny had seen it in the past. There was an additional, urgently blinking symbol on the map. It was very similar to the insignia Master Jet wore on her sleeve, only this one had 2 stars on it instead of 3. This symbol was there because the communicator knew that Sonny was an awakened. There were 192 seconds remaining until the gate opened. Out in the classroom where one of his shadows was currently hiding, the children and the teacher were still staring at the notification with stunned expressions, not yet comprehending what it meant exactly, or simply refusing to. Not paying a lot of attention to the chaos happening around him, Sonny pressed on the symbol, and additional information appeared on the screen. Attention all awakened, request immediate action. Attention all awakened, request immediate. Below that, several lines of text shimmered. Gate category 2, 89% probability. 3, 10% probability. Higher, undefined. Strike force ETA, 16 minutes, 14 seconds. 13 minutes. A corner of Sonny's twitched, a resentful grimace appearing on his face. The earliest any government force would be able to arrive to the gate was in 13 minutes after it had opened. 13 minutes. That might as well have been an eternity. Too long, and now Sonny had to make a decision. He had to either run away or respond to the call to arms to stand in front of the nightmare gate, hoping to survive in the flood of monsters for 13 entire minutes. Well, it wasn't that hard of a decision, really. Sonny knew that he was going to stay, not out of any sort of moral obligation, but simply because he wanted to. He was equally as reluctant to turn tail and allow the spell to invade his world with impunity as he was to see countless nice, mundane humans die in the maws of nightmare creatures, like the polite waitress who served him the delicious pastries, or the baker who had made them. This was his world, his city, and his fellow humans. Before, Sonny was always weak and had no choice but to run, hide, and tremble in fear. He was done living his life in fear a long time ago, though. He was also done allowing anyone or anything to take what was his without a bloody fight. He was done being weak. But even that wasn't the real reason. Perhaps Sonny would have considered the approaching disaster too much of a risk and retreated. But Rain was there, very near to the center of the map, displaying the gate's impact zone. So really, running away wasn't even an option. 180 seconds remained. Now left alone in the empty cafe, Sonny stood up and stretched. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. This is going to be a wild, wild ride. Now that he knew that he was insanity going to act, Sonny had to decide how exactly and do it very fast. Sadly, the question was not as easy as it seemed. His life was too complicated for anything to be easy. Not only was the answer to the question not too obvious, but what's worse, he had mere seconds to make a decision, which was not nearly enough to think things through with any sort of clarity. But what choice did he have? None at all. Sonny grimaced. Let's speed run our options. The safest and most cowardly option was to shadow step into the classroom through the shadow spying on Rain, grab the girl, and bring her away. At least it seemed safe on the surface. In reality, though, such an action would cause all types of terrible consequences both for him and for his sister. Not only was he going to have a lot of explaining to do, revealing all the things he wanted to keep hidden, he would also leave countless witnesses as well as digital evidence connecting Rain to him and vice versa. In the future, whenever he was going to end up having really dangerous enemies, which Sonny had no doubt would happen one day soon, that evidence was going to come to light and lead them to her, which was not something he was willing to accept. So he was going to leave that option as the last resort and act on it only if the school's defenses were breached and Rain was in imminent danger. With that out of the way, there was only one path left, doing his civil duty and going directly to the gate, in hopes of stalling the tide of nightmare creatures long enough for the cavalry to arrive. Awakened who didn't work for the government were expected and encouraged, but not technically obligated to respond to a call like that. Many, maybe even most, did not, and chose to run instead. And who could blame them? Not everyone with an aspect was a combatant, and even those who were had not become one voluntarily. Forcing these already traumatized people to go to their potential deaths under the threat of retribution if they refused was not something the government was eager to do. Or maybe it simply couldn't. Forcing Awakened to do anything was a dangerous idea since they could potentially topple the government if pushed too much. So the government preferred to use a carrot instead of a stick when dealing with them. It was a delicate balance. Sonny wasn't sure that he was even going to see that carrot, though, because he was facing a dilemma. Yes, he had decided to fight in front of the gate, but this could also be done in several ways. Two ways, really. Sonny could go into battle as himself or as Mongrel, protecting his identity from the prying eyes and himself from any attention. Using Weaver's mask was not without risk, as every time he did so without proper preparations could potentially leave behind context clues that would allow smart people to narrow down the list of suspects. But the alternative? Right now, with not a lot of time to weigh all the pros and cons, Sonny felt that the alternative was worse. If he wanted to have a hope of surviving for 13 minutes, he was going to have to go all out, showcasing the full scope of his true powers. That meant that all his efforts to create an image of a talented but not too dangerous or noteworthy young Awakened were going to be destroyed. He was going to become really, really famous and draw the eyes of entities he wanted to remain blind to his existence for as long as possible. Perhaps even worse, he was going to create one too many coincidences for Rain to continue not noticing his secret attention. It was one thing to have a quirky neighbor. If he suddenly showed up near your school in your moment of need and turned out to be one of the most deadly awakened of his generation, though, that would most likely be enough to make her start asking questions that Sunny wasn't ready to answer. So, awakened Sunless was going to have to cowardly run away from the gate, while Mongrel was going to have to stand and fight. What a messed up situation. 170 seconds remained. Sunny sighed, knowing full well that this decision was not ideal. At the minimum, Mongrel's persona prevented him from using some of his most powerful tools, anything that people knew and associated with Sunny, no less, like the cruel sight. Very few people had seen him use Saint, however. In fact, outside of Neff's cohort, Mordred was pretty much the only person who had. There were also the people he had fought the Lord of the Dead with, but all of them were gone now, with one notable exception. Satian was still alive and out there somewhere, in the embrace of one of the 3 great clans. So summoning Saint was not ideal too. Even though someone else could have received a similar echo, revealing her was really risky. He could only do it if things got really desperate. Maybe I should reconsider. But there was no time to consider things anymore. There were less than 3 minutes left before the gate opened. He would just have to manage somehow. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then checked where the cameras monitoring the cafe were located and walked into their blind zone. There he summoned the covetous coffer, placed his communicator on its lid, and sent the box scurrying in the direction opposite of where he himself was headed. After that, Sunny took a deep breath and dissipated into the shadows. A few seconds later, and hundreds of meters away, an armored figure wearing a fearsome black mask walked out of the darkness, the blade of the great Odachi resting on its shoulder. Mongrel had arrived to the Nightmare Gate. The road ahead of Sunny was almost empty. Only several people could still be seen, running away from the vertical line where the air was rippling strangely, 100 or so meters behind their backs. When they saw his menacing figure, the stragglers recoiled. Someone let out a frightened yelp. Not paying them any attention, Sunny calmly walked forward. The Soul Serpent rested on his shoulder. Strange. I have never seen an opening gate up close before. The deserted street in front of him did indeed look very eerie, not only because it was almost entirely empty, both of pedestrians and of rushing PTVs, but also because light and shadows were behaving very strangely. The hue of the light slightly wrong, the movement of the shadows slightly erratic. The sound was strange too. It was deadly quiet, but at the same time, Sunny couldn't get rid of the feeling that there were barely audible noises coming from all directions, assaulting his ears like an inaudible cacophony of muffled, distant, demented screams. There was a strange pressure rising in the air, getting stronger the closer he got to the nascent Nightmare Gate. The gate itself was easy to recognize. It looked like a tall, vertical depression in the fabric of the world, a place where light refracted in unnatural ways and the inaudible screams were the loudest. Not a rift in reality yet, but a hint of one. In front of the gate, 6 people stood, staring at it in tense silence. The awakened who, just like Sunny, decided to answer the call. Only 6 of them. While that fact didn't promise him anything good, it was to be expected. 200 seconds was just not enough for a lot of willing defenders to arrive. Even those who were ready to risk their lives in an attempt to protect the civilians needed time to get to the gate after all. This bunch were those who had already been in the immediate impact zone when the alert was sent to their communicators, just like Sunny. Maybe they were overly confident in their abilities, or maybe just like they had people they cared about in the surrounding area, perhaps even in the very same school where Rain was, a few hundred meters behind their backs. In any case, he couldn't help but feel a bit of respect toward these people. Coming to a gate already required a lot of courage. Remaining even after it became clear that there were going to be less than 10 awakened fighting side by side to stall the tide of monsters was beyond that. These people were ready to die to fulfill their duty. Fools. Brave, brave fools. What about Sonny himself, then? I am a fool too, but a cowardly one. Sonny had no plans of dying today. He knew what he was doing and had ways to escape if things got too dire. Without slowing down even a little, he calmly walked past the 6 awakened and stopped with his back to them, closer to the gate than anyone else. Unwittingly, Sonny found himself standing at the head of the small group of defenders. Unlike them, he showed no sign of fear. The others were staring at the gate with pale faces, their bodies tense, their eyes full of unease and dark resentment. Sonny's pose, however, was confident, indifferent, almost relaxed. And in the eyes of the fearsome mask there was nothing but darkness. The others reacted to his arrival with excitement. One more awakened to fight with them was already a good thing, but this one in particular looked especially imposing. His onyx armor and fearsome blade were obviously a cut above the memories they themselves had in their possession, and his calm demeanor suggested either an experienced fighter or a madman. And then someone recognized him. Wait, isn't that Mongrel? The others looked at the girl, who spoke with confusion. Who? She stared at them with wide eyes. That's Lord Mongrel. Haven't you heard of him? A hint of recognition appeared in the eyes of the awakened gathered in front of the opening gate. One of them glanced at Sonny, lingered for a moment, and asked, I am sorry, friend. This young woman seems to have heard of you. If I may ask, are you an awakened of some renown? Sonny didn't move a muscle and lied almost on autopilot. I am not an awakened. I have no renown. The man raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, not an awakened? Then who are you? Sonny cursed inwardly. My damned tongue. He gritted his teeth, remained silent for a second, and then answered in a calm tone, I am just a human. Then he sighed and turned his head slightly, staring at the 6 awakened. From the look of their memories and how they held themselves, they weren't elites. Several seemed to know how to hold a sword, but that was all. They were going to get eaten alive once the gate opened. Disheartened, he asked, combat aspects? The defenders looked at each other, and then the girl who had recognized him answered, I have an awakened aspect that enhances my agility and allows me to strike with deadly precision. 2 guys have dormant aspects centered around endurance and strength, and the other 2 can perform ranged elemental attacks. So 3 weak combat aspects, 2 supporting fighters, and no one capable of proper support or healing. He lowered his head for a moment. There were only 30 seconds left before the gate opened. Slight tremors were running through the ground beneath his feet, and bits of dust and small pieces of gravel were slowly rising into the air, levitating on the invisible currents of energy coursing through the air. How I am going to do this? Sonny gripped the hilt of the soul serpent tighter, then said hoarsely, Stay back, kill anything that gets past me. He paused for a moment and then added, Make them bleed. The girl stared at him with wide eyes. Stay back? But sir, you can't do it alone. There will be a horde of them. Even if there were 100 of you, that wouldn't be enough to kill them all. Sonny turned away and looked at the slowly opening rift in front of him. How could he get these people to stay out of his way? The best place for them to be was at the back, finishing off anything that Sonny failed to kill and preventing the nightmare creatures from escaping into the city, escaping toward Rain's school. Failing to come up with a better lie, he opened his mouth and said coldly, One of me is enough to kill them all. With that, Sonny left the girl standing there with an open mouth and walked forward. What's the big deal anyway? It's just a nightmare gate. His legs, however, were trembling a little. Just at that moment, an especially strong tremor ran through the ground. The shadows exploded in a mad dance, the sunlight growing dim and ghostly. The wind howled through the empty street, as if the air was being sucked into the widening rift. And then an invisible shock wave spread out of it, making the windows in the surrounding building shatter. Sonny resisted the push and suddenly felt the familiar feeling permeate his soul. The call of a nightmare. The gate had opened. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Sonny took a step forward and brandished the soul serpent, feeling the indomitable nature of Saint's grounded battle style permeate his bones. The gloomy shadow wrapped itself around the blade of the Odachi, causing it to shine with dark radiance. Just like the taciturn demon, this serpent shared a kinship with the shadow, and as such the augmentation it received was even more powerful than Sonny himself could enjoy. Even though the Odachi was only of the dormant rank, for now, this alone made it equal to an awakened blade in terms of sharpness, durability, and lethality. He activated the Living Stone and Feather of Truth enchantments of the onyx armor to make it light as a feather and able to heal the damage it was bound to receive. Then Sonny summoned the Blood Blossom charm and willed the armor to integrate it, activating the Underworld Armament enchantment. This way, the enhancing effect the Crimson Flower had on his memories and shadows was going to be inherited by the mantle itself, and then strengthened even further. He had not told the other Awakened to make the nightmare creatures bleed just to seem cool. He literally needed there to be as much blood flowing to the pavement as possible, so that his armor and sword became as powerful as possible. The gate was open now, revealing a dark rift in the fabric of reality, as wide as the street itself and as tall as the buildings. It seemed to devour all light around it and call to him. Call for him to enter. Sonny wasn't too preoccupied with the gate itself, though. His gaze was locked on the unclear silhouettes moving through the darkness. Soon, the first nightmare creature burst into the daylight, leaving cracks on the asphalt with its black claws. Good. Had he not wanted to accumulate shadow fragments? Had he not wanted to raise the counter of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment? Well, he should have been careful about what he wished for. There were going to be hundreds of abominations coming through the rift today to satiate his wish. The second category gates were the most frequent to appear in the waking world. As such, everyone was familiar with how they functioned. The first few waves of advancing nightmare creatures were not going to be too terrible, at least for a fighter of Sonny's caliber. They would be comprised mostly of dormant creatures, with some awakened abominations mixed in. Their classes and numbers too would be comparatively low, but these first few waves, they were just a hint of the horror to come. Pretty soon, every nightmare creature coming from the gate was going to be of the awakened rank, with more and more fallen ones appearing as well. Their classes were going to rise, until there were as many demons as there were monsters and beasts around. And if Sonny was still alive by the time this second stage was nearing its culmination, well, two things could happen, neither promising him anything good. Either the gate was going to end up really being of the second category or not. If it continued to grow, reaching the third category, then there would be more and more waves of nightmare creatures, hundreds of fallen abominations lunging into the real world from the dark void between worlds, with corrupted horrors and creatures of higher classes appearing among them. If it didn't, then the Guardian of the Gate would manifest itself into reality. The Guardian was always at least one rank higher than the Gate's category, and could be of any high class, from a devil to a dreaded titan. In any case, Sonny had to live through the initial waves first to find out what was going to kill him in the end. The first creature to appear from the darkness resembled a terrifying hound with blood-red bone spikes growing from its mottled black fur. It landed on the road and opened its maw, then produced a guttural hoarse roar, and then abruptly grew silent as Shadow Serpent's blade slashed across its neck, severing its head entirely. "You have slain a dormant beast." Sonny jumped back, and just as he did, more silhouettes lunged at him from the dark rift, their eyes burning with madness and bloodthirst as they smelled what was waiting for them up ahead, a whole world full of defenseless, untainted souls for them to devour. "Not so fast, you filth." Sonny had a very simple plan. He was going to build a barrier in front of the gate. He was going to build a mountain of bleeding corpses right at the border of the darkness to show the next waves of nightmare creatures how welcoming the real world was to their kind. As soon as more spiked hounds entered into the light, he lunged forward to meet them. Blood sprayed into the air, and as the menacing Odachi reaped another life, Sunny shifted his weight, slammed the pommel of the sword into the face of a lunging creature, then swiftly stepped forward and pierced the third one through the throat. Before the drops of blood even fell to the ground, he tore the blade from the corpse of the abomination, slicing it almost in half, and brought his heel on the skull of the beast he had previously slammed to the ground. In the process, he increased the weight of the mantle of the underworld so the creature's head simply exploded under his boot. All of it took no more than 2 seconds, and on the third second, a dozen hellish beasts emerged from the rift, some of them running, some of them jumping high into the air to land on him from above. Behind them, a macabre wall of flesh, claws, and fangs was spilling out of the darkness like a rabid tide. Sunny growled, feeling the enchantment of the blood blossom activate and fill his sword with an unquenchable bloodlust. "Come, come, you bastards! Let this mongrel guide you all to hell!" No matter how fast Sunny was, how intricate his control of the shadow essence was, he had spent a whole month doing nothing but practicing it after all. No matter how strong his body could become as the result, he still couldn't be in several places at the same time. Yes, he had 2 cores brimming with power, and his armor and his weapon were augmented by a combination of an aspect ability and enchantments. Killing one of the infernal hounds without receiving a hit was not that big of a problem. Several even. But a dozen? That was too much, even for him. So Sunny didn't even try. At this point, Mantle of the Underworld was as close to the pinnacle of the ascended rank as a memory could be, so these dormant beasts had no chance of piercing it with their fangs. He could allow himself to be bitten a few times. He just had to be strategic about it. He had to protect his neck and the back of his head, as well as pay attention to balance and mass. Yes, the abominations couldn't get to his flesh just yet, but an impact was still an impact. If he wasn't careful, the bastards were going to topple him, and once he was on the ground, the game would be over. Luckily, he had Feather of Truth at his disposal and could manipulate the weight of the onyx armor, turning it from incredibly light to as heavy as a mountain. In conjunction with the cautious use of Saint's grounded style, which excelled at solid footwork and indomitability, he could stay upright no matter how many beasts attacked him. Ignoring the creatures that were lunging at him from the ground, Sunny dashed to the side to avoid being landed on by one of the jumping hounds, and received another on the tip of the Odachi, allowing the momentum to impale it on the sword. Before the heavy carcass could weigh the shadow serpent down, Sunny used the long hilt as a lever and slammed the dead creature into the mass of its attacking kin. By that time, one jaw was already closing on his thigh, and another was centimeters away from his forearm. The blood-red fangs scraped against the stone-like metal of the onyx armor, not leaving even a scratch on it. Sunny let go of the hilt of the Odachi with one hand, then hooked its blade under the throat of one of the attacking abominations and made a simple move forward, slicing through tough fur, skin, and vulnerable flesh beneath. His other fist landed on the head of the second beast. Unseen to anyone, the moonlight shard appeared in it at the last moment, its ghostly blade easily piercing the creature's skull and disappearing as fast as it had appeared after destroying its brain. Sunny spun, throwing both corpses aside, caught the hilt of the Odachi with his second hand, made a small thrust to pierce a lunging hound's head right through one of its eyes, and then dashed forward to descend on the group of them entangled in the carcass of the abomination he had caught on the tip of his blade earlier. What happened next could only be described as a morbid, bloody dance. Sunny moved through the mass of nightmare creatures much faster than any of them were, his great sword flying through them with graceful and fluid logic, sending more and more blood spraying into the air. Somehow he managed to avoid most of their attacks, and those he did not ended up sliding fruitlessly from his armor. He almost made it look easy, but of course it wasn't. Any of these beasts, even though they were only dormant, could massacre countless mundane humans or kill a less skillful awakened in one fell lunge. It was just that today they met a far more terrifying creature, a true awakened fighter, and a monstrous one at that. Sunny cut through the mass of spiked hounds, strategically leaving many of them maimed but alive. They could only bleed as long as they weren't dead after all, and he needed them to bleed a lot to bring the blood blossom to the peak of its strength. There were many of them around him. Too many, really. But that, too, could be used to his advantage. He used the corpses of the beasts he had slain, the ones he had left alive, and those who were yet to meet his blade as a barrier to slow down the others. Through superior speed and clever positioning, he was able to not only always remain moving, but also evade being surrounded. Things weren't exactly easy, but he was still managing without too much strain. His main problem right now was to not allow any of the abominations to move past him and escape into the streets. Luckily, the few that did manage to slip by were quickly finished by the 6 awakened staying behind, observing the massacre with grim, tense, and darkly awed expressions. However, Sunny wasn't oblivious to the fact that this successful start was an illusion. The first wave was just an appetizer, after all, simply a hint of the true calamity to come. So his goal, for now, was to kill as many of the dormant beasts as he could, bring the augmentation of the blood blossom to considerable strength, and throw as many corpses at the stretch of cracked asphalt directly in front of the gate as possible, to make it harder for the stronger abominations to enter into the real at full speed. He felt the dreaded change too soon, though. It came in a form of an eerie long whistle that suddenly made the hounds lunge at him with renewed fury. And then a crude arrow suddenly flashed out of the darkness of the rift, almost hitting him in the eye. The arrowhead, fashioned out of a splinter of a red bone, exploded against the wood of Weaver's mask, throwing his head back. What the... He swiftly repositioned and caught his balance, then dashed forward and skewered several beasts on the blade of the shadow serpent. More arrows flew out of the darkness, piercing the flesh of the attacking hounds or sliding off the onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld. He felt each hit, though. The power behind these arrows was truly monstrous. Awakened creatures are coming already? As soon as he thought that, the first of the hunters came out of the darkness, following their hounds into the real world. Sunny gritted his teeth. A tall, desiccated humanoid with skin as black as coal and as rough as the bark of an ancient tree, wearing rotten remains of fur armor, raised a mighty bow made out of wood and bone, and looked at him with empty holes where his eyes should have been. Furious, red flames burned in their darkness instead. Crap! Sunny grabbed one of the hounds and hoisted its body up just in time for the arrow to pierce its body instead of hitting him in the face. Bows! They're using bows? How was that even fair? Feeling the bloodlust of the blossom charm surge in his heart, Sunny threw the dying hound at the bone hunter, gripped his sword, and dashed forward once again. There were several ancient archers aiming at him already, and more of the hunters were appearing from the darkness. Some wielded bows, some spears with jagged flint blades and crude axes. Those were awakened monsters, each and every one, equal in rank and class to carapace centurions Sunny had fought once, a long time ago, on the Forgotten Shore, and to Sunny himself, technically, a much tougher enemy for him to slaughter. Luckily, unlike the massive centurions, the hunters weren't covered in adamantine chitin from head to toe. Ducking under the flying arrow, Sunny lunged forward and thrust the tip of the Odachi into the desiccated flesh of one of the bowmen. The black bark-like skin offered a lot of resistance to the shadow-honed blade, but the force of the blow was terrible enough to rip through flesh and bone, allowing it to pierce the body of the hunter and emerge from his back. Sunny just hoped that these bastards had anatomy similar to humans, and that their hearts were located in the same place. From the look of it, they were. However, the monster did not react to having his heart destroyed as a human would. Instead of dying, He simply grabbed the blade of the shadow serpent and took a step forward, skewering himself deeper onto it in an attempt to reach Sunny with the other hand. Curses! Sunny twisted the blade, severing the monster's fingers, and then pulled the Odachi upward, slicing through his ribcage, neck, and skull. This, finally, caused the bowman to die. You have slain an awakened monster, ancient barrow wraith. Revenants. Great. Simply great, damn it. So he was fighting corpses that were possessed by some sort of a murderous spirit. As such, the hunters weren't fully sentient. That didn't stop them from remembering some of their craft, though. Not only were they able to wield their stone weapons with deadly skill, they also seemed to coordinate their attacks, herding Sunny like prey. The archers moved apart so that he would have no choice but to show his back to one while attacking another. Those with melee weapons rushed forward, aiming to surround him. The situation was quickly turning desperate. Sunny gritted his teeth, dodged a strike of a stone axe, saw it shatter the asphalt into dust, and lashed out with the shadow serpent. Just a moment after the blade of the great Odachi severed the attacker's legs, another arrow hit him in the shoulder, causing Sunny to stagger and almost lose his balance. He glanced around him, noticing that the enemies had succeeded in positioning themselves in a way that would have doomed a normal enemy. He was surrounded from all sides, with archers hiding behind mighty hunters wielding spears and axes. Damn it, I didn't want to do this. As a dozen arrows streaked through the air to bite at his armor, Sunny suddenly disappeared. A moment later, he appeared behind one of the archers and decapitated him with one terrible strike. Before others even had time to register what had happened, Sunny was inexplicably at the opposite side of their formation, his Odachi piercing the head of another archer. Almost leaving afterimages behind, the figure of the warrior in the menacing onyx armor seemed to blink between half a dozen monsters in the span of a few seconds. Each time it appeared, one of the creatures died, their black bodies crumbling into piles of severed limbs and shattered skulls. The blade of the great Odachi shone with dark radiance, cutting through the ancient hunters like a reaper's scythe. A few moments later, Sunny slid backward on the broken asphalt, leaving a bloody trail behind. A low growl escaped from beneath his mask. Enhanced by the underworld armament, the enchantment of the blood blossom was behaving strangely. It was supposed to augment his memories, echoes, and shadows, but with so much blood flowing to the ground, Sunny found that even his body and mind were being affected by the morbid charm a little. He felt both exhilarated and frustrated, exhilarated by the slaughter he was perpetrating, and frustrated because he wanted, needed, to kill more, cut more, make them bleed more, so much more. Blood, blood, more. Sunny basked in the ecstasy of bloodshed for a split second, and then lashed out at himself, making the rabid thirst recede. He needed to be careful. This bloodlust was beneficial, but could easily blind him. He had to maintain clarity. That was the only way to control the flow of the battle and survive. Thankfully, he knew how to keep a cool head better than most. Regardless, although using shadow steps so many times in rapid succession cost him a lot of shadow essence, he had managed to break the enemy formation and eliminate most of the archers. The rest were going to be much easier to deal with now. But of course, the gate was not done with him. It continued to spew more and more enemies, making any progress he had made meaningless. As a new wave of hunters emerged from the darkness, a frenzied mass of hounds rushing between the wraiths, he paled a little. There's too many. No matter how superior his armor, weapon, and skill were, he was going to get buried under the tide of nightmare creatures due to their momentum. And even if he managed to cut a hole in the wall of abominations, the rest were going to move past him and descend upon the six awakened, and then inevitably escape into the streets of the city, toward Rain's school. Damn, this is gonna suck! As the new wave of creatures lunged forward, joining the survivors of the previous one, Sunny shifted his memories around. For a brief second, the broken oath took the place of the blood blossom, its soul-eroding aura being inherited and enhanced by the mantle of the underworld. A wave of nausea washed other Sonny's mind. "Arr!" A mental scream rang in his head. Luckily, he was prepared for the pain. His armor provided him with a solid defense against soul attacks, too, even ones coming from the mantle itself. The attacking nightmare creatures, on the other hand, had no resistance to it at all. Sonny had only kept the broken oath active for a second before changing the slotted charm back to the blood blossom, but it was enough to break the momentum of the tide of abominations. The hunters staggered, the hounds stumbled and slowed down. For a brief moment, the whole mass of monsters seemed disoriented. Sonny used this opportunity well. The dark figure wearing a fearsome mask suddenly appeared in the very middle of the enemies, and before the nightmare creatures could regain their bearing, the great blade of the Odachi turned into a whirlwind of darkness, leaving clouds of bloody mist and severed corpses everywhere he went. Sonny had abandoned Saint's grounded style, reduced the weight of the mantle of the underworld to that of a feather, and turned to pure offense, dancing between the enemies like a dark, slaughtering demon. For now he was still at his peak. But exhaustion was already not too far behind. As he fought, his breath was slowly becoming hoarse and labored. How long has it been? He thought back to what had happened until now, and felt the first hint of desperation. Just a couple of minutes. The whole battle took slightly more than 2 minutes, and he had to continue for at least 11 more. 6 minutes. That was how long Sonny managed to hold on until things really went from bad to terrible. By then, the ground in front of the gate was littered with piles of corpses, their blood flowing down the pavement like a crimson stream. He had lost count of how many dormant abominations he had slain, how many ancient hunters he had sliced apart. Despite how strong and fearsome the primeval wraiths were, their assault had broken against the impenetrable barrier of his blade, his aspect and his will. Sonny paid a price, though. By now his muscles were burning, and he had to force the air in and out of his struggling lungs. The mantle of the underworld held, but his body beneath the black stone-like metal was beaten and battered. The armor itself was covered in blood and dented slightly in several places. Those dents did not come from the hunters, though. During the third wave, new nightmare creatures emerged from the darkness of the gate. Among them were larger beasts, more terrifying than the hounds Sonny had been slaughtering, and their masters. The demons of the mysterious barrow were similar to the desiccated huntsmen, but much taller, stronger, and better equipped. They wielded masterfully crafted flint weapons and armors made out of rotten leather and bone, their empty eyes burning with hungry red flames. What's worse, they really knew how to use their stone spears and swords. Met with the strange, ferocious, and deviously lethal battle style of the primeval demons, Sonny was sent for a loop. This was like nothing he had ever experienced before. They fought with the straightforward yet insidious resolve of cunning apex predators, with the evil will to kill through any means necessary, always following the most efficient and barbarously cruel path to dominance. It should not have worked, but it did. The dents on Sonny's armor could attest to it. Well, he shouldn't have been surprised. If these ancient wraiths came from people similar to his own world's prehistoric humans, then they were the most devastating of predators, ruthless killers on a planetary scale. From what little Sonny knew about history, ancient humans had spread across the whole planet like a plague, eviscerating whole types of living creatures, including all other nascent branches of the humankind, in one fell avalanche. With their flint weapons and the knowledge of fire, they became nothing less than the cause and perpetrators of the sixth mass extinction, equal to the likes of massive asteroids and climate shifts despite their puny size and lifespan. He was kind of starting to miss the Carapace Legion. In any case, Sonny somehow managed to kill these terrifying fighters, a few of them at least, me too. More than that, he reached into the very essence of Shadow Dance, and greedily absorbed every nuance of their primeval and ferocious fighting style, and then reflected it back at the waves of nightmare creatures, bringing his already terrifying dance of death to a truly chilling level of brutality. The blood blossom had long ago reached its limit. Minutes passed, and despite the fact that Sunny was battered and growing dangerously tired, his reserves of shadow essence swiftly diminishing, for a few moments he felt as though he had things under control. That maybe, just maybe, he was going to stand his ground for the whole 13 minutes, and then he realized that he would not. As the 6th minute came to an end, a furious bellow shook the world, and something massive lunged at him from the darkness of the gate. The barrier of corpses he had built in front of it exploded, and a giant beast, twice as tall as Sunny as weighing at least 20 times more, emerged from it in a cloud of blood and bone fragments, 2 empty eye sockets full of ghostly red flame. Sunny stared at it with wide eyes. The creature resembled a giant bison, its black fur mottled and rotten, a ridge of long scarlet bone spikes piercing the hide along the spine. The head of the monstrosity was crowned with 2 jagged blood-red horns. "I've fallen! That thing is fallen!" The bison was also different from the hounds and larger beasts he had been fighting against, since it, just like the ancient hunters, was itself a wraith, a corpse reanimated by the malevolent spirit of red flame. "Crap!" Sunny hurriedly commanded the Feather of Truth to make his armor as heavy as possible, and lowered his stance, knowing full well that he couldn't allow that thing to get past him. In the next moment, 2,000 kilograms of rotting flesh and sharp horns crashed into him at full speed. For a split second, everything became dark. Then Sunny found himself bouncing off the asphalt, and then rolling across it at a terrible speed up until the moment a wall of a building stopped him and exploded, shards of cement flying into the air. Not good. Disoriented, he shook his head, feeling drops of blood seep under Weaver's mask, and then used the shadow serpent to help himself stand up. Then he looked toward the gate through the red mist clouding his sight. The massive wraith was approaching the 6 terrified awakened. Its speed, however, was slow, and its steps staggered. There was a big hole in its forehead where the thick adamantine bones of the skull were shattered and cracked, bits of bloody pulp spilling out of it and falling to the ground. Just before the impact, Sunny had brought his armored fist down on it, summoning the moonlight shard at the last moment. His plan was to pierce the big bastard's brain, but because of the violent force and momentum of their collision, he ended up doing that, and then punching a hole through the creature's forehead with his spiked gauntlet. Sunny's thoughts were slow and astray, but he was already starting to regain his senses. "I have a concussion, I think." Failing to breach the last few meters to the 6 awakened, the bison stopped and swayed. Its legs suddenly caved, and it toppled over, sending a tremor running through the ground. A flood of abominations was already rushing into the breach it had created, though, into the empty space where Sunny had been. Still disoriented, Sunny staggered, then raised the soul serpent weakly. Bad. This is really, really bad. As nightmare creatures rushed forward, the 6 awakened began to act. The 2 with elemental aspects attacked first. Something flashed in the air, and then one of them was suddenly surrounded by a swiftly spinning ring of fire. The fire disk then flew forward and collided against the mass of abominations, immolating one of the hounds and burning several more. The other raised her hand, and a thin blade made of nothing but air whistled as it bit into the flesh of one of the hunters, severing one of his arms at the shoulder. Sunny blinked. "You have slain a fallen monster." The fastest of the nightmare creatures were already lunging at the defenders. The girl he had spoken to before took a step forward and attacked with a slender saber, striking at the neck of a spiked hound and opening its artery with a precise cut. 2 more awakened were covering her from the sides, both wielding a shield and a memory weapon of their own, one a short sword, the other a steel pike. The last one did something to repel the arrows that were already flying toward their bodies, but Sunny had no idea what. Your shadow grows stronger. The awakened were performing well. They acted with sufficient coordination and foresight, doing everything in their power to slow down the tide of approaching monsters. Although not elites, each of them was a capable combatant. They were brave and determined, and yet it was not going to be enough. Not nearly enough to survive, let alone prevent the invaders from escaping into the city. You have received a memory. What to do. What to do. Not fully realizing what he was doing, Sunny commanded the shadow to wrap itself around his body, and for the soul serpent to slither back onto his skin. Immediately he felt much more powerful, his head more clear, his muscles brimmed with raw strength. Double what he had just a second ago. His breathing became deeper. Sunny knew that he had to slow the abominations down and then get back into the fight. That was the only way. Making a step forward, he swayed a little and then grabbed the roof of an abandoned PTV to help himself keep balance. Ori. Bending down, he then grabbed the bottom of the heavy alloy vehicle with his other hand, sending all of his essence rushing through his body, flooding it with as much strength as he could muster. He then growled and dug into the alloy with his fingers, and then sending cracks through the asphalt, Sunny strained every muscle in his body to perform one devastating explosive push. The window of the PTV exploded, and as its frame deformed, the whole vehicle suddenly flew into the air. It breached the distance between him and the rushing tide of nightmare creatures and crashed into it from the side like a bizarre cannonball, turning several dormant beasts into bloody pulp, breaking numerous bones, and sending most of the front row of abominations tumbling down. The runes shimmered in front of Sunny, and with no time to waste, he threw just one look at them, searching for the description of his new memory. He was only interested in one thing: memory type. Weapon. Good enough. Not bothering with reading the rest, Sunny summoned the weapon and used Shadow Step to appear amid the reeling abominations. Some had avoided his improvised ram and were already either attacking the 6 awakened or escaping into the streets. He couldn't do anything about it now. What he could do, though, as an ancient spear with a head crafted out of a long and sharp piece of black obsidian materialized in his hands, he thrust it into the throat of one of the wraiths, then used its back end to slam another one in the chest. Then Sunny spun the spear and brought it down on the head of a lunging hound, shattering its skull with one terrifying blow. While he tried to overcome the ringing in his ears and continued to fight, more nightmare creatures got past him, and more still were already emerging from the gate. Die, 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 you damn wretches! Die faster! They breached the line of defenders. The voice of the headmaster seemed calm, considering the situation, so the children gathered in the combat training hall of the school didn't panic either. Nevertheless, they could feel that the adults were frightened and that fear spread like an infection. The children were frightened too. For many of the younger kids, this was the first time they experienced being near an opening gate. Those who were older knew what to do, in theory, only none of those things could be done. There was just not enough time to evacuate or reach the nearest shelter, and so the lessons they had learned were useless. Everyone was gathered in the most protected place in the school, the gymnasium, and huddled together. The younger children were placed in the middle, the older ones near the edge, with the teachers standing the furthest from the center. The combat instructors were armed with actual memory weapons, which looked menacing and beautiful, at least to Rain, who had never seen her teacher wield one of his real weapons before. With him, the other instructors and a couple of bodyguards who happened to be inside the school because of those children whose parents were really important, there were 5 awakened among them, each armed and ready to fight. The other teachers and older students were armed too, albeit with mundane weapons. Rain herself was holding her training sword, realizing for the first time how flimsy and pathetic it was. Before, the sword had always seemed to weigh a ton and be unnecessarily sharp. Now she wished that it was a real weapon, and not just a training one. What is going to happen? Because she happened to be standing near the headmaster, she saw her combat instructor glance at him and say something in a low voice. Rain wasn't supposed to hear it, most likely, but she did. He said, "It's a miracle that they held that long, really. Only 7 of them. I don't know who these people are, but they should have been overwhelmed in the first minute." Overwhelmed, but if 7 awakened were supposed to die in less than a minute, then what about the 5 protecting us? Rain suddenly felt cold and scared. The whole thing didn't seem real. How can something like this happen? This school was so prestigious and expensive, and so many important people sent their children here. Surely the defenses. As if answering her thoughts, muffled sounds of firing penetrated the walls and sent shivers running through everyone's bodies. The automatic turrets had gone online, which meant that there were nightmare creatures approaching. Rain's father worked for the government, handling matters having to do with the logistical support of the awakened, and although he didn't like to talk about work, she knew more about these matters than most kids of her age. Because of that, she understood how ineffective mundane weapons were against the creatures of the spell, especially ones of higher ranks. So she just hoped that something broke with a deafening crash, and the whole gymnasium suddenly trembled. Curses! Rain gripped the hilt of her sword tighter and turned toward where the crash had come from with a pale face. Her eyes widened. Hundreds of meters away, in the mass of nightmare creatures, Sunny sent another abomination to hell, threw its body away, and growled. There were so many of them. Too many. Through the shadow hiding beside Rain, he saw that those monsters that had gotten past him and the other defenders had reached the school. He also saw more and more creatures arriving through the gate. Beasts, monsters, and demons, awakened and fallen. There was simply no end to them. And he was dead tired and growing weaker, fast. His body was at its limit. His reserves of shadow essence were running dry, and even the mantle of the underworld was showing signs of straining to resist the never-ending rain of blows he was not able to evade anymore. Feeling blood streaming down his face, Sunny briefly glanced toward the distant school, then back at the gate. And then he shivered. Something had changed. Something was coming. In the darkness of the gate, a new silhouette appeared. A moment later, all the beasts that surrounded him froze, and then howled triumphantly, as if to welcome the new creature to the waking world. The gate guardian had arrived. Sunny stared at the gate, momentarily paralyzed by dread. Then he snapped out of it and fought through exhaustion, rushing to kill as many abominations as he could before the guardian came out of the gate. He had an inkling that after, there would not be an opportunity to pay them any attention. Is it the guardian? How many minutes has it been? He had no idea. Somewhere along the way, Sunny had lost count of the time. All he knew was that it had not been long enough. Meanwhile, a hulking figure emerged from the darkness of the gate, and as it did, the red flames burning in the empty eye sockets of the ancient wraiths flashed brighter, their dead mouths opening to produce a litany of menacing howls. Crap. The guardian was more than 4 meters tall, his desiccated body resembling that of the primeval hunters and demons Sunny had fought, but at the same time much more frightening. He wielded a long spear, its blade cut out of a single slab of obsidian and covered in so many stains of ancient dried blood that it seemed as if the stone itself had absorbed them and turned dark red. The giant was wearing an intricate leather armor, much more robust and imposing than those of the lesser wraiths, with strips of strange bluish iron woven onto it. His wrists bore dozens of bracelets made out of iron and bone, and on his shoulders was a cloak fashioned out of the hide of some terrifying monster. The skull of the creature served as his helm, and his face was covered by a disturbing burial mask, its features twisted and bestial. The mask and the skull on his head each had 3 eyes, all 6 emanating intense, malevolent red radiance. Sunny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. What is that thing? He didn't know what kind of a creature the ancient chieftain was, but had no doubts that he was a fallen tyrant, and a very powerful one at that. Maybe the barrow these wraiths were coming from had been built to entomb this ancient menace to begin with, and his mask had 3 eyes. Anything with 3 eyes made Sunny shudder, for reasons he did not fully understand. After the Forgotten Shore, he knew that this was a sign of something too terrible for him to know. Could he kill a fallen tyrant? Maybe if he had a lot of time to prepare and study his enemy and attacked from the shadow. But now, with Sunny exhausted and battered, his shadow essence running out and hundreds of nightmare creatures surrounding their master in bloodthirsty exaltation, he stood no chance. None at all. Well, maybe a very tiny one. And what else was he going to do other than try and fight, put his tail between his legs, and run away? Well, sure. Why the hell not? Sunny was not some kind of a hero, nor had he ever wanted to be one. But he wasn't going to run away just yet. As the nightmare creatures renewed their assault with even more frenzied rage than before, he gritted his teeth and brandished the obsidian spear, feeling the primal battle style of the ancient wraiths seep into his very bones. Sunny was not done spilling blood. He had a little bit of fight left in him still. In the gymnasium, silence and fear gave way to mayhem and panic. The walls of the school had been breached, and nightmare creatures crawled inside, madness burning in their terrifying empty eyes. Back! Get back! The children were pushed against one of the walls, teachers standing between them and the terrible monsters with mundane weapons in their trembling hands. The awakened were engaged in a ferocious battle, but just the 5 of them were not nearly enough to stop all the abominations. It was inevitable that sooner or later some of the abominations were bound to get through. And soon they did. A giant, harrowing beast that resembled an infernal wolf. Jagged red spikes growing through its black flesh and drops of saliva falling from its maw, tore free of the battle and lunged at the children. Rain had never seen something so unstoppable. How was anyone supposed to fight such a thing? No human possibly could. The teachers tried, however. Several of them drew their bows, but the arrows simply slid off the mottled black fur of the hellhound. The headmaster tried to stop the creature with a heavy pike, but was simply thrown away, the weapon flying out of his hands. And then there was no one else standing between the monster and the defenseless children. God damn it! Sunny was at the end of his rope, which, in a sense, was precisely where he wanted to be. He wasn't trying to stop the flood of nightmare creatures by killing all of them anymore. That was simply impossible, with how many there were and how many were coming from the gate every second. He was, however, trying to draw as much attention as he could. All of the attention, really. And to accomplish that, he had to do one simple thing. He had to attack the tyrant. How hard could it be? Let's find out. Sunny wasn't planning to get into a prolonged fight with the damn barrow chieftain, or whatever that thing was called. He was just going to exchange maybe 2 strikes with the scary bastard, hopefully deal him a tiny wound, and shadow step into safety. Enough was enough. He knew his limits. Tearing through the mass of abominations, Sunny cut a bloody path toward the hulking tyrant, and finally appeared in front of him. As soon as the burial mask with 3 burning red eyes turned his way, Sunny suddenly felt small and weak. The pain he felt in his battered body surged, and an involuntary groan escaped from his lips. He just wanted to stop and fall to the ground, to kneel. A mind attack? What, that is all? Bastard, you should have met Gunlog, learned how to really make people cower. And also his own mask was much scarier than the crude thing covering the tyrant's face. Fighting through the oppressive hex, Sunny lunged forward and raised his bloodied spear. He didn't get a chance to attack, though. Although it didn't seem as if the tyrant of the barrow was moving with haste, his hand shot towards Sunny with such terrifying speed that he barely had time to react. The giant didn't even deem it necessary to use a weapon, intending to crush him with a fist. Making the mantle of the underworld as heavy as he could, Sunny turned the shaft of the spear around and held it with both hands, knowing to deflect the blow instead of blocking it. He should have been able to. The fist of the desiccated giant connected with the ancient spear and easily shattered it, as though it was a mundane stick and not a memory of the ascended rank. Before Sunny could even feel the terrible impact reverberate through his bones, 5 massive fingers closed around his torso like a steel bear trap and squeezed. Crap! Your memory has been destroyed. What a shame. He didn't even get a chance to learn what it was called. The stone-like metal of the mantle of the underworld groaned, but held. His bones, reinforced by the steadfast temperance of the bone weave, held too. Not that Sunny was having a good time. It felt as though he was being slowly crushed to death, unable to draw in a single breath. It hurt as hell too. Much worse than that, actually, but worse still. While the tyrant had him in his grip, he couldn't use Shadow Step. He couldn't escape. I think I messed up. As Sunny struggled in the tyrant's iron grip, the giant tilted his head a little and easily lifted him off the ground, bringing his prey closer to the 3 burning red eyes. Sunny gritted his teeth and groaned, feeling his whole body being slowly crushed by the monstrous chieftain of the Barrow Wraiths. One of his arms was pressed against his body, and the other one was too, but just barely, if only he could free it. But no matter how hard he tried, the tyrant's hold was just too strong. Back in the gymnasium, the terrifying beast was lunging at the defenseless children. Its maw was wide open, the red shine of the ghostly flames burning in its eyes, reflecting from the jagged, sharp fangs. It was flying directly at Rain, moments away from closing its jaw on her throat. She felt paralyzed by fear, desperately wishing to run, but unable to move. Was this how she was going to die? No, it couldn't be. But it was. Suddenly, a spark of a strange, dark emotion ignited in Rain's heart. Die? No, not like this. I refuse. She was holding a sword, was she not? Even if that thing was going to devour her, Rain was determined to die fighting, just like she had been taught to. She was going to remain human, not a cowering animal only good enough to be the stronger beast's prey. She owed that much to her parents, at least. Knowing full well that her dull training sword was not going to stop a nightmare creature, Rain stubbornly made a motion to raise it. Even though her mind was panicked and her thoughts scattered, the body remembered countless hours of practice. Not that it was going to do her any good. The hound was already so close that she could see every harrowing detail of its hideous snout and frothing maw. There was no escape. Unfair. This is unfair. This childish thought appeared in her mind as it had undoubtedly appeared in the minds of countless people just before they were killed. And then something strange happened. Suddenly, 2 beautiful magenta lights ignited in the darkness to the side of the lunging creature. A moment later, a dark blade of a strange, stone-like sword flashed out of the shadows and easily sliced through the abomination's neck, separating its head from its torso. A round shield made of something that resembled stone then appeared and swatted the headless body away from Rain, not allowing even a drop of blood to fall on her. As she froze in shock, a graceful woman wearing menacing black armor stepped out of the darkness, 2 ruby flames burning behind the visor of her closed helmet. Rain had never seen someone so terrifying, yet so magnificent. The woman glanced at her with indifferent calmness, and then turned around to easily pierce another hound with her stone-like sword, then sever one more in half with a swift, vicious strike. It was as though the flesh of the abominations offered her no resistance. 3? She just killed 3 nightmare creatures. And not only that, but she also killed them in the span of a second with a confident, relaxed ease. Who is she? Before Rain knew what she was doing, she heard herself saying in a small voice, "Who are you?" The beautiful knight did not answer and simply stood between the children and the advancing monsters, her back straight and solid like a stone wall. Rain stared at that back, feeling as if nothing was going to get past this frightening, taciturn warrior. A burning desire suddenly appeared in her heart. She didn't know whether the menacing Black Knight was a human, a spirit, or a strange nightmare creature, but she knew one thing: strong. I want to be strong someday, strong like her. In front of the gate, Sunny was slowly suffocating in the iron grip of the fallen tyrant. He was being brought closer and closer to the three burning red eyes, and as he did, it felt as if life itself was being sucked out of him, his mind balancing on the verge of breaking apart. What the hell? There had to be something that he could do, or just some trick he could employ to wrestle free, a memory he could summon, an enchantment he could activate. But no matter how hard he tried, nothing worked. Sunny's vision was slowly starting to grow dark. Damn it! I need to... He could have summoned the cruel sight if his hands were free, but they were not. He could have turned the mantle of the underworld too heavy for the tyrant to lift, but it was already as heavy as the feather of truth allowed, weighing as much as a small mountain. What else was there in his arsenal? Sunny was almost ready to panic, and then a subtle change suddenly happened to the world. If was easily missed or discarded, more of a feeling than an actual shift. Sunny only noticed it because it felt strangely familiar. It felt as though the whole world suddenly became colder by a couple of degrees. But why would it? Before he could properly consider the meaning of the subtle change, though, something flashed through the air, and suddenly Sunny could breathe again. He could do so because the hand holding him wasn't connected to the tyrant's body anymore. The arm severed cleanly at the elbow. What? Sunny fell to the ground and rolled away as a fountain of seething blood shot out of the stump that used to be a Wraith chieftain's arm, evaporating and turning into a cloud of scorching red mist. What just happened? Steel reeling, he struggled to stand up and saw someone landing on a piece of rubble next to him. It was a beautiful woman who seemed to be in her late 20s. She was wearing a dark blue uniform with silver epaulets and leather boots, her short hair as black as a raven's feather, and her skin as white as snow. Her icy blue eyes were colder than the deepest reaches of a frozen hell. In her hand, the woman was holding a somber glaive, drops of boiling blood swiftly turning into ice on its slender blade. She looked like death herself. Master Jet. Indeed, it was Soul Reaper Jet. The cavalry had arrived. Sunny had never been that happy to see anyone in his entire life. Master Jet arrived just in the nick of time, saving him from having to regret the decision to send Saint to aid Rain, not to mention that she was really pleasant to look at. More importantly, Tor, taking off a fallen tyrant's arm with one strike. Even for an Ascended, this was an incredible feat. Tyrants were not creatures one usually dared to challenge alone. Instead, they were dreaded horrors that were capable of decimating whole cohorts of experienced, battle-hardened fighters. Masters rarely worked together simply for the fact that there were too few of them and too much for each one to do. But facing a tyrant was one of the things that pushed them to band together. And even then, not everyone was guaranteed to return from the fight. Truly, Teacher Julius had not been exaggerating when he said that even saints were wary of Soul Reaper Jet. And yet, although her entrance was spectacular, would she be able to battle the tyrant and survive? Even though the chieftain was seriously wounded, that wound came from a surprise attack. Now that she lost the advantage, things could change really fast. As if answering his thoughts, Master Jet glanced at him. Despite the fact that they were surrounded by piles of corpses, the terrifying giant looming above them like an omen of doom, an unexpected smile suddenly appeared on her cold face. Cool mask. With that, Soul Reaper sprung forward, turning into a blue blur. Her movements were so fast that Sunny had only been able to perceive them because he was an awakened, his senses vastly superior to that of a mundane human. Several things happened at the same time. The somber glaive flew away as it spun fast enough to appear as a blurry circle. It cut a bloody swath in the mass of abominations, eviscerating dozen in a matter of a second as it moved in a wide arc. At the same time, Master Jet streaked across the bloodied, broken asphalt and appeared behind the tyrant, then caught the glaive and immediately lunged forward in a devastating thrust. The chieftain was much faster, though. His spear seemed to almost teleport into the path of the glaive, positioned for an indomitable block. Something weird happened then. Master Jet's weapon suddenly turned ghostly and eerily luminous and simply passed through the shaft to the spear, then effortlessly phased through the creature's armor, burying itself deep in his chest, right where one of the soul cores should have been. What the... Things didn't go as she had planned, though. Sunny got that suspicion because of a slight frown that appeared on Jet's face, and the fact that the tyrant did not slow down even one bit. Instead of having its soul damaged or one of his cores destroyed, the bastard simply took a step forward and raised his spear, which suddenly ignited with blinding light and flooded the area directly in front of the gate with menacing red radiance. Sunny sighed. Well, that's my cue to get the hell out of here. This was not a battle he could handle, at least not in his current state. Master Jet seemed to have the situation under control, and even if she ended up as no match for the Barrow chieftain, she would at least be able to stall him until the rest of the government forces arrived. Sunny, on the other hand, would probably just be erased from existence by the destructive fallout their battle was bound to produce. Since Saint was doing fine in the gymnasium of the school, protecting both the children and the teachers, he didn't have to worry about Rain as well. All that was left was to get more shadow fragments and hopefully an additional memory or two while Soul Reaper was doing the heavy lifting, of course. It's a good thing she arrived way faster than 13 minutes, though. What an exemplary employee. I'm starting to understand why Master Jet always seems sleep-deprived. I hope the government gives her a raise. With that, Sunny picked himself off the ground and used Shadow Step to appear near the six awakened, who were on the verge of being overrun by the advancing nightmare creatures. Honestly, it was a miracle that all of them were still alive. Summoning the Odachi once again, Sunny cut down a hunter who had been aiming at the familiar young woman with a bow and gave her a cursory glance. Something exploded behind him in the direction where Master Jet was fighting the tyrant, painting him with shades of deep red. Lord Mongrel, what should we do? Wasn't that obvious? Run, you idiots! Grimacing behind the fearsome black mask, Sunny opened his mouth and said, his voice full of resentment toward the fact that he had to tell such an obnoxious lie or stand and fight. The girl stared at him, a sudden expression of shame clearly written on her face. Of course. That is what an awakened ought to do. Suppressing an infuriated groan, Sunny strained his aching muscle and raised the soul serpent. What a joke. I better not see that quote going viral on the network. In the end, the gate was contained with miraculously no civilian casualties. Soon after Master Jet appeared, the government strike force finally arrived. Several swift air carriers descended from the skies in the howling of jet engines, and dozens of Awakened jumped down, all clad in high-quality armor and wielding powerful weapons. Almost at the same time, armored vehicles appeared on the road and opened fire on the mass of nightmare creatures, their spell-tech cannons managing to obliterate the weaker abominations and herd the more powerful ones away from the city streets. Operated by mundane humans, these machines were meant to control the battlefield and make it easier for the Awakened to eliminate those creatures too tough for human weapons to destroy reliably. More cohorts, machines, and mundane soldiers followed. Master Jet, unbelievably, ended up actually killing the tyrant. The break in their battle came when she suddenly shifted from attacking the chieftain himself to aiming for the three-eyed skull he wore as a helmet. As soon as she managed to crack the skull, the red flames burning in the eyes of the wraiths were extinguished, leaving them disoriented and weakened. Many simply fell to the ground, losing their perverted unlives. The tyrant staggered and then collapsed in a heap of rotten fur and desiccated flesh, sending a tremor through the bloody battlefield. This time, he was truly and utterly dead. After that, the scales of the battle tilted drastically in the favor of humans. Noticing a dedicated team of Awakened enter the school to secure the students, Sonny dismissed Saint and glanced at the scene of slaughter one last time. His heart was in agony. Not because of the havoc and destruction that seemed to envelop once peaceful streets, but because of all the soul shards and contribution points he was going to miss out on. Such cruelty, such injustice. Well, at least he received a very large number of shadow fragments, several memories, and even learned a new, profound, and deviously deadly battle style. This thought did not console him very much, though. Almost on the verge of crying, Sonny sighed and dissolved into the shadows. Without saying anything or demanding any credit, Mongrel was gone just as suddenly as he had appeared. All that was left behind were scores of dead nightmare creatures and the memories of those who saw him fight. And sometime later, in a dark and empty alley, Awakened Sunless, who avoided the summons to defend the gate, walked toward an especially remote corner and bent down to pick up the covetous coffer, which was furtively looking out from behind a big garbage container. Taking his communicator, Sonny patted the box on the lid and dismissed it, then stared at the screen with a dark expression. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Ah, it's good to be a coward. By the time Sonny limped back to his house, the news of the gate opening in a prestigious district of the city was all over the network. Luckily, the school Rain attended was situated really far away from where both of them lived. None of the mayhem had reached the terrace neighborhood, leaving it as quiet and peaceful as ever. It was a bit strange to see that nothing had changed here, despite the fact that mere tens of minutes of riding the train away, the bodies of numerous nightmare creatures littered the ground. Life simply went on. Well, it wasn't really that surprising. If people reacted strongly to every instance of a gate appearing, nothing would ever get done and everyone would live every day of their lives in fear. So those not affected by the disaster directly did not allow it to disrupt their moods or routines. People could get accustomed to anything, even the constant possibility of terrifying monsters suddenly coming out of an infernal rift in reality on their street. As long as important parts of city infrastructure weren't damaged, no one was going to care that much. And even if they were, citizens knew how to adapt. Public transport would be rerouted, power outages would be dealt with by switching to autonomous generators or simply using candles and so on. The gate was contained, the impact area was already being cleaned by the government workers. When tomorrow came, the cafe Sonny had visited would be open again as if nothing happened. Life would return to normal. Pauv. And those who had experienced the terror of the gate firsthand would go on, silently bearing an invisible scar on their heart. But that was all right too. Collecting scars was something that everyone who lived in this world had to do as they matured. This was the reality of the nightmare spell. Why am I suddenly in a philosophical mood? Sonny shook his head, then scoffed and opened the door of his home. Effie was in the living room taking advantage of the state-of-the-art entertainment system Sonny had bought and paid for. When she saw him, a surprised expression appeared on her face. Gods, what happened to you? Did a piano fall on your head? What a strange question. Sonny sighed, then glanced at her arcly. No. A gate fell on my head. Sort of. Damn thing opened right near a cafe I sometimes visit. They sell incredible pastries, so good news is I managed to finish my pastry before getting the hell out. Effie gave him a shocked look. Goodness, you were near that mess? I heard that the government barely gave people time to evacuate this time. Sonny shrugged. Near, yes. The young woman stared at him, then grinned. So, how many contribution points did you get? Enough to upgrade the entertainment system, maybe? You won't believe the quality of the haptic interfaces these days. You don't have to if you don't want to, of course, just something to consider. He gritted his teeth and let out a frustrated sigh. None. I didn't get anything, okay? Effie blinked a couple of times, then looked at him with a bit of disappointment. Well, no need to get emotional. There's no shame in avoiding such fights. Everyone wants to live, you know. Sonny waved a hand dejectedly, then turned around. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I'll go take a bath. Have fun. Leaving his guest, well, more like an uninvited housemate. Alone in the living room, Sonny went away and prepared an ice bath for himself. When he lowered his aching body into the cold water and endured the initial shock, a pleasant numbness enveloped him. Sonny glanced at the tapestry of bruises covering his skin and sighed. Can I still be considered pale if I'm mostly black and purple? Gee, I always wanted to stop being pasty, but not like this. He closed his eyes and relaxed, enjoying the ice bath. None of his wounds were serious enough to really worry about, so he just had to wait for his body to heal itself. That was going to take a few days, which Sonny was fully intending to spend lazing about and doing nothing. Wasn't that the dream? After a while, he got a bit bored and decided to do something productive. He could either check on how much he had gained in the bloody battle, or see if someone had come close to connecting him to Mongrel. Sonny thought for a few moments, then reached for his communicator. Let's see the extent of the damage first. A few moments later, a low groan escaped from his lips. Oh, for spell's sake. Shocking news. Mysterious online sensation Mongrel returns to single-handedly contain a Category 2 gate. In the shadow of a lord, Mongrel's heroic stand caught on camera. Who is Lord Mongrel, the courageous hero that everyone is talking about? The answer might shock you. We knew it all along. Mongrel is a woman confirmed. Stand and fight, words to live by. Mongrel refuses to give up. Sonny stared at the screen of the communicator with resentment, then suppressed the desire to crush it in his fist. What is wrong with people? Apparently, a bit of his recent performance had been caught on tape. The shock wave of an opening gate was supposed to mess with electronics, but one camera had miraculously survived. The image was really grainy and stuttered every few seconds, but he could make out a dark figure moving through the mass of nightmare creatures, the soul serpent flashing through the bloody mist, its blade surrounded by a halo of black radiance. The battle style of the Barrow Wraiths and his need to spill as much blood as possible added an extra layer of brutality to the recording, making him seem like a demon that had escaped from some lightless hell. Sonny grimaced as if in pain, and tentatively looked down on the view's counter beneath the video. When he saw it, the communicator slipped from his hand and fell into the water. Good thing it was waterproof. Damnation. Well, you've done did it now, fool. Congratulations, you've gone mainstream. Chapter 496. Stand and Fight. Today, a terrible tragedy almost happened in a peaceful and prosperous part of the city. It was a day like any other, until a sudden notification alerted the citizens that a gate was about to open nearby. With no time to evacuate, numerous people were going to die. But then, a courageous awakened placed himself in the way of nightmare creatures, holding off the entire advancing horde by himself, and refusing to give ground until the government forces arrived. This hero then disappeared without demanding any reward, not leaving even his name behind. Only scores of slaughtered monsters and numerous saved lives. Who is this brave and modest savior? Where did he come from? And what is his true identity? Well, some readers might recognize him as the viral dreamscape sensation, Mongrel. Sonny stared at the communicator, which had water dripping from it, with a dark expression on his face. An official newspaper? This is a damn published article, not a random network thread. Previously, Sonny had only gone really viral among the people who were interested in the dreamscape and dueling. Even though the recording of his performance in the Coliseum reached a wider audience, most of the people who had seen it did not pay Mongrel a lot of attention, since they didn't understand the details of his achievements. This one, however, was different. Everyone could relate to a gate opening and knew how terrifying and calamitous such an event could be. So, the new video showed Mongrel in a context that revealed just how bizarre and exceptional his deeds were to everyone. Add to that the fact that the combination of the mantle of the underworld, the soul serpent, and Weaver's mask looked really striking and menacing, and that, miraculously, no civilian had died despite the late warning by the government, and Sonny found himself in a sea of trouble. Suddenly, he was happy with the fact that he had not been able to augment himself with both of his shadows. At least his physical prowess did not seem too out of the realm of humanly possible, or rather, possible for an awakened. The other good news was that there, thankfully, was no recording of Saint. The cameras in the school had been properly damaged, and for that reason, people only knew of her by verbal description, which caused its own share of problems because of how similar the mantle of the underworld was to her armor. Due to that and the nature of how rumors distorted the truth the more they were shared, soon, many people were convinced that Mongrel had protected the children in the school personally, and that led some to become convinced that Mongrel was a woman. Sonny tiredly covered his face with a hand. His worst fears had not come true, though. Despite the fact that the recording showed him using Shadow Step, no one learned the true nature of his ability from the grainy image, and no one connected him and Mongrel together. Maybe because of the ridiculous way A Song of Light and Darkness portrayed Sonny, but no one even tried to assume that Changing Star's bumbling sidekick was actually the dark, deadly, demonic swordsman Mongrel. Instead, there were countless discussions like this. Mongrail_Seeker. New information on Mongrel's aspect. Previously, we all thought that his ability had to do with physical enhancement or perception, right? But we were all wrong. The new video clearly shows that his aspect is actually spatial sorcery. Spirit of the Colosseum. Do you realize what that means? It means that he didn't even use his aspect in the Dreamscape duels. That was all just pure skill. Crazy. Anonymous user. You mean her aspect? Mongrail_Seeker. Heresy. Lord Mongrel is not a her? Anonymous user. You mean Lady Mongrel? Spirit of the Colosseum. I better ping at Mongrel's son. He should know who his dad is. Anonymous user. You mean his mom? Sonny let out an infuriated sigh. Well, at least no one is mentioning me. If you think about it, the more people think that Mongrel is a lady, the better. Yes, this is good. No, seriously, and so good. Curse them all. And of course, there were a lot of nonsensical threads assigning some deep and profound meaning to every stupid lie he had said, like, I am just a human. Mongrel reminds us of the only truth. There are no mundanes or awakened, only humans and the nightmare creatures. He knows that everyone is equal before the spell. Or, make them bleed. Wow, I have no words. So cool. How can anyone be so cool? At the end of the day, that is all that any of us can do. Repay each drop of human blood the nightmare creatures spill with a river of their own. But mostly, it was the damned idiotic advice he had given to one of the 6 awakened near the end. Stand and fight. Am I the only one who got shivers after hearing that? Such simple, but all-encompassing adage. Lord Mongrel, he is a true awakened. Everywhere he looked, it was the same 3 words. So many people were repeating, praising, and adding them to their bios that Sonny wanted to vomit. What is happening? As people continued to watch the recording and discuss it, the truth got hazier and hazier. Pretty soon, everyone seemed to have forgotten that Sonny had not actually contained the gate by his lonesome self. No one mentioned Master Jet, who had literally saved his skin and took on the Guardian alone, eventually defeating the fallen tyrant without a cohort of masters supporting her. No one mentioned the 6 awakened who had helped him, and a literal army of government soldiers who had done the really heavy lifting and wiped out the entire horde, which he had only stalled until their arrival. It was all Mongrel and his courageous, selfless, heroic stand against numerous nightmare creatures, as if he was some sort of a fearless, slaughtering demigod. It's almost like no one even cares about the truth. Sonny threw the communicator on the pile of clothes and closed his eyes in frustration. It was a very strange sentiment. The irony was not lost on him one bit. Curses! Who knew that I would be lamenting a lack of truth one day? Me, of all people. What is this situation? Indeed, making Sonny care about the truth was not easy. It was no simple trick. Chapter 4, 198. Superficial Connection. Train her. Wasn't that exactly what he wanted? It was. But wasn't it also exactly what he wanted to avoid? Yes, it was that too. Sunny was in a strange predicament. The solution to the problem that had tormented him for many months had suddenly fallen right into his lap out of nowhere. But to make use of it, he had to do something that went against all his previous reservations. He didn't want Rain to be connected to him in any way. If Sunny was honest with himself, he had to admit that he was drawn to her, or rather to the faint, half-forgotten memories of a different, happy time that she represented. His desire to reconnect with Rain was both selfish and misguided, since he knew that nothing was going to bring those memories back to life. And if Sunny was really honest, he had to admit that deep down he harbored a lot of resentment toward her too, for having a loving family while he had none, for being fine, for not needing him at all. What a mess of emotions that was. And if there was one thing Sunny was really bad at dealing with, it was his feelings. For him, fighting hordes of nightmare creatures was much easier. And then, as if his inner turmoil was not enough, there were external forces at play too. There was his fated attribute, the strange connection he had to Weaver, and Nephis with her murderous feud against the sovereigns and the inhuman will to see the spell destroyed. The more he and Rain were connected, the higher were the chances of her being implicated in all this, but maybe as long as they only had a shallow connection between a kid from an affluent family and her hired tutor, things weren't going to get out of hand. He also had to consider that the threat posed by a potential first nightmare was much greater than that of being superficially tied to him. After all, Sunny had not done anything to attract the really dangerous kind of attention, or rather had not been caught doing anything like that yet. While he was torn between these conflicting thoughts, Rain waited patiently, and then, misjudging his silence, said, "Oh, of course I will pay you. I have some money saved for a trip, and, well, I can also talk to my parents. It's just that you're the only awakened I know, apart from my combat instructor in school." Sunny looked at her, a deep frown on his face. Eventually he asked, "What brought upon this conversation? Why do you suddenly want someone to train you? You said it yourself, you already have a combat instructor. I thought you rich kids get taught everything you need in school." Rain suddenly grew quiet and looked away. After a while she said, that you probably haven't heard, but there was a gate that opened near my school today. Many people almost died. I saw a real nightmare creature even. It was this close to me. An awakened like you won't probably understand how it feels, right? Oh, sorry, what am I saying? Of course you'd understand. I mean, what I meant to say is that I was absolutely powerless, and that was not a nice feeling. Not a nice feeling at all. He glanced at him and said with a suddenly serious voice, "So, I want to become strong, really strong. Strong enough to never feel that way again." Sunny almost laughed. Oh, what irony. Here we are, so different, and in such different situations, but our desires are completely the same. Become stronger, so much stronger, as strong as one could possibly be. Rain paused for a few moments, and then added, "And what we are taught in school is not nearly enough, at least it wasn't today. Some of my classmates have private tutors that their parents hire for them, real awakened fighters. But it's just a question of status to them. They don't really learn, or if they do, I didn't see it make any difference when the nightmare creatures were trying to kill us." Sunny smiled from the corner of his mouth. "That's because 1,000 hours of training will never be as impactful as one real fight. My own mentor told me that once." He hesitated for a second and then sighed. "I myself was trained by a very special person, the best fighter I have ever met, and probably ever will. The funny thing is, though, I sort of swindled her into teaching me how to handle a sword. Felt a little guilty about it ever since, so I guess it won't hurt to pay it forward and help someone like you out." Sunny looked at Rain with a dark expression, realizing that he had already made a decision. To hell with this. Why make things complicated when they're actually really simple? He shook his head. "Be warned, though, if you want me to train you, I will really train you. It's going to be hard as hell and hurt a lot. I don't want to hear any complaints or see you slacking off. Understood?" Rain suddenly giggled. Sunny scowled. "What's so funny?" She waved a hand. Sorry. It's funny when you act all strict and serious because you are barely older than me. But I do understand. I'll work hard, I promise." Sunny stared at her for a bit, then said in a low voice, "What do you mean barely older than you? I'm ages older than you. Just half the crap I've seen would be enough for a few lifetimes of the likes of you." Then he smiled menacingly and added, "Oh, and by the way, I also won't be cheap. I have mouths to feed, that guest you've seen. I can't seem to get her to leave. There's also a stone-hearted beauty who always follows me around, and her diet is unreasonably expensive. But what can I do? Attracting women with terrifying appetites seems to be my curse." He sighed, looked at Rain, and added, "But if you still didn't change your mind, then fine. I'll train you, Rain." Somewhere far away in the depths of an endless and inescapable nightmare, a blinding disk of an incandescent sun was bathing the dunes of a vast desert in a flood of immolating heat. The sands of the desert were flawlessly white, and the azure sky above them was deep and boundless like an ancient ocean, with not a single cloud blemishing its silken expanse. Being battered by the heat, a lone figure moved across the sand. It was a young woman with striking gray eyes, her skin covered in terrible burns, her silver hair dirty with blood, and surrounded by a radiant halo of reflected light. She wore charred remains of a shattered armor and wielded a broken sword, its silver blade fractured and ending in a jagged edge close to the hilt. The young woman walked forward, the trail of her footprints stretching far into the distance and disappearing over the horizon. To her left, there was nothing but an endless sea of white dunes. To her right, a line of black mountains eventually created a boundary for the scorching desert. Far ahead, there was a tree with scarlet leaves and a scattering of something that looked like pale fruit hanging from its wide branches. This was where Nephis was headed. She had to reach the tree before the night came, or... No, it was better not to think of it. Her water had long run out, and the thirst was slowly taking hold of her mind. Her tortured body was a sea of pain, but she could still walk. She could still fight. She was still not willing to give up. After a while, the tree grew closer. Nephis stopped and stared at its white bark, its scarlet leaves, and the shapes she had thought were fruit. But they weren't. Instead, tens of thousands of skulls hung from the beautiful branches, fastened to them with glistening threads of black silk. A spring of water formed a clear pool in the shadow of the great tree, and on its bank, with his back to her, stood a figure clad in a strange, rusted armor. A human? No, the figure was too tall to be one of her kind. As if hearing her thoughts, the creature turned around, revealing a desiccated face of a corpse, hollow eyes emanating ominous blue radiance, and 6 hands each grasping the hilt of a weapon. 2 hands held long swords, their blades sharper than a razor and curved slightly. 2 hands held menacing, twisted sickles, and the last 2 held a heavy scepter and a broken shield. The chestplate of the creature's rusted armor was shattered, revealing a harrowing wound beneath. Being consumed by thirst and exhaustion, Nephis raised a hand, as if begging the creature to stop. But of cause it didn't. With furious madness burning in its eyes, the abomination lunged at her, striking down with one of the sickles. It moved faster than lightning, sending a scarlet cloud of fallen leaves swirling into the air with a strong gust of wind. Taking a step back, Nephis raised her broken sword to deflect the devastating strike, as if forgetting that it had no blade. At the last moment, though, a ray of pure sunlight appeared where the blade should have been and stopped the sickle from rending her flesh. Nephis swayed from the force of the impact but remained standing. Her cracked lips opened, and a hoarse whisper escaped from them. "Let us burn, then. Let us burn together." In the next moment, white flames ignited in her eyes. Her skin suddenly shone with pure radiance, which then became brighter and brighter, and then brighter still. Throwing the sickle away, she dodged 2 thrusting swords and danced around the armored giant, her blade of sunlight piercing the rusted armor with terrifying ease. The 2 of them fought in the shade of the ancient tree, thousands of skulls staring at their battle with empty eyes as they swayed in the wind. Nephis was much slower and weaker than the 6-armed demon, but her skill was flawless, inexplicable, and deadly. She moved with the flow of the battle as if it was her natural element, controlling its cadence with indifferent ease. Her flesh mended itself seconds after being torn, and the flames burning in her eyes only grew hotter. Deathly pale from the harrowing pain, her beautiful face grew colder and colder, becoming almost inhuman. Her sword of sunlight, meanwhile, left molten marks on the body of the ancient demon, and even though such wounds could never harm it, after a while, the creature suddenly staggered. Of course it did. That was a memory left behind by the nameless son of the forgotten shore, after all. Everything it touched was doomed to have its soul destroyed. Finally, Nephis managed to find an opening and dashed forward, slashing upward with the nameless sun. The sunlight blade cut through the rusted armor and severed one of the demon's arms, then fell down and sliced through another. Before the creature could recover, she was already upon it. Nephis sidestepped a crushing blow of the heavy scepter and places her hand on the demon's face. The creature froze and then opened its mouth, as if to scream. However, all that escaped from it were dancing tongues of white flame. As the pure radiance enveloping Neph's skin dimmed, it was as though the demon burned from within. Flaming fissures opened on its body, leaking pristine fire and radiating annihilating heat. His flesh boiled and blacked, and eventually the blue shine of his eyes was replaced with blinding white light. And then that light was extinguished, leaving 2 dark, charred holes behind. Nephis let go of the creature's face and watched as its scorched body fell to the ground. She stared at it for a few moments and then indifferently turned away. Making a few steps forward, Nephis swayed and fell to her knees. Then she reached into the pool with trembling hands, put her palms together, and brought a handful of cold, sweet water to her lips. Finally, her terrible thirst could be quenched. After drinking her fill, Nephis sat silently on the edge of the pool for a while, staring into the distance. Her eyes, however, were moving, as if reading an invisible book that floated in the air above the calm waters. Sometime later, a pale shadow of a smile touched her lips. That guy, he did something crazy again, didn't he? She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. How is he so fast? In the past months, years, lifetimes, spent traversing the dream realm surrounded by nothing except for pain and bloodshed, Nephis had started doubting the memories of her previous life. Sometimes all of it seemed like something that she had simply imagined, a bittersweet dream she had invented to escape from the horrors of the real world. This world, the world of never-ending nightmares. The change of the runes describing Sunny was the only connection she had left to the actual reality. Perhaps it was the only thing keeping her sane, even if the things she saw in the shimmering runes were sometimes hard to believe. The impossible lineage that should not have existed, the divine memory of the 7th rank, the strange essence of his soul, the true nature of the taciturn stone demon, and of course of his flaw. It seemed that Sunny had much more secrets than Nephis had suspected. With that knowledge, many things made much more sense now. But at the same time, many others seemed much more incredible. Well, it was not like she didn't have secrets of her own, and anyway, it was all in the past. Everything was in the past. All that remained was the future. She did hope that he was doing well, though, out there in the real world with Cassie. Looking up from the water, Nephis shifted her gaze to the ancient tree and saw 2 weathered skeletons cruelly nailed to its white bark. Both stared at her with empty eyes, their teeth bared in eternal grins. After some time, one of the skeletons said, "My, oh my," Am I that pleasant to look at? The other grated its teeth and let out a creaky growl, then strained, trying to wrestle free of the large silver nails impaling it to the tree. However, no matter how furiously it struggled, the nails held true. Nephis looked at the skeletons with a calm expression, no emotion reflecting in her cold, gray eyes. The first skeleton spoke again. Is that living blood I smell? Gods! What terrible sins have you committed, girl, to be cast into this hell alive? Even for a revolting Nephilim like you, this is too harsh of a punishment. Finally, she opened her mouth and said hoarsely, in a voice of a person who had almost forgotten how to speak, "What language do you use?" The skeleton laughed. "The only language there is in this place, of course. Why? Do you wish to learn it?" Nephis remained silent for a long time, and then said, "I seek a way back to the waking world. Do you know how to escape this place?" The skeleton stared at her with a grin. "The waking world? What is that?" The second skeleton suddenly spoke, his voice deep and full of rage. "Can't you smell the stench of a demon on this abominable thing? She is one of Weaver's, you fool." The first skeleton turned its skull a little and then asked, "Is that so? My, oh my! In that case, you will not find guides better than the two of us. Just take us off this damn tree and we will lead you to wherever you want." Nephis stared at them for a while, then turned away. "I don't need two guides. Which one should I pick?" The second skeleton strained to free himself again, and then roared, "I am Azarax the Mighty, the Plague of Steel, King of Kings, Conqueror of 100 thrones. Choose me, Nephilim. I will guide you to the shores of the underworld and through its dark expanse, back to the world of the living. You will need a powerful guide if you wish to escape." She spared him a glance, then said to the other one, "What about you?" The first skeleton answered in an aloof tone, "Me? Oh, I am no one. Just a humble slave." Nephis lingered for a bit. Finally she asked, "Why are the two of you nailed to this tree?" The skeleton, who had called himself Azarax, growled, "Don't you know where you are, abominable creature? I am here because I led my armies into the Great War, slaughtered a myriad of souls, and was punished for my strength and my pride." She shifted her gaze to the other one. The first skeleton answered succinctly, "I have angered the gods." Nephis tilted her head a little. "How?" The skeleton sighed with regret. "Well, if you must know, I slit a god's throat. My, oh my, one could say that it was a misunderstanding. Was there really a need to be so petty?" The sun was already falling behind the horizon, and chilling cold was spreading across the white desert. Nephis summoned her white cloak and wrapped herself in it, shivering. Soon, night descended upon the world, revealing a myriad of bright stars. As it did, the sand moved, and slowly, countless figures rose from beneath it. All of them were corpses, with no flesh remaining of their perfectly black bones, some of creatures that resembled humans, some of towering giants, and some of beings who were too strange and terrifying to describe. In a clamor of rusted armor and a litany of howls, the hordes of abominations clashed against each other, continuing their terrible battle even in death. Nephis moved closer to the tree, which somehow remained an isle of calm in the sea of terror, and looked at the first skeleton. "You remind me of someone I knew. Come morning, I will take you off the tree. To guide me, though." The skeleton cackled. "Very well, vile creature. Even though you are revolting, I will keep my promise." Nephis grinned. "What do I call you, then?" The skeleton remained silent for a bit. "A name? I used to have one of those before. What was it? Oh." He moved its jaw a little, and then said, "Eurus. Eurus of the Nine." As waves of summer heat assaulted the city, its concrete and alloy jungle had turned into a sweltering oven. The air filtration systems were running without pause to save the people from suffocating in the clouds of pollutants, and in poorer districts, water had to be rationed because of the draft. Luckily, none of that touched the peaceful terrace neighborhood. Here, people leisurely enjoyed the warm weather in the cool shade of the tall trees when they had free time, had unlimited access to fresh water and delightfully cold drinks, and lived their lives seemingly without a care in the world. Sunny was constantly surprised to find himself among these fortunate and prosperous people. For the past month, his life was very busy, but without any distress. He had been steadily working toward his various goals, slowly making progress toward each. His shadow fragments were nearing full saturation, and so were Saint's. He had returned to the dreamscape and participated in countless duels in the professional arenas, where the fighters were much more capable and gave him the opportunity to witness and comprehend many different battle styles. As the result, Sunny was able to further develop shadow dance, making his mastery of it much more solid. The Prince of the Underworld enchantment of the mantle was now also very different from how it had been before. Even if he wasn't going to reach the mark, 6,000 defeated opponents anytime soon, or even a third of it, he was still making consistent progress. The counter already showed 1,579 over 6,000. The drawback, of course, was that with each day he went without losing a fight, Mongrel received more and more praise and attention. These days, each of his duels gathered an audience as large as that of the top Dreamscape broadcasters, especially because some sort of a yearly tournament seemed to be approaching. Mongrel's fans, however, were doomed to be bitterly disappointed. Sunny had no plans of participating in a foolish imaginary competition. He didn't care about fame and recognition, and was too busy to even spare it a thought. Apart from practicing shadow dance, he also continued training with Effie and Saint, slowly bringing his mastery of the spear close to that of his knowledge of the sword. He also had to run the brilliant Emporium, which was quickly blossoming into an actual enterprise thanks to Aiko's management and hard work. And of course, he had been training Rain. Come on, seriously? She was currently in his living room staring at him with outrage. Sunny tilted his head a little. Sure. What seems to be the problem? Rain opened her mouth, then shook her head. Listen, Sunny, I understand that you are the teacher, I really do, but it has already been a month, and all you taught me were wilderness survival lessons, and only one, strike, which I had repeated thousands of times already. When I asked you to train me, I thought... Sunny grinned. You thought what? That I will teach you how to decimate nightmare creatures and bring all your enemies to their knees? She coughed in embarrassment, then said in a small voice, Yes? He shrugged. But that is exactly what I'm teaching you. Who do you think survives in the dream realm? The best swordsman? The strongest fighter? No. You need to be alive to fight a nightmare creature. And for that, you need to know how to find food, water, how to read tracks, and move through the environment without letting it kill you. And it will try to kill you, believe me. He paused, then added, Yes, they taught you the basics in school, but not nearly enough. You want to live long enough to become strong? Then this is step 1. Rain let out a long sigh, and then looked at Effie for support. The huntress was currently balancing in her wheelchair with a bored expression on her face, waiting at the door for some snacks she had ordered to arrive. What? Listen to Sunny, kid. He might look like a wet weasel, but this guy knows his stuff. The things he lived through are simply beyond reason. Honestly, if he had any shame, he would be dead. Sunny spared her a dark glance and said, Thanks, I guess. Rain frowned, accepting her defeat. A few moments later, she suddenly asked, Well, what's step 2? He raised an eyebrow. What? You said that learning to navigate the environment without dying is step 1. What's step 2? Sunny looked at her for a few moments, then said, It's about your mindset. You're not ready for step 2 yet, though. We'll get to it when the time is right. For someone like Rain, that step was going to be the hardest. She didn't really have an aptitude for violence yet because her life so far had been nice and soft. But she would have to not only come to terms with violence, but also adopt it into the very core of her being, make it one of the cornerstones of herself. That was the only way to survive the spell. Ironically for Sunny, that step had been the easiest. In fact, he had made it long before his first nightmare, long before the spell even knew of his existence. Rain stared at him with disappointment, then sighed. I just want to be strong like her. He blinked a couple of times. Like who? Rain suddenly smiled. The awakened who saved me. She is so amazing, so strong, so beautiful. A true warrior, not someone like you. Suddenly, a mortified expression replaced her wistful smile. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that. You are great too, Sunny, I'm sure. Just, not on her level. Sunny stared at her for a bit, then said in a strange tone, Sure, no offense taken. Not everyone is made to be a true warrior, that's right. He wanted to say something else, but at that moment, his communicator suddenly rang, announcing an incoming call. Sunny frowned. Who might it be? Very few people ever called him. Looking at the screen, he suddenly felt a bit cold. It was the Sour Reaper herself, Ascended Jet. What? Why is she calling me? Sunny hesitated for a couple of moments, then answered the call. Yes, Master Jet? The familiar voice, as relaxed as ever, came out of the speaker. Oh, hey there, awakened Sunless. Are you free right now? What does she want? He glanced at Rain, thought for a bit, then said cautiously, Sort of. Why? For a few moments there was nothing but static and the sound of a PTV moving coming out of the communicator. Then Master Jet asked, Mind lending me a hand? A strange expression appeared on Sunny's face. Lend her a hand? Me? Why would a master need help from an awakened? Meanwhile, Master Jet added, You'll be generously rewarded, of course. Well, I can't guarantee the generous part, really, but there will definitely be a reward. His eyes gleamed. Really? What kind? She chuckled. A fair share of contribution points? Enough to exchange for a decent memory, at least. Plus, didn't you say that you owe me a favor? That did not sound bad at all. Saint was on the verge of reaching the coveted 200 over 200 status and was currently just a few shadow fragments away from it. However, Sunny couldn't really agree to the proposal without knowing what exactly she expected him to do. Or could he? Master Jet was one of the two Ascended he knew, and his only contact to the government. This was a relationship worth maintaining, which meant that it wasn't wise to refuse her request for assistance. Plus, Sunny quite liked her, and also owed her a lot, even before she had saved him during the gate battle. They were both from the outskirts, and had a rather good rapport. They had a connection. He lingered for a moment, and then said, All right, no problem. I'll do it. Master Jet answered with satisfaction in her voice. Good. I'll come pick you up then. Sunny glanced around, evaluating how presentable his living room was. He was suddenly a bit nervous. What the hell? What are you nervous for, fool? He cleared his throat and then said, Sure. Oh, wait. Let me give you an address. Master Jet laughed. Gee, Sunny, I work for the government, remember? I know your address. Before he could respond, the call was cut off. Sunny was left standing with a rather dumbfounded expression on his face. She knows, well, of course she knows. I wonder what else she knows. Noticing the strange look on his face, Rain asked, Did something bad happen? Sunny sighed, then slowly shook his head. No, nothing bad. Just some business I have to deal with. Sorry, we'll have to continue the lesson next time. She stared at him for a moment, then shrugged. Well, all right, I'll practice back home then. With that, Rain picked up her training sword, said goodbye to Effie, and left. A couple of seconds after the door closed behind her, the former huntress gave him an amused look. That pupil of yours is a bit dense, isn't she? Sunny frowned, offended by her words. What do you mean? Effie giggled. Well, you've been tutoring her for a whole month and she still has no idea who the two of us are. We're just two average random awakened to her. I mean, it's not surprising that she didn't recognize you, but I am a very famous person, you know. Sunny smiled slightly. Yeah. Your pride must be really hurt, venerable raised by wolves. Please accept my sincere apologies. Not everyone you see is obsessed with the awakened. Rain, for example, is more interested in historical stuff, about or from before the spell. Plus, the government mostly uses your dream realm appearance to plaster all over the city, so Effie waved a hand. I'm joking, you doofus. She's a good kid. She paused for a moment and then added, That's why it hurts me to see her wasting money on a hack like you. At that moment, there was a sound of a PTV stopping nearby and of light steps approaching their door. Effie's eyes shined. Turning her wheelchair, she opened the door and yelled, Finally! Master Jet stood on the porch in her usual deep blue uniform with one hand raised to knock on the door. Her jacket, as always, was carelessly unbuttoned, revealing her slim waist and generous figure. Her short, raven-black hair was a bit messy, and there was a look of slight surprise in her icy blue eyes. Effie stared at the older woman for a few moments, disappointment clearly written on her face. Then she said dejectedly, Oh, you're not food delivery. A polite smile appeared on Master Jet's face. Ah, awakened Athena. It's an honor to meet the famous Raised by Wolves. I am Ascended Jet. Effie glanced at her, then at Sunny, then back at Master Jet. Then she smiled. Good job, doofus. I approve. Sunny gave her a murderous look, cursed inwardly, and turned to Master Jet. Do I need to prepare? She shook her head. Your usual memories should do. If everything goes well, you won't even need to use them. He hesitated and then asked, What if it doesn't go well? Master Jet grinned, making Sunny suddenly feel very uneasy for some reason. Well, then it'll go badly, won't it? We'll know when we know. With that, she looked at Effie and said, Please excuse us. Time is of the essence, so we will have to leave immediately. It was very nice to meet you, awakened Athena. Effie winked at her. Sure, it was nice to meet you too. Bring snacks next time. Sunny felt his ears turning red and promised himself to have a word with her when he got back. Or better yet, kill her? Yes, that would be much better. What next time? There won't be a next time. He quickly put on shoes and followed Master Jet outside, then got into the familiar PTV. As soon as the doors closed, she sent the vehicle moving at full speed, the acceleration pressing Sunny into the seat. The streets of the terrace district flew by in a blur. Master Jet glanced at him, then said wistfully, That's a nice home you have there. Feels strange, right? To own one? I did the same thing after becoming an awakened, actually. Granted, it took me a bit longer to earn enough. You could have afforded a much better district, though. You know that, right? Sunny shrugged. Yeah, I know, but I like it here. It's quiet. She looked into the window and smiled. Can't deny that. Sunny waited for a few moments, then finally asked, Master Jet? Sorry, but what exactly are we doing? She briefly glanced at the control screen of the PTV, sent it into a sharp turn, and answered calmly, We are going to hunt down a dangerous beast. He frowned. Beast? What kind of a beast? Master Jet remained silent for a few moments. Then she glanced at him and smiled darkly. The most dangerous beast there is. A human. Sunny shifted in his seat, a bleak expression appearing on his face. A human? Why would a master be hunting down a human? There was police for that. Unless, of course, that human wasn't awakened. Sunny was aware that special government agents, carriers of the nightmare spell themselves, dealt with those awakened who broke the law simply because police officers were often helpless against criminals that possessed inhuman strength and wielded bizarre or dangerous aspect abilities. It made sense that Master Jet would be involved in that side of government work too. But honestly, he didn't know too much about how these things usually went. Glancing at her, Sunny asked, Is it an awakened criminal? Master Jet spared him a short glance. Criminal? Yes, you might say that. She remained quiet for a few moments, and then corrected herself. No, actually do not. The man we must find is not a criminal. He is an animal, a rabid one. Sunny frowned. An interesting choice of words. Master Jet was concentrating on driving the PTV, so she didn't answer immediately. When she did, however, her voice was strangely calm. You are not an inexperienced sleeper anymore, Sunny, so I will be straightforward. You, of all people, should be able to understand. The nightmares, the dream realm, they take a toll. Some people endure, some people break, some people carry the nightmares back with them to the real world. A dark expression slowly appeared on her face. From what I heard about the Forgotten Shore, you witnessed the worst of what the spell does to us. Yes, we awakened are at the top of the world. Those who return alive, that is. We have all the privileges, all the money, all the power, but the mark it leaves on us never goes away. After all the pain, blood, and horror, after all the crap we, the lucky few, are forced to survive, many crack. Master Jet looked at the road, her icy eyes full of unimaginable coldness. Some crack a little, and some crack a lot. The government portrays us awakened as powerful and noble, the saviors of the world. But really, most of us are walking on the edge, just one little step away from madness. All that trauma can mess one up really good, you know? It's all a big, big mess. So, when one of the awakened loses control up and makes that last step, what do you think happens? Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking about the damage a deranged awakened could do in the mundane world. His expression became dark and heavy. He didn't even want to imagine. When that happens, you receive a call. Master Jet glanced at him and smiled. Smart. Yes, when an awakened goes out of control, I, or someone like me, receives the call. Things like that usually don't get out, because the government doesn't want them to, for obvious reasons. Everything is dealt with quietly, and so here we are. Sunny didn't speak for a bit. Then he asked, so what exactly is going to happen? We find this guy, talk him down or overpower him, and then put him in cuffs. Arrest him. What a funny thought that was. Him making an arrest? Sunny had been on the other side of this equation a few times in the past, and never in his life had he imagined putting handcuffs on someone and not the other way around. Master Jet gave him a complicated look. There was almost pity. No, we are not going to arrest him. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Will he be free to walk around as if nothing happened until the trial? Of course, there was another, much darker answer. As if reading his thoughts, Jet slowly shook her head. No, he won't be walking around. Sunny looked into the window. Ah. Master Jet sighed. If they summoned me, then things are already beyond that. Think about it. If a mundane human needs to be contained, you can put them in prison. But we are awakened. Realistically, there is no prison that can be built to hold us. Not with every aspect being unique and demanding unique means of containment. So there will be no arrest, and there will be no trial. She accelerated the PTV even further, and then said evenly, there will only be an execution. Sunny looked out the window, not sure how he felt about that. Yes, what Master Jet said made sense. Awakened were too powerful and too dangerous. If one of them lost control, then they needed to be dealt with somehow. In a perfect world, they would go through the same process that mundane humans went through. They would be arrested, tried, and either locked in a cell or receive proper help in a mental institution. But this was not a perfect world. So instead, they would just be hunted down and executed, and the whole thing would be swept under the rug to preserve the spotless reputation the awakened enjoyed. Although harsh, this was the somber reality. He wasn't against the idea itself. He just didn't know how to feel about the fact that this time he was going to be the executioner. Finally turning to Master Jet, Sunny lingered for a few moments and then asked, so why me of all people? Why ask me for help? Master Jet glanced at him, then grinned. 3 reasons, really. She blew through an intersection, almost crashing into a heavy cargo vehicle, and then dodged it at the last second. First, I know you. There are many people who could have helped, but very few whom I would trust to have my back. Sunny nodded, strangely pleased to hear that. Second, from the initial information I received, the suspect might have an aspect that is somewhat similar to yours, high affinity to shadows, so you'll be helpful when we're tracking him down. And if things go south, he won't be able to escape easily. Another shadow user. interesting. She gave him a calm look and added, and lastly, there are a lot of people working for the government, but very few who are suited for this kind of work. Unlike you and I. Sonny considered her words. After a while, he asked him, because I am from the outskirts, just like you? Master Jet remained silent for a bit, and then gave him a bright smile. No, because you are a killer, just like me. Sonny wanted to deny her words, but in the end simply turned away to look at the city streets flying by. Master Jet knew, of course. She had long known that he had the capacity to be a killer because of the cruel past the two of them shared. And more than that, she had access to the records about the events of the Forgotten Shore that the government agents had compiled. Out there, Sonny had killed his fair share of people. He had not been the most active participant in the Civil War for the throne of the Bright Castle, but his hands were covered in blood too. There were very few survivors of the Dark City who, like Aiko, managed to go through that morbid ordeal without staining themselves with human blood. And then there were other lives that almost no one knew that he had ended. Castor, Harris, the hunters who had kept Kai locked in the dark well, and Harper. Even before that, he had killed the old slaver, Shifty, Scholar, and Oro of the Nine without batting an eye. Honestly, it was not a big deal. Except for maybe Harper, Sonny never lost sleep over any of the humans that had died by his hand. If he was honest with himself, he had to admit that some of them he even enjoyed killing a little. And it was precisely the fact that he didn't think of it as a big deal that proved Master Jet's words. Sonny was a killer, and not in the sense that he had killed before or had been taught how to. He had an innate aptitude for that sort of thing, and there were not a lot of people who did. In fact, he only knew 3. The first one was himself. The second was Nephis. She was the one who had taught him about murder after all. Maybe that was one of the reasons why Changing Star had chosen to impart her family battle style to Sonny. Maybe she had recognized that the two of them were similar, that both of them had seen and known the truth of this world, that he would be able to understand. The third one was Master Jet. Sonny suddenly realized that he didn't know much about her, apart from her rank, her past as a kid from the outskirts, and her role as a government operative. Everything that he thought he knew about Master Jet had come from what others told him about her, painting an intimidating and imposing picture of the fearsome Soul Reaper. That picture, however, did not reveal the real human hidden behind the loud nickname. In fact, it only served to obscure her more. What nightmares Jet herself had survived on her path to becoming a master? What were her hopes, her convictions? What were her goals? He had no idea. Thinking about it, Sonny hesitated for a while and then said, "Master Jet, can I ask you a question?" She glanced at him briefly and smiled. "Sure." Sonny carefully chose his words before formulating a question. In the end, he asked simply, "Why are you not a saint?" Master Jet laughed, her voice full of amusement. "What a peculiar question. You say it as though becoming a saint is something that just anyone can do." He shook his head, not willing to let it go. "But you are not just anyone. Sure, you might be younger than most masters out there, but very few of them can compare to you in terms of talent and power. The fact that you chose to challenge the second nightmare proves that you have ambition, so why stop?" She spared him another glance and asked with an easy smile, "Why? What have you heard?" Sonny shifted uncomfortably. "Crap. I've been told that no one wants to go into a nightmare with you because of your problematic personality. Murderous, savage, and psychopathic killer. These were the precise words they used. Sorry." Her smile turned wider. "Really? Haven't heard those before, huh? I like it. But what do you yourself think?" He remained silent for a bit, and then said, with a bit of doubt, "I don't think I buy it. I just took it at face value as an inexperienced sleeper, but after the Forgotten Shore, that statement doesn't seem to make sense. Sure, it is important to trust those who you enter the nightmare with, but at the end of the day, strength is strength, and you are very strong. You also work for the government, which proves your ability to be an adequate part of a larger collective, to work in a team. So I simply don't understand." Master Jet did not speak for a while, concentrating on the road. Eventually she answered, a hint of darkness finding its way into her voice. That is because you don't know enough. You're young and haven't had to deal with the awakened affairs a lot. Plus, some of these things people only learn after reaching a certain stage. You're not at that stage yet. But since you asked, I'll answer. She looked at him, the smile disappearing from her face. It is very simple, really. Basically, you need the right people to help you become a master. But to become a saint, you need for the right people to not obstruct you. Take it as you will. She didn't say anything else, and Sunny did now ask, a deep frown appearing on his face. For the right people to not obstruct you. He understood what Master Jet was hinting at, of course. He knew enough to come to the right conclusion. What she just told him was that to become a saint, one had to receive permission. And it wasn't too hard to realize who had to give that permission. The sovereigns. Who else but them? The three supremes who ruled the most powerful awakened, the legacy clan from the shadows. Come to think of it, such an arrangement made a lot of sense. There were just a few dozen saints in the world, and each of them possessed unbelievable, mind-boggling powers. Would the sovereigns have allowed for such powerful individuals to exist outside of their control? From everything that Sunny knew about the vile nature of power and how the world worked, the answer was obvious. No. So, did every saint out there actually belong to one of the sovereigns? It seemed that they did. Even Skytide of the White Feather clan, who gave Sunny an impression of being a reclusive and fiercely independent woman, was beholden to a great clan, and therefore to Anvil of Valor, Veil of Aster, Song, and Veil, the sovereign of that clan. What about people like Master Jet, then? Someone capable enough to become a saint, but either labeled as undesirable or simply unwilling to submit to one of the Supremes? What was the obstruction she had spoken about? Was it a simple lack of support? Or would the sovereigns go much further to prevent an independent saint from appearing in the world? If they had no problem with sending assassins to kill the 6-year-old daughter of their former comrade and companion, then they would surely have none with making someone like Jet meet an unfortunate end should she act out of line. He lowered his head and briefly covered his eyes with a hand. It's the same. It's absolutely the same crap as what Gunlaug had done in the Bright Castle. Gods, how unoriginal. But that was the thing about vile things. People loved to romanticize evil and those who committed it, creating countless alluring characters to act as compelling and brilliant villains. But in reality, human evil was almost always banal. It always followed the same disgusting, predictable paths and led to the same hateful end. No wonder Nephis wanted to destroy them so much. Sunny's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the PTV coming to an abrupt stop. Looking out the window, he saw that they had arrived at a dark and narrow alley, which was currently blocked off by a police cordon. Blinking lights of several armored police vehicles drowned it in an unsettling glow, and there were many officers on the scene, their faces pale and tense. Master Jet yawned, stretched, and gave him a crooked grin. Rise and shine, awaken, Sunless. We've arrived. Sunny got out of the PTV, somewhat apprehensive of what he was about to see. The police officers present at the scene looked very relieved to see Master Jet and him appear. Their tense faces cleared, and the darkness hiding in their eyes seemed to dissipate a little. This was not at all how these types of situations were usually portrayed in popular media. In the crime mystery shows, whenever a plucky mundane detective encountered a cold and by-the-book awakened agent, their relationship always started very confrontationally, with mutual disdain and debates over who was supposed to handle the case, only to end as an entertaining team-up, of course. Once again, reality turned out to be very different from how storytellers like to portray it. There was no conflict over jurisdiction or negativity expressed by the police officers. Instead, they were genuinely happy to see the awakened specialists arrive. Oh, well, of course they were. It was just as the old policeman had once told right before Sunny faced the first nightmare. If he died there, and no awakened was near, they would have to fight the nightmare creature his body had turned into themselves, and that was not something mundane humans ever wished to do. Master Jet walked over to one of the policemen and greeted him with a short nod. Despite the fact that he was much older than her, not to mention Sunny himself, the officer treated them with the utmost respect. "Nice to see you again, ma'am. Greeting, sir. Let me show you the way." He led them deeper into the alley toward a heavy metal door that hid in the deep shadows. It was wide open, and there were strange flashes of intense white light coming out of it, mixing with the red glow of the police sirens. The whole situation seemed a little surreal to Sunny, as though he was in the midst of a strange dream. I mean, where else would I be addressed as sir by a police officer? Life sure is funny sometimes. Slightly amused by this thought, he turned to Master Jet and asked, "What is this place?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said in an unexpectedly dark tone, "It's a club of sorts, called the Slaughterhouse. One of the few such establishments in the city." Sunny stared at the door, which had no sign or any indication that there was a club on the other side of it. Was this a marketing ploy to create a feeling of mystique and exclusivity? Or were there things going on inside that needed to be hidden? A peculiar name for a nightclub. Master Jet smiled with a corner of her mouth. "It is meant for a very specific clientele. The ground floor is your usual dance club, but beneath it, there is a VIP area with an underground arena. There is nothing illegal going on there, just things that are in poor taste." She paused and then added somberly, "They send echoes, usually dormant beasts, to fight against mundane fighters there. The fighters are paid generously, of course, and the club profits from the rich assholes who enjoy watching this sort of thing enough to recoup losses. If one of the echoes is accidentally destroyed, everyone wins, I guess." Sunny frowned. He knew that wealthy people were big fans of wasteful forms of entertainment, and that there were arenas where precious echoes were made to fight each other just for the spectacle of it. Hiring mundane humans to battle them, though, wasn't it a bit too much? Did I suddenly become a child after the awakening? Of course, nothing was ever too much. Sunny knew all about how vice worked, from his childhood in the outskirts. His current surprise was just because he lacked knowledge of what forms it took among the more affluent layers of society. "So what happened in that slaughterhouse?" Master Jet shrugged. "That's what we have to find out. All I know is that everyone inside is dead. Kind of ironic, actually." The police officer guiding them spared her a glance and then said hoarsely, "It's a proper mess there, ma'am, not for people with weak stomachs, and also not something that a mundane human would have been able to do." "Charming." Inside, the air was filled with the smell of blood. Sunny found himself in a vast hall flooded by flashing lights, blinding white mixing with short moments of absolute darkness to create a strange and invasive atmosphere. It was hard to perceive anything in this strobe light hell. Master Jet frowned. "What's with the light show?" The policeman looked down in embarrassment. "Sorry, ma'am. We figured out how to turn off the music, but the lights are giving us some trouble." She gave him an unamused look. "Well, get on with it." The officer turned around and walked away, shouting at his colleagues. A few moments later, the hall suddenly became enveloped in darkness, and then the regular illumination kicked in. Without the constantly flashing strobe lights, the club looked smaller and more worn down than Sunny had expected. He did not pay too much attention to the design of the interior, the raised stage, or the bar with hundreds of expensive-looking bottles standing on the shelves behind it. With a gloomy expression on his face, Sunny was looking at the bodies. There were more than a dozen of them, all broken and terribly disfigured, as if chewed and spewed out by a tornado. But of course, a natural disaster had nothing to do with what had happened in the seedy club. The result only looked like it. This was the work of an awakened. Suddenly he remembered Master Jet's question, seeing it in a new light. When an awakened loses control, what do you think happens? The answer was right in front of him. Terribly battered human bodies were lying on the floor, drowning in pools of blood. Indeed, this was not a sight for those who had weak stomachs. But for better or worse, Sonny had seen enough horrors to not be moved too much by such a scene. It left a deep impression even on him, though. Sonny didn't have to look too closely to realize what had transpired. The position of the bodies, the nature of their wounds. The murderer had not used some powerful memory or let an echo loose on these people. No, it was much simpler. They just did it with their hands. Back during the gate battle, Sonny had thrown a heavy vehicle at the advancing horde of nightmare creatures, carving a bloody path in their ranks. That was the strength of an awakened. Even if he had been augmented by a shadow, his own strength was still vastly superior to that of a mundane human. A frenzied awakened could tear through a dozen humans in a matter of seconds, and none of them would be able to do anything to stop it. In front of a spell carrier, mundane humans were like paper dolls. It only took a little effort to destroy them. That bastard! Sonny remembered how he had doubted whether or not he wanted to play the role of an executioner on the way to the crime scene. Rain could have been one of the victims. He could have been one too before becoming an awakened. As he was looking at the broken bodies, all his doubts disappeared. As Sonny studied the bodies, Master Jet went away to talk to the police officers and then returned with one of them. There was a disappointed expression on her face. No usable recordings left. Figures. Places like this one only exist because they value the privacy of their clients, and the few cameras they did have show nothing but darkness. Sonny looked at her, then sighed. Not much to tell from the victims, too. The murderer just used their fists. She shrugged. That's how it usually goes in situations like this. The most likely scenario is that the murderer was one of the clients who went on a rampage because of either alcohol or stimulants, and a momentary failure to hold on to their sanity, so I doubt that this mess was premeditated. Master Jet remained silent for a moment, and then added, He was lucid enough to use his aspect to obscure the cameras, though, so dealing with him won't be too simple. With that, she turned to the police officer and asked me, Any survivors? Do we have witnesses? He hesitated for a bit, then gave her a strange look. Yes, actually, there are a few, but... The officer didn't finish the sentence, and just stared at them with an uneasy expression. Sonny raised an eyebrow. But what? Are they refusing to talk? The policeman shook his head slowly. No, they're not refusing. They just... I don't know. Something is wrong with them. They just don't speak, or even react, really. I've seen a lot of people in shock, and sometimes they can seem almost catatonic, but this is something else. Gave us all the creeps, to be honest. Sonny and Master Jet glanced at each other, and then one of them said, Lead the way. The officer sighed, then escorted them to the back of the club, where an inconspicuous door led to the service rooms. The witnesses were gathered in a small office, standing there motionlessly, with nervous paramedics trying to determine the reason for their condition. There were 5 of them, all sharing the same blank, strangely peaceful expression on their faces. They were completely silent, motionless, and still. They did not react to the arrival of new people at all. Their eyes were calm and empty. Sonny paled. How is this possible? It only took him a second to recognize what was wrong with the survivors, of course. In fact, they weren't survivors at all. These people were dead. To be more precise, they were hollow. How can a mundane human be hollow? Suddenly, he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Looking at Master Jet, he saw that she had a deep frown on her face, too. The massacre in the dance hall was bad enough. But this just made the whole situation frightening and eerie. If before Sonny was just disgusted, now he was starting to get concerned. What the hell? Master Jet stared at the 5 hollows for a few moments, then turned to the paramedics. Go take a break, guys. Let these people be. They are already dead. One of the paramedics, a mature woman with short blonde hair and gentle eyes, looked at her with confusion. I'm sorry, ma'am, but they're fine. We need to... Jet let out a heavy sigh. Their souls are destroyed. There is nothing you can do to help them. Something else will take care of the rest." The paramedic looked at her for a while, then glanced at the ground and silently walked away. Her colleagues followed, expressions of regret, anger, and horror clearly written on their faces. The police officer stayed but made a point of standing as far away from the hollows as he could. Master Jet stood silently for a few moments, her scowls growing deeper, then turned to Sunny. "Answering your question, I don't know." He hesitated for a bit, then asked, "But how can a mundane human become a hollow? It's only supposed to happen to those who die in the dream realm, right?" She glanced at him, then silently shook her head. Eventually, Master Jet said, "Wrong. There is a very small chance of a powerful soul attack creating a hollow, but beings capable of dealing direct soul damage are very rare, so it doesn't happen too often. Almost never, really." Sunny walked closer to the 5 empty humans and studied them. "Can you do something like this?" Master Jet lingered for a bit, then answered simply, "If I am really precise." Something was very wrong with these people, and not just the fact that they were hollow. There was something else, something that almost made Sunny's hair stand on end, a feeling of subtle but profound wrongness. He reached out with shadow sense and flinched. Master Jet did not miss that sudden reaction. "What? Did you discover something?" Sunny gritted his teeth, then nodded. Then, "They're shadows. They're dead." She stared at him with a raised eyebrow. "How does this work? I don't know much about shadow affinity, sorry. It's a very rare type of aspect. Does damage to a shadow correlate to soul damage?" Sunny thought for a bit, then shrugged. "I am not so sure myself. There's no manual for it after all, but only 2 things ever managed to damage my shadow. One was another shadow, and the other was a soul attack." Sunny wasn't sure that he was comfortable providing Master Jet, a person specializing in exactly such a type of attack, and with this information, but decided to share it nevertheless. He trusted her that much at least. "So, since shadows are susceptible to soul damage, it is not too much of a leap to assume that they share a deep connection to the soul, or are tied to it somehow at least." She nodded and remained silent for a while, thinking. Then Master Jet echoed his recent question. "Can you do something like this?" Sunny shook his head. "No. My aspect doesn't have means of dealing damage to someone's shadow, at least not yet." His shadow sense, meanwhile, spread throughout the whole club, allowing him to perceive it as a whole. And there, deeper underground, he noticed something strange. Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then turned to the police officer. "Gather your colleagues and leave. Don't come inside again until either Master Jet or I tell you to." The policeman opened his mouth, wishing to say something, then simply nodded and hurriedly walked away. Master Jet glanced at Sunny with a question in her eyes. What was that all about? Sunny gave her a dark look. How do I say this? I think the killer is still inside. Chapter 507, LN. The Spotlight Master Jet remained silent for a second, then asked calmly, "Are you sure? This place has been swept multiple times before we arrived." Sunny nodded. "He is here, underground." She looked down, her face slowly turning somber. Well, I guess we should go and say hi." Sunny nodded and made a step toward the door of the small office. However, she suddenly stopped him. "Wait!" He looked at her with a bit of confusion. "Yes?" Master Jet hesitated for a few moments. There was a complicated expression on her face. Finally, she said, "There are very few people with a shadow affinity aspect in the world, and even fewer who frequent places such as this." Sunny frowned. "What are you trying to say?" She looked at him darkly. "I'm saying that I might know this guy. In fact, when I heard that there was an incident in the slaughterhouse, I already had a suspicion of who was responsible." He blinked a couple of times. "You know the murderer?" Master Jet shrugged. "There are hundreds of thousands of awakened in the world. That seems like a big number, but in fact it is not. If you live long enough, sooner or later, you will know of everyone who is worth knowing, more or less. It's a small world." She paused for a moment, and then added, "Point is, if I am right, then this will be dangerous. This guy is not someone who has spent his whole life behind a citadel wall. He was the real deal. A specialist." Sonny glanced at the 5 hollows, then frowned slightly. A specialist. What a peculiar word. But he understood what Master Jet had meant. Most of the awakened were thrust into the spell and tried desperately to survive, striving to return to a semblance of a normal life. A much smaller amount, for whatever reason, embraced their new nightmarish reality and adapted to it, even thrived in it. They shaped their lives to suit the deadly challenge of the nightmare spell, and not the other way around. Sonny was one of these specialists himself, after all. If he is such a specialist, then how did this mess happen? Master Jet shook her head. Who do you think are the most compromised awakened? Folks who spent as little time as possible in the dream realm and then returned to their actual lives. No, it's people like us, the professionals. He thought on it for a bit, then said with confusion, I don't get it. Even if he is a seasoned fighter, so what? You are an ascended. Surely dealing with him will be easy. Master Jet shook her head. Nothing is ever easy, Sonny. That is a mindset that will get you killed. No matter how powerful you are, one mistake is all it takes. Raw power doesn't always decide the outcome of the fight. You should know this already. Every aspect has a flaw, and every power has a counter. So keep your guard up. Sonny had to agree that she was right. His own experience served as the perfect proof. Harris had died by his hand because Sonny's aspect was a perfect counter to his formidable ability, and Castor had been undone by his flaw. He remained silent for a few moments and then said, When we confront this guy, pay attention to your shadow. Don't let him get anywhere near it. Master Jet frowned and then gave him a simple nod. Together they returned to the dance hall, and then found another heavy metal door. Behind it, a narrow staircase led further down to the underground arena. The arena itself was larger than Sonny had imagined, and looked more like a luxurious theater than a fighting pit. The rows of seats were furnished with red velvet, and there were private boxes for the most affluent of the visitors. The arena itself resembled a stage and was surrounded by a protective barrier fashioned out of transparent alloy. The whole space was sparsely illuminated, with deep shadows nesting between the areas of light. Still, one could more or less see everything. Master Jet studied the interior of the arena, then said quietly, There's no one here. Sonny lingered for a moment, then walked over to a control panel hidden in one of the boxes and moved several switches. A moment later, bright spotlights ignited on the ceiling, flooding the arena with a bright radiance. The wave of light chased away the shadows, and suddenly a figure of a man could be seen in the very center of the stage, sitting on the floor with his face buried in his hands. Previously, that place had seemed to be utterly empty. The man grimaced and then raised his head to stare at the lights with a dark expression. A hoarse voice resounded in the silence of the underground theater. Bastards! Why can't they just leave me alone? The murderer was around 30, with a gaunt, unshaven face and bloodshot eyes. There were several used stimulant packs lying on the floor around him, as well as shards of a broken liquor bottle. His clothes, hands, and face were covered with blood, but the man didn't seem to mind. Blocking the light with one hand, he lowered his gaze and slowly focused it on Master Jet and Sonny. A hint of recognition slowly appeared in his eyes, which was then replaced with contempt. Is that you, Soul Reaper? Hell! They sent the attack dog herself after me? Ha! What an honor! Sonny sighed inwardly. What was it with people and calling others dogs? He really didn't get it. Dogs were marvelous creatures from what he knew. Of course, only the rich could afford to have one. Dogs were the rich man's best friend. Jet took a step forward, piercing the man with a cold, cold gaze. The murderer shivered. Hi there, Kurt. Long time no see. After hearing her voice, the man called Kurt suddenly grinned. Yeah, long time indeed. You got really full of yourself lately, haven't you, Jet? Funny that a government lapdog like you finds it beneath herself to associate with upstanding people like me. Back in the day, you at least knew how to show respect, bitch. Ignoring his insult, she smiled too. Do you even understand what you have done, Kurt? The grin disappeared from his face. As Sunny and Jet slowly walked toward the arena, he furtively looked away. What, that mess upstairs? Ah, shit, who cares? They were just cattle anyway. Mundanes only exist to produce more of us, right? So what's the big deal? Sunny's eye twitched. He's a proper bastard, isn't he? Master Jet, meanwhile, stopped smiling. I care, Kurt. I care. He suddenly laughed. Wait, you're being serious? You're really going to do the whole thing? I'm getting the full parade? Fuck, that's hilarious. Suddenly, an ugly expression appeared on his face. Have you forgotten who you are, Jet? Gods, did becoming a master give you that big of a head? Come on. We all know who you work for and who I work for. You'll still be a master when I am a saint, wench. He glanced at Sunny and then added in a mocking tone, Look, you even had to bring a kid to help you out. I guess no adult is willing to get your stench on them. Then Kurt got a bit serious and stared at Jet darkly, deep shadows slowly gathering around him. Look, I get it. I fucked up, so let's have it. Give me a slap on the hand on be on your merry way, all right? I'm having a really hard day as it is. We all know that you won't dare to do more anyway. Master Jet tilted her head a little and then said with amusement, Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Kurt. I do dare. Yeah, we both know who I work for and who your sorry ass works for. But the thing is, I don't give a damn. She chuckled and outstretched one hand, as if ready to summon her weapon. Kurt laughed again. This time, however, his laugh was a bit desperate. Then he looked down and whispered, Ah, well, not like it matters anyway. You know about the obel scale, so why even bother? Nothing will change. He remained still for a moment, and then suddenly exploded with movement. After that, everything happened very fast. Chapter 5, 108, Battle of the Shadows. Kurt moved with terrible speed, covering the distance between the center of the arena and the first row of the seats, where Sunny and Master Jet were in a split second. Just from the way he moved, it was easy to tell that his soul core had been fully saturated a long time ago. He was indeed a powerful awakened. Still, it wasn't enough time to summon a memory. The white sparks that were supposed to form into a glaive were just starting to manifest themselves around Jet's hand, but he was already upon her. One of Kurt's hands shot forward, a knife forged out of a strange, lusterless alloy appearing in it as if out of nowhere. There was no magic involved in its sudden appearance, though. The knife had just been hidden in a secret sheath on his forearm. Of course, Master Jet was much faster. She blocked the strike before it could ever reach her flesh. At the last moment, however, Kurt twisted his wrist and let go of the handle, sending the knife flying past her, right at Sunny. He had barely any time to react. The cruel sight was still in the process of being summoned, so Sunny used his other hand to try and swat the knife away. It jerked up, but then froze. No, wrong. A fraction of a second too late, Sunny realized that the knife was not aimed at his body. It was aimed at his shadow. And since he had wasted precious time being mistaken about the killer's intentions, it was too late to move his body away to make the shadow shift out of harm's way. Luckily, Sunny's shadow could move on its own. It suddenly went out of the sync with his movements and jumped away, letting the knife bury itself in the floor and send a net of cracks through the sturdy synthwood boards. Shaken, Sunny belatedly jumped back. What is this? Any other awakened would have been killed by that devious attack, most likely. To Kurt's misfortune, though, he had met a fighter well versed in all things shadow. A few steps away, Master Jet was already turning her block into an attack. Her fist seemed to teleport forward, tearing through the air so fast that it sent a small shockwave rolling through the underground arena. Kurt had long disengaged, though. As soon as he threw the knife, he saturated his body with essence and lunged back, smashing through the velvet seats and momentarily appearing a dozen meters away. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he was already moving again, dashing sideways, At the same time, more knives flew at terrible speed toward Master Jet and Sunny. Their purpose was not to kill or wound them, but just to slow them down. One was meant for the Ascended, one for Sunny, and the last one for his shadow. Sunny dodged the knife and summoned the shadow to wrap itself around his body, feeling his strength and speed become even more enhanced. He dashed forward and finally felt the cool wooden surface of the cruel sight's hilt appear in his hand. Not too bad. Jet's voice tore this thought to shreds. Be careful. He's planning some... Before she could finish the thought, a dark smile appeared on Kurt's face. In the next moment, something massive broke through the floorboards and struck her, or at least tried to. Soul Reaper easily sidestepped the attack and jumped back, then suddenly twisted, making her shadow grow smaller. A fourth knife appeared out of nowhere and pierced the floor where it had been just a moment ago. Kurt clicked his tongue. It's so annoying. Sunny, meanwhile, was staring at the thing that crawled from under the floor. It looked like a mound of worn rags, with two long arms that had one too many joints growing out of it, each ending in 3 terrifying curved claws. The towering thing was vaguely humanoid in shape, with broad shoulders and a small head covered by a tattered hood. He felt angry at his own stupidity. An echo! Curses, of course he has an echo. Why else would the bastard frequent the slaughterhouse and its underground arena? Something didn't add up, though. Whatever that thing was, it didn't look like any kind of a dormant beast Sunny had ever seen. If he had to guess, he would be willing to bet that the creature was at least of the fallen rank, and had at least 3 soul cores hiding in its raggedy carcass. Maybe more. Weren't the arena meant for dormant echoes? As a vicious-looking curved sword appeared in Kurt's hands, Sunny got his answer. 3 more nightmare creatures suddenly appeared out of the shadows. These seemed not to be fallen, at least. He wasn't sure if they were beasts or monsters, though, just that they looked rather menacing. One was covered in black chitin and had a long tail that ended in a jagged blade, drops of poison falling from it and leaving smoldering holes on the floor. The other was like a repulsive mix of a human and a pale centipede, its limbs numerous and thin as bone needles. The last one resembled a marionette with sharp knives sewn to its wrists. The 4 echoes surrounded Master Jet. If it was anybody else, Sunny might have been worried. Soul Reaper, though, seemed unperturbed. She simply raised her glaive and smiled darkly. The air in the underground arena suddenly felt bitterly cold. She was probably capable of handling the echoes without too much trouble, even if one of them was a fallen demon or worse. Would she be able to do so while also paying attention to her shadow, though? That was not something people intuitively knew how to do. As the nightmare creatures attacked, Kurt surrounded himself with dancing shadows and dashed forward, while Sunny simply took a step back and suddenly appeared in his way. The more shadows the bastard used, the easier it was for Sunny to get to him after all. He noticed a hint of surprise in the killer's eyes and brought the cruel sight down. The somber memory was in the form of a short sword right now, so the almost non-existent distance between the two of them was not an issue. Somehow Kurt managed to dodge the silver blade and swiped at Sunny with his curved sword. Although he was incredibly fast, Sunny was much, much faster. He moved the cruel sight and blocked the strike without too much effort. Easy. Simultaneously, Master Jet's words echoed in his mind. One mistake is all it takes. Yeah. Sunny knew it all too well. Usually he was the beneficiary of this deadly truth and exploited the mistakes of his enemies to bring them down. This time, however, the situation was reversed. As something broke with a deafening crash and a roar full of agony resounded behind their backs, a triumphant spark appeared in Kurt's eyes. At the same time, his shadow suddenly moved. Even though the curved sword was already blocked, its black reflection held in the shadow's hand continued to swiftly approach Sunny's flesh. Before it could cut him down, though, the blade of the cruel sight suddenly ignited with blinding radiance, summoning pure sunlight into the underground arena. Sunny had activated the Light Eater enchantment, which could absorb and expel light because it shined much brighter than the lamps illuminating the theater. Kurt's shadow was suddenly thrown away, appearing behind him and far away from Sunny. An expression of shock twisted the killer's gaunt face, and he swiftly jumped back, creating distance between himself and the radiant short sword, which was already flying toward his heart. The hilt of the cruel sight, however, suddenly elongated, turning into the shaft of a spear. Before Kurt could do anything, the silver blade pierced his armor and buried itself deep in his chest. He opened his mouth, eyes full of disbelief. Before any words could escape it, though, the spearhead turned furiously incandescent, and suddenly the killer's body became enveloped with white flames. In mere seconds, he had turned into ash. Sunny sighed. "You have slain an awakened human, Kurt. Your shadow grows stronger. What a pity! I hope to receive more than a single fragment from a fellow shadow user. The spell wasn't done talking, though. You have received an echo." In the deadly silence that settled over the underground arena after the spell had spoken its last sentence, Sunny stared motionlessly at the flakes of ash swirling in the air. An echo? He was now in possession of a new echo, a human echo. Of course, it was only logical that an awakened could leave one behind. Sunny had received his first ever memory after killing a human, after all, and those were not too different. However, somehow, he had never considered commanding an echo left behind by a dead man, one that he had killed with his own 2 hands, no less. Wasn't it a little bit too ghastly? He imagined the soulless, empty copy of Kurt staring at him with lifeless eyes, and shivered a little. The situation was only made more morbid by the fact that a softly glowing soul shard was left in the pile of ash that the killer had turned into. Just like with nightmare creatures, the strange nature of Sunny's aspect left the crystal intact despite absorbing the shadow fragment. If an ordinary awakened was in his place, the shard would have formed empty and cracked. Sunny had never dug into the corpses of his human victims to retrieve one, so this was his first time seeing a soul shard left behind by one of his own kind. Before Master Jet could see it too, Sunny bent down, picked up the luminescent crystal, and hid it in his sleeve. His face twitched slightly. Just as he did, an amused voice resounded from behind him. "Well, I'll be damned. That was fast." He hesitated for a moment and then turned around. Master Jet was surrounded by a scene of devastation. The interior of the underground theater in her vicinity completely destroyed. She was casually leaning on her glaive, and there was an amused expression on her face. Kurt's echoes, of course, had disappeared after his death. However, Sunny didn't know how many of them she had killed before that happened. In any case, there were no wounds on her body. Master Jet whistled. "You actually put down the bastard all by yourself. That's, nicely done, Sunny." From her voice, it was clear that she was pleasantly surprised. And why wouldn't she be? Kurt had been an awakened with at least 10 years of experience under his belt, with a fully saturated soul core and an insidious, deadly aspect. While Sunny had become an awakened less than a year ago. He was never formally trained and had no clan or organization supporting his growth. Not bad for a kid from the outskirts. He shrugged. He was overly reliant on the unique nature of his powers. A little knowledge of the shadows was all it took, really. She slowly shook her head. "Maybe you're right. Still, Kurt had quite a reputation back in the day. But hey, why am I surprised? They gave you the SS designation for a reason." With that, Master Jet sighed and looked at the pile of ash with a complicated expression. After a few moments of silence, she added, "You know, he was a promising young awakened too once. One of the few who didn't treat me like a walking corpse back in the academy." Sunny glanced at the ashes, trying to imagine Kurt as young and promising. It wasn't too hard. However, thinking about a person he had killed this way made him uncomfortable. It was better to remember him as he had been at the end. A depraved, demented murderer. More of a rabid beast, really, than an actual human. Sonny scratched the back of his head. So then what happened to him? Master Jet lingered for a bit, and then shrugged. Life, I guess. Not everyone is cut out for the kind of life we live. In fact, very few are. Sonny dismissed the cruel sight, thought for a few moments, and then asked the question he really wanted to ask. So, that stuff he told about having a powerful protector. What was that all about? Are you going to be in trouble? Wait, am I? Jet smiled. What? Did you believe that fool? Don't worry, he was just being delusional. Sure, he had rather powerful masters. But these people, they're not going to make a fuss about someone like him. Kurt became of no use to them the moment he lost control. What's more, he turned into a liability. So, if anything, we did them a favor by taking care of the mess ourselves. Her smile suddenly grew wider, but also darker. And if they decide otherwise, I'm not so easy to deal with, Sonny, and they would have to go through me first to get to you. He frowned a little, then nodded, accepting her reasoning. It all made sense after all. Powerful people were also practical sort. They wouldn't hesitate to discard a broken tool. And that was what people like Kurt were, tools to be used and discarded once they couldn't be used anymore. Good thing I didn't join a legacy clan. I guess that is what I would have become if I did. Master Jet warned me against it for a reason. Then something else came to his mind. The strange words Kurt had said right before launching his suicidal attack. Not like it matters anyway, you know about the Obel scale, so why even bother? Nothing will change. What did he mean? It almost seemed as though the knowledge of this mysterious Obel scale was the real reason for why he allowed himself to lose control, of why he had lost hope? Sonny lingered for a few moments, then asked cautiously, Oh, by the way, what was that nonsense Kurt went on about? The Obel scale? What is that? Master Jet gave him a long, somewhat strange look. Then she simply shook her head. Don't worry about it, it's not some secret anyway. You can find the information on the network. Obel was the name of a scientist who developed the spell tech system the government uses to detect signs of a manifesting gate. The infrastructure of that thing is getting old, though, so the readings have become less reliable lately. Nothing that some thorough calibrations can't fix. Sonny tilted his head a little. Why was he so fixated on it, though? She looked at him with amusement. How would I know what went on in that crazy head of his? The bastard massacred 20 people and thought that I would let him go after a stern reprimand. He was obviously not all there at the end. He frowned and decided to let it go. Either Jet knew, or she didn't. Either way, it didn't seem like she was going to tell him. Instead, Sonny asked, so, what now? Master Jet dismissed her glaive and massaged her shoulders. Now? Nothing much. Give me 20 minutes to settle things down with the police, and then we'll go get you your reward. She looked at him and added with a smile, By the way, thanks. This would have been much messier without your help. With that, Master Jet walked toward the exit from the arena, leaving Sonny alone. He stood silently for a while and then sighed heavily. It was time to see about his new Echo and decide whether he was going to keep the ghastly thing or not. Chapter 510. Human Echo Sonny looked around the destroyed theater, then found an intact seat and sat down. Relaxing on the soft velvet cushions, he crossed his legs and looked at the broken stage with a complicated expression. The shards of glass and empty stimulant packs attracted his attention for a moment. Sonny had expected the stimulants to be of the pleasure-inducing variety, but to his surprise, they were more or less the same as the ones he had used to stay awake for an entire week after returning from the Forgotten Shore. A slight frown appeared on his. Don't tell me, was this guy afraid of going to the dream realm? Kurt might have been even more broken than he had suspected. From how Master Jet had described her former acquaintance, the man had once been a dedicated combatant, a specialist. But what kind of a specialist was scared of his specialty? With a sign, Sonny stared into the distance and summoned the runes. And there it was, written in the ancient symbols in the air in front of him. Echo, Shadowblade Kurt. Echo type, Beast. All humans were considered to be beasts by the spell, since they only had one soul core, so this was not surprising. Well, all humans except for Sunny and Nephis. As the thought of becoming a demon drifted into his mind, Sunny read further. Echo rank, awakened. Echo attributes, swift hand. Shadow sworn, mark of death. Satyr, swift hand. Attribute. Description. Your blade strikes fast and true. Shadow sworn. Attribute description. You are known to shadows. Mark of death. Attribute description. You bear a mark of death, as just like death, you were created to be a weapon. Sunny tilted his head a little. So, an attribute that increased perception and agility, an attribute that gifted Kurt affinity to shadows, although to a much lesser extent than his own, and a third attribute that... Actually, Sunny had no idea what the third attribute did. Its description, though, was very interesting. He knew that death had been created by Shadow God, and now he learned that it had been created as a weapon. But against whom? What kind of enemy could have demanded the creation of such a terrible thing? Someone immortal, perhaps. No, that didn't make sense. If there had been a time before death was invented, then everything back then was immortal, eternal, and endless. Right? Sunny wasn't sure that he understood the concept of a world without death. What he did know, though, was that something as harrowing as death would not have been invented without a reason. He frowned, then turned his attention back to the runes. Echo abilities. Shadow manipulation. Shadow strike. Awakened. Shadow manipulation. Ability description. You can affect the movement of shadows and walk through them unseen. Shadow strike. Ability description. You can strike at the shadows, and your shadow can strike at the living things. As expected. Sunny had more or less surmised what Kurt's aspect abilities had been. They were different, but at the same time similar to his own. Both were much less versatile and powerful than what he was capable of himself, though. Even if the ability to deal direct damage to and through his shadows was something Sunny would have loved to have access to. Shadow manipulation especially was almost no more than a slightly different version of his passive attribute, Child of Shadows. Still, having a shadow like Kurt could add a new layer to his battle prowess. There was also the last ability, Awakened Ability Description. This Echo has the innate abilities of a carrier of the spell. So, using memories, that was a nice ability to have. Even Saint herself was limited to only using weapons and charms. Full of thought, Sunny looked at the last string of runes. Echo description. I have entrusted you with a beautiful blade, but all you created was a hideous nightmare. He blinked a couple of times. What's up with that description? Oh my, am I imagining things, or does the spell sound bitter? What a funny thought that was. Sunny reclined in the chair and waited for a bit, then grimaced and dove into the soul sea. Let's take a look. He walked past the rows of silent shadows, noticing the dark figure of Shadowblade Kurt standing among them motionlessly. Sparing him a glance, Sunny approached the spot between the black suns of his shadow cores, found a large sphere of light that orbited one of them, and summoned the Echo down. The sphere floated to the surface of still waters and slowly dimmed, revealing a gaunt, naked man standing inside. Sunny felt his skin crawling. In front of him was a human, or rather a soulless copy of a human. Echo Kurt looked almost like a person, but the lifeless emptiness in his eyes screamed of a profound, abhorrent wrongness. It was incredibly unnerving. The Echo was very much like the hollow victims of its original, only even more vacant and devoid of the undefinable spark that all living things possessed. It was an artificial copy of a man that lacked the very thing that made him human. A ghastly effigy. The thing was incredibly creepy. Sunny hesitated, then tried to think about things logically. The Echo was more or less useless to him in its current state, but thanks to its awakened ability, it would possess the innate capacity to use memories, which meant that Sunny could provide Echo Kurt with an armor and a weapon. That question was, did he want to? On the surface, that question was rather simple. Who wouldn't want to have a creature equal to a powerful awakened in their service? But really, things were more complicated. Sunny frowned, then raised a hand and poked the ghastly creature in the shoulder. A new string of runes appeared near it. Transform echo into a shadow? He froze, thinking. Having a human shadow certainly had its benefits. But having any shadow also demanded a tremendous investment of resources. Nurturing Saint was very hard on Sunny, and especially on his pocket. Less importantly, but still somewhat pressing, was the need to spend 100 shadow fragments to complete the transformation. Sunny had spent so much time and effort to get close to creating a third core, and the idea of being suddenly pushed back by a whole 100 fragments did not seem too alluring. The point was, he felt reluctant to turn just any echo into a shadow. So was Kurt a worthy echo? Even though Sunny was very curious to see what would happen if one of the silent shadows was placed into a human echo, the answer was no. Sunny wasn't sure that he was. There were two reasons. The first one was rather simple, but also not too convincing. Master Jet had said that all of them, seasoned awakened, were walking one step away from the madness. Sunny felt like dragging around a reanimated copy of a man he killed would bring him closer to making that step. His humanity and sanity, to be honest, were already on thin ice. However, that wasn't the main reason. The second reason, and the most important one, was the nature of the shadows. Shadows weren't soulless, empty copies of their originals. They possessed a semblance of a consciousness and a distinct personality. Saint was living proof. Yes, she was created from a powerful nightmare creature, but her attributes and abilities were not what made her strong. Saint was strong because she was Saint. Her will, intellect, and unbreakable resolve were what made her such a deadly presence on the battlefield and a valued companion for Sunny. And that was why he didn't want to create a shadow of Kurt. Yes, Kurt possessed powerful abilities that shared the affinity with Sunny's aspect, but Kurt himself was weak. His weakness was the cause of why he had drowned himself in alcohol and distasteful hobbies, and why he had eventually surrendered to the burden of the nightmare spell and massacred defenseless humans in a fit of demented frenzy. No matter how powerful, Sunny didn't want to possess a shadow of an unstable butcher. But more than anything, he didn't want to possess a shadow of someone who was weak. How could he rely on someone like that? On the path he was taking, there was no place for weakness, at least not for the weakness of that kind. With a sigh, he summoned Saint and watched her appear near the naked figure of Kurt in a whirlpool of black flames. The taciturn demon stared at him with her indifferent ruby eyes, not paying any attention to the human echo. Seeing them side by side only made Sunny more sure of his decision. He remained silent for a few moments and then gestured at Kurt. "Do you maybe want to eat him?" Saint remained motionless for a few moments, then silently turned to the echo and raised one hand. Her gauntlet easily pierced the chest of the dead killer, and a few moments later his body disintegrated into a flood of white sparks. Those sparks formed into 3 brilliant streams and entered into the darkness that hid inside the shadow, then flowed into her 3 core remnants. "Your echo has been destroyed." Sunny felt a wave of bitterness wash over his heart, but very soon it disappeared. He was watching the shadow fragment counter in the runes describing Saint. Apparently, feeding on echoes was much more nourishing for a shadow. She received much more fragments than she would have from an awakened memory of the first tier. Right now, the counter was showing a simple number. Shadow fragments, 200 over 200. A triumphant smile appeared on Sunny's lips. Finally. How long had it been since he created Saint and saw the dreadful 0 over 200 written in her runes? A year, no less. That was how long it had taken Sunny to gather enough memories to saturate the dark embers that burned in the black depths of his shadow. What was going to happen now? The last time Saint had evolved, her transformation took a very long time. Was she going to retreat into the chrysalis of his shadow core again? Or was reaching 200 fragments completely different from what had happened to her after the killing of the Black Knight? A few moments later, Sunny received the answer. Bathed in the lightlessness of his soul sea, Saint suddenly shuddered. The darkness hiding in her body surged, and the 3 embers hidden within it, one in her chest, one in her abdomen, and the last one in her head, shined with black radiance. It was very different, but also very similar to the process he himself had gone through twice, once after the first nightmare, and once after going through the gateway in the Crimson Spire. Is he ascending to a new rank? The thought filled Sunny with a jubilant thrill. Meanwhile, Saint was in the throes of her transformation. The still waters around her were now restless, as though assaulted by invisible winds. Wisps of dancing black flames suddenly appeared around her body, and it rose above the surface of the water, becoming partially obscured. Sunny took a step back and silently watched the strange and beautiful process, his heart beating wildly. After a few minutes, it was over. The invisible winds disappeared, and so did the black flames. The water turned tranquil and still once again. Saint landed on her feet and straightened, her graceful figure brimming with new power. The glow of her ruby eyes seemed to have become brighter. Unlike the previous time, the taciturn demon had not changed outwardly. Her onyx armor was still composed of polished stone-like metal. Sunny knew that beneath it, her skin was still smooth and white as alabaster. On the inside, though, the changes were nothing short of profound. The darkness hiding in the body of the living statue now seemed much, much deeper, and the 3 embers seemed to have become substantially larger. More than that, they appeared to be more complete somehow. Not yet whole, but also not as broken and fragmented as they had been before. Sunny hesitated, then summoned the runes. Shadow, Marble Saint. Her name didn't change. The next string of runes, however, was vastly different. Shadow rank. Ascended. He froze. I'll be damned. Ascended Saint was now ascended. Indeed, she had achieved a new rank. The same rank, in fact, as that of Master Jet, as well as the Black Knight, Mirror Beast, and Mordant Mimic. An ascended human was called a master, while nightmare creatures of the same rank were called fallen. Saint was now somewhere in between, a creature possessing multiple cores but following the path of ascension as opposed to the path of corruption, like Sunny himself. Of course, she was much more powerful than him now. Sunny was torn between being mad with joy and slightly bitter. Back when he had created Saint, she was stronger than him for a long, long time. After becoming an awakened, he had finally caught up to her. But now, she was the stronger one once more. He sighed, then looked at his demon with a wide smile. Good job, Saint. Who's going to stop us now, huh? The taciturn demon did not answer, and just tilted her head a little. Then, however, she silently raised her hand, made a fist, and lightly struck the left side of her breastplate twice. Sunny stared, not accustomed to his shadow being so chatty. Yeah, exactly. Feeling a little awkward, he lingered for a moment, and then looked back to the runes. Saint's class, attributes, and abilities did not change. At the very end of the plane of runes, however, he was met with an unexpected surprise. What? The last string of runes read, Shadow Fragments 39 out of 200. He stared at the number for a few moments, then rubbed his eyes. No, he wasn't mistaken. It was indeed 39 out of 200. Pleasantly confused, Sunny narrowed his eyes. But how does it make sense? Before Saint had consumed Kurt, the runes showed 179 out of 200. How many fragments exactly had eating the echo given her? With a sudden suspicion, Sunny turned around and looked at the rows of silent shadows. The shadow of Kurt was gone. So she consumed it too. He was starting to understand what had happened. Most likely a larger share of the fragments came not from the echo, but from the shadow of its original. Kurt had been an experienced awakened, one in possession of a fully saturated core. By absorbing his shadow, Saint must have inherited a portion of all the soul fragments he had accumulated over his life, just like a human would after slaying another human. That amount was enough to bridge the gap to the next rank, and then some. Of course, since his shadow was now an ascended, she required shadow fragments of similar quality to grow 1-to-1. Those that came from Kurt were only awakened, though, so in fact the current number would have been 78/200 if Saint's rank had not changed. That meant that she received almost 100 shadow fragments by consuming the echo of Shadowblade Kurt. An utterly insane number, considering that it had taken Sunny somewhere around half a year to feed her that much before. Suddenly, the regret he felt over sacrificing such a valuable echo disappeared. That's a windfall, a crazy windfall. Today, luck was truly on his side. And an ascended demon was now by his side, which instantly propelled Sunny to a completely new level of capability. Together with the newly transformed Saint, he would be able to do much more, challenge much more powerful nightmare creatures, and therefore accelerate his own growth even further. Even better, this change could not have come at a better time, because it was nearly time for him to return to the shipwreck island and challenge the terrifying being that dwelled in the ancient wreck. Having an ascended shadow by his side would be of enormous help. Sunny only noticed that a wide, stupid smile appeared on his face when Master Jet returned to the underground arena. He hurriedly erased it and stood up. All done? She gave him a relaxed nod, then yawned. Yeah, we are free to go. A little paperwork, and the contribution points I promised will be yours to spend. We can grab a bite first if you want. Sunny smiled. Oh yes, there is also the reward from the government. Now that he didn't need to spend all the contribution points on bringing Saint to full saturation as soon as possible, what else would he be able to get?